Okay, we're going to start in 5 minutes. Everybody clear the lineup, thank you. On va commencer dans 5 minutes, donc s'il vous plaît, sortez de l'eau, sortez de la zone de compétition, merci. And please, for the first heat of the day, can you go check in? Ewing and Slater. Just repeat for the first heat of the day. Ewing.
Arrivals here at the end of the road. Ryan Kalman, Ramsey Boukhiam, he's coming up in heat number 2 of the morning. Gabe Medina's ready. Already got a barrel stand up. Ferreira coming up in heat number 4 against Houshmand, Kanoa Igarashi. He'll be the second heat of the day. Ewing, first up. Houshmand went excellent in his elimination round, and the GOAT's going to get everything going as we start here. A big Yorana Itei Poi Poi. Good morning from Teahupo'o, the end of the road here in Tahiti, setting up for a finals day for the men's. We crowned women's champion. Now it is men's day, and we're going to crown a champ here. I'm Kai Pagura, along with Felicity Palmentier and Flick. I'm just coming off a tremendous day of competition yesterday, still riding that wave of just exuberance that we saw happening here, landmark stuff, breaking barriers, and we're set up to do it again today.
Oh, yesterday was incredible. I'm still processing it just like you. I think for me the highlight was the women's and just seeing how hard they pushed themselves, their personal boundaries, and set a new level for women surfing in waves of consequence, especially out here. It was incredible, and to watch Vahine get the win, you know, with the whole local community behind her was amazing. And I mean, as that swell started to fill in yesterday afternoon, the men absolutely sent it. And you know what? This morning looks like the swell's held, but the conditions look super dreamy, so it's going to be an exciting day.
Yeah, looking at the numbers, we had 8 excellent wave scores yesterday in the men's elimination round to end the day. We're beginning the day today. Let's see how it's going to start. With that, I'm going to go out to the boat with Chris Cote and our commissioner, Jesse Miley-Dyer.
Yeah, thanks, team. Good morning from the end of the road. Well, it was pitch black when we woke up, but you could hear the rumbling sound of this wave behind us. Jesse, what are you thinking for the day?
So this is finals day, absolutely, and it's bigger than yesterday, bigger and cleaner. There is something for sure about sitting in this lineup and watching the sun come up and getting to see it live in person. It's going to be an epic day of action, and I'm stoked for everyone who's going to get to surf it.
Now, we saw some incredible bravery yesterday, not just by the surfers, but by the Water Patrol and everyone involved out here in the channel. From your perspective, what did you see that changed things yesterday?
Oh, I mean, how good was yesterday? It was unreal. I mean, you look at some of those waves from the women, you know, this is such a scary wave, absolutely. You know, you feel it in the channel, and, you know, there's been so much anticipation around that swell and us finding the best windows for everyone in it. So to see all of those incredible rides go down from all of the women was awesome. And, you know, you're absolutely right. You know, we have such an amazing Water Patrol team here. You know, you have someone like Moana David. I think he's got the hardest job out here out of anybody. You know, he's in charge of everyone's safety, but also, you know, there's so many people out here, so many boats. So, you know, we're incredibly thankful to have those guys. You obviously got Moana. I'm going to miss someone's name out, but to have Poto, Thierry, Arsene, to all of those guys out here looking after everyone, you can't thank them enough. It's really what makes days like today and yesterday possible.
Real life superheroes all over the place, and can't wait to see what happens today. We're fired up out here in the channel. The booth, I know you guys are going to be pumped as well. It's going to be going off out here.
Yeah, it sure will. Thank you, Chris. Check this out. This is just the warm-ups this morning. What's happening live here at the end of the road. Incredible stuff. And we have an incredible day planned for you as well. Today, we mentioned it, it's finals day. And it's going to be 15 heats of surfing action at Pumping Tahiti. Men's round of 16, that's 8 heats. We'll go into the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then finally this afternoon we will be crowning a men's champ here at Teahupo'o. And again, the anticipation, tremendous. The swell, we're sticking around with that swell. And now we have the clock going and starting our first heat in the morning. And we're starting it off with a bang. Flick, Ethan Ewing coming up against Kelly Slater to start off the day. What do you think about this?
Oh, absolute cracker of a heat to start the day. I mean, I just loved what I saw from Kelly in his opening round heat. I mean, he'd just flown in the night before and his first wave was incredible. Just, you know, when I think about Kelly and you know, his best performances or my favorite ones, I mean, they're in waves like this. I mean, here in Tahiti, Pipe, Fiji, this is going to be great. And then coming up against Ethan, who's, you know, been in great form.
Yeah, an interesting aspect to Kelly's arsenal this year has been using a coach. And this year, he's been using Glenn Micro Hall as a sounding board. Strider's actually with Micro right now.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Glenn, you're out here. There's a lot of movement in the water. How's it feeling?
Yeah, there's some real energy today. Obviously, yesterday was already pretty solid. Oh, here it goes. Nah. But yeah, today there's just a bit more consistency in the ocean movement, and there's like some real west ones. But I feel like there's just going to be more waves ridden today.
So have you gotten some Slater boards here, and you're sitting on Rio's board as well? You got multiple athletes going.
Yeah, I paddled out in the dark this morning, so I just wanted to be out here to see it for the whole hour before they started. And yeah, Kelly's on a pretty short board. He's on a 5'11", which is pretty gangster. But it's like, this is one of those locations though that you know, the experience over the years, you can't buy that. So Ethan's an amazing surfer, and everyone else out here absolutely goes for it. But you know, in 20 years of surfing here, you kind of can't buy that when there's, you know, when there's different ledges in the reef, and that knowledge is priceless.
Well, last night I was sitting with Kelly and we were watching a video of your board going over his head in the barrel. Remember that?
100%. I actually fully remember I thought I'd killed Kelly, because the way it pulled my leg, I was like, 100% that's just taking his head off and I've killed the goat.
All right, well, we'll get back to it. We'll let you guys focus, and looks like there's some bombs coming through. Back to you guys.
Yeah, some words. And then, you know, so Glenn will also be helping Rio Waida as a coach. That's going to be heat number 6 today. Rio coming up against Crosby Colapinto. But back to this heat, no 35 minutes we started with, and no waves ridden yet. Kelly Slater out there, the 11-time world champ and 5-time Tahitian champ here at the end of the road. They took a peek at this one, Flick.
Yeah, Kelly's looking ever so slightly interested there, but decides to pull back. And I mean, wow. I mean, it just, look at those conditions. I mean, obviously he didn't go this wave, but it just, look how perfectly groomed it is. It's looking amazing out there this morning. Just very dreamy conditions.
Yeah, a lot of knowledge right there. Not just 11 world titles, 5 Tahitian titles here at the end of the road. This is his 20th time in competition at this break, just to put things into perspective. He avoided the elimination round, winning his opening round heat. And here he goes, opening up today. Kelly, let's go the rail. Travels through here, and the foam gets the goat. So now priority and attention shifts over to Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, well, I'd say that, I mean, he was incredibly deep on that one. As I say, Ethan.
Ewing threads through that one, and Ethan is going to take an early advantage in this morning's first heat, kicking out right in the channel, Ethan Ewing, and we'll be waiting for the first meaningful score for Double E.
Wow, well, Kelly obviously a bit too deep on his one. You could see him really pumping through that line of that barrel, but I'm pretty sure he got caught by the foam ball there, and we were speaking about it all day yesterday, but that foam ball has so much energy. As soon as it touches you, you're basically getting obliterated. But, I mean, good early signs from both surfers, and Ethan with a make, so looking forward to breaking both of these waves down.
Here we go. On the replay, we're starting with Ethan Ewing here.
Yeah, Ethan just grabs the rail there, one nice pump, and sort of glides through that one. Obviously, that one had a little bit of whitewash through the face of that one. Kelly had a great view of Ethan just gliding through that barrel. And get to have another look here. This is Kelly. So, oh my goodness. Okay, he went at that little bit too high. That nose just got caught in the lip and just went over. So if he wasn't awake yet, he's awake now.
Yeah, and another comment just to really highlight how evergreen Kelly Slater is Ethan Ewing's coach, B. Durbridge, was actually a competitor against Kelly Slater. He's transcended multiple generations. We got Strider in the water. You got something for us, Strider?
We got Kelly paddling by. Looks visibly winded, but paddling back out and ready. The buoy came up. There's a big round buoy on the inside, and as he was paddling out, the big buoy came up, was submerged the entire time. Couldn't even see it, and it popped up underneath him and lifted him out of the water. It was the craziest thing I've seen in a long time, but he's shaking it off. He's back out. Micro asked him if he was all right. Did he say he was okay, Micro? He's like, okay. Yeah, I thought he shook his head no, but it looked kind of gnarly. But definitely the look in his eyes was a look of intent, very serious and very focused.
Yeah, thank you, Strider. So score in, advantage for Ethan Ewing, a 5.67. Ethan, this is a personal wall that he needs to overcome. His best result was a 9th in 2022 here in Tahiti. Of course, last year, Ethan, unable to compete here in the warm-up sessions. Ethan injured himself. He actually broke his L3 and L4 vertebrae and had to sit out this competition. These two have matched up in the past, and the surprise is Ethan Ewing, when we look at head-to-head matchups between these two surfers, actually with the advantage. Take a look at the head-to-head matchups between Ethan Ewing and Kelly Slater. Ethan recently got Kelly over at Sunset and Pipe this year, and Sunset in 2023. Kelly taking a win over Ethan in 2021 at Pipeline, and then way back in Ethan's rookie season, Kelly beat Ethan in Fiji. So that's the head-to-head matchups. I'm sure Kelly Slater, he keeps track of all these numbers, Flick, and he wants to even it up.
Yeah, I mean, right now you look at this, and obviously Ethan, he's got the win right now over Kelly with the 3-2. But I mean, max heat score, Kelly gets Ethan, but it's just, you know, Kelly right now, I mean, in my books, even though Ethan, you know, he's right at the top of the rankings at the moment, and he's got the jump on Kelly on the head-to-head matchups. I mean, on paper, you've got to be putting Kelly, you know, highly, because here we go. I'll get back to that, Ethan.
Ethan again, this one deeper, driving through this barrel, second section for Ethan Ewing, and that is building upon his performance here. Ethan Ewing kicking out there, and looks like he's visibly got some an impact suit on as well for extra safety and flotation, but he just levitated through that pit here at the end of the road. That was beautiful. We'll wait for that score, Flick.
Yeah, that was really nice, and really good way to quickly back up that 5.67. Let's have a look. So super deep on this one. He got a lot of travel time done, and it'll be really interesting to see just how deep he was from the water angle. I mean, it was, yeah, really beautiful way to back up this 5.67. You can see him grabbing the rail, and as he's grabbing that rail, he's also pumping down the line. So he was pretty deep too. It was a really technical barrel. There was a lot going on inside, as well as being pretty deep. And he got that travel time too, so I'd say this is definitely going to be better than his 5.67. And you know, once you grab that rail and having that technique to be able to pump in the barrel, it's not an easy thing to do. So he has got that on lock right now. You can really visibly see it right there. There was one and then two pumps. I think another third happened right there as well. So he's adjusting his line a couple of times there. Really, really well done from Ethan.
comes out as an excellent number. We've already started the day with an excellent number, 8.5 for Ethan Ewing, 5.67. And Ethan's got the 11-time world champ in a two-wave combination just 10 minutes into their matchup.
Yeah, it's great signs for Ethan already, but I mean, Kelly is absolutely deadly out here. I mean, that's a big score. He's on his way to definitely getting this heat under lock, but it's such early stages, and this is Kelly Slater. I mean, it looks like he's having a look here.
Slater looks interested, holds back, will maintain priority, did not make a concerted effort into that wave. You mentioned the rankings, Felicity, and Ethan Ewing, number 4 on the rankings, still in competition. Number 3, John still in competition. We'll get back to the rankings because Kelly's on a bomb. Big roomy barrel, and he comes out, and so now we have an answer back by Kelly Slater. Just as you were mentioning, don't ever count Slater out, and this should even things out quite nicely for Kelly Slater.
Oh, completely. I mean, you know, Ethan dropped the 8.5, and that's an excellent score, obviously. Great score for today, but he's against one of the greats out here, well, the greatest of all time, and also one of the best out here, you know, the most winningest. This is just absolutely incredible. Like, I mean, look at the way that he stalls there. He's literally riding right on the foam ball there. The thing almost bucked him off. He did such a great job at maintaining control. He was super deep. That takeoff was really technical too, up underneath the lip. He was deep. He was touching the foam ball too. And you know, the judges really like that when you're getting really deep and that really riding that foam ball, because you can't get any deeper than that. It was really, really well done. I mean, he liked it too. And I'd say this is going to be a great score and really even up this heat.
And you can see the excitement as we roll through this replay here and the technicality hanging on to this. He's done this 1,000 times, but coming out, feeling it with the claim, and it's not like you see Kelly Slater do a lot of claims. And so that's an emotional claim, and that's straight from the heart reaction of making that big barrels. Beautiful to see, beautiful surfing. We're still waiting on the number. I was going to mention that, you know, there's opportunity for Ethan Ewing because world number 1, Griffin Colapinto, lost in the elimination round. Of course, this is the back half of the season. It's a race for the final 5. But now Ethan's really going to have to work to make any ground on those rankings because Kelly Slater proposing a big challenge. It looked like it was going just one way, Flick, but how fast things change.
Oh, completely. I just knew that even though Ethan had that 8.5, it was only a matter of time before Kelly was going to put a good score on the board. I mean, when I think of, you know, big Tahiti, pipe, Fiji, I mean, Kelly is synonymous with all these waves, and just his surfing goes hand in hand. And I just feel that, I mean, these scores are coming through now, Kipes. I mean, it's incredible. He's just so good out here.
Nearing perfect here. All 9s, one more judge, and then we can average out the remaining 3 and a 10. So the 10 pushes the average up. 9.73 for Kelly Slater. Now he just needs a mid-range score to take the heat. Wild stuff.
Kelly doing Kelly things. I just love to see it. This is the kind of surfing where I just love to watch him. It's just this crazy wave of consequence, and yeah, it's just beautiful to watch.
Let's take a look at Ethan Ewing's 8.5 and Kelly Slater's 9.73 side by side, Flick.
Yeah, so already you can see that the drop from Kelly is just that little bit more critical, a little bit more steep, and he really had to drag to keep himself in the face of the wave. Ethan, on the other hand, he grabs his rail, he's pumping through the barrel, but Kelly is right on that foam ball. I mean, Ethan touched it for a second, but when you look at Kelly, I mean, Kelly was really, really on it. His wave was a little bit bigger, a little bit more open. Maybe Ethan's barrel was ever so slightly longer, but when you think about intensity of a ride and just that length of time riding the foam ball and the takeoff, I think that's where those extra points are coming from for Kelly.
Strider, you were looking right into that barrel with Slater gliding around the foam ball.
I definitely was, and honestly, I was so impressed with how incredible his dance moves are on the foam ball. It was so sick, and he was literally foam ball riding, and I was like thinking back to what I saw, and I had to reconfirm. I went over to Ed, Sloan, the photographer, and he has the photos of it. It's absolutely incredible. And granted, you know, that score, I mean, for me, that was incredible. You know, I mean, in my mind, it was a 10, but I love that they gave him the 9-7, left a little room for improvement, and I feel like we're going to see some amazing action coming up soon, because that was some of the coolest stuff I've ever seen on the foam ball. So let's go.
Yeah, Strider, one of the judges did agree with you and did give Slater a 10 for that wave that we're watching right now, but the average comes out as a high 9, a 9.73. Incredible. And not surprising, though, given the career that we've seen with Kelly Slater out at this venue. Let's take a look at Slater's career stats for Tahiti. They're impressive numbers. 5 wins in 20 appearances, an average heat score of 16.22, heat winning percentage of 77%, and 2 perfect 20-point heats.
The thing that blows me away, I mean, the 5 event wins, yeah, sure, incredible. But perfect heats,
yeah.
There's not many people in their whole career on tour that even score a 10, let alone 110 their whole career. And he's had 2 perfect heats out here, which is just absolutely insane. I mean, we just saw a perfect demonstration of just his absolute technical abilities on that last wave. It's amazing. And I just feel so privileged to sit here and be calling this heat and just to witness it once again.
I believe he's the only surfer that has more than a single perfect heat. He actually has 3 perfect heats in his entire career. 2 of them here in Tahiti. He did it in 2005 in a final against Damien Hobgood. He did it 11 years later in 2016 in a round 16 matchup, in a round 5 matchup against Keanu Singh. So it's pretty astounding when we talk about perfect heats and the fact that he has a stranglehold in professional surfing on perfect 20-point heats, and the fact that he was able to have perfect heats in an 11-year time period. 11-year difference between perfect heats. So, yeah, the numbers keep on amazing us, you know. 56 CT wins for Kelly Slater. He's been 84 finals. I mean, we can rattle off all of the numbers that likely will never be broken in professional surf history.
Oh, I don't think they ever will. I mean, how do you even span a career as long as what Kelly has? I mean, from his first win to his last CT win, I don't think we'll ever see that. The longevity he had is absolutely incredible. It's super inspiring. And yeah, I don't think we'll ever see it, even in any other sport across the world.
Yeah, let's hear from another world champ, John Florence, on his thoughts on Kelly Slater.
It's a different feeling when you beat Kelly because he's the greatest of all time. The guy's insane. I mean, he just won his 8th pipe master 2 years ago. Like, I really don't feel like people give him enough credit. Like, I mean, obviously, yeah, for what he's done in his career, but for what he's doing now. I can't even put words to how insane it is. Like, what he's doing competing at this high level at his age after the amount of years that he's been doing it. Like, I mean, he's got to be feeling like sore every single day. He's got to be waking up like, my back, my knee, like, and I think that's just natural with age. It's not to say that's just Kelly being old or a joke or anything. It's like, it's a real thing. He's been doing this for a long time, and he still shows up and he rips.
Yeah. Hey, back to perfect heats. I actually got to give Owen Wright some his flowers. He's actually had 2 perfect heats. It evaded my memory because he did it in the same event in 2015 in Fiji. So, yeah, Owen with 2 perfect heats. Wanted to correct myself on that and give Owen Wright, one of the all-time best goofy foot tube riders, his credit. That was Fiji. He was on a rampage there. So, Owen, the only other guy with multiple perfect heats in the history of professional surfing. Shane Beshan actually has the highest perfect heat. That was back when it was top 3 waves, and he had a perfect 30 in his heat.
Oh, wow.
Well, things have settled down here a little bit, Flick, but we've had so much to talk about this morning already in anticipation of a huge day of competition. And starting off, you know, I talked about yesterday the men's elimination round. We had 12 excellent wave scores in those 8 heats. And look at, we're already, now we're tallying our excellent wave scores here today, finals day for the men, and we already have 2.
I think the tally could be broken today. I do. I feel
think
like
so.
already the conditions are, I think, in my opinion, already a little bit better, a little bit cleaner, glassier. And yeah, I think also, I mean, I've seen a couple of little clips on social media this morning, a couple of the boys thinking that it was even a little bit bigger, as we see Kanoa just sitting in the channel, getting ready for his next heat. He's coming up against Ramsey. So yeah, I think today those excellent score tallies will be broken. You heard it here first.
It's another, you know, incredible day, and we're so fortunate that the Pacific Ocean has played its part in making an epic event here in Tahiti. And the conditions are looking good. Well, it's just about time for our first Bonsoi Brew Break. We'll be back with more action from the end of the road. Look at Kelly Slater doing the foam ball dance here.
Petit message pour les capitaines de bateau. Petit message pour les capitaines de bateau qui arrivent sur zone. Il reste encore quelques jolies séries comme celles qui viennent passer, donc faites attention à votre placement. Ne vous placez pas trop bas, merci.
Let's open up the WSL vault for Outerknown flashback to 2005. The UO was raining down from the sky, and Kelly Slater was coming up against the reigning Rookie of the Year. That's Bruce Irons here at the end of the road. A round 4 matchup, and both went excellent. Bruce Irons had Kelly up against the ropes in this final, opening up with an excellent score. Slater, always poised. Kyborg in the channel, and Slater answers back with a 10-point ride to take the lead. Slater says, what? How did I do that? Lays back, check this out. The flexibility, incredible 10-point ride. He backed it up with an 8.5. Kelly Slater doing incredible surfing. And he keeps on doing that for us. Here's an 8.5 for the backup. Slater beating Bruce Irons 18.5 to 18.33 on his way to, at that time, a 3rd Tahitian title. And look at this as we come back to live action for the sleep.
Oh my goodness, what a nugget. Absolutely spraying Strider in the channel there, that thing unloading on the reef. Had so much power, so much intensity to it. And it's kind of just echoing what Micro was saying, that, you know what, we're going to see a few more of those West Bowl ones, and that was most definitely one of them.
Oh my, and look at Slater. You know, we looked at that up against the hot shot at the time was Bruce Irons 19 years ago. Our current hot shot, that's Ethan Ewing right there in the red jersey, and Slater still doing battle. His job's not over yet though. Kelly's still trailing Ethan, needs a 4.44 to turn the heat. Ethan with the advantage of heat control. Ethan does have the lead and does have priority at this 11-minute mark.
Yeah, right now it's just going to be interesting. I mean, you've got to be thinking that of course, another set's coming through, right? So there's going to be another exchange. And I mean, Kelly is looking in great form. I mean, he went almost perfect on that second wave. So you can't count Kelly out. He's got the single highest wave score. He only needs a 4.44. It's not a big score.
We talked about the rankings and how they could be shooken up at this event. Number 4 right now on the rankings, Ethan Ewing. But take a look at what lies ahead here. Ewing still in action here, as well as John Florence. Griffin Colapinto out of competition, along with Jack Robinson. So opportunity for John to take that #1 spot. And Ethan, and don't count out Jordy Smith. He's still in the event, as well as Jake Marshall, Baron Mamiya, Cole Houshmand. Look at the list and look at the potential upward mobility for the top 10 and movement within this top 10.
Yeah, I think when I look at this and I see, you know, John in #2 seed there, and I think about the conditions we have today, I mean, today looks like it's right up John's alley. I mean, it is perfect, it's big, it's almost as big as it can handle for paddle. I mean, right now it's looking good for John, and especially with having, you know, I mean, Jack is amazing out here, and to not have him in this finals day, I feel like that's a big loss for Jack. But yeah, and a moment for Ethan or John to capitalize.
Yeah. Well, you can see the live rankings coming into this event. Jack Robinson was #2. John, just by virtue of being in this round of 16, has booted Jack out of that #2 position, and there's just clear air in front of John Florence. Here we go, Slater looking just for a mid-range score and not going to find it there. By the way, we'll see John, heat #5 of this round. So stick around for that. He's going to be coming up against Mihimana Bray, who's been an outstanding wild card. So we'll see how John fares against the Tahitian local. And now Slater doing a bit of a leash test there, diving under that wave. He'll remain trailing Ethan Ewing, who has the lead and priority.
And another one.
Yeah, not a fun zone.
Definitely not. I mean, look at the turbulent water right now. I mean, he's still under there somewhere. There we go. It's popped up. But I mean, he's copped a few on the head there, especially even the way he ejected off that second wave, or the third wave that he got. I mean,
waves off the Tahitian Water Patrol and says, "No, I can paddle through the channel on my own." So, yeah, there you go. By the way, all props. We did, you know, as we signed in today, we did give some props and some flowers to the Tahitian Water Patrol. They've been incredible. That entire crew, our safety crew. I got a little paddle by Strider Wazalewski by the goat.
He's not here yet, but he is paddling out. He's not paddling as fast as he was earlier, that's for sure. That was definitely a lot of donuts right there. The bakery was open. Teahupo'o Bakery was serving up some coconut donuts right there, but looks like he's intently paddling back out. Pretty radical. How you feeling, Kelly? You okay? He's good. He says he's fine. He's ready to go. And he just got to get that back up, baby. Let's see it. This is a great heat. This time is winding down fast, though, and I think he's got that in the back of his mind and knows he's got to try and fish one out.
Yeah, he needs to put the lure in the water and catch a 4.44. So not a big fish for him to catch, but still, nothing's on the hook right now for Kelly Slater, and we're down to 7 minutes.
Yeah, it's not a big score, and you know, I like how he's just decided to paddle back out. I think the thought process is maybe I can snag one of these wider West Bowl ones, and I mean, they're really intense on the reef. I mean, here we go. Let's have a look at this last attempt. You can see that one was just a little bit crumbly and not really that open, and yeah, he wasn't ever going to be able to sneak up underneath that. So obviously pressing the eject button, but I like that. Okay, let's just paddle out. Let's try and sneak a smaller inside one, or one of those ones that swing wide, the West Bowl. But yeah, small score, time's ticking down though, and Ethan does have priority, so he's going to have to maybe force the situation or leave a bit of space between himself and Ethan. I mean, he's the greatest of all time. I'm sure he knows what he's doing, and I'm just hoping that we are going to see one more exchange. And you know, Ethan, he's not silly either. Like, he knows he's going to have to defend and play a bit of defense, and obviously take a wave off Kelly, knowing that he's going to have to improve on this 5, 6, 7, knowing that it probably is going to be a 2-wave set. So even if Ethan does go the first one, he's going to be thinking, I've got to improve on my 5, 6, 7, knowing that Kelly's going to get another one behind it.
Yeah, and Kelly's going to get sneaky on the inside right here. And the veteran making veteran moves, takes a look at that insider, and wisely does not go on that one. He broke way down the line, down to 6 minutes here. And like you said, Flick, it's going to be really important decisions in this final 6 minutes for Ethan Ewing to make. You know, he's going to play a little bit of defense. Some offense would be great if he can get rid of that 5.67 and get anything, you know, in the 7-point range to really put more pressure and to have Slater needing a real meaningful score. I feel that 4.44, Kelly can just duck in and out of a quick, even inside barrel, and get that number.
Yeah, I think it's more about Ethan playing offense and just trying to improve on his situation, really. Like, I mean, okay, yeah, you can defend and keep Kelly off that first wave, but just going off this morning's conditions, they've been 2-wave sets, right? So you've got to think that Kelly's getting one. So Ethan needs to improve on his situation. And it kind of looks like we might have a couple of lines starting to roll through.
Yeah, nervous times for Ethan Ewing because you can completely blow this situation with bad wave selection. And if you hand that any kind of priority or any kind of chance over to Kelly, I'm sure he will execute upon that. Second wave of the set with a bit of a draw, and Ethan's going to use priority. And that was the priority error that we were talking about, a lapse in decision making, and that decision was the wrong decision for Ethan Ewing. This is opening the door for Kelly Slater.
And you could see Kelly strategically went and sat deeper than Ethan and actually had a little look and kind of forced the situation. So super smart from Kelly. He's probably going to reposition exactly to where he wants to be now. And I mean, the world is his oyster. If this set comes through, I mean, it's totally within his grasp. I mean, he only needing a 4.44. I mean, it's a low score, really. And, I mean, it's just a quick in and out. Maybe, I mean, even half of what he did on his, you know, 9.73. I mean, that's it. And looks like Raymana. Is it Raymana?
Yeah, that sure is.
Yep.
Hey, we're just living right now, actually, in Raymana's world, is where we're at. That's like in the globe, we're in Raymana's world, and Raymana in the corner of Kelly Slater. Slater with 3 minutes and 40 seconds. God, like, you know, we know about the strength of the mind of Kelly Slater and the sports psychology that he's able to employ. It's kind of like the art of war, Sun Tzu. Sometimes he just gets you mentally. He got Ethan Ewing to go on a bad one. Now he's on this one. He completes this ride and he takes the lead, but he will not do that. So a break for Ethan Ewing here at the 3-minute mark.
Wow, okay. Kelly just that little bit too deep there. And as
Ethan finds one, wave number 2 of the set, and Ewing could have closed out this heat with a completion, inches from that completion before he goes down. So the plot thickens here as more waves hit the reef here at the end of the road.
Wow, okay, so a couple of little mistakes there, and then Ethan basically falling off right in front of Kelly as well, so they're pretty close to each other. Kelly looks to be on the ski, Red Bull ski now.
Yeah, he had to ditch his board, however. So Kelly's going to have to get a brand new surfboard. Time ticking down, 2:45 on the clock. This is a big drill by the Tahitian Water Patrol. Ethan, same thing, he's going to have to ditch his board. We'll see how long this reset takes, Flick, because this reset could decide the heat.
For sure, and this is going to be a good indication for the rest of the day. I mean, we know that, you know, that swell is ever so slightly bigger. This could be happening quite a bit today. I mean, guys getting caught inside, and I mean, we're going to get a good indication for just how long this is going to take, and whether or not, I mean, both guys are going to get another opportunity and be out the back.
The decision, hey, there's Ethan's board. Let's take a look at the replay. Kelly Slater first.
Yeah, so this one just had a funny little bend in it, a little bit crumbly, and that one not staying open, very almond-shaped barrel, high barrel, and then straight behind Kelly was Ethan taking off on this one. Second wave of the set, a little bit more open. It looked like all the hard work was done here, but he just got absolutely belted on that foam ball, getting way too high.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
My goodness.
Great job from the water catching that angle, the boat angle. And we could see what happened. Okay, the board has been retrieved for Kelly. Now, are they going to return the board to Kelly? He's zooming out, boardless, to the lineup. This is quite a pit stop, Flick.
Yeah, so this has been just over a minute now. So Kelly jumping off. There we go. New board. passed on by Glenn Micro Hall. Still needing that 4.44 with basically a minute on the clock. Let's see how long it takes him to get back in the lineup.
Oh, it is go time. Sprint paddle for Kelly Slater. Back up into the lineup in the takeoff zone. Ethan Ewing still making his way to the drop-off point. Ethan does have his board with him. So the board was retrieved for Ethan Ewing. So Ethan will jump straight off of the ski and sprint paddle as well. We're down to just 40 seconds.
47.
And all Kelly can do is wait at this point. He's at his spot.
First power for blue.
No way.
Kenny will wave. Whistles in the channel. Anticipating. Here comes a set hitting the reef. Slater in position. Needs a 4-4-4. And here he goes. Pulls up, pulls in. And he's going to get the number. Wow.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What a play right there at the end of the heat. Ethan Ewing can just sit in the channel and wait for what I feel, Flick, is going to be the inevitable news that Kelly will turn the heat.
Yeah, I mean, Kelly's heart rate right now has to be super high. I mean, that was so intense. Back to the moment when he fell on his wave, getting worked inside, and then he gets Ethan's wave on the head, jumping on the ski, losing the board. I mean, to keep his calm right there, you know, grab his second board from Micro, paddle so hard back out into the lineup, and then eventually take this one. I mean, this all happened in a matter of minutes. I mean, this one was a higher barrel. It was more almondy.
Yeah, you saw the fist bump.
Yeah,
he knows.
He knows.
This is safe for Kelly Slater, I feel, Flick.
Yeah, this was a really technical barrel too. I mean, it was a difficult one to ride. You can actually see this morning there is a little bit of lump in the face of the wave, a little bit of bump, and he did really well to negotiate with that on this one. And a really good read. It's just super technical. You can see how almondy that barrel is compared to those ones that we, you know, saw yesterday, even to when you compare it to his 973. I mean, that thing was open, it was really round. So that, just a really great read by Kelly.
Here come the numbers. It's going to be right on the line. However, he needs a 4.44, but it will be just over it, a 4.73. So Slater gets the job done, and he's our first quarter finalist.
Whoa, such a good effort by Kelly. And I just love the theatrics of it. I know, counting down to the last few seconds of the heat and getting the job done. It's just very Slater fashion, isn't it?
Applause by Porto on the Red Bull jet ski. Kelly Slater, 9.73, 4.73. Incredible effort, and a great heads-up surfing by Ethan Ewing, too. What an entertaining start to the day. But it will be Kelly Slater going on into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, you think about conditions today, and it just seen Kelly time and time again do so well out here when it's like this. So can't believe we get to see more. It's good.
Yeah, we can talk to him.
Go ahead, Strider.
All right, well, Kelly said he was sweating in that heat on the way back out here. Kelly, talk about the magic, talk about what I thought was a 10-point ride, and talk about the beatings.
Oh yeah, the first wave beat me down pretty good, but you know, I hadn't got the adrenaline going and my heart wasn't really pumping, so I was like, it was totally fine. Actually, the next one held me down a long time. I didn't hit the reef though. Somehow I didn't hit the reef at all, and on this couple wipeouts, and I got caught inside a few times. It was like just one of those heats where I had to work. I was sweating physically, not like stressing. I mean, I was stressing too, but that probably didn't help. No, but it's a weird position when you only need a 4, and then he knows he just needs to keep me off. Well, he probably can't keep me off a wave that's going to give me a 4, but then if I only go for like a 4 or 5, then he only needs like a 6. It's a funny game when it starts to scores. When you need a big score, you know exactly what you got to do. It's actually sort of, then come, then the cards were dealt, you know.
Were you kind of tripping when you saw him catch that wave in front of you, the wave after yours?
I thought he was coming out. I'm like, shit, it was like slow motion. I was just watching the lip line. I was like, oh, the line he's on, I think he's coming out. And I saw him fall out at me. And I thought he was going to hit my board underwater. But yeah, just luck went my way a little bit. Ian's had the better of me the last few times we've been together. First few times I got him, last few times he got me. So kind of an even battle at that point. But yeah, I didn't want to let that slide with a 9-7 and a chance to serve Teahupo'o a few more times today with nobody out.
Congratulations. We'll let you get set. You the man.
Thanks, buddy.
Woo.
Well, quarterfinal number 1 will feature Kelly Slater. Who's going to meet up with Slater in that first quarterfinal? We're going to find out. It's going to be Igarashi coming up with a challenge. Ramsey Boukhiam. We're already starting out with some excellent scores. Check this out. Maeva, welcome back to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Outerknown founder Kelly Slater just came through with a tremendous effort in the first heat of the day. We're going to see Slater in the quarterfinals. We got a new matchup in this round of 16 out in the water. And here on the set, myself, Kaipo Guerrero, along with Felicity Palmentier, you can call it Flick if you like, as well as Schaller Perry, senior forecaster for Surfline. Thank you for, thanks for the waves, Schaller.
My pleasure.
You easily took credit for that, but you did give us the warning throughout, the upcoming this event. We waited for about a week for this swell, and this swell has produced. So with that was the past. We had an excellent day yesterday. What are we looking forward to today on the forecast?
Yeah, a couple of beautiful waves on tap already this morning. Size maybe just a hair better than it was yesterday afternoon. We're going to see that hold through the morning. And then we got a reinforcing southwest to south-southwest swell that's kind of starting to trickle in right now. That's really going to ramp up as we move through the afternoon and just nudge us a little bit more into the top end of the range that we've seen so far today. We have light offshore flow early. We're going to see easterly trade settle in similar to yesterday. It doesn't look quite as strong as yesterday was. And then just like we saw yesterday in the afternoon, the wind's going to start to lay down kind of mid to late afternoon and should lighten up nicely into sundown.
Will that swell be sticking around, or will we see a little bit, any decrease in the swell?
No, we're going to see a little bit more energy as we move through the afternoon.
That's what we want to hear. That is absolutely awesome. Well, yeah, the heat out in the water. Igarashi coming up against Ramsey Boukhiam. Ramsey already being really impressive out here. We'll get to some of the impressions from Ramsey because we're going to cut straight to an interview. The GOAT is with Chris Cote up against the glass.
Yeah, I'm the water boy right now, and this guy deserves it. What do you think about that Tahitian wake-up call? Getting smashed and then getting absolutely piped.
Yeah, good morning, Teahupo'o. Yeah, I mean, I took off, got completely smashed and obliterated. Actually, my wipeout was a little violent, but the next one was even worse. The next one, like whitewater, I thought it would be sort of like subsided by the time it got to me, and it just smashed me. And then I think like 3 different times in that heat it got pretty dealt with. It's just a funny heat because I was trying to get that low score. I mean, I wasn't really trying to get a low score, but at some point I was hoping I could get my 4 or 5 or whatever to just get in the lead and then make him have to surf into it. But that being said, like if you get a 9-7, then you get a 4-point ride. It's like you might as well have got 2 7s. Like you left a couple points out there on the table, so you always, if you get the best wave of the heat, you always want to match his best wave. So I was thinking 8.5 somewhere, but there was one wide one I missed. It was absolutely bonkers. Like everyone was screaming just at the spit of the wave. And I had paddled a little too deep trying to get a little inside or 2 waves before that. And I had a duck dive through the face of that one. So I was just a little bit out of position. Then I got caught inside at the end on just trying to manufacture a score. Broke my leash trying to get on the ski. The ski driver did such a good job, man. They grabbed me and we just zoomed. Like he cut off a couple angles to get out here in time over where the reef's pretty shallow, and he could just see, I could tell he could see where the wave was lifting over the reef and going through really shallow parts. And I literally got to the lineup with like 3 seconds to spare maybe in the end. I sat up, put my leash on, and Ramana's yelling at me to paddle. So, yeah, a little bit of luck with my wave for sure. I do know there was quite a few insiders, but with how good my big one was, you didn't want insiders. So we both could have caught more waves on the inside and probably bettered our scores a little bit, the backups, but that's the way it goes.
That was a very impactful 4.73. I gotta know, do you still get those butterflies and nerves on a morning like today, first heat? You've said before you don't really love first heats of the day, but does that still come up in you when you're paddling out there or paddling over waves, wondering what's behind it?
This is a new Kelly. He loves morning heats now.
Quarterfinalist Kelly.
Yeah, quarterfinalist Kelly. Yeah, it feels good. I just feel like the more I advance an event, the more relaxed I get. I don't know if I had nerves this morning or just anxiety for like the energy. You know, sleeping last night was tough because we could hear the waves and all the forecasts were saying it was going to be bigger. So you get those butterflies and you just want to get going. You want to get in the water and get the first one under your belt. And just, you know, it's like that first bite of food when you're hungry. Just, okay, got something on the plate now. So it was an exciting start, but it is lully. So it'll be interesting to see how everyone chooses to start and to surf their heats today.
I'm not sure if the rest of the competition is watching this, and I know that you can learn from each and every heat you surf. You got Glenn Michael Hall out there, you got Raymana back here on the Outerknown boat.
What is Cote on the mic?
Yeah, I could definitely give you some tips out there for later. I'm going to keep those to myself, but what did you learn from that heat?
You definitely want to get a good start. You don't want to wipe out badly on your first wave and watch the guy get a wave behind you and start his score, and then get priority, and then get another good one because he had that priority. So there is a pace to heats, you know, and the metaphor I use sometimes is boxing. Like sometimes guys are super offensive, other guys are counter punchers, and some people just go for rounds, and some guys go for the knockout, and it depends on how you want to surf a heat and what the other guy's good at. If you can offset what he's good at and do that, a lot of times that kind of neutralizes his strengths. So there's the whole mindset that goes into each approach of the heat, but when the waves are good, a lot of that just goes out the window, and it's just every man for himself catching the best waves you can get.
Well, we like the sound of Kelly Slater, quarterfinalist, but Kelly Slater, event champion, could sound pretty cool. We'll see what happens.
Hey.
Good luck.
Great insight. Kelly avoiding the jinx at the end of the interview, of course. And yeah, we'll see him in quarterfinal number 1. And you know, Flick, the end of the road just giving us a breather right now after all of the action. We have 9 minutes off the clock, not a wave ridden between Kanoa and Ramsey.
Yeah, I think it's just, I mean, Kelly spoke to it with Chris, and it is quite slow this morning. We have seen big lulls, and I mean, right now it is going to be very interesting to see how the rest of this heat plays out and if someone pulls the trigger when this first set comes through.
Yeah. Schaller here from Surfline. Have you been checking, are you updating and seeing, are there buoys out here? Can we tell what, like, kind of live consistency at all as far as lulls in sets?
Live consistency, no, not really. You know, there's a couple of floating buoys just inside of a day south of here, and then we continually look at satellite altimeter data. So you have satellite passes that go over and measure the sea heights. So we see this overlapping kind of bit of swell. So we're going to see a little bit of a valley, and then we're going to ramp back up. And so there'll be a couple of lulls this morning. You know, these swells are coming from 4 to 5 days away. So there's a little bit of travel time. It's not like some of the events here in the past, like the 2014 event. The swell was literally kind of set up right on top of us here at the end of the road. So a little bit of travel time, so going to deal with a couple of lulls. But as we move through the day, we're going to see that new reinforcing pulse really start to creep up as we move through the morning, and then really come on, it looks like, between about 12 and 2 this afternoon.
Charlotte, let me pull up some of the data for you right now and a little animation of exactly what you were talking about from Surfline. I'm going to flick the switch. Here we go.
Beautiful aerial view there. And we pull up our purple blob chart there, and you see that storm down near New Zealand. About 4 days travel time to peak. So we had that first southwest swell that filled in and peaked yesterday afternoon. A reinforcing southwest to south-southwest swell from a storm that actually looked quite a bit stronger than the first one. That's going to peak later this afternoon. Really nice waves on tap as we move through the afternoon. Wind conditions very similar to yesterday. We're going to see moderate easterly trades, be a little bit weaker today on those trades than yesterday. And then wind should lighten up into sundown. So we have 8 to 12 occasional 15-foot faces this morning. We're going to bump up a little bit in that range, 10 to 12 occasional 15 for the afternoon. We'll have that offshore flow ramp up through the middle of the day, and then it's going to start to lay down through the middle to back half of the afternoon.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. And to show the potential right here, this wave came through while Slater and Ewing were racing out on the jet ski. That one just went empty, and that was probably a room for not 2, not 3, probably an entire family could fit in that green room.
Oh, you could drive a bus through that thing. It was so big, it was so round, it was such a big cave. I mean, absolutely incredible. I'm sure that will just be a beautiful empty shot of that wave later on today somewhere on socials. But, I mean, time's ticking down, and, I mean, only if, you know, a minute and a bit away from a potential possible restart.
Ooh, you said the word.
I know. Well, it's true.
I'm kidding. Yeah, at the 20-minute mark, we will have a potential restart. So we got 1 minute and 25 seconds if it goes waveless. Of course, that's going to be up to the head judge on the tower to deem whether there were rideable waves or not, and whether both Ramsey and Kanoa will get a fresh clock in their matchup. Also talking about, we saw that animation, Schaller, the swell that's hitting right here. We're starting a whole nother event, event number 7, Surf City El Salvador Pro, June 6th. And those swell trains heading towards El Salvador after they pass by Tahiti.
Yeah, Pacific's a big ocean, and these swells travel it. So it's about 6 days travel time from Tahiti to El Salvador for these swells, especially at around 17 seconds. So that peak energy later today, it's going to top out the day before the event window starts. So I believe on the 5th of June, and then we're going to see the bulk of the swell really arrive on day 1. So right now, looking like a pretty fun start for El Sal.
Can't wait for that, but we got today to finish off. Schaller, thank you so much for all the intel that you bring to us and the rest of the crew over at Surfline.
Thanks for having me.
Well, we're about 15 seconds away, and I think we will be experiencing a restart in this second heat of the day. Here's the countdown. And word from the tower is that they will be giving a restart. 2 horns ends the clock, and we're slowly on our countdown to a fresh clock flick. We're going to start with another 35 minutes on the clock for Kanoa Igarashi and Ramsey Boukhiam.
Yeah, this is good right now. I mean, you know what's funny too about these things? I mean, I haven't really seen if there's been a jostle for that inside position, but, you know, if you've made a mistake by, you know, sniffing around, having a little look at a wave, losing that inside position, I mean, it's a fresh slate right now, which is really cool. But, I mean, we just heard Schaller talk about it. This storm is like quite far away, right? So that means it's taking quite some time to get here. That's why we are having these long lulls. No doubt, though, I mean, he did mention too, I mean, we're going to see this kick up throughout the day. So I don't think we have anything to worry about.
No, just another great day setting up. Thank you for joining us again. Finals day for the men here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. 2 surfers on the move here. Open priority between these two. Surfer closest on the inside gets that priority. It's going to be Ramsey, pulls high, tight, travels through that first section, second section breaking in front of Ramsey, third section down the line, and he just got caught up in there. Handing over priority now to Kanoa Igarashi, eyeing up second wave of the set. Kanoa takes a look at this one, decides not to go. Ramsey on the paddle back out.
Yeah, Ramsey just a bit too deep on that one, and you could see that his positioning, he just moved that little bit further in than where Kanoa was, just so he could get that wave. But that one a little bit crumbly too, a little bit almondy shaped as well. So let's have a look here. He tucks in, draws that like higher line there. You can see him pumping through that foam ball. He does get out in front of it for a split second, but that wave just not really throwing, and, you know, that traditional, you know, Teahupo'o barrel that you see, you know. But I'm very certain that we're going to see waves. I mean, we just saw one when Kelly and Ethan were on that mission around out through the channel on their way back. I mean, that thing was absolutely incredible. So we're going to get more waves coming through.
Just a 1-point ride for Ramsey, and it's just really the story. You know, it could either be an 8 or a 1, and that's like most of today. We already saw 8.5 and a 9.73 on the scorecards starting off today. So really good signs. Good signs for Kanoa Igarashi right now, holding priority. Igarashi has got some experience out here. His best result, quarterfinals in 2022, and on his way to that quarterfinals here in Tahiti, he scored a 9.7. It was a pivotal moment for Kanoa as we talk about the race to the WSL Final 5 in the WSL Finals. That wave, that performance in 2022 earned Kanoa a spot in that Final 5. He made the WSL Finals, finishing 5th in the world in 2022. That was his best finish on the championship tour in 8 years. Incredible surfing by Kanoa. We can take a look at that 9.7 back from 2022 and Kanoa Igarashi flick.
Yeah, this is just beautiful surfing. I remember watching this from home. I mean, sort of similar size conditions, but a little bit more texture on the face. You can just see how well he is, how good he does at riding this tube. Just the technique there. I mean, really, really good stuff from Kanoa. I mean, really similar size actually to what we have today. But you know, I was super impressed that year watching him because I mean, we've obviously seen him in Waves of Consequence before, but I feel like he really stepped up that year. So impressive stuff.
8 years on the championship tour. That one victory over in Karamas. He's made a finals appearance, and just as importantly, probably more importantly, silver medal in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. We're going to see Kanoa Igarashi competing for a medal again this Summer Olympics, Paris 2024, right here at Teahupo'o. And so lots of things on the horizon. We'll actually see Ramsey Boukhiam as well, representing Morocco in the Olympic Games here in Tahiti. So both of these are qualified Olympians. And that is second wave for Ramsey, still scratching to find a quality score. He's just surfing under the priority of Kanoa, who's patiently waiting out there. Kanoa Igarashi with the number 50 on his jersey, representing 50 storms. The translation of Igarashi from Japanese to English means 50 storms, his family surname.
That's pretty cool. I think even just going back to that Olympic conversation before, this is so cool right now because this is the last chance that these guys, you know, and women yesterday are going to get before, like, competitive experience in the lineup here before the Olympics, right? So this is valuable experience and valuable time. So, I mean, obviously it's in your best favour to keep advancing through heats because you want to win here, but it's also valuable competitive time in the lineup with no one else out there because over the last few months, I mean, there has been surfers from all over the globe coming here, spending time. It's probably been a pretty crowded lineup. So just to get that valuable experience with no one else out here is just super important.
Let's hear from Kanoa Igarashi and the search for a world title for the surfing prodigy.
You know, I've been on tour since I was 17 years old. And, you know, I felt like I was always kind of doing better, taking baby steps, getting better and better and better. But to become world champion, you can't just be taking baby steps towards becoming the best in the world all of a sudden. So instead of taking those little baby steps, I felt like I just needed I needed a breakthrough year. And I feel like the only way a breakthrough year is going to happen is by taking risk and taking different kind of approaches. And that's kind of what I did last year. You know, whether it was trying different types of boards and, you know, trying new coaches. You know, a lot of things I wanted to try out. And I mean, a lot of things didn't work, but I think that was the kind of almost the affirmation that I needed, knowing that, hey, I was on the right track, you know, I had the right mindset. I just need to step it up, you know, a few percent. You know, these next maybe 3, 4, 5 years of my career are going to be those years where I really want to go for a title.
Yeah, 26 years old, so he's, you know, pretty much in prime time when you talk about a surf career, Flick.
Oh, for sure, but prime time, but I feel like there's still a lot more years to give and longevity. I mean, just look at the previous heat with Kelly. I mean, that's an anomaly.
Yeah, you can't use a 52-year-old as
he still was in his, like I mean, in waves like this, prime, 100%. Yeah. But, you know, he was still winning world titles not that long ago. So
yeah. He was 39 when he won his last world title.
Exactly, and I feel like that means that Kanoa, and it's just, you've got a lot more years on the board, and I feel like 26 is quite young still, you know, and of course, like, these guys have been on the tour and on the road for a long time and, you know, mature, but I feel like there's a lot more years and knowledge and experience to gain.
To your point, I talked to guys like Leo Fioravanti, Jack Robinson, as well as Kanoa, as if they're veterans, and then sometimes I have to get reminded, and some, you know, and Leo's reminded me, he's like, hey man, I'm just 25, I'm just 26, you know, so yeah, it seems like some of these characters, especially that 3-pack right there, have been around for so long in the surfing public eye because they were prodigies. They were picked up very, very young and had a lot of attention. Ramsey pulls into this one and still cannot escape that foam ball that has been dragging him down in the barrel for a 3rd time.
Wow, I honestly thought that was going to be a make, that one. It would look like it was going to be very open on the reef, very round. It was probably the more cleaner face wave that we've seen. So, yeah, interesting we haven't seen a make yet. Looks like Kanoa might be having a look at this one.
Patience has been on Kanoa's side. This one draws off the reef. Ooh. And he has to just absolutely abort the mission there, pencil diving, and both surfers will be out of the lineup, and it's going to be some busy work right now for the Tahitian Water Patrol. Kanoa, with that pencil dive, however, miraculously pulled that thing off, and Flick, he's right back out in the lineup.
Yeah, the pencil dive is a good option. I mean, we see so many surfers go to it in these sort of bigger waves, hollow waves. You just have the ability to penetrate the water a lot better than, you know, if you fell off awkwardly. Let's have a look at it here. Just jumps straight down like a little straight pencil. You just penetrate straight through the water, and he's obviously pushed back out the back of the wave face there. But that one was a beautifully shaped wave, actually. So kind of pretty interesting there. He was just that little bit too deep. He's obviously decided that himself. But, I mean, that one was nice and open and round.
Yeah. Do you have a pencil dive technique?
Oh, sometimes, yeah. I actually did one the other day. It was only 3 foot, but I was like, why not?
Yeah. Hey.
3 foot out here, there's still a lot of energy.
There's no reason to take an unnecessary beating, Flick,
no,
right? At any size. So, yeah, I agree with you. So Kanoa is right back out there, and didn't really cost him anything. You know, that failed attempt did not cost him priority. So that's good news and smart play by Kanoa Igarashi to maintain that priority, get out of a bad situation early, get back into the lineup, and still give him a chance. And he's been very, very patient. I feel like the patience is going to pay off for him, because he's identified probably with that restart that it is lully, and there may not be that many chances in the heat. So if you're the guy with, you know, the only good wave, you're going to be the winner.
Yeah, it's true. I think as today unfolds more and more, we're going to get a good understanding of this ebb and flow. And I mean, we speak about it all the time, but the ocean definitely has rhythms, and the longer you watch it, the more you'll pick up on that. And throughout today, I mean, yesterday started to notice it too, but I mean, we're going to start noticing it this morning. I mean, as these heats progress throughout the day, you know, maybe it is going to be one heat on, one heat off, and generally that sort of is the case. It has those rhythms, it has those pulses where, you know, 20 minutes, it might be really frequent, there might be sets coming through, and then we're going to have those long lulls. So these guys are going to be watching all of that. We're obviously going to be in the booth picking up on that too, and you know, these are the things you've got to pay attention to, you know, before your heat, and noticing that, okay, there's been a long lull in the heat previous. I mean, now I'm paddling out. It's highly likely that we're going to have a pulse at the start of a heat. It's a good idea that I maintain an inside position, or just to make sure that I am on that inside position for the first exchange.
Yeah. Well, we're looking forward to the 2024 Paris Olympics. I mentioned that both Kanoa and Ramsey will be representing Japan and Morocco. Here's the other representatives out there for our men's field. We're going to see 3 Brazilians chasing for a gold medal. That's going to be a dangerous one with Gabe Medina with a chance there. Kanoa, as well as Conor O'Leary representing Japan. Lone representative for Morocco is Ramsey, as well as lone representative for Italy will be Leonardo Fioravanti. 2 South Africans there. And look at the American team. Griffin Colapinto, John Florence.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the list of surfers here is absolutely insane. I just can't go past Gabriel Medina and John. They're just so incredible out here. I mean, we've spoken about Gabriel Medina so much, but even in the morning show, I mean, out of the last 7 starts, he's made 6 finals. Those stats are insane. And just his ability to figure out this wave, you've got to be thinking that, I mean, he's going to perform well out here if the conditions provide. I mean, Jack Robinson, another one that comes to mind, he won out here last year. Yeah, there's some great surfers on there.
So Felipe Toledo, as well as Joao Chianca, were the Brazilians that qualified through the World Surf League. The efforts of the Brazilian team in ISA competition earned an extra spot in the Olympics for the Brazilians, and they gave that spot to Gabriel Medina, just to kind of frame that out and how we got Gabe Medina, the machine, here for the Olympics. Let's go out to the water for a SHISEIDO water report.
Thank you. Yeah, you know what? I just wanted to comment on a couple of the waves that just came through. There was a couple of really good-looking waves. And Kanoa must be looking for a certain type because he didn't even look at him. And Snake, his coach, is sitting there in the water and he got his hands out like this. He's like, that was like on a plate. Like, you didn't want that? Like, you know, it was an interesting interaction between the two. So, you know, Kanoa obviously has his idea of what he wants, and Snake just wants him to go. He's ready. Let's just do this. So, pretty fun to watch the interaction there from the channel with Snake and Kanoa. We'll see. He's got priority. We'll see what he does with it.
Yeah, so Jake Patterson in the corner of Kanoa Igarashi. There he is. Right in the channel with a watchful eye, and the support squad's got the spare board for Kanoa, and I'm sure he's barking some instructions at him as well.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, you know, a few of these coaches really don't have a poker face, and I love it when we catch those reactions too. I mean, it's pretty funny. But yeah, Kanoa worked with Jake quite a few years ago, and then, you know, they had a little bit of an off period, and it's cool to see them back working together here. And yeah, I mean, it's cool to see Jake back on the road. I mean, all the coaches, I mean, they all have such funny antics and, you know, that dynamic between them. And especially when, you know, I mean, a lot of these guys used to be on tour together. So seeing them in the lineup in the channel and, you know, talking and, you know, sort of giving it to each other in the channel is pretty funny.
Oh, Jake left his coaching for a little bit, took an office job, and then realized, hey, that's not me. So we're welcoming Snake back, and he's back full-time on the championship tour. And what a character. What an incredible surfer. I mean, geez. He's had wins over in Sunset, has had wins at Pipeline, he's had wins J-Bit. I mean, a wealth of knowledge when you talk about Jake Patterson.
Incredible wealth of knowledge. And you think about all the events you kind of want to win. I mean, Pipe, J-Bay, Sunset. I mean, they're amazing events. And in my opinion, like I got to work with Jake quite a few years ago when I was on the qualifying series, and I was just blown away with how strategic his mind is. And I mean, I thought talk about the qualifying series or the Challenger series, but a lot of the time he's surfing in these 4-person heats, and just the strategy when it comes to 4-person priority was pretty incredible. So I know he's got a great game head on and great strategic mind. So I mean, it's just interesting. Obviously, he's thinking that right now Kanoa's blowing it by not going those couple of smaller insiders. So I'm going to be interested to see when Kanoa does pull the trigger, what that wave is looking like that he wants.
Yeah. Well, let's take a Bonsoy brew break. Get fired up. Get frothed up. We'll be back with more action from the end of the road after this break. Let's open up the WSL vault going back to 2001, an all-Florida final between CJ Hobgood and Corey Lopez. Early advantage to Hobgood at the beginning of the heat with an 8.4. Corey Lopez battles back. CJ, high, tight, through the foam ball. A back and forward event here at the end of the road between these two. Controlling the end of this final was Corey Lopez. And Corey taking advantage, winning each of the exchange in the back half of the final. And CJ, throughout this event, on to a runner finish, but more importantly for CJ Hobgood, a world title, but not for this event. Corey Lopez ices CJ out right at the end, gets an 8.25, uses priority, secures a win, and for Corey Lopez, it was his first CT win of his career. Valiant effort at the end, but that was not enough for CJ Hobgood. Look at the youngsters. Arsene Hariho up on the stage presenting the trophies that year, 2001. We're back to live with Ramsey. Ramsey pulling into this one and comes out nicely. So the first meaningful completion, and we're looking forward to the first meaningful score in this matchup between Ramsey Boukhiam and Kanoa Igarashi. Flick.
Yeah, we're getting a heat under the way now, which is really good. And this is going to set sort of that tone of the heat. It's going to set the pace of the heat. I mean, it's been incredibly slow up until now. We've obviously had that restart, but we're going to get a good indication of, you know, just where this score is going to go. So up underneath the lip there, quite a long travel time in that barrel. He had to pump a few times. Let's have a look. 1, 2, and then double arm drag there at the end just to prolong that time in the barrel. So highly technical barrel and really long tube time as well. So yeah, let's see where this score goes, and it's going to set the tone for the heat. So I mean, right now, we're basically 14.5 minutes on the clock, and Kanoa needs to put something on the board to kind of keep it pace with Ramsey.
Yeah, so Ramsey, the score that he puts on the board for that last wave comes in at a 6.5. So now Kanoa, with time winding down, if he wants to do it in one wave, needs a 7.6. Obviously, Kanoa has ample time to catch 2 waves to change the situation. There's the entire score with all of the judges' numbers dropping there.
Yeah, and good mid-range score for this heat, because, I mean, you got to be thinking that both surfers are, I mean, Kanoa kind of needs 2 score. He can do it in 1, obviously, but you got to be thinking if 1 more set's coming through, Ramsey's also going to get an opportunity. So Kanoa needs 2 waves, Ramsey needs to back up, they 6-5. And as slow as it was at the beginning of this heat, it kind of just makes it more exciting at the end, because it's going to come down to the wire. You know, we're going to hopefully see this set come through at the end. Both guys are going to be scrambling, and they're both going to be needing scores. So, I mean, it's not fun for them, but it's fun for us to call. As a competitor, that's not how you want a heat to go. I mean, as a competitor, you want to start off with a 9 and back it up with an 8. And, you know, it's all wrapped up in a tight little neat bow. But this, I mean, is exciting. And I think that's why you kind of love the sport of surfing, and sometimes you hate it because of the nature that we're playing with Mother Nature and the unpredictability of it. And that's what makes surfing so exciting, is that sometimes we're right here we're thinking, are they going to get this another opportunity? Is a wave going to come through? And sometimes you love it for it, and sometimes you hate it.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting when people are riding waves. Right now, flying over a couple people sitting, maybe not that exciting. 12 minutes. Conditions are nice, though. We can check out the conditions, Flick, but yeah. Just waiting for the next exchange, and we'll see if Kanoa kind of actually changes his position and moves a little bit further in. As you know, now this shot, it kind of shows us some of the maybe the inside waves that may provide a small barrel and at least get you on the board. It's going to be more, it's actually more of Ramsey's decision right now to see under priority of Kanoa Igarashi if he wants to move a little bit further in and just get rid of that 1.3 that he has in his scoreline.
Yeah, well, we heard Kelly talk about it with Chris in his post-heat interview that himself and Ethan missed a lot of those inside waves. There were heaps coming through. They just decided that they had that. I mean, they both had great scores and they got those from that outside ledge. So, you know, you get stuck in that mentality of, okay, I want another one of those. And Kelly kind of said, you know, if you get a 9.7, you've got to be backing it up with something substantial. I mean, a 4.7 really just isn't it. And he admitted that himself. So, I mean, it can be really easy to get stuck in that mentality. But, yeah, I mean, obviously Kanoa wants one of those waves. It's pretty clear to me right now.
Let's go to the water for Shiseido water report. Strider, are there inside waves? Are there anything that's going underneath these surfers?
Yeah, I think 100%. You know, like you guys said, Kelly was talking about it, and you know, just watching from on the inside here, we're super far inside, and we can see these runners coming through. You know, you've got those 10 to 12 to 15 foot face, maybe even bigger waves coming on the outside ledge, and then on the inside there's like these 8 to 10 foot faces that are just going so square right deep on the reef and running across. And I think the separation between where those waves are and where, let's say, Ramsey's sitting right now isn't that far. It's probably, you know, a quick 10-second paddle over to where you can get those. So to get those backup scores, they're out there, they're in there. They've just got to commit to getting back in there, and it is a risk. I mean, you get over there and you could turn around and have, you know, a 20-foot face set on your head and really get throttled. So there's got to be that in the back of the mind as well.
Strider, we know you're a tube hound. How's it like just watching those, and you're just so close to those inside runners? I'm sure you'd want to be on them.
I mean, I'm literally salivating. I got like slobber coming out of my mouth a lot of the time watching these waves. I mean, I'm just watching one right there. I mean, it's ridiculous. But I'll tell you what, there's no whining on the yacht, and this is the best office in the world, so I love it.
What about the next heat coming up? Jordy Smith versus Iago Dora. Your thoughts on that?
Oh, that's going to be a good one. The Brew's going strong because he's a big fella. He's got a nice wingspan, but I'm going Mayhem all the way. Let's go Lost. Iago!
Well, that's right, because starting at the quarterfinals, that's when the CT Shaper rankings kick in and factories start earning points for that CT Shaper rankings. You don't get any points in the round of 16. We start tabulating those numbers in the quarterfinals. So if Mayhem wants some points, that means that man right there, Iago Dora, needs to make it out of this heat and into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, well, Lost is already well and truly out in the lead. I think they're already clocked on to over 100,000 points already, so they've got a lot of room between themselves and that Shaper who's in second position. But I mean, Iago really impressed me yesterday. I mean, he had a hard draw against Jack Robinson, and I mean, the surfing both of those guys were doing was just so technical. It was really cool to watch and break it down here in the booth, because obviously Jack on his backhand, Iago on his forehand, and it was a rematch of last year. Jack actually got the jump. As we'll get back to that, Ramsey
in the barrel, and he's going to back up that 6.5 handedly. So under priority, Ramsey Boukhiam getting busy, and some smart surfing there for the Moroccan. There's the Moroccan boat, the Moroccan flag, and the Moroccan is going to use that long arm span to sprint paddle back out and take full control of this heat at the 8-minute mark. Here's the answer back by Kanoa. Has to skip that section, and that is going to be horrible for Kanoa Igarashi because it's going to cost him a lot of time off the clock.
Yeah, this just worked out perfectly for Ramsey right now.
Look at Jake.
Wow. Jake is absolutely spewing right now.
He's in disbelief.
Wow. A few words exchanged there too, but
So we lost the grabber from the back of the Tahitian Water Patrol, and now they're going to have to take a second swing at it, or Kanoa may just choose to kind of go over that little shelf straight into the channel. Looks like he's right on the edge of the reef.
Yeah, you can kind of tell just with how bubbly that water is right there. Looks like second ski coming in.
Yeah, Poto without the grabber trying to take a pass by there. So When you don't have a grabber on the jet ski, generally the mission you want to do is put your left hand up so that the ski driver can grab you using his left hand. Of course, you don't want to go right hand because that's the throttle on a ski. Here's a replay of Ramsey, and we're waiting for the score.
Yeah, this was a great wave for Ramsey. Great backup to his 5.6. I think it's going to be slightly less. Obviously, tighter, higher barrel. Thing opens up a lot more here. But yeah, this was a great second wave for Ramsey. And out the back, I mean, Kanoa just, I mean, he did blow this. That wave selection from him just probably wasn't the best. You can see Jake absolutely spewing here, sort of spitting chips. I mean, in disbelief that this is how this heat's going down. I mean, things are really not panning out for Kanoa. Definitely the way they didn't want it. This is not how they planned it. Yeah,
this was not in the playbook. 5-point ride for Ramsey. And Kanoa now making his way back out into the lineup. So Kanoa in a soft combination of 11.5 two-wave total. The troubling thing for Kanoa is that we're down to just 6 minutes.
That, and also that now that Ramsey has priority. So now Ramsey has an opportunity to improve on this 5. So the next set that comes, he's taking, you know, he's going to have choice, first or second wave. Got to be thinking Kanoa's at least going to get one of those. You know, it's not over yet because, I mean, it's exactly what you said, Kaipo. It's a soft combination. It's still doable. I'd like to be really close to Jake right now just to listen to what he's actually saying to Kanoa.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do are you reprimanding him, or are you just I would imagine he's going to, even though he looked upset, you would have to just encourage him and say, hey, look, you still got this. Get one right now.
Yeah, you've got to. But I think, you know, Jake's someone who doesn't shy away from a hard truth. No. So I think encouragement, but also a little bit of truth there as well. He's the kind of person that, yeah, isn't afraid to dish him out.
Australians in general are pretty honest about their opinions. I'm going to give it up to you guys.
I'm a fan of a hard truth or a brutal honesty.
I'm almost part Australian because I tell the truth so hard sometimes.
Character building.
Exactly. Well, 5 minutes remaining, and the character in the lead right now is Ramsey with total heat control. He's got the lead, he's got Kanoa in a soft combination, and he has priority. And so it would actually have to be a big error on Ramsey's part if he's not able to make it out of the heat at this point.
Yeah, you'd think so, for sure. I mean, right now, it's almost coming down to them. I mean, if Kanoa needs 2 waves, and the clock is definitely his enemy, if he doesn't get one now, probably within the next sort of minute and a half to 2 minutes, it's almost looking impossible, right? Because you've got to factor in the paddle back out. If he got washed over the reef, you know, you've got to factor in all these things. So, I mean, a wave has to come through in the next couple of minutes. Otherwise, it's game over for Kanoa.
We'll see how he plays this final 2 minutes. It looks like he's on the inside of Ramsey at this point. So he paddled past Ramsey further up on the reef to give himself a chance. 4 minutes, and it's coming to about a minute away where it has to be go time for Kanoa Igarashi. And those insiders, I mean, those are too far. I feel those are too far that we're watching on the foreground. Too far inside, too far on the reef.
For sure. That one had a lot of whitewash through the face of that wave. Kind of clamped too. It was a little bit sectiony. I mean, that's definitely too small. I just feel that Kanoa's made a few mistakes already in the earlier part of this heat. I mean, we saw Jake's, you know, facial expressions, his hand gestures. Here we go, Kanoa having a look.
Here's the comeback. He's kind of just scooting on down the line, maybe a reposition there. Or maybe that was a tactic to kind of try to fish Ramsey into that wave and for Ramsey to use his priority. Ramsey's going to use his priority on this one. Much better wave, falls into the barrel and stands tall on the way out. So Ramsey's going to improve upon his scoreline at the 3-minute mark.
That was insane. That takeoff and the way how he just slipped straight, like knifed it and straight up under the lip. So technical, so hard to do, really critical. He's going to improve on his situation and make this a lot harder for Kanoa.
Mid-paddle for Ramsey was able to actually shake the hand of someone in the gallery. Let's take a look at it from the channel angle.
Yeah, that was epic. And double arm drag as well, really trying to maximize that time in the barrel, because on your forehand here, you really get slingshot out of this barrel really fast, right? I mean, the advantage of being on your backhand is you have the whole side of your body to kind of, you know, lodge into the face of the wave. On your forehand here, as soon as you know, clear that foam ball, you're getting shot out to the channel. So he uses both arms here to really maximize that tube time. And I mean, the takeoff here, this was super critical. And probably, you know, obviously best wave ridden in this heat so far.
Yeah, you are correct. As he comes out of this replay, and we announce the score of a 7.17, and now that soft combination has turned into a rock hard one for Kanoa Igarashi. Igarashi with priority, and you can see the frustration by Kanoa Igarashi as he hears that number.
Well, Kanoa's going to know that it was his own mistakes, I think, that have found himself in this position. And I mean, he's been around for a long time. He's competed in a lot of different heats, and I mean, he's known this probably for about the last 15 minutes, and he's probably been, you know, going over these mistakes in his head, and you know, it's. I mean, and so, on the other hand, it's smart surfing by Ramsey. I mean, he kind of registered that, okay, this is a super slow heat. Let's just get a couple of smaller waves. 6-5, backed it up with the 5, and then when that moment actually came, he capitalized on it, which was really cool, and made that combination just that bit higher. 7-1-7. You know, is impossible right now for Kanoa.
This one's for fun for Ramsey, and he's going to gut through this one. No exit, doesn't matter. He's going to be meeting Kelly Slater in quarterfinal number 1, Ramsey Boukhiam.
Wow, I mean, what a matchup, because those two, I mean, it's going to be really exciting to watch. You know, they obviously had that opening round heat together. Ramsey did get that excellent score, couldn't back it up. Kelly got the win, so now they get that chance at a rematch. So that's going to be a really exciting quarterfinal.
Well, quarterfinal number 1 all set up. This is just a formality of the clock running down at this point. Beginning of this heat, I was actually really impressed with Kanoa Igarashi's patience out there, but the patience in just 2 kind of bad decisions actually cost Kanoa this heat.
5, 4, 3.
Yeah, Kanoa's going to know this. I mean, we saw the frustration from him, and got to be thinking that the surfers in the next heat, Jordy and Yago, are probably taking notes here, and okay, it is really slow out there, and let's probably not let so many of those inside waves go through.
Yeah, speaking of that, we're going to go to a break right now, and like you said, we got another outstanding heat, one of the heats of the round. Jordy Smith coming up against Yago Dora when we return.
Congratulations to Ramsey Boukhiam. Advancing to the next round. Voilà, dans la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations au Marocain Ramsey Boukhiam qui se qualifie pour le tour suivant. Et la série qui vient de démarrer oppose le Sud-Africain Jean-Louis Smith en rouge au Brésilien
Hi, everybody. You are watching the round of 16. Jordy Smith taking on Iago Dora. And what a morning it's been already. Kelly doing goat things to kick off the day. We're still scratching our head on what went down in that first heat today. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, a CT standout for many years and a Triple Crown champ. Jesse, we've seen a lot of magic from Kelly for a few decades. And that was another one of those clutch performances that you wonder how he does it every time.
I mean, it's incredible to paddle back out with 20 seconds left, and somehow Snake obviously wasn't an amazing wave, but it was enough, and he had an incredible heat with that 9.7. And when you think he's done, he just comes back, and it looks like an amazing day for him to go all the way through.
Ramsey just took out Kano Igarashi, so the Moroccan will get another opportunity to battle with Kelly. They had an opening round heat together to kick off the event. Ramsey lost with the highest single score, and Kelly got through for the win to surf in this round of 16 this morning. Now we've got Jordy Smith versus Iago Dora. A classic when you've got a veteran like Jordy Smith. When you look at the full timers on tour in the top 22 now, he's got the most experience surfing in his 153rd event here in Tahiti. Those are obviously events all around the world, but 2008 Rookie of the Year, we've seen a lot of the big men.
Man, he's incredible. Obviously, one of the best surfers to ever stand up and put on a jersey. And from South Africa also as well. We had a few other names as well that we could mention, but he's a standout for sure. And the way he has proven himself in waves of consequences like this in the past 5 years since he moved to Hawaii, you can notice a lot of difference, so he feels very comfortable here.
It's a good point for him in his journey here at Teahupo'o and also Pipeline. His history in Tahiti, it was tough to start. It took him 8 events before he cracked the quarterfinals, but he was so dedicated. Now he's had 2 semifinal appearances here in Tahiti as we see Iago Dora start in super deep, a wide open pit for the Brazilian. Throwing shakas to the channel. What a way to start your morning.
That's not, I mean, it doesn't get cleaner than that. Look at the conditions. That was a beautiful wave, and the positioning on this wave, Joe, is what just put him in that situation of being behind that west bow, driving through with those big pumps and coming out with lots of style, which usually Iago is the king of that. So as you see it right here, wave starts smaller and just grows into the channel, gets wide, super thick, coming out just perfectly. Yeah, I mean, that was flawless from Iago. A little bit of a chandelier from Jordy's paddle right there, but he just didn't bother him, went through it. That big pump before the foam bowl. As you're gonna see it right here, that second pump is what gave him all the drive and speed to go through all that foam and energy. And he's going to start very well. Mostly with what we've been seeing in the last few heats has been a little bit on the slow side. So that's a great start for Iago.
Starting off with the lead, still having the momentum of getting past the defending event champion in yesterday's elimination round. His good friend Jack Robinson out because of Iago's performance in a tube shootout. Jesse, you've been breaking down a lot the difference between kind of a goofy foot wave, a regular footer's wave out here in Tahiti. There's a lot of different types of waves that come into a lineup, even when you have a solid swell from the southwest. What are the goofy foots looking for, and was that an example of that on the wave that Iago just had?
I mean, there's a few options, obviously, that you're looking. I guess we'll get back to that after Iago's.
Iago already looking for a second score. Ultra deep, playing with the foam ball, and the Brazilian can't hang on. But I'm loving where he's positioning himself, because it seems like right when he goes for that first drive, there's a bonus section that puts him super deep, like we saw in his opener. Broken leash looks like for Dora, and he will take that one on the head, even though it's the end section. You don't have a lot of room to move. You've kind of got to pretend you're a starfish, stay nice and flat. You can barely even touch the reef, and you're going to be licking your wounds for the rest of the trip. There's the water patrol pulling him back to the channel. Quick talk there, and a smile from Iago because he just heard the score. An 8-point ride. Excellence to kick things off.
Yeah, that was well deserved from him. If we look back in the previous heat and what we have as far as waves and opportunities, that was definitely an excellent wave for Iago. And right here, he was just going to apply so much pressure on Jordy if he was able to go through a little bit of a smaller wave, but he was going to be a good backup, just very tight and high. So that fumble kind of got him early and didn't let him engage again and get that drive to come out. And you see his board right there just floating in the channel. But back to, I guess we'll get back to that after.
Yeah, the board's floating there. Strider, do you see what happened there?
I did, but let's talk about Jordy real quick. He's in the barrel, nice drive, nice pump, holding that rail for stability and coming out clean. Great work right there from Jordy to get his first wave on the board. But yeah, Iago coming back out with the water patrol, said, can I get that board back quick? His leash actually got blown off his ankle underwater. That's how powerful and radical it is underwater. Literally, just, you know, it's pretty wild that you can literally lose everything underwater here. Your shorts, your leash, your board, some skin, your jersey. This place is pretty ferocious.
Certainly is. Thank you, Waz, as we see the replay now of Jordy Smith.
Yeah, nice answer there for Jordy, but the whole time you could see he was coming out of the barrel, so it kind of lacks a little bit of that expectation of what's going to happen. So that's going to keep the score on the low side, but still solid. Look good on his on top of his board. See right there, just very stable and solid stance, driving through, pumping through that barrel, but a little bit on the shorter side and not as deep. So it's going to keep the score below what Iago had.
So Jordy Smith kicking out of a 6.0 as Iago leads with an 8 and a 1.13. Wow, we've got a great matchup coming up in the quarters. Kelly Slater has Ramsey. Boukhiam's on the boat with Chris Cote.
Thanks, Joe. Ramsey, all it takes sometimes is a whole lot of guts, some glory, and a little bit of patience. You went through all of that in that heat. Let's talk about the guts. You came in complaining that your last wipeout just completely twisted you up.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was going to go with the 6-4, the same board I used yesterday, until I saw the set at the end of the first heat, the huge set. So I switched real quick with Tika. I took the 6.5.5. And I think it was a good choice for paddling, but in the barrel, I felt like I had a little bit too much of a board. So I was going a little bit too fast. So maybe I might switch again to my 6.4. And yeah, it was slow at the start. We had a restart. And then it was slow again. And I was like, oh, I want to get going, because I fell on my two first ones a little too deep. So I just wanted to secure one. I got a 6.5, and then Kanoa committed on one. So I had prio for, I guess, pretty much the only really nice wave that came in the heat. And yeah, try to secure as well, late drop, and that was it.
It was a 7-something. It felt like a 12. A beautiful barrel. Your toes were hanging in there on the wax. What's it like to get spit out of that thing into the channel on a glorious morning like this?
It's crazy, but like you said, honestly, the waves, when you do them, you're like, oh my God, it has to be a 9 or something. But then, I guess from the shore, I don't know, because the drop is so hollow, like, you know, it spits, you're really holding on at the bottom. It's like, it's so intense that you get so excited. You can see me, I'm so excited after every wave. And yeah, next time against Kelly, the GOAT, again, that's amazing. That's the dream, and let's hope for some pulsing wave and we go deep and we go hard, both of us.
Yeah, you know, you've probably faced a few wild cards in your time, but this up-and-comer, Kelly Slater, will be facing in the quarters. Do you have some history with Kelly?
I know, he beat me in the first round here. So yeah, no, I'm really happy to surf another heat with him, and let's hope for a crazy battle, and may the best one win.
Good luck, Ramsey.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chris. That was awesome. Love chatting with Ramsey. What an incredible human. A fiery competitor as well. Looking forward to an opportunity to surf with the best of all time in the quarterfinals. Ramsey moving up quickly on the live rankings as he'll be featured in his second quarterfinal of the season. And, you know, not officially his rookie year, but it feels like it because he was injured in his rookie debut. So he's going to these events for the first time and providing some big moments. He's just moved up into the top 10 with room to move since he's still running into the quarterfinals. You can see where Jordy Smith is, who's in the water with Iago at the moment in a final 5 position with also some room to move. Ethan Ewing out, losing to Kelly. Kelly pulling off a miracle once again. Jack Robinson went down to Iago. So Dora's in the water now with Jordy. Mihimana, upset world number 1 now for back-to-back seasons. Here at the end of the road for Florence, he surfs against Mihimana in this round. If he wins and makes the quarters, he takes yellow into El Salvador.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those days that things tend to go to a few surfers that are very comfortable, and John being one of them, obviously. I mean, it's anyone's game, obviously, but the experience and that amount of time he spent on the water here and on a jersey gives him a good edge on a day like today. Same as you're going to talk about Kelly, you're going to talk about Gabriel Medina. So those names are big names to go all the way through.
Jesse, any theories on the slow start for Iago? Just, do you think he was just not making heats? Is it as simple as that throughout the first half of the year, or are we kind of still trying to get a sense of why he had such a slow start following the best year he's had on tour last season?
No, I don't think there's a theory behind. I think it's just sometimes you just get the short end of the stick. You know, you have some wave-starved heats, or you have some very close matches that doesn't go your way. And in this case, I mean, it's been 5 events already, so he had probably all of it. And it just takes one heat, sometimes one wave to turn the page. And he already had an amazing heat against Jack, which is probably one of the toughest guys to beat out here at Chopu. So he might get the ball rolling here, and this could be the turning point for the year for him.
It's an interesting thing as a competitor like yourself, isn't it, Jesse, where you feel great, your warm-ups are incredible, your boards feel great, and sometimes you just can't buy a win. And to break through like a slump like that can really catapult you into a lot of success, and which drives you to dive into mental coaches and have everything controlled that you can to try to create a positive outcome. Because sometimes it's not just good surfing that takes wins. You've got to have a rhythm with the ocean, and all the stars have to align sometimes.
Yes, 100%, Joe. And that's just how surfing is, and it's different in other sports. And from what obviously I've been taking a close look, and I have been for the past 10 years on professional surfing, and this year specifically, I've seen Iago surfing as good as he's ever been. I'm friends with him, so I know him on a daily basis. He doesn't seem stressed, doesn't seem like things are not going his way, and he's overthinking about it. It's just matter of fact of sometimes luck or being on the right side of the board right there. And surprisingly, I think his best result matches, it was at Sunset, which was a 9th place finish. And for me, this could be one of the events that is most challenged for him, and he ended up matching with other 9th places at Sunset. So it's just show, like, I mean, he's capable in every condition, and it's just a matter of time and when it's going to start happening this year. And I mean, starting with an 8-point ride, it's a good start.
Yeah, pretty exciting times for Iago. Building momentum, has a chance to be in his first quarterfinal of the year, but also getting past the cut. He'll be able to defend his event title when he goes home to Brazil, living in Florianopolis, but the event up in Saquarema, where he's turned in so much success, even as a wild card, is one of those stories where we were talking about with Michelle Perez the other day, how sometimes the pressure to represent your hometown or your local break can be hard, where he said that was really tough for him. For Iago, he is lifted by the energy supporting him, and his only 10-point ride also came in the jersey, doing a big punt at Saquarema. A special day in front of his friends and family. The streets of Saquarema were partying for a few weeks after that, representing Brazil, but also a special first victory for such a talented surfer.
Yeah, it was incredible, and mostly in front of the crowd and everyone cheering him up. And the situation was impressive too. It was very warm heat, mostly for a final, and then all of a sudden this closeout comes towards him. It's offshore winds, which are not ideal for airs, and he does some of the biggest airs we ever seen in competition in Brazil. Obviously, we had a few that we can name that were massive, but that was one of them, and the circumstances were definitely against him.
We've got time. Let's watch it.
Look,
yeah, he
that's
won
what I'm
10
saying.
for a 10.
Like, not even time for anything. Like, he literally took off on a wave. The closeout came. It was blowing offshore. And let's mention, you're talking about Saquarema. Do you see how much backwash went through? Just that little period that makes everything so much more complicated. And then another backwash right there. So yeah, that was impressive, and it was a big day for him.
And look at all those people screaming Iago Dora's name. I mean, as an athlete, what a feeling. A lot of sports, they feel that every time they compete in a stadium, but look how beautiful surfing is. You're out in the middle of the ocean sometimes. The channel's going to let you hear it. But this is that remote location where you can really have some downtime, focus on your own thoughts, do your own thing, and then they look forward to the balance of the tour and the high energy events like Saquarema that lifts a lot of great Brazilian performances, you know, from the King of Rio like Felipe Toledo to the brilliance of Samuel Pupo making a final there. The feeling is absolutely electric. Jordy's won in Brazil. He's had 6 CT victories over his career. 2008 Rookie of the Year. Jordy winning J-Bay back-to-back. Also has won lowers 2 times. Bells, and also that final he had in Barra da Tijuca. That was a win over Adriano de Souza. Long time ago now.
A long time, and that was an air fest as well. It was such a show. It was like kind of a smaller day, but just very perfect and A-framey. And all of the surfers on that finals day, they're dominating. They're putting on a great show for everyone to watch.
And he was having a blast. He released a lot of new claims that we'd never seen before. And he was just happy Jordy doing massive punts and enjoying it. He's long overdue for a big CT victory. He's put in a lot of hard work here in Tahiti. Let's see if he can go all the way today. At the moment, just looking for a 3.14 to catch up to this man. Dora still leading with his 8-point ride.
Welcome back to the Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, and this is your official Oakberry surf conditions report. Well, first word that comes to mind is stunning. 8 to 12 foot light winds, and the tide is still dropping. So we're expecting big things in the way of big barrels. It's all happening right there behind us. And I think things are going to start heating up any second now. Let's go.
Let's go, Chris. You look great on the boat. Did you know Chris has a yacht rock tattoo?
No, I did not.
Yeah, loves it. Loves good music. He's a great DJ, great performer. And he's been performing well on the channel throughout this entire event. Great to be in Cote's company as we break down the scores that we've seen so far in the seed, the 8 versus the 6. Jesse, what'd you see?
I mean, it's pretty straightforward right there, like similar size in both waves, but the difference is just the depth that Iago was able to get in that wave. As you see it right here, he's going to do that big pump, and he's probably about 10 foot behind the lip line. And Jordy, you can see him the whole time throughout the wave. So that's the difference between an excellent wave and a 6-point ride.
Love the breakdown. Great read, great scoring from the panel right into Iago Dora. Look at all that speed. He's got so much room to enjoy the view from inside the pit, looking out into paradise. Dora getting rid of a 1.13 in a stellar way. Jordy's going to need a whole lot more than that 3.14. Cool to see Dora's depth on tour, really showing no weaknesses. Always knew he was one of the best in the air, stylistically as well, and an incredible barrel rider.
Definitely. Look at the style, just double arm grab right there, and a little bit shorter wave than his previous one, but definitely a lot of intensity and a beautiful ride from him. I would say this is probably going to fall close to Jordy's wave 6-point ride, but great way to back himself up and apply more pressure into Jordy in this situation of the heat right now.
Yago Dora, entry in looks so easy, but he's already so deep on the takeoff.
Yeah, and that's the advantage sometimes you have on being a goofy footer. So you have that first bump down the line that you're going to generate more speed, and it's going to be quicker. You're going to be a little bit more like a cap reflexes compared to a regular footer, which you're usually more compressed, holding your rail. You can't get that leverage to get that first bump. So yeah, using the advantage, identifying that, sitting a little deeper and making the most of it for Yago so far in this heat.
You think body surfing would actually help you become a better tube rider?
I mean, that would be interesting, but yeah, that's as far as how hard it gets for you to ride a barrel would be just body surfing then.
Gosh, and mind surfing is always healthy too. Can you over surf in your mind? Sometimes
always.
You could, especially on days like today, you could over amp if you're out in the channel a little bit too early before your heat.
100%, and you make every wave when you're in the channel right there.
So Yago backs up the 8 with a 6.5. Jordy now needs an 8.5 if he wants a shot in the quarterfinals. Jordy Smith now the last one standing from South Africa after losing Matthew McGillivray yesterday in the loss to Baron Mamiya. Watching this. Last second decision for Jordy to change his mind there.
I mean, no time whatsoever. The positioning that he was in, he was definitely going to go over the falls. Unfortunately for him, I think they were sitting a little bit under because there's been kind of a big low. So when that wave came a little taller, more out the back, they had to pedal up towards the wave. And yeah, I mean, it's a missed opportunity right there. Probably the best wave of the heat so far going unridden, unfortunately for Jordy. But sometimes that happens, you know, mostly when you have big lows.
It's interesting how maybe 1 foot could make such a big difference in positioning at a wave like this, you know, especially in slabs or like the box in West Oz, where other venues, they could be a bit more forgiving if you're just a little bit off the mark to get into a wave. Here, it's like, hey, am I going to be dealing with a major wipeout and a broken board for taking off late? And you've got to really manage your energy on a day, a finals day that's starting in the round of 16. Think about managing fatigue. Wave selection becomes such a big deal. You think about what Kelly went through this morning in the round of 16 against Ethan Ewing. Think if he has to repeat that in the quarters, the semifinals, and then would you have enough left to win the event?
100%, and that's a great talk. I heard actually Yago and Gabe going through what they're going to do this morning if they're going to get the boat and ride a few waves. And Gabriel, I think, decided not to ride any waves because he wanted to keep the energy throughout the day. And Iago's like, first was thinking not to, and then was like, no, I'm going to go paddle out, catch 1 wave. And that one changed too much of my energy, but I still got to, I still want to feel how the waves are, how the ocean's moving, because it changes every day. So yeah, you definitely got to be smart and selective on a day like today and try it. If you're thinking about taking that title, you want to be 100% in the final.
So key thing there for Jordy, looking over the edge, holding priority. Yago, second priority. Low score 6.5, high score the 8.0. Big heats to come in the round of 16 to set up the quarterfinals. Coming up right after this, rookie Cole Houshmand, the man who won bells, takes on the 2019 world champ Italo Ferreira. A fired up goofy foot and Italo real fast, and one of the biggest guys on tour, and Cole Houshmand in his debut here at Teahupo'o. And then you've got John Florence with a chance to be world #1 if you can get past the local wild card. Mihimana has been unbelievable, even going back to his trials win, an emotional victory with a lot of tears and gratitude from the local boy. And Yeah, Cole's just imitating what's going to happen once he hits the lineup. Spinning barrels on demand. Got his best score so far of his career and the best wave he's ever had out here at Teahupo'o.
Yeah, I mean, if that might have even been the best wave of his life. That wave was big, was so intense, and how he went through the fumble. There's barely a split space there for him to find that curve on and the shape on the wave and fit his board, and he was almost falling forward. Good thing he's 220 pounds and he was able to hold on dear life, but that was impressive from Cole.
Yeah, this is when you start answering all the questions of the rookie class to see what they're made of, you know, to see if they have any weaknesses or really just room for improvement. What we do know about Cole and Crosby moving forward is they will go when the biggest sets come here. They're both on their first trip here to Tahiti. Crosby's got Rio White in the round. He's got his single highest score from his career from yesterday. He'll be battling with his good buddy Cole for the rest of the season for the Rookie of the Year award. Other big one too to note, Gabriel Medina from deep on the rankings, trying to get closer to the top 10. At his favorite event on tour. Really impressed with Jake Marshall, not just here, but all year. He's just been just as cool as ever. Such a hard worker. Doesn't mind playing the underdog. And gosh, a big 9.43 the other day was one of my favorite waves I've ever seen him ride in his career.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And the circumstances of the wave as well, which the applied pressure, he had nothing the whole heat. So I'm sure he was doubting himself, asking him questions like, am I even going to get an opportunity? The waves are pumping and I'm going to paddle in without even a barrel. And then all of a sudden, probably paddles into one of the best waves of his life. And in a jersey makes it that much more special.
Absolutely mind blown from what we got to witness yesterday. When all the elements combined, there's just no better feeling. And reminding that we're in paradise. You can check out the view underneath the ocean, take some deep breaths. See Tilo Ferreira doesn't like to sit still. There's some happiness about this man. He can get very focused, coming off what was kind of a tough season. Definitely after his injury he had to recover from. But he's looking to put himself back in the world title race this year. Locking in under priority, Iago Dora, double arm bar to put himself deep. Lower road exit and hops out. Fun one to watch. We'll see if he affects his top two there, but got to show off that cool style. And kind of a little bit of a Hopgood memory there. Those guys both could put their arms into the wave to control their speed better than anybody. And I'm sure Iago's seen a lot of tape from Damien and CJ on a wave like this. I
mean, 100%, which goofy wouldn't. And you see it right here, just a beautiful first ledge wave. That wave got so hollow, probably top to bottom, the hollowest wave of the heat so far, but obviously a little bit on the smaller side. And the fact that he had to stall the whole wave in order to get deep enough to get covered, it's probably gonna keep this score, in my opinion, probably under the 6.5. I don't think he's gonna better, but look at the style right there, just double arm grab. This is, look how below sea level this wave is. Like, he disappeared. There's like a 1 foot wave in front and he couldn't even see him. So that's how intense that wave is. And beautiful ride, beautiful technique from Iago.
Iago Dora riding surfboards from Matt Biolis was a big part of Matt Biolis winning the CT Shaper rankings last year. Iago turned in some big results, not just his win in Sakuramba, but very consistent season. Matt was just reflecting on all the boards that he's been building for this wave for many years, and he really focused in on Corey Lopez back in the early days of this event. There's a famous shot of Corey, I remember, that I saw from Tom Survey, and it was really groundbreaking on the way he positioned himself. It was right at that time where everyone was wondering what was next, who could take off deeper, is that a toe set, is that rideable? And Corey had one of those waves that was really remarkable for Corey's career. It really had him in every conversation of some of the best waves ridden at this venue. And Corey's got some young kids that are ripping now. Total Surf Dad still's ripping. We have 2:55 to go. Dora out front. Let's check in with the Waz.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, well, I'm sitting on the inside. You know, we get that opportunity to sit really far in here, and not too many surfers come in here before their heats, but Italo was in here. Italo was eyeballing those double ups on the inside, so, you know, that could be part of the plan to, you know, maybe for a backup score or understanding how those waves are acting on that inside reef. Pretty fun to watch. You know, Cole Houshmand sitting out there hasn't even looked in here once, so there could be, you know, two different game plans coming into this next one looking for the bombs and one making sure they gets their back up.
I like the breakdown. Strider Wazalewski in the mix where the coaches hang out. There's a buoy there where the coaches have to sit behind. They can't enter the lineup, and they've got to sit there with the backup boards. If the surfer wants to swim to their caddy, they can to make a board change. If they do use the water patrol, they've got to take the trip around the lagoon. It's about 2 minutes, plus or minus a few seconds. So surfers are trying to make that decision on the fly with their time management, deciding if 2 minutes is all right, or if they could beat that time by swimming to their caddy, they'll make that choice. Meanwhile, clock's ticking, and Jordy Smith's running out of time. He's got a little over 90 seconds left to chase an 8.5 to try to make the quarterfinals here.
Yeah, this situation now, it's pretty straightforward. Big task in front of him, but he's just got to kind of be patient and wait no matter what, and even let the clock run down. But he needs a wave of substance. It's an 8.5. It's an excellent wave, best wave of the heat, and it needs to be a bomb. He needs to wait for a big wave and get deep and be critical.
Just 1 minute remaining. 1 minute.
Jordy Smith now moving his position. Opened up strong in the 6-point range. Was a little out of position for a bomb. And now it looks like he's going to get that shot, gunning for an 8.5. Jordy Smith locks in, no grab. Huge pump over the foam ball. This wave spits. And the South African ends up going down. A big effort, perfectly positioned, a wild ride on the foam ball takes him out. But it definitely had an 8.5 in it if he could have survived that one, Jesse.
100%. Like if you look back at Iago's 8-point ride, similar waving size, but Jordy was way deeper. Look at this big pump he has. You can't see him from the drone angle, which usually gives you a better perspective of the surfer. And Iago up and riding.
Iago, victory lap to enjoy the channel now. A nice, solid heat performance from the Brazilians, kicking things off with an 8-point ride, and he really never looked back. Got nice and barreled, even under priority, and Jordy Smith's going to shake that one off and start preparing for El Salvador. On the live rankings, he was already up to number 5 in the world, but with that loss, we'll track those live rankings throughout the rest of the event. Everyone hoping to see Jordy fight for his first world title this September. Things continue here in the round of 16. Cole Houshmand taking on Italo Ferreira. We'll bring Michelle Perez for the call right after this.
So we just start the heat 4 of the round of 16. In red from the United States, Cole Houshmand, and blue from Brazil, Italo Ferreira. I just remind you 35 minutes. And for the previous heat, congratulations to Iago Dora advancing to the next round. Voilà donc à l'instant début de la série qui oppose le Californien Cole Houshmand en rouge à Italo Ferreira, le Brésilien en bleu. Et pour la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Iago Dora qui se qualifie pour le prochain tour en éliminant Jean-Michel.
Today we are joining forces in Tahiti to restore our valuable coral reef ecosystems with the coral gardeners and the local community.
I'm a huge fan of the coral gardeners. Every time we come here to Tahiti, I make sure that I support them and I come to activations with them.
We went out to the nursery, we scraped up some algae. It doesn't need to be there for the coral to grow and be healthy.
Coral reef, it creates some of the best waves in the world, but as humans, we all benefit from the oxygen that the coral reefs provide for us. People don't realize how much of a big role they play in our ecosystem.
We need to reserve and keep the coral healthy for us to be able to breathe beautiful, clean air. It's my life, really, because I'm a surfer, and I think the experience is always a 10 out of 10. You know, you're helping the ocean, and the ocean always gives to us, and we just have to give back.
We love the program with WSL1 Ocean, everyone giving back to our playground. And look the way it looks today. It is absolutely magnificent and setting up for a dreamy finals day. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and now a big welcome to the most successful Tahitian ever on the championship tour. Michelle Perez, thanks for joining us.
Dora, everyone, thanks for having me.
Wow, what an incredible day for surfing history yesterday with Vahine Fiero taking one for Tahiti. What did that mean for you? What did that mean for this special part of the world?
She probably changed the surfing history forever, you know, just bringing, you know, the joy on everyone's mouth, especially right before the Olympics and stuff. And I feel like she deserved it like so much. She put so much time into it. And, you know, she's the queen of Teahupo'o, and I'm glad to see her like succeed finally, because she's been like right there before. And, you know, to the whole world to see her like, you know, like making moves during big days, you know, like in my head, like she could have surfed in the men's heat, to tell you the truth.
100%. Her choices were amazing in the barrel, led by her coach, Jeremy Flores. And you know, when you're in a town, we're talking about Iago winning at home in Saquarema and how much that meant to that crowd. It was the exact same feeling out here, from the water patrol to past competitors, from the young kids coming from this part of Tahiti. It was an electric scene yesterday. It's something that we'll never forget.
For sure, it makes it extra special. Everyone that has won a big event at home knows the feeling, and for the whole community, mostly here, such a tight, small community at the end of the road. And yeah, definitely a special day for Tahitians and for Vahine.
Let's break this one down, Michelle. Thanks for joining us. Cole Houshmand and Italo Ferreira going head-to-head for a spot into the quarterfinals. Starting off with Cole. He's the fresh face on tour, real big in size. Break down his strengths and what you've enjoyed from his performance this season.
Oh, I love his backhand. His backhand is legit, especially after watching him winning bells. And, you know, he's been around forever. Like, I feel like before I retired, I used to see him a lot of days at pipe. Like, he put some times at pipe. And that's probably why he's still like competing today at chokes. I never see him surfing here before, but you know, like it seems like he understands the place very, very well, and this hit is going to be a banger for sure.
And also with Italo Ferreira, that's a cool contrast with energy and approach in the barrel. Italo never seemed to have too much of a problem. Even his first time here, he made the quarterfinals. What impresses you about Italo specifically on this wave?
Italo is the kind of guy that you never underestimate him. He won the world title already, and you know when he's free surfing, he's always on the bombs. You know, like he knows where to sit, he knows where to move, he understands this place well, and he put a lot of effort in it. And I feel like he's the kind of guy that you have to watch out, like when you're surfing, and he doesn't make a lot of mistakes at the same time. And you know, like this hit is going to be like one of the hits like we're going to wait to watch.
Looking forward to it. Michelle Perez setting the stage for us here in the round of 16. Heat number 4, winner of the last heat, Iago Doris, hanging out with Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Iago, good things come to those who wait. You had to wait for a few of those waves. But what's it like out there when you have so much time to process and think about the wave that might be coming your way?
Yeah, it's a weird one for sure. I was saying just before, like, you have priority out there and you don't know how big the wave's going to be, and you're like, you're going to have to go. It doesn't matter how big it is, and you just hope for perfect lined up one, and I tried to get a quick start, and it worked out good for me. I got the first good wave, and then I just needed to find a nice backup afterwards. And the heat was pretty slow in the end. I think Jordi missed one wave that was really good, and that was fortunate for me because that wave looked like a really good one. But yeah, just slow heat. You had to play the patience game.
Yeah, so with only a handful of waves coming through, what are you telling yourself between those waves to maybe keep yourself calm or to maybe will another wave to come your way?
Yeah, it helps when you start good. Like, I started with an 8, so I was like pretty confident. Like, I was either gonna like back it up right away or like wait for another bump to like kind of close it out. So I was like, I had 2 options, so that's always good. And yeah, always helps to start with a big score.
And you said you're feeling good, you're feeling loose, you're not tired, no floggings in that opening heat, so that's a good thing, a good sign of things to come.
Yeah, for sure. It totally just was too deep for one. And yeah, I didn't have many floggings in that heat, which is good. Save up some energy for the next few rounds.
Right on. Good luck, Iago. Moving through.
Thanks, Chris. And also moving up in the rankings, came into stop number 6, right on the last spot from the cutoff, from the midseason cut at 22. He's already moved up to 15 in the world. So it kind of shows what's possible. You know, coming in at 22, you still have a shot to really consider the WSL Final 5. 10,000 points on the line for a win. We're here in Tahiti, El Salvador, Brazil, cloud break. This is what Italo just did, Jesse.
Yeah, that's just typical beginning of the heat out of position because you're battling for the inside. No one wants to give up that first wave, and Italo just sitting way too far up the point, and just, yeah, the wave was running way in front of him.
Is that something that you put a lot of importance on? Because sometimes here at Teahupo'o, it seems kind of gnarly when you're pushing yourself really deep and out of position, missing waves, and the balance of not giving up your inside to start a heat, but also not just letting someone walk all over you. How did you balance that, Michelle, at this venue?
Oh, it's super complicated. You have to make a choice, and sometimes it could be the right one, and sometimes it could be the bad one. But like, I feel like Italo right now feels free because he doesn't have priority, so he knows he can sit wherever he wants, and he's probably going to go and catch the inside ones like this one we're watching right there. You can get a high score on that thing, but you know, it's kind of breaks like close to the reef, and that's pretty much, I feel like, where he's going to go and sit and wait for those ones.
Italo seems to be a guy that it could be a blessing just to be free from that priority, like you're saying. That freeness is something that we're used to, where we've had heat sheet printouts handed to us. We're like, wow, he caught 17 waves. That's really normal for Italo. And you'd see he'd be the one competitor on a day where you're going, okay, round of 16 to a final. He might be the one guy who has the energy to accomplish a lot out here and never run out of gas. Little wave rolling through, no one taking that. Cole still holding his position out the back. It's a cool comparison because Italo finished in the top 10 as a rookie, and that's where Cole Houshmand's sitting now. That was 2015 when Italo came on the tour, and we're just getting to know this guy, you know. And I think it was really cool how you mentioned that the other day, Michelle, how it's hard sometimes when you're trying to learn English to talk to people. And I remember meeting Italo, and our conversation was very short. You know, he was still learning English, and you get to know this guy. He's incredibly funny. I learned not to ask him any advice on Portuguese words because people said he was teaching me the wrong thing sometimes. He really enjoyed that, but he's just a crack up, a fun personality, and found instant success on tour and came close to a win, made the final at Portugal in his rookie season, runner-up to Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, and that was a special final too. Both of them went to town on that final, and it was kind of a question mark for everyone, even people that knew him from Brazil, how he's going to adapt to the tour, because we always knew he was a very fast surfer, very dynamic, very good in the air, but in waves, the consequences are heavy waters. No one has ever seen it, and all of a sudden he goes first year and proves everyone wrong, so he keeps doing that every time.
Michelle, yesterday was an insane day for Cole Houshmand. Maybe the best wave of his life. I want to get your opinion on his 9.57 that he rode.
That was crazy. Well, look at where he's at right now. Wow, right on the foam ball and came out. You know, like, first, like people have to understand when you start paddling on that thing, you feel like it's a closeout. The wave is closing out, so you can see like it was really deep and came out after the spit. You can be stoked after that.
You know, he said that exact thing in the water too. His buddies, he thought he was too deep. He thought that was it. And he's like, oh gosh. He said somehow he just started flying and came out of the barrel. And he's already a big guy, but he felt even bigger when he came out of that tube yesterday.
For sure, and I'm glad that you mentioned that, because it's hard to have perspective with the camera sometimes how heavy and gnarly this wave is. I think Ramsey also mentioned after his last wave on the previous heat, he said, it seems like every wave I catch out there, it's going to be a 9-point ride, but I guess it just feels that scary. But once you come out, you realize, oh, maybe I overran a wave or something like that. That just shows how much intensity there is in this wave.
Also, Mihimana coming up with a huge win again, eliminating world #1, Griffin Colapinto. He seemed really thrilled with that, but also very confident when he was on the boat, Michelle.
Yeah. Mihi is like that. He's the kind of kid, same as Italo, that has a lot of energies. So that kind of people, you have to slow them down. You know, it's the hardest part. And to Mihi to win a hit against the world #1, it's huge. Especially like not to start with a big year and coming back from Australia with no results. And you know, I know he's gonna go back out there and try his best again.
Just watching Italo take off on his second wave, incomplete again. And now the patience for Cole Houshmand on his opener, rolling in, slowing things down in the barrel, and a clean make to take the lead.
Yeah, nice ride there. Great start. Definitely gonna, the size of the wave and how he was not as deep as you'd expect here on a day like today, it's gonna keep the score on the mid-range, but it's a good start, and the best thing for him, it seems like he's going to get priority on top of Italo, so that's a win-win.
As we know, Cole Houshmand working closely with Luke Egan this season. Luke, good friends with Mike Parsons. I think he tagged Mike in for this event to work with the squad. Here's the takeoff, Michelle.
Yeah, this takeoff, like, you could have take off way deeper than that. It's the kind of the southwest ones where you can start deeper and just pump in the barrel the whole time. But he did the right thing. Like, he has to start somewhere, so it's probably going to be a 4 or 5 or something, and just to put pressure on Italo. So now Italo is going to have to go out there and just bring that patient mode on.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation as well, because before we were just talking about the activity that Italo does produce, but can he force that on a day like today with the swell we have? I mean, will that catch up to him if he's taken off on a bunch of closeouts? Is this the kind of day where you really just need to be really a bit sharper with priority?
Yes, for sure. It's one, and also there's consequences too. Sometimes it's not just how he gets you gassed, but you can get hurt badly out here, which we've seen it plenty of times in heats. So he really has to manage the energy and just make smart choices, because that could, yeah, play out in the end.
So standing by for the number from Cole Houshmand's start. Battling with one of his heroes. He's been effective in taking out some of them this year. Along the way to that Big Bells trophy, his favorite surfer on tour, Gabriel Medina, got to paddle with him at Winky Pop, got past Ethan Ewing, and had his best friend Griffin Colapinto in the final that day, a moment that he will never forget. Houshmand starts with a 6.17. He has priority again. So Italo still under priority now, chasing a 5.05. Michelle, I don't get to catch up with you that much these days. I miss you on tour. Tell me about your day-to-day life and what your goals are now at this part of your life for surfing.
I'm just focusing on my kids nowadays. You know, like that's something that I couldn't really do when I was on tour because I was traveling way too much and just like being a competitor, you know. But now, like, since I got injured pretty much once a month, I just cannot do anything else besides surfing a little bit and just like focusing on my kids.
And you're coming off of surgery, is that right?
Yeah, I came out of surgery, neck surgery.
Oh, and you're feeling okay?
I feel okay now. I can surf.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Thank you.
Let's look at what happened here. Whoa. Cole took a couple paddles. Jesse, this thing went underneath him.
I mean, this is probably the wave of the morning so far. Look how throaty and big that thing is. That was a proper wave, as thick as he gets, and he was just caught himself on the outside a little bit too much. You need to be very underneath in order to get those waves, which sounds terrifying, but it's the only entry you got.
Interesting. We've seen that happen a couple times. We saw the wave for Jordy that he couldn't get into. That wave we just saw for Cole. As far as adjusting your position on a day like today, how often are you doing that on the fly on a swell like we have today, Michel?
Today it could be even harder because, you know, when you're not from here, you don't really know where to sit. And when you see a set coming, you feel like, oh, you have to paddle far away. But like as Jesse was saying just before, you have to paddle under it, you know, like it's one of those places where you cannot go further out, and there's a buoy at the back. Like that's something that nobody knows really. That's the place where you need to see that. Like if you pass it, you're too far away, you know. So like from that buoy, you have to paddle like towards the beach. Whatever happens, if the wave is big or not, that's where you gotta go.
That's crazy. It's a good little tip there that Michel just handed off. As we know, we talk about the history at Pipeline and the pecking order and how to get waves there in warm-ups. We'll get to that in a moment, but we watched that big one again rolling underneath.
Oh my gosh, it's like the whole ocean is going and unfolding towards that, whatever, 5 foot of water to the max, and man, that was a beautiful wave.
Did you mind surf that one, Jesse?
Yes, and I made it. Mind surfing, you always make it.
You always make it. But there was a way in, right?
Yes, there is. Like, guys go on bigger waves than this, so then they paddle into it. So yeah, there's definitely a make. It's a matter of you being in the perfect spot.
Here's Cole Houshmand digging in, one big drive, and the big man gets the exit. Great execution. 2 great scores to kick things off. A 6-1-7, and now his second scoring ride. Italo now will have priority. He's going to need more than a 5.05. Mike Parsons taking on the coaching job for Cole Houshmand, was also alongside Caroline Marks as well. It's kind of like that cool relationship you see with Jake Patterson, Tommy Whitaker working out their coaching stables. As we look at the replay, last to Cole, Michel.
Wow, I like this one better than his first one. He started way deeper and he actually backdoor it. So to the judge, it feels like, you know, he couldn't have been deeper than that. So it's going to be a better score than a 6.17.
For goofy footers on a day like today, are you allowed to sit a bit higher up on the reef than most of the natural footers can?
Yes, obviously, because you have that first of all, you have the ability of facing the wave, and that gives you an advantage of reading the wave down. And also you have that first pump that usually in your backhand, you're a little bit more compact and compressed on the board, so it gives you less leverage. So being on your front hand gives you that first quick reaction that it puts you a step ahead, usually if you're very deep, and it's going to be a little bit more trouble if you're in your backhand.
We're setting up some quarterfinals. It's going to be a massive day for competition. The goal is to finish the entire event today from the round of 16 all the way to the final. And we've already have some quarterfinals to look forward to, with Kelly Slater taking on Ramsey Boukhiam. Yago Dora taking out Jordy Smith. He'll be with the winner of this heat. Guaranteed an all goofy foot clash with still 14:30 on the clock. Italo looking for his first win of the season, looking to move closer to the WSL Final 5, needing to break a combination with the last score coming in for Cole at a 7.5. Let's see if Italo can come back right after this. The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of WSL, Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Asia Pacific. And Tahiti Government, strategic partner to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro. It's time for the Pulse, catching up on the major highlights. Well, big Urana, good morning from Teahupo'o. What a way to start. Ethan Ewing, 8-5. Kelly took that on the head, but he was able to answer back, almost getting another 10. One judge threw a 10. It was a 9.73, highest score for the men's so far. Both smashing boards, losing boards as well. It was a high-impact heat. Absolutely gassed. Water Patrol was on fire this morning, and then a miracle happened. Just like it's happened so many times in Kelly's career, had just enough time for a board change, pulls into this, didn't need much, gets the score of 4.73 with about 20 seconds left when he's putting that backup board together. Then Ramsey went big. The Moroccan standing tall, 7-1-7, rolling in late, hanging on and getting a view. Another matchup coming Ramsey's way with Kelly Slater in the quarterfinals. The Moroccan up 5 spots into the top 10 now. Then we saw Yago Dora eliminate Jordy Smith. Dora jumping up all the way to 15th on the live rankings. Pretty impressive performance from the Goofy Foot. Coming into this as the 22 seed, moving closer to the top 10 where he belongs. As we check back in with this seed, seeing some movement out the back. Ferreira trying to come back against Cole Houshmand. Cole with a nice clean start at a 6-1-7, then to a 7-5. Italo went on a few waves where it shut down on him, but he's crawling him back into this heat. Looking for a shot at the quarterfinals. Italo getting this wave to break out of the combination. 6-4-3 here, Jesse.
Yeah, nice wave right there. Judges did a great job putting that wave in between the 6-1-7 and a 7-5. Even though the intensity wasn't as much as what we've been seeing mostly on that post review we had from throughout the morning, that was still a great ride and critical, and Cole answering back with a nice wave as well, and we get a hit in our hands.
So Cole making another wave, his third wave so far in the heat, trying to better a 6-1-7. Then Italo got this wave, Michelle.
Wow, that's a really good one. It could be. Wow, he's ready, and I'm pretty sure like any waves as big as it's gonna be, like he's gonna go. He wants it.
And cool, stylish little finishing move coming out of the pit with so much speed. It's all about speed management to get the big scores out here as Cole locks in, heavy section, pulls up and under, disappears and celebrates. Another unbelievable ride. Cole is on a roll, picking the right waves, managing the scores pretty well. 6-1-7, 7-5. Now 2 numbers to drop in for the rookie, Jesse.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think his first wave is not going to factor. If it does, it's going to be by a slight change. But this last wave, obviously a way bigger wave, had way more intensity to it. Both of Italo's and Cole's last wave were great waves and just very hollow, a lot of energy. So they're very critical waves. They're going to get good scores for it.
Yeah, just the section, the size of the lip, how thick it is. Another angle here, Michelle.
It's a good drop. Like he managed to stay exactly where he needed to be. No pressure, no speed, just, you know, be right there. And I'm pretty sure he's going to go straight to the first place. I mean, stay in the first place and probably get a high 7.
We're watching the Dream Tour. This is it right here, getting stand-up barrels and breaking down the differences. How about this angle, Jesse?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Look how dreamy that wave is. So clean, and he's using both of his hands to stall. Yeah, that's a great exchange. It's going to be a tight heat after this exchange. And I mean, with 8 minutes left, they're still going to have a good heat. And Italo going over right there, just looking into it, like, oh my gosh, like he's probably got the best wave of the heat, you know, as far as quality.
It's like a scene you'd see in the end section of your favorite movie, but it's happening live in a heat with points on the line for the title race. Cole had dropped to second, so needing at least a 6.54 here, Michelle.
Wow, he's going to get it for sure after that wave. It's a good thing that Jesse said, like we could see Italo paddling back out and he knows that wave was good. Let's go. Italo is going for it. He's really deep.
And driving through, he's got the speed. Italo, a perfect exit.
That was crazy. That was a good one. That was the best wave of the heat so far. Cole knows it now, and he's going to wait for the bomb. And he knows that now he's going to have to maybe start deeper and stay longer in the barrel. Like, even when you know you're going to make the barrel, the goal is to stall as much as you can. So the judges won't see you coming out unless it's right at the end.
Just love this battle. It's growing with us in momentum. Cole with a nice clean start where Italo went on a couple, fell. Big numbers coming in for both these guys. Italo, one more time here, Jesse.
I mean, the length of the barrel, and he drove through the whole bank inside the barrel. As you see it right here, he just waits himself patiently, starts stalling with both hands once again, and then lets it go. This is the longest barrel we had. Very, very deep in the beginning, as you see it right there. You can't even see him, and then he slowed himself down again. Just a lot of technique and skills, and yeah, he's looking good to take the lead right now, in my opinion.
Judges looking at a lot of different things when it comes to throwing numbers at the screen. They are looking at the takeoff, the degree of difficulty, how committed the surfer is in approaching the barrel, as we see an excellent score lock in for Cole Houshmand. 8.27. Getting the lead back, and now we'll wait to see what Italo gets on his last. Ferreira needing at least an 8.18. Yeah, Italo was able to take off really deep. They mentioned being behind the peak on the takeoff. Obviously getting to be in a great position where you're long gone, you can't be seen, and he had a couple moments there where he completely disappeared. So still a lot to tell in the story of round of 16, heat number 4. Italo chasing that 8.18, and just like he thought, we're getting another lead change. A 9-point ride for Italo. Cole the second with priority. With 5 minutes to go, we'll see if the rookie can bounce back once again.
Yeah, that was very impressive from Italo, and how he was just able to fight back. Like, every time he's stepping it up, Cole is on another better wave, and just right now being able to get a 9-point ride, which was probably pretty clear for the judges to identify that that was the best wave of the heat. And good for Italo now, sitting right by Cole, applying some pressure, letting him know that he's right there for any mistakes that Cole commits. He's going to take advantage of it.
Before we got here to this event, you know, Italo's been in 7 previous events here at Teahupo'o, and his high score was an 8.87. After all those great memories over the years, after his rookie season in 2015, where he did quarterfinal. So now throwing a 9 in there, changing the stat sheets, moving forward. But a nice calm appearance from Italo, working closely with Reynolds Hayes this year, and getting some great equipment from Timmy Patterson Surfboards. And he's got multiple locations to get that equipment, from Brazil, where it all started with 2 brothers, Tico and Teco, that learned everything from Timmy Patterson. And then when he gets to California, when he competes for a world title, he has so many resources right at lower trestles. He was able to finish runner-up in the world to Felipe, following his first world title. And Timmy was working overnight, just making more boards, more options. He was trying everything he could so he'd be more than ready to fight for a second world title. And it looks like he's working himself back into rhythm to maybe be there again this September, Michel.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Italo is the kind of guy that you never know what his next move is going to be. You know, like now he has a new coach, and when you know his coach, he's super calm. He's the total opposite of Italo. So to me, like, it's a good partnership. And I feel like it could be a good thing for Italo to improve his mentality and work differently. And I hope, like, to see him in a top 5 this year.
That's a cool take there as well, having someone balance you out a little bit, right, Jesse?
Yeah, and that's exactly what Reynolds has been working on him. I've spoke to him before. I'm good friends with Reynolds, and he's the most patient, kind guy ever. And Italo is just energetic. He doesn't stop, and he's like, hey, I'm trying to make him slow down in life and in surfing as well, because sometimes he tends to just be on his own speed and yeah, overruns waves or think too much, and he's slowing himself down, and that could be a great match, like Michel said.
It's kind of a fast pace on tour life. You're running into so many people. When you do run into Reynolds, he kind of slows you down. You kind of, oh yeah. You square up and you talk, you look in each other's eyes and you say hi, and it does make you feel good.
Full like daddy move right there.
Yeah, exactly. 2 minutes on the clock. Cole Houshmand chasing an 8.34, accomplishing a lot in a short period of time. Last year, qualifying for the Challenger Series about a month before it started, ended up winning 2 events back-to-back, winning the whole series. Had a lot of hype through the offseason. That long offseason's nice to rest and prepare, but it's a lot of time to think about what's going to happen. And he didn't get the results right away. You know, heading into Bells before the win, the topic of what will happen if I don't make the cut came up, and his dad was just like, hey, if you don't make the cut, so what? You're on the Challenger Series. And I think simplifying that was everything for Cole. Went on to win the event, freed up his surfing. And look where he is today. Italo kicks out of another ride following his 9-point ride. Cole still patient with priority with 1 minute to go.
Sometimes you have to give it a go without priority. 1 minute left. See if you, I don't know, if the wave turns into something that you don't expect, but I don't see that wave better than his 7.6. Barrel length wasn't as long, and just not intensity in the barrel. He wasn't as deep, not because of him, just the wave didn't have the scoring opportunity, in my opinion.
So Italo working his way back out to the lineup, trying to put himself solidly in the top 10, getting closer to the top 5. You can tell Cole's just loving his trip to Tahiti. His second time that he's been here. His first trip was just a few weeks ago. He got here, but kind of before that big momentum swell where most of the tour was out there trying to get the wave of their life. I think he timed it really well. He didn't see really anyone else he was going to compete against. Learned the reef really well, and he's got to be proud of the performance that he's put on in the last couple of days. Maybe the wave of his life yesterday, an 8.27 in this one, and a tough battle with a world champion. Italo will take the win to move to the quarterfinals to surf with Yago Dora. Coming up next, it'll be John Florence taking on the local trials champion Mihimana. We'll bring in Kaipo and Flick to join Michelle for the call.
In red from Hawaii, John Florence, and blue from Tahiti, Mimana Bray. Just remind you, 35 minutes each. And for the previous is congratulations to Italo Ferreira, advancing to the next round. Voilà donc la série qui vient de se terminer. Voilà la victoire du Brésilien Italo Ferreira qui se qualifie pour le prochain tour en éliminant encore Houshmand. Et à l'instant, le début de la série qui oppose le Hawaïen John Florence en rouge au Tahitien vainqueur des trials Mimana Bray en bleu.
It's a beautiful place, Tahiti. The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, continues to roll on in the round of 16, setting up our quarterfinals. Kaipo Girl, Felicity Flick Palmentier, and the Spartan, Michelle Borez, all joining us on set to get going. And we got another great setup in this heat. Michelle, Mihimana Bray, the local Tahitian trials winner, coming up against John Florence. Two guys you know well.
Absolutely. One is on tour forever, and the other one is like, he's going to make the tour this year.
All right. I like the prediction. Well, we set up the heat, and the clock is counting down from 35 minutes, Flick. Your thoughts on this matchup?
For me, this was my pick of the round of 16. I think it's going to be super competitive. I mean, today's conditions, it screams John, 100%. But, I mean, coming up against Mihimana, who's logged arguably probably the most time, of course, out here in the lineup. Just the experience level at this wave from both surfers is amazing. So it's going to be a great heat on our hands, I think.
Yeah, let's see who goes first. And they both take a look at it. John Florence, 31 years old, new father, two-time world champ, 12 CT years, 8 CT wins for John. Yet to pull the trigger, as well as Mihimana. So during this lull, let's check up with the last heat winner into the quarterfinals for Italo Ferreira. Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Italo, you had to earn every minute of that heat. Tell me about the first 10 minutes there. That was pure battle.
Dude, that was terrible. I had like so smashed in the last, like on the first like 10 minutes or something, and then I tried to do the comeback, and I was like, and I saw like Cole on one of those big ones. I was like, Jesus. And then I try again, and then I miss it one. And then I try to get back to have the priority, and then I come back with one of those big ones. And then that was crazy, but I tried until the last minute. So yeah, I'm so glad to have those last ones.
And where do you get this energy? Because I saw you get sucked over after taking 10 waves on the head, got right back on your board and started jamming back to the lineup. Where did that come from?
Dude, it's a lot of Red Bull. Yeah, it's everything is like Red Bull, blood, everything together right now. And yeah, I'm so like psyched, you know, like stoked to have like opportunity to surf with one guy on the water. I had like good moment this morning, and then I'm just waiting for the next ones, yeah.
And we're getting live updates on the overall standings as well. I know there's a lot to unpack after a heat like that, but you're already jumping the rankings. You're moving up. What are your goals towards the end of the year, starting now?
I'm not thinking on the ranks right now. I'm trying to stay deep on the barrel, because it's sometimes you never know, because the barrel is too big and you kind of like try to hold, you know, and then sometimes my nine points I thought was like, I was a longer wave and I didn't know that I was deep enough, like, and I was like, oh, when I heard the score, I was like, wow, that was a 9-1. And then, yeah, I was so glad to have that one, like clean, perfect, nice tall, and then, yeah, I'm just like thinking right now. And then for the ranks, we can think later. We'll have like a couple events on the line, and then, yeah, it's a lot on the road.
I love it. Live in the now, live in the tube. Go Italo.
Yeah, Italo Ferreira, as we take a look at our live men's championship tour rankings, and Italo Ferreira was able to jump up 6 spots on those rankings. Taking a look, now he's in the top 10 and gaining ground. He's got clear air in front of him as well if he keeps on going through heats. Igarashi, Houshmand, both out of competition. Look at John Florence, who's in this heat, jumped up to number 2 position with the opportunity to Florence to take the yellow leader's jersey exiting Tahiti, depending upon his finish over here. Jake Marshall, Baron Mamiya, still yet to see them, and they're still in the competition. So a little shuffling in the rankings, as always, the back half of the year. Flick, pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, so much movement, so many different scenarios, and obviously still a lot of heats to get through. Something interesting as well is obviously Cole getting knocked in that last heat, Crosby coming up in the next heat. You know, that race for the Rookie of the Year is obviously on, so depending on how far Crosby gets in this draw, I mean, he could maybe gain some ground on Cole.
Yeah, this is true. So live action right now, no waves ridden as of yet. And John Florence saying there, Michelle, Perez, you and John have something in common. Both of you have won all 3 jewels of the Triple Crown on the North Shore, Haleiwa, Sunset, and Pipeline.
Yep. It's, well, that's probably something that we have in common too on his last wave. I do that a lot of times, so way too many.
Oh my goodness. Well timed. Yeah, the weird layback by John Florence. What do you think happened there, Michelle?
There was, the wave was wobbly. He couldn't find the right stance to just to find the right balance on the wave, and you know, things happen even to the best of the world. And John was, you know, he doesn't like to have pressure. That's why he caught that one. But you can see that there's a little bump right there, like boom.
Oh.
Wow.
It was almost reminiscent of that wave that Kelly got, you know, years ago when it was sort of by default, hit that bump, did the layback. It was a 10-point ride,
yeah,
right?
10 point, 2005, yeah.
Almost reminiscent of that. It was, Larry layback, but didn't quite pan out for John.
Yeah, difference is Slater made that barrel. So an early advantage now to Mihimana Bray, who's holding priority out there. And Mihimana, a good friend of yours. Michelle, tell us a little bit more about Mihimana.
I know Mihimana forever. He's the kid that I grew up surfing with, you know, like he's going for that one. And he's really deep. Seems like he's really deep, maybe too deep. Oh!
And now it's going to be even between the two of them, both incompletes. So priority shifts back over to John Florence. Second wave of the set coming through here, and nobody there. And a little frustration by the Spartan towards the screen right there, because you would have loved that, Michelle.
Yeah, look at the third one coming. That thing is legit. That's exactly what you're looking for when you're free surfing, and there's nobody out. There's only two guys out, and unfortunately they were not in the right spot to paddle.
Let's clarify that. That's exactly what you are looking for when free surfing, because that looked like a just haunted house to me, just going square, eating up itself. Pretty much the most challenging barrel in the world. You think you're a pipe master as well, and we talked about John, and you talk about to us how the difference this wave is compared to pipeline.
There's a big difference between pipe and Teahupo'o. For example, like Teahupo'o, when you see the set coming, you know it's going to barrel, and you know it's going to be wide open as well. When you catch a wave at pipe, you don't really know what's going to happen. So that shows like you have to have a lot of experience at pipe. You have to know where to sit and which one is the best ones and stuff. Compared to Teahupo'o, when it comes, you know you're going to make a big drop, and you know what's going to happen after that.
And a wave like that we're watching right now that goes empty, I mean, can you pick out the entry point in me? It's like I'm trying to mind surf those waves, and like, where would you take off on such a monster wave?
You have to take off under the lip. You have to know that it doesn't matter how big the wave is, it's always going to break at the same spot. So basically, like you have to paddle, like even when you feel like you have to paddle further, you have to turn around. That's the right time to turn around and just to paddle, like to catch that wave. And we could see like Emeo, Mathe, even Mihimana, like they know exactly what they're doing every time they're here. They let everyone paddle like way behind it, and they just turn at the last second, and boom, that's it.
Yeah, most human surfers are paddling for survival, Flick, but yeah, the guys that have it wired, whip right underneath the lip, and getting whipped into position here is Mihimana Bray on the Tahitian water patrol ski. How good have these guys been, Flick, by the way?
Oh, incredible. We just saw a drone shot before as the Rebel ski came in to pick up Mihimana. It was literally dry reef, and just the read on this reef and when the water's sucking out over the reef and the time to pull the trigger to actually go over the top of that. I mean, we're talking, the jet ski is literally only in a few inches of water. I mean, they're so experienced. These are the best guys in the world. And I said it yesterday, but if you're ever going to send it, I mean, now's the time. I mean, you've got all the water safety in the world. Let's go.
Yeah, and some legends out there. I've seen Harehoi, and actually, Michelle, you're the second Tahitian to make the championship tour. The first Tahitian to make the championship tour is out there, part of the Tahitian Water Patrol, Vatia Poto David.
Yeah, Poto has been a lot of, you know, has bring a lot of, you know, intensity in surfing around the world, especially to us, because we grew up like watching him like getting results overseas, and that kind of pushed us to realize pretty much that it's possible. And Poto has been around forever, and he's the best out there at chopes as well, and he's the best lifeguard too, you know, like and he's crazy, man. Like, you don't want to jump on a ski with him.
I had the pleasure of a couple of ski rides with Poto, and I was hanging on, probably the fastest I've ever gone on a PWC, on a jet ski. Just happened a couple days ago with Poto, and he's got a new machine out there.
Good times.
310. I mean, that thing's just, it's a hot rod on the water. There he is. Look at that. And look at the new ski. That thing is state of the art.
Oh. Water bogan.
He's dying right there. You know, he's dying. He doesn't like to go that slow.
Right? He is definitely not used to that speed.
No.
Yeah, former CT surfer, actually brought a world junior title over to Tahiti too when he was in his developmental stage. Here we go, Mihimana stalling off the takeoff, finds a little cover, smartly surfed wave for Mihimana, and he will take the lead in the matchup over John Florence. What do you think about that decision, Flick?
Look, I think he's just trying to get a score on the board and just sort of surf his way into this momentum. And especially, I mean, that first wave he took off on, that was kind of a gnarly wipeout. I mean, we were sort of talking about something else as that replay was going on, but I mean, it was pretty hectic. There was a lot of water moving. And yeah, I feel like he just wants to get something on the board here, obviously. A little bit of an easier takeoff, waits for it here, and then, I mean, that was dicey. Up underneath the lip, gets a little cover up. It's not going to be a massive score, but just nice to get your feet in the wax and get a make.
Exactly. You can see like he has to put something under his feet, and this wave is probably gonna change the whole situation in his mind. Like he's probably gonna need like a high score from now on, but you know, like John has been waiting for the one already, so it's gonna be a crazy one. Like anything that's gonna come, John will go, so it doesn't matter how big it's going to be, and we all know John is one of those guys where he's not scared of going on anything, and his technique is legit as well, and I feel like John has a lot of opportunity today to get a couple tens.
Yeah, sure does. Well, the pressure is increasing slightly on John Florence. A 4.83 drops in for the trials winner, Mihimana. Let's hear from John and talking about his approach and how he deals with the pressure.
The world title's the goal for me, like, and that's where I'm headed, but it's not what I'm like striving towards in a way. It's not the everything, the everything for me is like, I want to show up to a heat, I want to be relaxed, and I want to be able to surf the best I can without overthinking it. Some of my best heats have been ones I didn't win. One with Kelly at Chopes where we're tying at like 19 points, and like I look back on that and I'm like, I didn't win that thing, and it would have been fun to win, but I'm still equally like stoked that happened, like it was epic. It was a battle, and I've had ones with Gabe where it's similar situation where I look at it and I'm like, I wanted to win that one, or there's one that I have won, and they all feel good, and those are the moments when I've been able to kind of like let go of everything and just surf like how I surf.
Yeah, I mean, hearing from John, and then I just think back to the elimination round yesterday, and maybe the feeling that Liam O'Brien has exiting competition, losing to Ramsey Boukhiam, but Liam O'Brien lost with a 16.74 two-wave total. I mean, when you have a good heat and you still lose, do you still get some satisfaction, Michelle?
Oh, absolutely. Like as a surfer, what you want is to surf in the best conditions, and especially like today, like you feel like, oh, whatever happens, happens. And I had the same feeling as John when he was saying like he lost against Kelly here at Teahupo'o, and the same feeling when I lost against Jeremy when he got the 2 10s in my heat, and I almost got 19 points, and I was still stoked. So to me, I understand his feeling.
Speaking of Jeremy seems like he's been such a good influence on all of you Tahitian surfers. He's been in the channel. He was in the channel all day long yesterday, supporting Vahine. I just saw a shot of him in the channel supporting Mihimana. Talk about your good friend Jeremy Flores and what a positive influence he's been on you folks.
Jeremy has pushing me my whole life. I know him since he's 14 years old, and he's the kind of guy that, he's wild.
Yeah.
I love the guy. And, like when he put his mind into something, like he goes 100%. So that's what he did on tour. And now, since he's off tour, he's doing the same thing as a coach. And that's why you could see, like, that's the reason why Vahine won. That's why Vahine qualified for the Olympics, So to have Jeremy in your corner is usually a good thing.
Yeah, Jezza, right? Had such a celebrated career. took a win out here, 2 times at Pipeline, took a win at home. It took him a long time to win in France, but when he won that, I remember Hasagor that year absolutely blew up. What a great surfer, and a surfer that isn't shy to show his emotions, which is really cool.
That's really cool. It's the reason why you have to love the guy as well. He doesn't hold back. He says exactly what he thinks, and you know he's not that kind of person that is gonna hold his tongue, you know. So I love him.
Hey, I mean, we got time to talk right now because it is a lull, and I will say to you, Michelle, and I know you lived amongst it while it was happening. I feel that sometimes Jeremy was almost like so controversial at times because in his career, to his defense, he had more close losses, I feel, in a career than any professional surfer I've ever seen.
That's a bummer, man.
Came so many times. And it would have been, you know, it speaks to his energy that he kept on persevering, and he really. Now he can look back at his career and just say like, I won the important ones. You know, I won out here. I won at Pipeline. I won at home. You do that. You put that away. Just like yourself. I mean, you won at Haleiwa twice, Sunset, and Pipeline. I mean, how much pride does that give you having that record on the North Shore? It's incredible. There's only a handful. I think there's only five surfers or 6 surfers that have ever done that.
Yeah, that's incredible. Because the reason why is I was trying just to win how do you say it, the Triple Crown.
Yeah.
Back in the day, and every year I was trying my best, and the results show itself. But I feel like I'm pretty sad that this kind of comp doesn't exist anymore. You know, the Triple Crown. Yeah, because just everyone was excited right at the end of the year just to surf Haleiwa, big Sunset, and hoping to get into Pipe. And you know, like, obviously that's after a world title. I heard a lot of people saying like, oh, the Triple Crown is the thing to win.
Yeah, it's it really was to me. And you know, hey, maybe it comes back sometime in some form or another in the future. But to me, it was the ultimate challenge in surfing because of the playing field. Just like here at Teahupo'o is the ultimate challenge in surfing, and it's based upon how crazy flick this playing field is. Oh, we're going to take a break. We're taking a Bonzoy brew break, so we're going back with more conversation with Michelle Perez, Felicity Palmentier, as well as the conclusion of the heat between John Florence and Mihimana Bray.
Okay, 14 minutes remaining. 14 minutes waiting for us of blue and red.
Back in Tahiti at the end of the road, and Mihimana pulling in, pulling up, pulling through, cascading lip over the Tahitian wild card, kicks out, standing tall into the channel. He's got the lead over John Florence in this matchup. John, next wave of the set, and John gets a pump in, lost in the barrel, and finds his way out. Great navigation by John Florence, and we have a paddle battle. We have a heat on our hand. Kaipo Guerrero, Felicity Palmentier, and Michelle Perez calling all the action. I'm going to go to you, Flick. Wow, what an exchange.
Yeah, that was great. What a 1-2 combo. Obviously, you know, Mihimana going the first one because, you know, John leaving it, and he's like, okay, well, I've got to go. There's probably, you know, it's been 2-wave sets all morning. Mihimana pulls the trigger, goes the first one, and nice ride to back up the 5.33. Let's have a look here. So slides up underneath the lip. You can see that back foot just shift further forward on the board just to make sure he makes it through that barrel. And then let's have a look from this angle. Such a groovy little slide there under the barrel, under the lip, and double arm drag just to maximize that time. But for me, I mean, out the back, John just waited for this wave, and for good reason. I mean, that thing was an absolute nugget.
Yeah, check out this angle, and just how he's able to maneuver that board backhand through a grindy barrel, Michelle. So impressive.
That's crazy. He just got an 8.17 on that one, and you can see like he was pumping in the barrel the whole time, and that's something that not a lot of people can do. And just because you have to have that vision and to know exactly where you are in the barrel to be able to do that. And John is one of the best in the world, and that's the reason why he got it 8.17.
Yeah, John goes excellent, and he makes this a contest between himself and Mihimana. We can take a look, knowing that he's going to use under priority. Side slip shimmy into this one, and he's going to take the lead. He just needed 1.99, needed a 2-point ride to take the lead off of Mihimana, and he has done that easily with that quick reaction flick, just getting right back in the lineup and getting a backup score.
Yeah, super smart. I mean, it was a smaller wave, but he knows he made such a small score that he's like, hey, let's just pull the trigger on this one. Let's back up that 8.17, and let's just get heat control here. He's easily going to do that. It was a super short barrel, but it was really technical. I mean, that takeoff was really hard. I mean, he strokes into this one, and those fins fully, I mean, they disengaged from the wave. You could see that they were sliding around there for a second, even there at the end as well. I mean, right here, you'll really be able to see it. The fins dislodge from the face of the wave. See that tail slide out? John regains control there, which was just super difficult to do. Really tight technical barrel, and great backup to that 8.17.
John, taking the lead. Oh, we'll take another look at it. Break this down in slow motion, Michelle.
Well, I was just thinking that it was kind of a cloud break barrel somehow. You know, he knew that he didn't need to go fast. So he was stalling like right at the beginning of the takeoff, and it's so technical, man. Like most of the guys like would have hit it right, you know, right during the takeoff. You're just gonna lose the ability to keep your board straight. But you know, not everyone. John can do
not everyone's John. Yeah.
Not everyone's John.
He side slip boogied into a 7-point ride to back up his 8.17. John Florence with the lead, mind you. John makes it through this heat, and he's going to toss that red jersey going to El Salvador. He takes over the yellow leader's jersey if he's able to win this heat. Here he goes again. John getting into rhythm, controlling his pace through this barrel. Where is he? There he is, right over the foam ball, and a rare subtle claim by John. That now he's feeling it, Flick.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely feeling it. Surfing his way into a wardrobe change. It's absolutely, I just love it when he gets in this momentum and rhythm, and you can just see he just starts to click into that casual gear, and it just looks like it becomes easier and easier for him. It's just really cool to watch. I mean, he toyed with that last wave and really played with that length of time in the barrel. It was epic to watch.
Strider, what do you got going out there?
John sidestepping, but Mihimana out the back, pulling into this thing deep. Beautiful tube ride right there. So he likes it. He's coming by, gonna kick out, spray us, and get back out there. Mihimana's gonna try and put himself right back into this thing. But John Florence, the way that he was toying with his last wave was absolutely incredible. He was riding the foam ball, then went side slipping into it, and then reconnected. And you know, he came by and he was actually just visibly really stoked on his performance. And to watch it was just art. It was amazing. So beautiful work from John. I think he's, you know, solidly in the lead, but Mihimana, he's ready to battle back into it.
Yeah, we're taking a look at here, John Florence on the replay. Michelle just toying with the barrel like a giant Maine Coon cat and a ball of yarn.
Yeah, John. He's always in the right position, and I like the claim. It's a half claim, but still a claim.
And rare to
exactly.
get out of some excitement like that of the casual John Florence.
Oh, completely. I think just most people, when they get into this section of the barrel, I mean, there's just so much speed on the foam ball that it just will project you forward, but he does such a good job here at dragging. Half of his whole body is in the side of the face of the wave. You can see his fins disengaging there again. And he just does so well to control that. And I mean, because of that very moment, he prolongs that time in the barrel. It's incredible. Like the technique that he has on that ride. I mean, it's so difficult.
He was so high right there. When you watch it in slow motion, that was teetering on the edge. That was like stand-up bodyboarding, just utilizing really like the rail. And there you go, the half claim.
The half claim from John. Now I understand why he half claimed it, you know? Wow, that was crazy. We couldn't see that from the first angle we had. It's so technical. And Mihimana, wow.
So waiting for two scores, one for John Florence, one for Mihimana Bray, and set the situation. John currently with the lead at 9.84. Will take Mihimana to the lead, but again, we're waiting for those two scores, and those scores will change the complexion of this heat when they drop in. Always calm, John. And, you know, John also, he's got a new motivation right now. Him and his wife, Lauren, just welcomed a baby boy into the world, Darwin. And so now I'm claiming that John's got a little bit of, Michelle got a little bit of dad power. I feel like you get like a little bit of dad power when you have a kid.
It's an extra power. You know, it's so difficult to travel with a kid and knowing that sometimes you have to leave them behind and to focus on what you have to do. Wow, right there, that was it. 7.6. You know, he's so technical. Like he's one of the kind, and wow, he's incredible, man. I hope like there'll be like two sets coming, like the two biggest waves of the day for both of them to charge.
Yeah. And again, we really can appreciate this technicality. Watching at the end here, just threading the needle of physics, really. To, you know, that's so much water pulling up the face and just threading the needle of going over the falls, but pulling it off. And John has now put Mihimana in a two-wave combination. 15.77 is what the trials winner needs to overcome John Florence. And the tough part, Flick, for the Tahitian is that it is, oh, sorry, we got 8.1 just dropped in, so that combination disappeared because of an 8.1 that just dropped in for Mihimana. Let's take a look at how we got into those numbers with all of the judges' scores for Mihimana Bray. One judge going as high as an 8.5, so that did change the complexion of this heat, but still a hill to climb for Mihimana Flick because he needs a near excellent number and he's under the priority of John.
Yeah, but you know what? And I hope, you know, what you said, Michelle, is that there is another two-wave set and it's a big one because we know that both these guys are going to go. I mean, Mihimana just demonstrating, hey, and we know it as well. I mean, he's logged so much time on this reef. He's an expert out here. He's dropped an excellent number. That's got to feel good for his confidence. Just knowing that, okay, yeah, John does have a little bit of a stranglehold right now, but I am totally capable. I've already dropped one excellent number. I just need to do that again, okay? And I feel like he's sort of only warming up. I feel like Mihimana's got another couple of gears to click into. And at a wave like this, you know, everything can change in a split second. All it takes is one set. And I mean, we saw Kelly change the heat with literally about 10 seconds to go in the first heat of the day. It's totally possible.
3 minutes and 30 seconds and some temps time. So what's the play right now, Michelle? I mean, as you know, former tier, I think you had 12 seasons. Yeah, a long time on the tour. Under priority, what's the trick right now for Mihimana? If you were his coach, if you could tell anything to him.
Wow, you got to be really lucky. You just enter yourself in the if world. You know, if a set comes, if there's two waves, if it goes like on the inside ledge or outside ledge. So you got to pick the right option and without knowing it, you know. So when you hear like people like calling there's a set coming, you have to sit maybe under the guy if he's not going. So there's a lot of opportunities, but if it doesn't come, it doesn't come. It's part of the game, so we know what to do. But I just, as I said before, I just hope that for the last 30 seconds there'll be two sets coming and two of the biggest waves of the day, and just for us to watch them going after it.
Yeah, and I guess the reactiveness, Flick, that you have to do in professional surfing is really hard to make a playbook. It's really hard to make a play-by-play when you're out there, because you have to react to just like whatever the ocean's going to serve up to you instantly.
And I think out of all the waves on tour, I mean Pipe as well, but I think even more so here, because I think this is a faster wave than Pipe, and it moves at slightly faster, a little bit more energy. And I feel like this wave forces you to react more than any other wave on tour, rather than think. Like, you don't have time to really think about it coming towards you, like, where am I going to position? It's just like, okay, let's think less, let's feel more, let's get connected, and let's go. And I feel like this wave forces that.
2-minute mark right now, reaction time, priority with John. He slips into this one, what a drop. Manages the foam ball, but that foam ball knocks off even John Florence. It was incredible that he was even able to make the drop. Mihimana, this could be the comeback wave for the Tahitian. Eases off the bottom, pulls into a pit, traveling through the pit, comes out with his arms up. He needs a 7.68 to turn the heat. Michelle, your first reaction?
That's incredible, man. It's
Jeremy likes it.
Yeah, Jeremy likes it. We can't really see the size of the wave from the live. So if Jeremy is stoked, I'm stoked.
All right. Wow. Well, what an exchange. John, not going to add to his heat total, but incredibly making a side slip crazy drop. But wave number 2, Flick, could be the game changer.
Yeah, I think exactly like you said, Michelle, if Jeremy was excited about it, I think he's probably also excited for Mihimana to get back out the back. But let's talk about the coulda, shoulda, woulda. And if he makes this, I feel like it's a 10.
That's a 10.
That thing was crazy. Just even to take off so much under the lip, which is what you need to do out here today, and make the drop was crazy. Let's break down Mihimana. So bigger wave 2, quite deep, obviously trying to double arm drag there to maximize that tube time. I don't know, I'm not sure where this is going to go. I mean, it was a big wave, it was a set wave.
Doesn't need to go excellent.
No.
Does not need to go excellent, just a 7.68, just in the very good range, Michelle.
I'll give it to him.
Yeah.
Of course, I'll give it to him.
Well, it's not over yet. Look at the scramble right now. Mihimana with priority, so advantage to him. He's going to take a insurance policy here, and so the previous wave is going to be the important score for Mihimana. And I think John got a quick one out there too. We'll get caught up with some of those happenings. This is what happened with John where we're in the last replay.
Wow. Oh.
So does that better his score line, I guess, is the question.
I don't think so. I think small, short barrel, technical takeoff, but I don't think it does.
Same.
All right, so we will be waiting with bated breath right now for these next 2 wave scores to drop, because they will determine who's moving on into the quarterfinals between John Florence and Mihimana Bray. Remember, John wins this heat. He gets the yellow leader's jersey. Strider poised to grab him on the mic. And we wait. And they wait in the channel. Jeremy Flores with some words to Mihimana. Flick, the suspense is killing me.
Yeah, well, if they're thinking about it this long, I feel like it is contention that it's going to be extremely close. So, I mean, that's exciting for us sitting here. Not so exciting for John. But yeah, I mean, look. Everyone looks pretty calm right now, pretty relaxed. They both had great performances, and I mean, they both can hold their heads high, because, I mean, that was incredible by both of them. I mean, I was so blown away with just the technicality of John's backhand tube riding. I mean, we haven't even seen that yet in this event. Just the tail slide on the foam ball was insane.
Yeah, exactly. John's technique was unique, and he could make the difference. But Mihimana's wave was one of the set too. So it's going to be hard to be a judge right now.
You can feel the tension in the channel. And a little recount. We're going to replay these waves again. This is the one of Mihimana Flick.
Yeah, so really, I mean, he was pretty deep. And, like, you've just got to reflect back on the 8.10. It was kind of similar. I mean, this is John's 7.6.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, incredible surfing there from John.
Heartbreak. Mihimana Bray, the number comes in just under. Needed a 7.68. Mihimana with a 7.53. So he's hearing the news right now. And so it will be John Florence on to the quarterfinal. And John Florence going to #1 on the leaderboard on the live rankings. Let's get Strider for a quick word with John Florence. Strider?
John, you're spitting blood. I don't know where it's coming from. That last one was gnarly. But I was stoked to get one of those kind of bigger sets, and wish I would have made it. I was just a little too far under it for the drop, and so I didn't get a big pump. But I'm stoked to make that heat. Talk about the heat, talk about Mihimana, and you know, coming up against the local wild card who was on a tear. Yeah, Mihimana, he's been ripping. His heat against Griffin yesterday was gnarly, and like he's such a good surfer out here, and so it's scary coming in. They're not afraid to go on the big ones, and so that's where you're like, okay, like if a big one comes, he's in the spot, he's probably gonna get a 10. So that was just, yeah, that was a super close, hard heat. Oh my gosh! What? You just started the heat. I want one like that. All right, we'll throw it back up to you guys. Congratulations, John. And here we go.
All right, well, new heat has started between Rio Waida and Griffin Colapinto. This is the start of heat 6 of the round of 16. So straight into this matchup between the rookie Crosby Colapinto and the Indonesian second year in the championship tour, Rio Waida. We can see him getting scooped up right now by the Tahitian Water Patrol. Grabber gets him on the sled, and they're going to take a trip around the reef. Let's take a look at what John Florence was taking a look at and his reaction on a wave that rolled through in the break between heat number 5 and heat number 6. Here it is. What do you think about that, Michelle?
Same feeling as John. I wish I was in it. You know, I mean, it's so sad that they've been waiting for that one the whole time, and it just came right after. But you know, it's part of the game, and and they know it. But Mihimana came out short, but you know, he put on a good show, and I'm super happy for him.
Thank you, Michelle Perez. We'll get more of Michelle calling the action here. The action continues after this short break. We'll be back at the end of the road in Tahiti. Yorana, and welcome back to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Kaipo Girl, along with Jesse Mendez, in a new heat out in the water. Crosby Colapinto up against Rio Waida, battling for a spot in the quarterfinals. Here is finals day, and we've already seen some tremendous performances so far this morning. More on the way. Swell is going to stick in, and we're anticipating actually a little bit of a reinforcement as the day matures, Jesse.
I mean, it's such a perfect day. As you see right there, the ocean's so glassy, very smooth. So it's a very clean, big swell, which it's favorable for all the surfers, and we should get some great action towards this second half of the day coming up.
Yeah, and you know, the matchups have been incredible. They've been exciting. We just saw another exciting heat with the local wild card and trials winner, Bray, up against John Florence. It was a high-scoring heat, 15.77 to 15.63 in that matchup. So that's been the story of today. It's been absolutely incredible day, the second day of incredible surfing here. Kaipo Girl, Jesse Mendez. Yeah, just your thoughts of what we've been seeing so far. I feel this is the best event we've seen in quite a long time here in Tahiti.
100%. We can count obviously some amazing days we had, but that been in the past quite a few years ago. 2019 is one that comes to my mind, a very big, even bigger than this swell we had. Super west, but also not as perfect as this last 2 days. And it's just a big day for surfing yesterday and today, even to finish the men's in these conditions. It's going to be so exciting.
Oh, Jesse, on the live rankings, we got a new #1. That's John Florence. He just won his heat. He's on the boat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Well, superheroes bleed too. John, that was an absolute battle. Super close heat with a wily wildcard, Bray. Give us a recap of the last 35 minutes of your life.
Yeah, that was a battle. It was a really close one. It's tough when it's long lulls like this, because you kind of like, oh, do I go on a medium one? And then is there a set coming? You don't really know, because there could be a 20-minute lull. So it makes those heats really tough. And yeah, so that was a fun battle to get those couple waves in the end there, and it's so scary because he's so close.
Some brutal wipeouts, but also some glorious moments out there with some big sets coming through. There's a big one coming through now. Maybe you could tell us what you're seeing from the boat.
Yeah, this looks like a kind of one of the medium sets that are coming. Just such a nice wave, though. It looks like a really clean, good one. Oh, like, yeah, just let him in so nicely. Well, no, those ones are really perfect and fun, playful.
And now you want to get right back out there. So, John, we did some great news. Between the flogging you got on your previous wave and the time you got to the boat, you've just jumped into the yellow leader jersey. You're now #1 in the world. Did you know that was about to happen?
Yeah, I kind of had a thought that was going to happen because I knew we were all pretty close. And both Jack and Griffin went down yesterday. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty stoked, but we still have a lot of events to go. And, yeah, hopefully I can win this event and get a big lead.
Love to hear it. One thing that we keep hearing about is something that you've just newly found, that dad power. Any different feel out there with that dad power behind you now?
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's crazy being a dad now and just that whole new kind of experience of life. And me and my wife are so stoked. It's actually been pretty hard to be away because he was born like a week before I left. And but yeah, it feels good and it feels like I'm competing for them. And so I'm really stoked on that.
New homie at home, new jersey color. It's on for John.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is, Chris. And yeah, the live rankings, we keep that updated. You can find the live rankings on worldsurfleague.com. Just visit it right now. John up in the top spot. Now remember, that red line there underneath Jordy Smith, who's out of competition, that's the race that's on at the back half of the season. It's all about being in that final 5 and giving yourself a chance at the WSL Finals to win a world title. So John, we haven't seen him yet in this new format at the WSL Finals. This could be the year, Jesse.
For sure, and for his bad luck, I guess, a lot of years he was just injured in the past few years, so he wasn't able to put a whole year together. And now with this huge advantage, and also the only surfer still in the event that is in the top 5s, like he mentioned, he's want to get a big lead gap in between the other surfers.
Crosby Colapinto here on a replay, Jess.
Yeah, like John mentioned, this wave wasn't so big and so throaty, just more of a playful wave. He was able to stall, get himself deep. Not the most clean exit, but nice ride for him. He's going to start with a decent score and beautiful technique. You see his knees just kind of touching the water right there on the side of the outside of his front leg, going through the fumble. But right here is probably what kept the score a little bit more on the mid-range. And yeah, just unfortunately for him, the wave didn't open up in the end, but a good start for him.
Yeah, Crosby Colapinto, a rookie on tour on the live rankings. He's jumped up 1 spot after advancing through the elimination round. He's number 11 on the live rankings. That elimination round that he got through at the end of the day yesterday was a high-scoring heat up against his good friend Seth Muniz. Crosby clocking in an 8-point ride and then a 9.43 to make it through that elimination round. So the rookie coming off of his highest heat total so far in his championship tour career after that performance yesterday afternoon. That's got to give him some momentum going into today's round of 16.
Yes, and also not to mention that obviously he's probably bummed that Cole, his very good friend, lost to Italo earlier today, but this is a huge opportunity for him to gain ground and get closer to Cole, since Cole has kind of a gap in front of him with that big weight with the event win at Bells Beach. So this is a good opportunity for Crosby, and starting off with the best way of the heat so far. Still early stages, but yeah, advantage right there for him.
Yeah. Well, getting into the quarterfinals for either of these, you're going to add some points to your shaper for the CT shaper rankings. Crosby Colapinto on Mayhem surfboards and Rio Waida on Sharp Eye surfboards. Also, Jake Marshall, who's in the next heat, another surfer on the Sharp Eye program. So both of those surfers, not just surfing for themselves, surfing basically, for your factory team, if you would. And that's what the CT Shaper Rankings is all about. And it's great that we're giving our surfboard builders a lot of credit. We did that last year, and we're doing it again this year. Of course, last year, Mayhem took out the win. And this year, Mayhem currently in the lead, but watch out for Sharp Eye. They could be coming in strong at the back half of the year. I think you know a lot about Sharp Eye surfboards, Jesse.
For sure. I've been riding them for the past few years. They're great boards. I think this is a very important heat for them because, they're both first and second in the rankings right now as far as the Shapers rankings, and whoever takes this heat is going to start scoring for the Shapers. So I bet you both of them are watching very closely. And then we have Jake Marshall as far as Sharp Eye on the next heat coming up. So it's going to be exciting both ways.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, again, the points start adding up when we hit the quarterfinals. Taking a look at our CT Shaper rankings, like you said, Jesse, Lawson Sharp Eye in the #1 and #2 spot. And they are quite a bit ahead of Channel Islands, Paisel, and DHD when we look at the numbers.
Yeah, surprisingly right there, because Channel Island also has quite a few athletes on tour, and maybe just not having the luck this year as far as we've been so far. Obviously this event, Vahini taking the win, so that's going to add some points to Channel Islands as well. And let's see how it rolls out to the end of the year.
Yeah. Yeah, one interesting thing is, it is whatever the last, some surfers will try different equipment and stuff. So it is whatever the last board you rode in competition. And stop number 5 in Western Australia, Jack Robinson rides Sharp Eyes a lot. And most of his shortboards are Sharp Eyes. But in that final at Margaret River, Jack was riding an Eric Arakawa. So Sharp Eye did not get those points from that's 10,000 points from that Margaret River win. Interesting.
That's very interesting. That would close the gap so much in between Lost Surfboards and Sharp Eye. So, but this is kind of happens a lot with surfers that like to surf with Hawaiian shapers in heavy conditions, and Jack's one of them. He's been doing that for his whole life. As long as I can remember, he was riding Eric Arakawas in Hawaii in heavy conditions. So the waves got much bigger on the final days at Margaret River. So he feels more comfortable with the equipment and went for it.
Yeah, that Arakawa rocket, but back to Sharp Eye. Rio Waida, he's been looking sharp on those Sharp Eye surfboards. And also, Rio's part of a new film project called The Next Wave. Let's take a look at a little bit of that next wave.
Surfing has this allure. It's different to any sport on the planet.
Being in the Olympics, to me, it's such a special thing.
It's an absolute love story between humans and Earth.
It's almost bigger than the Olympics. It's like a celebration of our sport.
Yeah, that's the new film from Samsung in conjunction with the WSL. It's called The Next Wave. You can scan this QR code to watch the new film. And it is a brilliant project put together by that partnership of Samsung and the World Surf League. Well, we're 20 minutes into this heat, and Crosby Colapinto with a slight advantage, and I say slight advantage just because all he has, Jesse, is a mid-range score of a 5.
Yeah, slow heat so far. Kind of an advantage for him, even though it's a small score for a day like today. We've seen a lot of 8, 7-point rides and big heat totals, but you kind of got to play by the heat and execute what's in front of you and the opportunities you have. So Crosby right now taking advantage of that 5-point ride. Let's see how it's going to turn out. It could be a flurry of waves in the next few minutes of this event, and it could change, but as far as we see right now, Crosby on the top.
Yeah, there he is, 66 on his back, just 22 years old. Chose the jersey number of 66 because older brother Griffin has 99 on the back of his jersey, so he's just like flipped that upside down and chose 66 when he gets to choose his jersey number. Again, on the championship tour, as a rookie, you qualify for the championship tour coming off of the Challenger Series. You get to choose your jersey number, and a lot of people make different statements with their jersey numbers. A lot of, you know, like Ramsey Buchan with the 52, it's all about, you know, a memorial for his father. Rio Waida here with the 45 on the back of his jersey. Rio Waida, that's an ode to Rio's country that he represents, Indonesia. In 1945, Indonesia became an independent country, and so Rio perpetuates that with the 45 on his back. So there's a lot of cool stories behind how the surfers get their jersey numbers. And by the way, all the jerseys are available at the WSLstore.com. We got new fresh jerseys out there, as well as all of the Tahiti Pro merch over there at the WSL store. Older brother Griffin's been a guiding light for Crosby on the championship tour. We'll get to that because we got to this. Rio Waida in and out, and that's going to change this heat. The Indonesian with the 45 on his jersey coming through there. Smart use of priority and likely taking the lead. What do you think, Jesse?
I mean, no doubt about it. Obviously, he only needs a small score, but in my eyes, that was definitely the best score of the heat so far. The depth, the intensity, how deep he was able to drive through that barrel, that was very impressive from Rio. And just as we were mentioning, you know, we expect way bigger scoring conditions like this. Look at that takeoff, like elevator feeling, almost getting hung up on the lip and then just getting under that lip line, and beautiful wave executed for him. As you see it right there, just stalls that a little bit in the beginning, lets the water go, drive through that barrel very nicely, and beautifully done for him.
Interesting to go low to high line, that he had to make that adjustment in the barrel. So technical backhand tube ride.
Totally, and this is going to happen a lot on a day like today because we're starting to have those in-between waves that it's not hitting the outside ledge or the inside ledge. So we're going to have those still big barrels, but a little bit more high up, and they're going to have to adjust. And we saw a lot of high line barrels, which they're very technical and hard to manage. So props there for Rio. He's going to get a solid score of that wave.
Yeah, so waiting for the score for Rio Waida. in the elimination round, Rio up against Imai Kalani de Vault, I think we called that he took a super high line on a real pinchy wave. So it's impressive to me that Rio, in some of these not so square barrels, is able to use maybe some of his like Uluwatu kind of skills, where he's able to negotiate maybe a little bit more almondy and changing barrels.
For sure. He lives in Indonesia, where you have plenty of type of conditions of waves, that it's long reefs with long barrels, so you really have to be precise and control your speed, control your height throughout the barrel. Different than here, which usually we see that very intense one big section of barrel. So he's taking advantage of this situation right now in between the ledges and starting with a 7-point ride.
Yeah, there you go. Easy 7. We throw away that 7.5. We throw away that 6.5. And the math on the remaining 7s average a 7-point ride. And the lead for Rio Waida. Priority at the halfway mark here to Crosby Colapinto. Still anyone's heat as this is presenting itself because of the strategy involved. We've seen so many heats decided within the last couple of minutes because of the lully conditions. You're not having as much opportunity, so it really is, again, another cliche, but it really is a chess game. It's really how you use your priority and sometimes the luck of the priority rotation.
For sure, there's a lot of luck involved. How you approach the heat in the beginning, if you're going to be more selective or not. Sometimes it could go either way. You know, you have very slow heats like this one we're having right now, and all of a sudden we're going to have 10 minutes of non-stop sets. So it's a bit of a gamble, a bit of faith, and just putting yourself in the right place at the right time and making the most of the opportunities you got.
Well, as we wait for the next set, we're going to step away just for a little bit. We'll be back with the conclusion and see if Crosby Colapinto or Rio Waida goes to the quarterfinals.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. Conrad Bora Bora Nui, stay inspired. And Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL.
Stop number 5 on the championship tour, the Margaret River Pro brings the world's best surfers to a remote corner of Australia.
2 major moves with the Dolphins.
A perfect score for John Florence. Tahiti is going to be the ultimate playing field and proving grounds.
Buckle in, because we have monstrous waves.
To take a gold medal in Tahiti, I don't know if it's going to get any better than that.
Be sure to catch Tahiti Bound, championed by Shiseido. The final episode, it airs on CNBC June 23rd at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. You're going to want to check that out. And thanks to Shiseido for their support of that Tahiti Bound series. And we're in Tahiti right now. Imagine that. It's been an epic run here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. And since we left, absolutely nothing has changed. Ryo Waida out in the lead with a 7-point ride, of half a point backup, so he needs to work on that. Crosby Colapinto still sitting on his first wave. It was a mid-range score of a 5 on Kaipuguro, along with Jesse Mendez. And now things get, you know, it's a lot of times it's a long-paced race throughout a heat, back and forth. When heats like this, Jesse, I feel like it's an instant sprint for the finish when you're down to just a 10-minute heat.
Yes, definitely. And even though Rio doesn't have a big gap on the lead right now, that 7-point ride is a lot of difference in between Crosby best score. So in a good advantage right now, Rio, if he's able to back it up and apply more pressure, you're going to see that lead really take a gap and take a step forward. And yeah, right now, to tell you the truth, Crosby has not much he can do. He just got to sit and wait for a good wave, because he needs to, in his next wave, he needs to match or better Rio's 7-point ride. So in order for him to be back in the heat, because if you think about it, if you let an opportunity go, most likely your opponent's going to capitalize again. So right now, Rio with a step ahead, but Crosby's still enriched, so he really got to close that gap in the next wave.
Yeah, Crosby with priority, and I just feel if a monster wave comes through, he will execute. He showed us that yesterday in the elimination round, a 9.43 ride for Crosby Colapinto. It was absolutely incredible, and you know, it was one of the things that just made his older brother Griffin really, really proud. Speaking of his older brother Griffin, we got brothers on tour in 2024, Griffin and Crosby Colapinto. Let's hear from older brother Griffin.
Pretty much like since Crosby and I were 10 years old or whatever, whenever we started getting into competitive surfing, once we learned about the tour and we started giving it all our effort, that was our dream, you know, to make the tour together. And I personally put a lot of effort into helping Crosby, and Crosby's put a lot into helping me, and so we've just like fed off each other so much. And for us now to both be on it, it's kind of like, I don't know, when we were young, it felt like just as much of a dream to do that as much as like winning a world title is a dream, you know? So it's like now that we actually have achieved that and we're here, it's like really just want to enjoy the process of that. All this, you know, it's just super cool that we're living out our dream like this.
Yeah. And they're living the dream in 2024. Brothers on tour. Crosby Colapinto, when I spoke to him last year when he qualified at the final stop of the Challenger Series in Sakurama, I asked, what, you know, typical question, what do you look forward to the most being on the championship tour? A lot of times people say surfing Pipeline with only one guy out, surfing Tahiti with only one guy out. Crosby said, I can't wait to surf against my brother. That's the brotherly, I mean, they push and pull, you know, they support each other, but they really are, I think the concerted effort between these two, there's Griffin right there, actually enhances both of their performances because they're constantly pushing each other.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine how that would feel. I've surfed on tour level with very good friends of mine before, and it was our childhood dream, and to actually execute and become a professional surfer, get into the WSL, qualify for the tour, and then surf against one of your best friend. Like, imagine being your brother, you know, your little brother. And they already had a heat together, which was incredible. It was very fun. The waves weren't the best, but hopefully they can get matched in like those waves of consequences one day, because there are some of the guys that push the level in this type of conditions, and they're not scared to throw themselves over the ledge. So it's going to be exciting to watch when that day comes.
Yeah, I mean, some of the most competitive heats in the history of professional surfing has happened with brothers going up against each other. Things that come to mind for me would be the Hobgood brothers pushing each other, just going crazy, wanting to beat each other more than anything in the world. Of course, Andy and Bruce Irons, those brothers had an incredible rivalry when they were on tour together. The Lopez brothers as well. I feel the other brothers like Neko and Teko Patarats, I don't feel like they were that confrontational. I feel like they were more supportive of each other. But it's just different chemistries, you know? Same thing with Mikey and Owen Wright, you know? on tour. So long history of different brothers on tour and how that affects their performance and just how it elevates each of the brothers. A lot of times it seems like the younger brother is the gnarlier one, though.
I mean,
I whisper that, you know, but
you learn with your older brother for sure. He kind of paves the way, and then you see, oh, that was a mistake right there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do something different. So obviously there's a bit of more experience on the older brother, usually mostly in this occasion with the Colapintos, because Griffin has been on tour for quite a few years already, but I could see Crosby stepping it up just as much as Griffin did, or even better so far. So we have a few exciting years watching those two surfers.
And we have an exciting region that Crosby and Griffin represent, San Clemente, California, which has turned into a current hotbed of performance surfing with the crop that have been coming out of San Clemente. And the guys on tour, you know, we talk about Sawyer Lindblad on the women's side, Cole Houshmand, Crosby Colapinto, Griffin Colapinto. It's just, the depth is pretty incredible. And then the next layer underneath that, the younger kids coming out of San Clemente, is just really, really impressive. How many good surfers can come out of really a small Southern California beach town? It's a phenomenon going on right now.
And also a lot of good surfers that actually are very good in waves of consequences, and you don't have any wave of consequence at San Clemente. You know, you have amazing rippable performance waves, but you don't have this type of waves.
Well, here's a 5-point ride for Crosby Colapinto on the replay.
Yeah, you see a beautiful style, just kind of that AI-ish type of technique. But here, just more intensity. You see the takeoff was later. He was much deeper in the barrel. And one of the most important as well, he came out pretty clean. As Crosby wave kind of ended up pinching, and he got lipped in the head. So that was the 2-point difference between the two waves. But let's mention, man, we have less than 4 minutes left. And even though Rio has a 7-point ride, it's starting to be sketchy for both of them, because, I mean, if the ocean doesn't wake up, we might have maybe one opportunity only, and it's going to be in the hands of Crosby of pulling it off. You know, like, I don't see 2 sets coming right now. I most likely will see a set come, and if there's only one wave, what's left for Rio, you know? So he better probably start looking for a scrap and try to get a 4-point ride and apply more pressure and make that gap a little bigger for Crosby. But hopefully I'm wrong, and there's a set with 2 waves, and both of the surfers can.
Jesse, great point, because just a 2.51 from Crosby, I mean, he can happily strategically let this clock run down, get a 3-point ride right at the final 30 seconds, and not have Rio give a chance to respond. But like Rio, like the playbook, realizes the clock right here, and he's going to sneak on the inside. Look at him sneaking away from Crosby. Just one little. Now he's got a reverse direction. I think a set's coming.
Yeah, that was a great call for him not to go. And man, oh, it looks like he's going to have time. No, he's just going over that wave. So smart call for Crosby. He was way too deep, but that was the wave Crosby was needing right there. That's an excellent wave that was just going by, and now even more pressure, because the wave we're probably looking at just passed by. Is there another one coming? And Rio needs really to start looking for something to back himself up right now, because he needs to take advantage of that strong 7-point ride that he has in the heat right now.
Yeah, and pressure building, that could very easily have been the heat winning wave that we saw spin off without neither Crosby or Rio on it. We're under the 2-minute mark right now. We saw Rio break away, trying to fish for anything to improve upon a 0.5-point ride to make the task a little bit harder for Crosby Colapinto. And this one, although it's a low scoring heat with only 4 waves total ridden, is getting pretty exciting in this final 90 seconds.
Yeah, it's a nerve-wracking. Sometimes those heats are even cooler, because you it gets you on the edge of your seat. You know, you're like trying to figure out what's going to happen. And those guys right now, if we're feeling this way, imagine them. Like, they're freaking out, the heart's beating, like waves are pumping. Anytime there could be a 10-foot face wave that it's just going to pop up in front of you and give you a split second of decision. So there's a lot on the line, and not to mention rankings and prize money, everything is on it. So it's going to be a fun one to watch the last few seconds here.
Yeah, and it's not like any other wave where you can paddle down the point or paddle to a different peak on the beach break. I mean, there's only so many rideable waves out there. Here goes Rio, and this is an important wave for Rio Waida. Mid-face snap stall to get under the hood. Okay, he's going to get rid of that half-point ride. So he will increase the need for Crosby Colapinto. Was that a smart play? Time will tell. Actually, 20 seconds will tell. If Crosby can't get to his feet, it's a done deal.
Yeah, and that's what he needed to do. Like, even though it's going to be a small score, it's going to make the gap a little bigger and make Crosby really have to come on a decent wave. It's not just any little barrel that it's going to get him, but it looks like he might have an opportunity.
Here it is. Crosby needs a 4.34, finds it, funneled through that barrel, and points to the sky before jumping off in some very shallow water. Brother Griffin says, hey, you got the 4.34. Crosby Colapinto thought he got the 4.34. What do you think, Jesse?
Man, that's a tricky call. I think he's got it as well. The intensity of the wave was there. It was a short barrel, very west as you see it. It was very close to the boats right there and underneath everyone, but the wave was throaty. The takeoff was late. He got deep for a split second right there. As you see it, so look how wide it is, that wave. And as he's taking off, the lip's already going over his head. He could have gone a little bit deeper, but for the situation of the heat right now, like, it was a smart move, I think, not to risk it so much. But it's going to be in the judge's hand. I think he's going to get the edge.
And Crosby Colapinto making a pattern of this. In his elimination round heat, he only rode 2 waves for a heat win. In this heat, in the round of 16, again, he's only rode 2 waves in 35 minutes. So ultra selective, ultra calculated. We'll see if it pays off for Crosby Colapinto and if he's on to the quarterfinals. Still waiting for that score. Tom Whitaker in the channel, along with Cole, and nervous Rio Waida, hoping the number comes under for Crosby Colapinto.
Yeah, man, it's such a close call. Like, the judges are going to have to really go back to all the waves of the heat and see how it plays out.
Well, Tommy Whitaker just threw Crosby his interview hat right there, if that's any indication from the coach.
Yeah. Well, the problem is from their angle right there, they probably saw him taking off on the wave, but they couldn't see anything afterwards because the wave was way underneath and it bends inside. So you really, like, if they're seeing the back of the wave only, they obviously could see that it was going to be a throaty one, but they couldn't tell how deep he got, and that plays a huge factor in the scoring.
Take another look at it.
See it right there, the wave already passed Griffin and all the coaches right there in the corner, and they could only see the paddle on the takeoff.
Judge is taking a long time to review this one, and it's an important score because it will determine who goes to the quarterfinals. We're going to hang here, hang tight. Glenn Microhall, the coach of Rio Waida, sitting on the sled, waiting for the news. Coming in. Oh, it's right on the line. 4.34 is what he needs. A 4-point ride for Crosby Colapinto. Not enough. And it's going to be Rio Waida right here onto the quarterfinals. That was a close one for the Indonesian, but he'll take it. And Sharp Eye is going to start earning some points in that CT Shaper rankings with Rio Waida onto the quarterfinals. Wow, that was a tense one.
Yeah, definitely, and I guess the judges just identifying right there that he wasn't deep enough. So even though the wave was critical, there's a little bit meat in the bone left.
I got more on the way when we return. Jake Marshall, Gabe Medina, and a special guest on set.
everybody. Welcome back to Finals Day here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Coming off a huge day yesterday, another big Finals Day with a lot to talk about. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and one of the all-stars from yesterday's action, Tatiana Weston-Webb. Thanks so much for joining us for the call.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, this is awesome. First of all, you kind of broke the internet yesterday. It was a massive day for pro surfing. The elation on your face after that 10-point ride is something that we'll never forget. Now that you've had, you know, a good night's sleep, coming back here to talk about it, what's coming to mind about everything that you went through here at Teahupo'o yesterday?
It's a lot to digest, honestly. I just feel, gosh, what a time to be a part of women's surfing, you know? Like, Molly messaged me and she was like, "You're my hero," and I was like, "You're my hero." You know, like, she just is pushing us, and it's, I don't know, I guess I did have time to digest it, but it still doesn't really feel real. And then all of a sudden I'm just like not in the final and not like making my heat, you know? So that part is just super strange, but it was just a dream day really yesterday. Even though I didn't win, even though I didn't make the final, just what a day to be a part of women's surfing.
I felt like we won. Just even after your 10, it didn't feel like a loss. It felt like, honestly, a game-changing moment, you know, for the whole tour, for all of pro surfing. Thanks for joining us for the call. I know you're excited about this heat. Gabriel Medina in the lineup now, taking on Jake Marshall. Tati, describe the personalities here and what you're expecting on how the start of this heat's going to unfold.
Yeah, this heat makes me really excited because Jake and Gabriel are the two biggest scrappers on tour.
And as we look at during the break, Medina already did get the first wave, not as big of a score as he was hoping for, but he got a 3.0 here, Flick.
Yeah, so Gabby obviously getting things started a little quick up underneath the lip there. Super short barrel, 3-point ride, getting things started and getting the priority rotation started as well. I mean, it's funny, we were talking about this heat beforehand and, you know, Tati mentioned, oh, these guys, they're going to go hard at the beginning of the heat. So interesting play by Gabby, just getting one on the board pretty quickly.
We talk about some surfers that are very aggressive and demanding the inside. You know, Medina had a reputation of that when he was 17 years of age as a rookie on tour, and still one of the toughest guys to get a big score off of at the start of a heat. Before we go further with that conversation, we got to talk to our surfer from Indonesia. Rio Waida is with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Rio, I've seen you on the beach. I've seen you on TV. You're capable of amazing things out there in the water. As we see now Jake Marshall taking off, what are you seeing right here?
Looks fine. It looks beautiful. That's it.
Now, your heat was pretty scrappy. You know, you had to wait, you had to weave in and out. You were going inside, outside. You had to hunt and find things. What's going through your mind in a 35-minute like that where you had to try to just earn every point you could get?
Well, first of all, I think the first thing is, to be honest, I don't really care about the comp right now. I just want to get big barrels, and that's what I wanted. And then, but you know, at the end, I want to make a hit. So the last 5 minutes, I start to think, oh, he doesn't have a back. He needs a score, and I don't. My backup is only 0.5 or something. So I was like, of course, Micro told me before I paddle out, hey, if you don't have backup, go inside or find space from the other competitor to find the waves to get a backup or something. But yeah, of course, the last 5 minutes, I was like, start to, what can I say, like nervous, like anxious. Oh my God, I need to back up. I have to, like, get something to, you know, so my opponent need bigger score or something. But I heard 1 minute 30, and I was like, small one came. I was like, I gotta go, you know, even get more than 2 points, I'll be stoked, and so my opponent will need better score, bigger score. So I think I did a good job. You know, Crosby got a wave at the end. I felt something coming, you know, for Crosby. So I think I did a good job and learn from mistake, and next one's better.
Now, it was interesting watching you come in from the heat. You had to wait for the scores to drop, and you kind of disappeared into your own little world. Where did you go right there?
At the end, you know, if I lose, you know, next event I will try to get better. But if I win, you know, it's another, what can I say, another thing to learn and get better. So win or lose for me, same, you know. But of course, it would be good to win. So I had to like of course, I want to go to see Michael. Hey, what did I do wrong and stuff? I was like, oh, whatever. You know, I just want to, whatever it comes, you know, I'll be happy. That's it.
Well, you won, and guess what? You're against John Florence in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, John, you know, to be honest, I served 3 times already with the John in the heat. You know, last year he beat me twice. My first round he beat me again, so this is it will be my 4th time serve against him. So it will be fun, you know. Nothing much like me to beat him, but you know, I'm gonna give my best, and I don't really care, Gabby, John, World Champ Italo, or Griffin. I will always give my best, and that's what I love to do.
Love to hear it. And I know you got a bunch of friends and fans watching right now. What do you want to tell them?
Selamat pagi teman-teman di Indonesia. Terima kasih sudah dukung, dan next round di quarter saya akan lebih semangat. Terima kasih.
Let's go, Rio.
What a weapon. Rio Waida is so rad. Great human. Loved getting to know him the last couple of years on tour. First ever to be full-time for Indonesia. He's proud of where he comes from, and he's always going to put in his best effort no matter what your name is on tour. Looking forward to that matchup with John Florence later on today on finals day. Waves on the way here. Jake deciding not to go. That one's going to drain underneath him and blow a bunch of spit into the channel. Jake did get an opener of a 6.33, so has the lead over Medina. Medina with a 3.0. It's hard sitting here, Tati, without just watching your 10 again. Do you mind if we watch that again from yesterday? And why don't you take us through what it felt like? Because we know how it made us feel, but a 10-point ride in one of the best heats of all time, Tati. Break it down for us.
I mean, first of all, what beautiful conditions we had. You know, I almost caught my rail right there, and I just somehow made the drop and tried to stay calm. And obviously, you could see the look on my face. Pure elation. It just was something that was, I feel like I was manifesting for so long. And, you know, it finally happened. Even though I didn't make the heat, I felt like it was a moment that I'm going to forever look back on and reflect on and be like, yeah, I did that, you know? So I'm very proud of myself. You know, yesterday, actually, I was watching some highlights from Roland Garros, and Naomi Osaka actually lost to Iga Swiatek, who's #1. Even though Vahina is not #1, she wrote in her book, reflecting after, I'm proud of you. And I feel just like that. Like, I'm proud of myself. Because I know the time and the energy that I've put towards big wave surfing. And yeah, it was just a beautiful reward. I just can't believe it still.
Honestly, watching that's going to go down in history. I feel like you women yesterday set the bar now for what is possible, right? And I'm so glad that WSL made that call to run and give the women the opportunity to do it. It was incredible. And in my eyes, that wave was the best ever women's wave ever ridden in competition. It was incredible. I mean, it brought tears to my eyes just to see you charge so hard, because I feel like you've been waiting for this moment in Waves of Consequence for a while, and it hasn't happened. And I hope that this is the moment the Band-Aid's ripped off, and now you're just going to go, you know, for Bray.
Yeah. Thank you. That means so much. Jeez, it honestly sounds weird hearing you say that and me being the person that it's about. I don't know. It's just because, like, you know, this year I feel like the narrative has been like the new generation, da-da-da-da. And I feel like, hey guys, I'm still here.
Tati, there's been this thing, and we've talked about this before, with waves like Tahiti, with Pipeline, you know, Cloud breaks back on the calendar. It's like you couldn't win these events fast enough. You know, it was just, we kept going, oh, Tati's the favorite, Tati's the favorite, you know, walking around on the North Shore before Pipe starts. People are on the bike path going, you've got this, you've got this. And it was really cool catching up with you, how that pressure can be overwhelming. What was the difference in this event? Was it having the best forecast that we've had for this event since it's come back? Because you really were in your flow state.
Thank you. Honestly, I spoke to my psychologist before the event, and it was a different type of conversation that I've had with her, because obviously I know that I can get barreled. Like, that's one thing that I feel like I do pretty well. It's one of my strengths, especially front side. But, you know, when it comes to a heat, doesn't matter who has more talent or who has worked harder. It matters that who's in that connection, in that flow state at that moment, and who gets the work done, you know? And for me, like a wave like Teahupo'o that's so perfect, so beautiful, you know, you dream of getting that beautiful 10-point ride. It's so weird having to compete out there when you're seeing these perfect waves, because all of a sudden you're like, I need to make my heat right now. Like, whether the person against me gets a 1 or a freaking 10, I need to make my heat. So you got to compete first and then have that moment, you know? And it's so difficult to do. And I don't know, people like Gabriel Medina, you know, Kelly Slater, John, they do it with such ease because they feel this connection. And I feel like it was that time in my career where I was like, okay, you know what to do. You just need to have that connection, your board, the waves, the ocean, whatever, you know, your heart just knowing that something is bound to happen.
Enjoying our conversation with Tati. Ryan Callanan showing up. He's got Baron Mamiya coming up next. Our Cal, considered a veteran these days. It hasn't been always easy, though. He's had to re-qualify a couple times, but man, he's definitely surfing at the top of his game. Getting into the 9s in this event, an incredible barrel rider. What a big heat. Australia versus Hawaii, Goofy versus regular. As good as it gets. How about this next generation, Tati, that we're getting to watch at Teahupo'o? A lot of young girls already willing to get crazy over the ledge.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I mean, obviously, I participated in the Rising Tides here the last few years, and Kaylia, you know, Miss Chopu, she's one of the best out there. She throws herself over the ledge over and over, and you can see that it's pushing all the other girls. You know, Kiara Gold, too, she's ripping, and yeah, there's just so many. You know, Taki, there's so many of them, and they're all just with like bright eyes looking around, like ready to go on the waves, you know?
That's really cool. I remember another one of my favorite stories of your career was just a good reminder of how long you've been trying to push the tour into better, bigger waves. That moment in France that we'll never forget. You got a 10 yesterday, but you also got a 10 all those years ago at Hossegor when it was absolutely pumping. And you really were a significant reason of why everything ran that day. And then you proved why, that you were ready to go, getting that 10-point ride. So 2 really significant moments that are really meaningful, not just for yourself, but the importance of the tour.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. Honestly, never thought I was going to get another 10 in my career. So that's really cool. And also, I don't know, I just believed in the evolution of our sport. You know, I just believed that, you know, I remember there was one day that we had a meeting after Honolulu that was pumping, and I looked at Jessie and I was like, Jessie, when are we going to get Teahupo'o back on tour? You know, like, when is this going to happen? And there was girls in the room that laughed. And I was like, you guys, I'm for real. So I thank you. I appreciate that, because I really feel like I was, gosh, probably annoying at times with how vocal I was.
It was needed, much needed.
Oh, completely. I mean, you know, you really put yourself out on a limb. I mean, that takes incredible guts to do that, right? And I mean, it's part of your character, it's part of your DNA. I mean, what do you think has attributed to that over the years? I mean, is it something that's always been in you, or has there been people that you've looked up to, you know, that have inspired you to you know, show up in situations like that?
Yeah, I guess there is one person in particular who's inspired me over my entire lifetime. My brother, Troy. He's kind of crazy. You know, he goes on anything that comes his way, and sometimes I'm happy when I see like huge waves of consequence and he's not around, because I'm like, oh, thank God. You know?
Can you open your phone and read the text that probably came from your brother yesterday overnight?
Yes.
Let's hear directly from your big brother. You've always talked about how much he's pushed you in waves originally that you didn't want to surf, and now you've owned it. Let's see what Troy had to say.
He said, wow, 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 you're my hero. I was closing my eyes and envisioning that 10 the whole heat, and then you got it. Aaliyah and I are losing it. Best women's semifinal I've ever seen. Just wow, I love you so much.
What? That is magic.
And then he said, totally reminds me of the movie Blue Crush. So close, but all good. You're a hero to the crowd.
Good stuff, Anne-Marie.
Wow, I absolutely love that coming out of a kick out from Gabriel Medina. Things quiet in the water at the moment, and things hopefully heating up with Medina just kicking out of his second wave so far. Jake Marshall with the better start of his 6.33. And Gabriel rarely loses before the quarters out here. It only happened once back in the day as we see this read in the tube. Quick one out to the channel flick.
Yeah, beautifully done by Gabriel there. I mean, just sniffing around, trying to stay active. I mean, and just such a great read. I mean, he ended up right on the foam ball there at the end, and a bit of tube time. He's just trying to manufacture a couple of scores right now. I mean, this was pretty well done because he was deep on the takeoff there. He had to pump him a couple of times and then ended up right on the foam ball. So I feel like obviously this is going to be higher than his 3. He had to really pump through that first section. So yeah, nice work.
To me, he is arguably the person that can manufacture a score the best out of all the tour. Like what he does and his ability to read the wave and see what it's going to do before it even hits the reef, you know, it's just incredible. And him, John, Kelly, they're just kind of freaks of nature.
And it's interesting with Gabe because he's one of those guys in the Kelly category where it's every venue where he's a favorite to win. You know, he's the most successful goofy foot of all time, 3-time world champ, so many wins everywhere. But what about here that makes him so special? What is his connection like from what you see, Tati?
Well, I've been saying with Gabriel this last 2 weeks, and honestly, he just has this like lightness, airiness about him. Like even though he brings like this presence of such a competitor. See, that's a great score just to back up Jake's 6.33. I don't know, it's just like he has this presence about him and this confidence that you can tell he's just always so certain of his decisions, and it's really, really impressive.
Under priority in a cavern, spelunking his way through another drainer. And without priority, he's got to be the most dangerous athlete on tour. 8-point ride into maybe a bigger score right there, Flick.
That's got to be bigger than the 8 for me. I mean, that was a bigger wave. He was super deep, and then he rode that foam ball even longer than what he did on the 8-point ride. I mean, personally, I think that's bigger than an 8. That was insane.
Jake Marshall with a big answer. This one stretching out nicely over the reef. It spits without him. A gigantic foam ball. Sometimes these foam balls are like 6 feet within itself. Backless.
Ooh.
You know what? There's been a lot more wipeouts today than there were yesterday. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, and I heard, thinking back to this morning, I think it was Kelly, who will just have a look at this one. This is Gabriel. I mean, look how far forward on the board he had to shift his weight because he was so deep on that thing. I mean, look, yeah, he's calling it. But look at this. I mean, right here, he's so far forward on the board. There is so many weaves that he's done in that barrel, so many pumps down the line. He rode the foam ball for so long. This thing was insane.
I don't think he could have gotten much deeper. You saw how like he was on the foam ball for pretty much the whole wave until he came out. And that's what's so difficult about Teahupo'o is it just the foam ball really bucks you. You know, you saw Jake Marshall getting bucked off. But I don't know. In my opinion, it's got to go close to a 10 because honestly, the 8 was in comparison, you know, I think like there's 2 points extra there for sure.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I think that was just so well done. And I mean, yeah, wow. I mean, let's break down Jake here. So this was behind second wave of the set, behind Gabriel. He just got so caught up on this foam ball. Unfortunately, that little bit too deep. But
oh my goodness. There we go. Had the 8 before. You guys knew it was going to be better. I guess we can't call it a perfect 10 because there was 1-9-8 thrown, but it is a 10-point ride when you throw out the high and the low. And that is Gabriel Medina's 5th 10-point ride in his career at Teahupo'o. Another excellent heat, 18-point combined total And a 10 under priority, that's how dangerous this man is. That's why he's got the best streak of final appearances in the last decade. In his last 7 starts, 6 finals, 2 wins. And that is just unbelievable.
Wow, look at this set. Ooh, that was almost not even paddleable. I mean, it was for Ameo and Matahi.
Gosh. Yeah, watching the clips of the free surf sessions and the lead up to this event, the locals step it up every single year. But there was one wave of Ameo that just looked cartoonish.
Yeah, honestly, talking about freaks of nature, you know. Gabriel, John Kelly, they do it with such ease, but these guys at this wave, it's a whole other level, you know. Like the drop, like the last swell that we were here for, the drops Ameo was making it just didn't look like you would survive, and he like pops up like nothing's wrong, you know, and it's just so impressive. And Matahi too, you know, he does it with such ease, such confidence, you know. This is their playground, this is what they grew up doing, period. And if for some reason all of a sudden you're getting super drained, super barreled, oh, let me just go switch really quick. And just, you know, ride the foam ball switch, make it out, look, you know. It's just, it's insane. Like that for me is like mind-boggling. And all the Tahitians, once they get to that point, they're like, okay, time to go switch in the barrel. And you're like, wait, what? It's so cool to watch.
So much fun. So cool to watch this man in motion as well. Gabriel Medina looking for another major win here at the end of the road. An 8 to a 10-point ride. Strider, you saw it all.
Wow. I mean, when Cabby comes out and he feels like he got a 10, you know it was an insane ride. And to be honest, we see a lot of theatrics from surfers, but out here, that was 100%, you know, valid. The way that he was riding in the barrel, the way that the pumps and the technical ability to stay just behind the lip and right on the foam ball, and then let his board get underneath it, but keep the momentum to carry him forward, the way that it pushed him out of the tube, and he was literally doing it on purpose. It was so incredible, the technical ability that he showed on that wave, and then he popped out. It was just unbelievable. And now we're about to see another massive wave. Look at this thing. Oh my gosh. Gabriel Medina is going nuts. He's pumping through this thing. Poof! Are you kidding? Come on. What more do you want from Gabriel Medina right now?
2 10s?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's see it. Gabriel Medina deserves it. Is it a perfect heat? He is unbelievable. All the Groms want it from the channel. We're asking for 10s. Can he take 2 Yeti Tundras in the same heat? I feel like he deserves it.
We literally had this conversation yesterday. We looked at him and we were like, me and Taina, my little star, we looked at him, he said, have you had a perfect heat yet? 2 10s? And he was like, yeah, when I was a Grom.
Yeah, the king of the Groms. But what about now?
Wow. That
Pure
was just
elation, so much speed. What was the difference from his 10 before?
I honestly think this wave was bigger. Like, are you kidding? It's so good.
This wave was definitely bigger, 100%. You could drive a bus through this barrel. He was incredibly deep.
Oh.
The only difference with the one before was that he just had more time on the foam ball.
Yeah.
But this thing was a cavern. It was massive. The way it hit the reef, the circular sort of nature of this barrel, this thing was meaty. It had so much thickness to it. I honestly feel like it's got to be there. I mean, Tatia, good luck. Get you in the booth. You got a 10 yesterday, and we're seeing them being thrown around already.
I thought you were going to bring that magic, and look at this. I mean, we haven't seen any signs of a score. We're right there with all the viewers around the world. I can't really sit still because I'm like, it's got to happen. For all he's accomplished out here, for the way he took off on that previous ride, I think it deserves perfection.
Like, does it get better?
That's it. He couldn't have ridden that wave any better. And how deep he was. They've already thrown a 10, so if you're making a comparison just on a classic judging scale, I think he maxed it out again.
Yeah,
but
I don't know.
We'll wait
it's
to
so
see.
hard. Let's see. Oh, so close.
Okay, well, there's one judge there that has a perfect heat written down, so I guess I'll be happy with that. But a 9.83 for Medina.
You
I
wanna
guess
go
they're
in, Gabe?
imagining that he can go a little bit deeper and go a little bit harder.
I agree with that one, Judge. I believe that that was a 10-point ride. That thing was insane. I don't know if we're going to see any better than that today. Look, I know there's some big heats coming up, but you got to judge in the context of this heat, and I just feel that I feel that was a 10.
I think that if he hadn't done the second pump and rode the foam ball just like a second, like even 1 second, because he just barely got touched by it, but if he was on it, then it would have been a 10, 100%.
Okay, I'm all right. We'll move on. I was ready for it. I was ready for the celebration, but obviously the judges are always in the zone. They're thinking about the whole picture of the heat. Let's just compare them back to back. Make your decision at home. Is this the perfect heat? This was the 10-point ride, Flick.
Yeah, this is the 10. Obviously, super deep. Time on the foam ball was long, right? I mean, as he rode out of this thing, I mean, yeah, he just absolutely. This is the second wave, which we were thinking, is this going to be a 10? I mean, when you compare the two, it's kind of, I already mentioned it. The first one, he rode that foam ball like crazy. And I feel like you've just got to think back to the first heat of the day with Kelly. He got the 9.7. Judges obviously really appreciating that time on the foam ball today. I think back to the heat with John when he had time on the foam ball. He was tail sliding all over it. It's clear to me that the judges want to see that. It just means you're as deep as you can possibly get. And it kind of goes back to your point, Tati, of, you know, if he didn't do that second pump, I think he would have been further back on the foam ball. And yeah, okay, maybe all judges would have thrown a 10.
What a heat.
So easy to say, so hard to do.
Look, I mean, I'd take that any day of the week.
Either way you look at it, Gabriel Medina is showing off how amazing he is. And for you, Tati, you're going to be around this type of energy preparing for the Olympic Games with Team Brazil, which is huge. You know, having a guy like Medina build himself for a qualification spot in Puerto Rico. And now he can just do whatever he wants. Oh, my goodness gracious. Just got blown out of a pit, and he's just playing around.
Do you see the type of energy he has? Like, it's literally like it's like a bucket of just pure confidence. And that's literally what makes Gabe Gabe. You know, like if he had just an ounce less of the confidence he has, he wouldn't be himself. And that's like what you were saying, like you're true to your DNA. Like that's just how he is, especially in the water on a left-hander barreling.
Completely. It's just, you're just so spot on. I mean, and he brings that to the heat, and I feel like that's why I love watching him as a surfer. Obviously, he's an incredible talent, but he also brings those theatrics as well, which makes it exciting. He shows that personality, and it's really cool. I mean, right now he's just toying with it. This is an incredible heat.
Well, he still has something to gun for today. Obviously, the event win, but still waiting for that perfect heat. When he was a kid, he surfed in that King of the Groms event. He was doing Supermans. I don't even think he had a leash on. He was with Caio Ibelli in the final, and Caio was a young superstar as well. And Gabriel was able to max out the scale, got 2 10s, and I think he was throwing away 8s and 9s. When he was really young, he was pretty famous for catching a lot of waves, mixing it up in performance waves, and it didn't take him long to show the world that he was one of the best, even as a rookie at the heavy water waves on tour. And we've seen what he has done at Pipe. We see what he does here with more consistency than maybe all the other venues on the championship tour. And he always likes to make it dramatic for us as well, because he had a slow start result-wise once again, Flick, and now it looks like he'll be creeping back up towards the top 10.
Oh, completely. I mean, we look at the stats when we came into this event at the beginning on the morning show, and they don't lie. So, you know, out of the last 7 events, he's made 6 finals. I mean, are you absolutely kidding me? It's just crazy to think of that. I mean, the consistency, the fact that he's figured this wave out so well in such a short period of time, the confidence that takes, the self-belief, everything. I mean, and he's on his way right now. I mean, well and truly into the quarterfinals. And I mean, he's going to be hard to beat today. I mean, look at the form he's in.
I will say one thing. I think that just reflecting back, I think that when you mention all his results out here and then you see that the Olympics are out here, and when he didn't qualify last year right away for the Olympics, it was like he knew he was going to have to put his head down and win that ISA, have people back him up on our team, And I think that motivation just came from the fact alone that Teahupo'o is his wave. Period. You know?
Well said. Gabriel Medina, it's his time. He's taken over this wave. A lot of talented Brazilians won before. Well, Bruno Santos was the one that really kicked things off for Brazil here at the end of the road. Miguel Pupo recently, that was the year that Gabriel wasn't here to compete. And now he's just right where he left off. 10 and a 9.83. Poor Jake dealing with a giant heat total, but I'm sure Jake Marshall is just enjoying the opportunity to have priority in pumping conditions out here because he got the wave of his life yesterday. One of the solid 9-point rides as we see Jake Marshall lock in. A nice positioning. He gets coned and blown out. So I love that even though he's got a severe combo, he still has his goal of getting really, really barreled.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, he knows the situation. I mean, it's a big, big combination. However, you can just see how stoked he is to come absolutely, you know, blowing out with the spit from that barrel. It's days like this is what you dream of when you're a kid, you know, when you're sitting at school and you're bored and you're drawing the perfect barrel. I mean, this is it, right? This is what you dream of. And you can just see right here that he's like, okay, look, I'll take it. This is amazing.
Hey.
It's time in the water. It's experience. I mean, that drop was insane. So late, actually. From that angle, you really realize just how technical that was. Taking off super late under the lip and grabs the rail there, comes out standing tall. Really well done.
So cool.
Total warrior is Jake Marshall when it comes to being competitive. He said it just was always natural for him to compete with a couple of younger brothers always trying to catch up to him. He said whether it was board games, a game of horse, playing basketball, trying to learn new skate moves on the ramp that he grew up on at his house. He said he just always wanted to win. He had the mind for it. Dedicated his life to becoming a pro surfer when he was about 12. Had some ups and downs as far as coming close to qualifying, but right now he's having the time of his life on tour. Works really hard, but he always says he likes to stay really present. And I think being present allowed him to put his head down on that last wave, even knowing that Medina is almost maxed out the potential in the top two system. 19.83 combined total, a superheat from Gabriel Medina, looking for his third win here at Teahupo'o and looking for a spot in the quarterfinals. Looks like we will be seeing Gabriel Medina once again in the final series, keeping his record solid with only one event where he didn't make the quarters. That's when he lost to Freddie Pataccia Jr. in a very close decision back in the day. What a heat to remember. What an event to remember as Gabe moves on. Thanks for bringing in the 10 mojo to the booth, Tatiana. That was really cool, and always love catching up with you. You got to be super proud. I love that you're owning that. Thanks for the show and for leading pro surfing in a really beautiful direction.
Thank you. It's not just myself, it's the WSL giving us the platform and all the women pushing each other and encouraging each other. You know, what a time to be a part of women's surfing.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. When we come back, it's Ryan Callanan versus Baron Mamiya. Bonsai brew break. Be right back.
Advancing to the quarterfinal with the first 10 of the event for the men's division. Voilà donc victoire de Gabriel Medina dans la série précédente avec le premier titre de la compétition du côté des hommes. Victoire donc au départ de Jake Marshall. Et la série qui vient de démarrer oppose le Hawaïen Mamiya en rouge à Ryan Callanan, l'Australien, en bleu.
Yorana, welcome back to finals day. Coming off a superheat Medina in the quarters. Now we've got Baron Mamiya taking on Ryan Callanan. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and Michelle Perez now here for the call. Did you guys have a lot of heats together, or did you guys avoid each other on the championship tour?
Well, I've only stayed on the championship tour for 2 years, and we did have a heat together at Karamas, which I got smoked. It was me, him, Willin.
Sorry.
Okay.
That was one of your favorite events.
Yeah. You know, like that's the kind of way that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, high performance, right? Throwing a lot of power. Good memory pulling that one up on the spot. We came off a superheat, Michelle. Gabriel Medina almost maxed out the scale, 10-9-8-3 as he's moving on. I mean, how do you stop a guy with that kind of momentum here on this wave?
Today, maybe 2 10s. Because obviously he couldn't get another 10, but like in my eyes, he got like 20 points. I gave him 2 10s, you know, in my head, and I feel like Medina, when in these kind of conditions, he's unstoppable, and it's going to be really hard to do better than him.
Now we've got Baron Mamiya taking on Ryan Callanan, North Shore of Oahu versus Meriwether Beach in Australia. Goofy versus regular. This is going to be a classic to watch. I mean, even the differences in their music choices. I was asking Connor O'Leary what Ryan Callanan's been listening to a lot lately. He's like, yeah, a bit of Oasis, Queens of the Stone Age. I was asking Makana Pang and Sean Ward about Baron Mamiya, and Sean Ward's like Travis Scott, Future, Lil Baby, Gunna. Makana Pang was like, he said he was listening to You Know Miles and Skrillex a lot in Australia. So totally different vibes there when it comes to music. But one thing we both know is they absolutely rip. This seems like it's the stage for Baron to pick up another win in a slamming wave like this. We'll start with Baron, and what makes his technique so special, Jesse?
I think his ability of riding tiny boards and feel comfortable in this type of conditions, like he's able to take off, I would say at pipeline, probably under than anyone. Like the way he positions himself, he would ride 10-foot days on 6'1", 6 shoes. It's incredible what he's capable of doing. And it translates to every type of wave that is similar to pipe, which this is one of them. So that's what makes him special in these conditions.
Love the breakdown. Ryan Callanan, Michelle, he's been around for a long time. One of the coolest guys on tour when it comes to just being a kind-hearted person, but absolutely charges, especially when the big ones come.
Yeah, he's a quiet guy. He never like talk too much, and he just does his own thing. And I remember when he came it was actually last year. He came with the Team Australia. You know, he wasn't big. He was probably like this size, and there was just a few of them. And I remember like him going after like some gnarly ones. Him and Liam as well. You know, so to me it was just incredible to watch those guys, knowing that they're gonna one day surf in those kind of conditions for a hit. And today's the day.
Ryan Callanan, talented junior from Australia, ended up having injuries early because of how many big airs he was landing, got some cover shots as well, but then everyone started to learn how to take care of themselves, especially with injury prevention and his training, and he's been really solid. He gets bigger and bigger every year. It's funny, you don't even talk about his airs too much, and that's a compliment because he's so well-rounded.
Yes, 100%. He's, as far as goofy foots, he has to be top 3 in my mind competitors on rail, like best competitors on rail. Like the way he approaches the wave, his style, backhand as well is incredible. We've seen it at Sunset how good of a surfing he was doing. Some of the best surfing we've seen it on rail, backside at Sunset. So yeah, he's definitely one to watch in every condition.
Michelle, I love talking to you about all things in Tahiti, and especially when we've got the Water Patrol on hand. It's pretty special to see them and how they work together so closely. A guy named Harehoe, did I say that right?
Harehoe, yes.
Arsen, a local legend, and a guy that you told me that Poto actually looked up to.
Yeah, Arsen was the first guy that, how do you say, export himself. Like he went to to other countries and kind of win the contest over there. When you go to Europe, when you go to France, like people ask me a lot about Arsen. You know, it's weird because you know he was the first Tahitians that went there and then actually win every comp there. You know, he was kind of the ET back in the day.
I love that, and it's so cool that it was a big part of your career, competing in Europe, in the junior series, charging a lot of venues like Super Tubos, which we see today on the championship tour. Let's now catch up to the man who almost maxed out the heat total, Gabriel Medina on the boat with Chris Cote.
Gabriel, I don't know if you know the phrase, you are him, but you are him. That was about as close to a perfect heat as it gets. How does it feel to have 35 minutes like that?
Oh, it feels amazing. I think that's what we're here for, perfect waves. Yeah, nothing to complain. This is a perfect day of surfing, and yeah, I'm really happy to make a few barrels. I had some crazy images going in the two good waves, and yeah, it's a day that I'm gonna remember.
Now, when you get a perfect 10, does that make you relieved, or does that just get you more fired up to get another good one?
Yeah, I can't wait to go to the next one, because it's good to feel in the rhythm. Today it's really slow, so it's kind of tricky, but I felt like everything was going my way, and yeah, I kind of feel the first hit, the voice was trying to hustle me a little bit, and I took it personal, I really want to surf that heat, and yeah, I'm just so happy with my performance. I had great waves.
Well, you got your revenge and more to come for sure. The board is looking absolute magic. Give the board nerds something out there to talk about with this blade you got.
Thank you, Johnny Cabianca. This board feels amazing. I love the color too. It's magic. Actually it's a brand new one. I've been surfing with 6.2, but I kind of did a few errors, so I was kind of getting old already. And yeah, I just tried this one in this heat. So thanks, Johnny. You're the man.
Right on. Thank you so much. Congrats. Moving through with a near perfect heat, Gabriel Medina.
Thanks so much, Chris. Gabriel Medina on absolute fire in that last heat, equaling his best combined heat total in his career. Last time he got a 19.83 combined total. We go back to 2015 in a heat with Matty Wilkinson and Owen Wright in the southwest of France. Getting closer to getting that perfect heat. Let's see if it happens later on today. His boards look incredible, and I love how he changes up his airbrush quite a bit. Sometimes people get really into even the color of their spray to see how that might, appear to the judges. Did you get that critical on your equipment, Jesse, when you're competing?
No, I didn't, but I know a lot of people have done. I remember Pat Gudauska's had that very bright type of paint color that he was using, and I heard that it was just to pop up and give, I guess, look more lively on the waves. I didn't hear from him, but I heard some people saying that we're close to him. So yeah, I totally believe, and I know people do that in purpose sometimes.
So we see the Water Patrol just going over that wave quickly there. Barron and Ryan still scoreless at the moment. Waited to get this one started. Whoever wins this moves on to the quarterfinals to see if they can handle Gabriel Medina in these conditions. We'll see when these guys will get started. Let's dive into the Water Patrol a little bit further. Again, Michelle, David Arimoana. Does that sound about right?
Arimoana David, yes.
Perfect. Can you tell me a little bit about him?
Arimoana David is Poto's nephew. He won the last QS we had in Rangiroa. And I know him forever. Like, I compete with him, like, in a local over here in Tahiti, and I know him. He's a good friend of mine as well. He's the coolest guy you ever met. He's like you, brother.
Maruru, gosh, so many cool stories. A lot of incredible people when you come to this part of the world. Like, these guys absolutely charge, and it's fun to be able to share their story around the world. Pulling in a beautiful line from Ryan Callanan. Two hands towards the exit, just like Jerry Lopez always told everyone to do it, and that guided him to freedom. What a way to start against Baron Mamiya, Jesse.
Yeah, that's not a bad start for Ryan. Baron was sitting deeper than him, but obviously you can see the difference of strategy right there. Baron's definitely waiting for one of those waves that Gabriel got in the previous heat, and this one was kind of that smaller running down the reef, a little bit of longer stretched out. As you're going to see right here, he gets very deep, goes through that whole barrel. Doesn't get as wide as Gabriel's wave, but just a very deep and technical ride. That was amazing from Ryan.
Great read there. Spent some time right by the foam ball. What about the start of this wave, Michelle, in your mind?
He made the right choice. He was back during the thing. He could visualize that the wave was going fast, and he was thinking about the second section, you know, when he was pumping, and he made the right choice, and I'm pretty sure it's going to go on the high 6 or even a 7.
Well read wave for Ryan Callanan. He'll start off with the lead, going incredibly fast. This guy's still looking for his first championship tour win of his career. He's come close, featuring in 2 finals. The recent final was at Bell's, runner-up to Ethan Ewing. And then he was also in a final in France as a wild card, where he was runner-up to Julian Wilson. That was a wild final, if I remember correctly. The fog came in. They had to like put things on hold, got things started again. But that was actually the year that Ryan got on a roll. He won a QS in Japan, won in Ericeira. Back then, if you were doing that well, you'd get the call-up sometimes to the CTs. Then he finaled in France. It kept going, won the pipe trials, and that's that hot streak that when an athlete gets on it, they're trying to figure out how not to break it and just keep living it, letting go, and enjoying the moment. And he's built on that since.
100%, and it's so hard to get in that streak. Like, it's hard to keep the momentum, keeping that high level for so long. And obviously that year of Ryan was special, and then he went through like a few bumps, roller coaster mode in between his career after that. But then now he finds in a very good spot again, just looks mature, looks solid. Surfing is better than ever, and starting with a great score right there. I mean, there was no priority, but Barron was deeper, so he had to right away letting that one go, and Ryan taking advantage.
It's funny how things just transition so quickly. You know, you get so used to looking at the heat draw over the years and seeing like Taj Burrow, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, Kai Otten, all these just Australians that were charging forever, and then all of a sudden you're like, whoa, Ryan's leading the charge with Jack Robinson. Connor's now surfing for Japan. But you've got to live through multiple generations, Michelle, on tour, going back to the rookie days and be able to, you know, even go on surf trips with some of your teammates, you know, like Mick Fanning, and getting to know these world-class athletes. You know, when you look back on all those memories, what really stands out to you?
We had a surf trip with Red Bull with all the teams, the Red Bull teams, and I remember Mick was in it as well, Adriano, and we had the perfect rags ride that you ever seen. We surf for the whole morning because obviously when it's low tide, you can't really surf it. And I remember like everyone was getting shocked, and right at the end of it, like everyone was hugging each other, say I love you, because it was just too good to be true. You know, there was just us in the water, and you could get like a 10-second barrels, and it was just too good to be true.
That wave's gnarly. It's really shallow, and it ends in dry reef. And talk about a dream session with all that crew, Jesse. That's as good as it gets.
I mean, I feel like this is some of the best trips you can ever have. You and your friends sharing the best waves on a boat trip in the middle of nowhere. Usually no internet. Nowadays probably you have a few options for that, but yeah, some of those times are the best times you have, and you're gonna remember forever like you just did right there.
Michelle, do you still have those trips that you would just dream to be on at this point of your life, your surfing life? Are there still those locations where you're like, oh, I gotta go there, or I want to go back to a certain spot in the world?
I just feel like there's plenty waves here around the islands, and there's so many places where I need to explore, and I don't want to go further than home. You know?
You're happy to be home.
No international flights anymore.
You've traveled enough.
No passports anymore.
No.
You've earned that. Here's Baron Mamiya. It's his opener with 18:45 to go in a tricky section. Slows down the man from the North Shore of Oahu. So Ryan with a 7.5, and a long wait for Mamiya to end up incomplete.
Yeah, that was very impressive as far as he went on that barrel. And that's what I was mentioning. Like, he rides such a small waves that he's able to maneuver throughout the barrel very well. He can wipe off speed and gain speed very quickly. As you see right here, he takes off and he's wiped that speed using that leg and the side of the body to slow himself down. Look how tight that barrel gets, and you think he fell off, and then all of a sudden he pops up. But unfortunately, the wave clamped in the end, and he wasn't able to make it.
Michelle, it seems like there's been a lot more falls like that, where guys in the barrel, the foam ball's been getting him. Definitely a lot more today than yesterday. Why has that been happening? Because they're pushing it, trying to ride the foam ball more, or are the conditions a little bit more different today?
The conditions are different today than it was yesterday. It's actually easier today than it was yesterday. But you know, at this time of the comp, you have to push the limits. You have to start deeper. You have to stay longer in the barrels to make the difference. And we could see. That's the reason why Gabriel Medina got almost 2 tenths. You know, he knows he has to push, and just to show the judges that I'm the guy. You know, remember me. I'm gonna be in the next one and the next one till the final.
With now 17:20 on the clock, a great opportunity for the Shiseido Water Report with Strider. Interesting that Barron ended up incomplete on that last wave.
Yeah, you know what? I think Ryan Callanan did a great sell job on him. And, you know, you're sitting there, you got Ryan Callanan sitting on a 7.5, and you don't want him to back up his score. So I feel like there was an exchange, and then bang, here we go. Look at this. Ryan Callanan falling out of the sky, pulling it up. Beautiful work to hold that line, just epic. And Ryan doing the lean back. He's feeling so good.
Gosh, that looks sensational. Thank you, Waz. Ryan Callanan getting so shacked. And now it's Barron's turn, pulling up and under. He'll let go of the rail and kick out for his first make of the matchup. Still so much time for a guy like Barron as the paddle battle begins for priority. Ryan is in the blue jersey. Barron was able to kick out ahead of him. And we'll see how the judges react to this. If Barron's got a bit of room, he might be able to get priority when he sits up on his board, Jesse.
Yeah, most likely he will. He's quite ahead of Ryan right now. We have such a small paddle back out to the lineup, and as you can see, Ryan's not really trying so hard to gain ground right there, but he needs that priority because Ryan's going to get a big score right now after that wave.
That was absolute perfection from Ryan Callanan. We always talk about setting a scale. That means judges are comparing what they've already thrown down. Ryan already has a 7.5. What are your thoughts on this one, Michelle?
Wow, that's such a clean one. He did it perfectly, perfect takeoff. Didn't even need to race in a barrel, you know, like he was at the right spot every single time. And I don't know, Barron's wave looked bigger maybe, the one after that. I felt like he should have kicked out earlier, because there's always 2 wave sets, you know. Maybe he could have get the priority after that, but it doesn't really matter because he got already got two big scores, and the pressure is on Barron right now.
Crazy drop, so much control, a lot of style, and just pure stoke from a man that's living his dreams. This is what he always wanted to do when he made the tour. This is the comparison to Barron, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave for Barron, but just the wave wasn't as clean like Michelle mentioned. You're going to see he's driving through that barrel, but the wave gets a bit shorter, not as long as Ryan, so he wasn't able to be as deep. So I think, in my opinion, Ryan's going to get the notch on that one.
Another look here, Michelle.
Wow, he did everything right. We can see Ryan just got a 9.3 on the last one, and well deserved. Barron is gonna need something huge to make the difference, and I hope like a set will come, and because you know whatever comes, this guy is gonna go.
Insane, 9.3. One judge going as high as a 9.7, making a nice separation. Good spread from Ryan's 7.5. And now we'll see what Barron can do in a short period of time. This is his strength. This is his weapon of how he can win big events on tour. Talk about a slab specialist, a barrel rider, a guy that's incredibly brave when the ocean's going inside out, and he's got the opportunity. We've got the swell in the water, and Ryan's really pushing him. His last score just came in, his best, a 7.07, chasing a 9.73 to make a comeback. Exciting stage right now with Ryan out in front, Barron holding down priority, looking for a spot into the quarterfinals. We'll be right back.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. By Hilton Hotel Tahiti, for the stay. and by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro.
Mamiya qui vient d'avoir 7.07 a besoin d'un 9.73 pour se qualifier et c'est Aaron Rouge qui a la priorité. Just remind you for the first quarterfinal, can we go straight in Slater and Dora and Boukhiam? Thank you.
Let's dive into the pulse, all the major highlights of the day. Good morning, Teahupo'o. Ethan Ewing put his head down, got an 8.5 while Kelly wore that on the head, but Slater answered back, almost maxed out the scale with a 9.73. Unbelievable ride there. He kept on swinging, both smashed some boards, lost some boards. Then all of a sudden, they're both getting laps around with the water patrol. 20 seconds on the clock. Kelly finds his backup board with his coach, Glenn Micro Hall, puts the leash on, paddles out, gets a 4.73 on the buzzer. To pull off yet another miracle. It's pretty normal for him to do things like this, but at this stage of his career, it has a whole lot of meaning for him as a wild card in this event. We also saw this man turn that red jersey into yellow, making that pit an 8.17, getting past the trials champ, Mihimana. Coach was happy about that. He'll be world #1 in El Salvador. Then the heat we just had, Gabriel Medina Masterclass, equaling the best combined heat total of his career, 19.83, almost had a perfect heat. He did that back in 2015 in France, exact same combined total. 2015, getting the waves with or without priority, his 10 without priority, also that 9.83 was unbelievable. Looking for his third title here at the end of the road. He'll be in the quarters, waiting for either Ryan Callanan or Baron Mamiya. Jesse Mendez told us when we just got here how calm that Gabriel feels when he comes to the island of Tahiti, where he doesn't really have too many distractions and he can really perform at his best. And we get to watch it, that calm act on land, to turn into a ferocious tube rider when he hits the lineup.
Definitely, that's what he mentioned. There's not much spotlights going on. We're in the end of the road, a small little village, so it gives him a lot of freedom to just kind of cruise around. And not to mention, this wave fits him very well. He's one of the best tube riders in the world, and he's on his forehand, so he's lethal usually out here.
There's something about getting on a roll, Michelle. We've seen Gabriel for a long time. Well, sometimes he's got to warm up into world title mode, where sometimes at the halfway mark, he just eats everybody alive. And I think you can speak to that too when you won in Margaret River, won in Brazil. It's like once you start winning, sometimes it's actually, is it easier to repeat itself, or once you get that winning feeling, do you know you can do it again?
You know you can do it again. It's addicted to win, you know. It's something that it's only the winners can say, you know, and Gabriel is one of the few that can say that he knows what to take to win an event. And I feel like Gabriel right now, like he needs a big result, and we all know what Gabriel is capable here. You know, like Teahupo'o was made for him, to tell you the truth. Like he's been like getting the best result out here, always making the finals, always either win or get seconds. And, you know, he almost got 210s.
And just always so impressive with wave selection. We're not ever typically looking at videos of broken boards and him like going under a lot of bombs. It seems like he has such an impressive strike rate when it comes to picking the right wave, maxing out the scale, and holding his energy, especially on a day like today when you're going to have to surf a lot if you want to win this thing.
I mean, he's the best competitor in the world in the past few years, and he knows exactly what he needs to do, and conserving energy is part of it. I was actually kind of surprised that he was riding a bunch of waves underneath, but it's just so perfect, and he's having such a good time that you can't really let a 6-foot barrel go by, you know, you just got to ride it.
And probably hard to show up again, even on days like yesterday. For Baron on social media around the world, there's the shot of him with his hands up. I just couldn't believe what he got to do for a living, and just getting spit out into the channel, having to go to bed when you peak that high and start all over again and try to get scores. Sometimes that connection day after day can be hard to reproduce.
Yeah, especially when the conditions are different. When you have that peak the day before, and just for example, like today, there's the waves are slower, so you have to regroup, go back to zero and start again. You know, it's a new day, it's a new opportunity, new conditions, and it's a new you, so you have to deal with it.
Can be hard to bottle all that up when you're so excited to go get barreled, especially for Baron. Still 6:30 to go. Needs a 9.73 to take the lead off Ryan Callanan. Baron kicking off the season with a big win at Pipeline. He was always destined to do that in a classic final with John Florence. Picked up a win before that at Sunset Beach as a wild card, and basically was the reason why he got on tour. Kind of one of the maybe last stories of a wild card winning an event and then using that for qualification.
For sure. I don't think we have that rule anymore. That rule doesn't apply, but he took advantage of that, and he's one of the best in Hawaii, so he can actually, like, he's deadly out there. So he took the chance, the opportunity he had in front of him, and grabbed it with his hands and never let it go. And he's proven that he deserves to be there, because the type of surfing he's capable of doing in the air and in very critical big conditions as far as tube riding is impressive.
Guys, I guess want to check in on Chris Cote. He's out in the sun. I just want to see if he needs anything. Chris, you staying hydrated? Everything going okay out there?
Everything is going great. Feeling very protected with Shiseido. It's basically as boundless as the ocean gets. And you know what? Let me just give you a quick explainer. It's really easy to protect yourself.
Love it. Live application of the Shiseido Sun Care.
I mean, does it get any easier than that? Thank you, Shiseido, and thank you for standing behind pro surfing.
Hey, Chris, you're not done yet. You got to rub that in.
Oh, okay, I will. Back
Just
to the
got a little bit more. Shiseido Sun Care, the sun protection that's boundless as the ocean itself. It's got the new Expert Sun Protector Lotion, SPF 50+, environmentally conscious, including the packaging that consists of 90% plant-derived plastic. Kelly checking in. Preparing for a quarterfinal versus Ramzi Boukhiam, representing Morocco. Kelly is a wild card this time. One is a wild card in 2000. Here he goes again. Sometimes there's a turning point when he wins. Remember the heat with Baron at Pipe. 20 seconds on the clock. Baron was about to win. Kelly just switched on, and that motivated him all the way to a victory. Did that happen this morning with Ethan Ewing? Was it that kind of turning point type of moment where he can go all the way again, Michelle?
Of course, you never doubt Kelly. You know, like he's been around forever. He's the reason why we're all here right now. And it's because of him. We all wanted to be Kelly Slater. We all wanted to surf like him. We all wanted to get barrel like him, but there's only one Kelly, right? So to see him like still be on top at what, 53, 52? You know, it's incredible, and I feel like he can do that like any days he wants. He can change the whole heat like 10 seconds before the end, and he can like improve his he can make a 4, he can turn a 4 into a 6. You know, that's what the champs does, and Kelly is like the best out of it, and thanks to him that everybody learned from him.
I mean, it's the other day he's doing like heritage heats and surfing with all the legends, and next thing you know, he's about to, you know, surf a quarterfinal still on the best stage in the world. His relevance is through the roof. For now, all the fans that are watching on YouTube or Facebook Live, the streams will stop at the end of this heat, the end of the round of 16. A new live stream is going to start for the quarterfinals and beyond. For everyone in Brazil, coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and Global Play. For fans in the U.S., coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and ESPN+. So this is the last heat of the round. We're switching to the quarterfinals next. 2:10 on the clock, with Ryan Callanan getting a little bit closer to making that quarterfinal heat, and a matchup with Gabriel Medina. Kelly versus Ramsey coming up next. Really fun to see a goofy footer like Ramsey show up. Michelle mentioned the other day how Ramsey's going to show the world that he's one of the best barrel riders, and Ramsey's been telling us too how he feels really at home here. He's been coming here for a very long time. Been going for little trips on the ski with Tikanui Smith, catching some fish. He looks right at home here. That's going to be a fun one to watch.
100%, and he's in a good row as well. Like, it seems like things went his way a few years back. He qualified, and then he had that big injury. Kind of like everyone was guessing what he was going to be capable of doing on tour, and then now getting a shot and performing the way he is, starting at pipeline, beating Jack on round 3, and just going into a row and surfing as good as he's ever been, and here just proving how good he is in waves of consequences.
So we've been talking about it this heat and comparing yesterday to today with more inconsistent conditions. The mind of a competitor, Michelle, how would you adapt if you're about to paddle out next? What are you thinking, noticing how different the conditions are at the moment?
We could see that there was like almost a 10-minute slow, so that means the set will start to come. You know, you have to understand that. So you have to like position yourself like maybe deeper to be able to catch either the first or the second one, depending on what you're looking for. But as we said this morning, there's always 2 wave sets. So like the 2 surfers will get their waves back to back.
22 seconds remaining. Ryan Callanan without priority, and he's going to start moving towards the channel. 7.5, then built to a 9.3. One of the best numbers he's had before he came here this year. He hadn't had a 9 out here. Now he's got a couple of them in this event here in 2024. Our Cal officially getting past a favorite at this venue. Last year's semifinalist, Mamiya, out this year in the round of 16. And now we've got the quarterfinals all set. 16.8 combined total. That was absolutely massive once again for fans watching on YouTube or Facebook Live. The streams are about to end here. We just finished the round of 16. Jump on a new live stream for the quarterfinals and beyond. Everyone in Brazil, coverage continues on WorldSurfLeague.com, WSL app, and Global Play. And fans in the U.S., watch exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and ESPN+. Quarterfinals coming up next.
Voilà donc la série qui vient de se terminer. Voilà l'histoire de Ryan Callanan qui se qualifie pour les quarts de finale au départ de Mamiya. Et les quarts de finale viennent juste de commencer avec cette première série qui oppose l'Américain Slater en rouge à Dora and Boukhiam, le Marocain en bleu.
We are getting down to business at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro. Here at the end of the road, it's quarterfinals time. Welcome to the show, Kaipo Girl, Flick Palmentier, Michelle Perez, and I'm going to start with you, the local man. Michelle, rate Teahupo'o today.
Amazing, amazing conditions, amazing waves. You can see that there's no wind around. So to me, it's one of the best days we have this year.
Yeah, and the numbers match your observation. We saw just 9s in the last heat. We saw Gabe Medina go nearly perfect in his heat, Flick. And now we got the GOAT out in the water, Kelly Slater. And Slater straight to it here, straight in the barrel. Has to get past the foam ball. The foam ball eats up Kelly Slater, handing over priority to his challenger, Flick, Ramsey Boukhiam.
Yeah, this is a cracker of a heat. Quarterfinal #1. What a way to start. I feel that, I mean, I've just got to go back to what Joe was sort of echoing before. I mean, we saw that, you know, when Kelly got that wave in the dying seconds, the last CT event he won at Pipeline, it sort of like flipped the script and he just seemed to get on a rhythm or get on a roll and like the momentum switched. And I also wonder if that was the moment earlier this morning and are we going to continue to see this dominance by Kelly? But this is also a great rematch of the opening round because I mean, Ramsey and Kelly met there. Ramsey obviously had that 8-3-3, but Kelly got the better of him. So this is a fun little rematch of, yeah, that opening round.
Hey, Michelle, I mean, once Slater gets in your head, it's hard to get him out of it.
It's hard. It's that's the goal, never to let him get in, you know. But yeah, I know Ramsey for a long time. I know him since he's 12 years old, and I was super pumped when he qualified, and finally he made the tour, you know. So to see him like at the highest level of surfing doesn't you know makes me that makes me realize that he should have been here way before.
Yeah.
That means like he knows what he's doing. He doesn't care who he surfs against, and he wants to surf against the best, and he wants to beat the best. And Kelly right now is the best, so let's see what's going to happen.
To your point, Michelle, over 10 years on the qualifying series for Ramsey, finally qualified for the 2023 Championship Tour, and unfortunately injured himself before the start. But here's a big one and a big opportunity for the Rocket Moroccan, but he goes down horribly. That's maybe the worst place to wipe out. I'm going to ask you, Michelle, on that one.
Yeah, it could have been the easiest one, you know.
It was the easiest one.
Yeah. So we'll see. Kelly's going on that one.
Here we go, Slater. Who's from the channel? Big open cave. He comes through in a big way, Kelly Slater, and continues his assault for the 20th year here at the end of the road. Felicity, I mean, I don't know. He's looking unstoppable.
That was incredible. I mean, that was just heroic. It was made you feel something when you watched it. It was a great drop. It was a big barrel. I mean, just the way he set that up was incredible. I just keep thinking back to Joe's point that I feel like he's just clicked into that momentum, and it's so hard to stop once Kelly has that feeling, because I feel like it's like he can predict the future. That's what it feels like. It's like he's one step ahead of what's even about to be, like, it's insane. It's like this sixth sense that he has. I mean, let's break it down.
Well, let's start here, Michelle, with Ramsey.
It's a way. Oh man, he was right there. But if he would have made that one, he would have get a 10 for sure. I just feel like Kelly was, you know, do his Kelly's thing. Like I didn't understand why he paddled on his first one. He probably wanted to get the second wave of the sets. You know, that's something that we have to think about and ask him later, because you know, obviously, like the second wave is always bigger, and that way, like Ramsey would have gone on the first one and him to be on the second wave of the set. So that worked out well.
That was such a big, roomy barrel for Slater, and he's rewarded with an 8.83. So nice start for the 11-time world champ, 5-time Tahiti champ, Kelly Slater, in this quarterfinal #1. We can take a look at how we got there. And one judge going, actually two judges going, actually 3 judges, I'm sorry, went into the 9-point range for Kelly Slater. So we throw away that 9, we throw away that 8.5, average that 8.5 and the 2 9s out, that equals 8.33. Our Cal is on to the quarterfinals. He's surfing soon, but before the surf, he's going to catch up with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. Ryan, let's go back to before the event even started. A couple fun-sized days out here, and you were absolutely standing out in a field of the world's best surfers. Did those early free surfs help you build the comfort and get the momentum we're seeing right now?
Yeah, I mean, it was very different to today. I had one session when I first got here that was pretty solid, and I think it was like the end of the swell, and everyone had their fix, so there was just me and a few people out, and I felt like I got a good read on some of the waves and what I was looking for. But then those smaller days, I mean, yeah, I felt like I was in pretty good rhythm with the ocean. I don't know if it really builds too much momentum. It can kind of like maybe sometimes overhype your expectations, and you can be great at 2 foot, but when it gets to 8 foot, it's a different story. So yeah, I've just been, you know, trying to really just hold my nerve, sit out there, because I'm a bit of a frother, and I think part of me just wants to go a bunch of waves and just try and get a bunch of little scores, but the big ones are the best ones, and kind of that's what we're here for, to sit out there with no one and have the pick of what you want. So I've just been trying to hold steady, and I got one there that I was pretty stoked on.
Couple words that come to mind when thinking about you throughout the last couple days: nervous laughter. You're nervous, but you're also having the time of your life. What's it like to live between those two worlds?
It's a cover-up. It's just nerves. Yeah, I don't know. I think like the anticipation and the energy, especially when there's a swell coming, is just like you can really feel it here, and everyone talks about it. There's kind of no escaping it, so just trying to embrace it. Have some laughs along the way, and wind down when you can, because you know there's no winding down out there. It's full throttle.
Right on. Quarterfinals must feel good already, but there's still room to grow.
Yeah, big fun heat with Gabe. He's kind of the king out here, so see where I can go with it.
Let's do it. Arcal on to the quarters.
Yeah, Ryan, alluding to the quarterfinals coming up with quarterfinal number 1. We can take a look at our bracket into these quarterfinals. And here we can see quarterfinal number 1. We're Kelly against Ramsey. Arcal coming off that interview. He's going to be coming up against Gabe Medina, who's just come off of a heat total of 19.83 out of 20 in his round 16 heat. John Florence up against Rio Waida. And it's going to be friendly fire for Brazil, Felicity, Iago Dora, and Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, friendly fire and 2 goofies too, which is going to be cool to break down and just see their different approaches. So really looking forward to quarter number 2. That's coming up next. And then just, I can't wait to see more of John as well. I feel like in the round of 16 heat, we just saw things we hadn't seen from anyone yet on their backhand. The way he was toying with the foam ball and like tail sliding was super technical.
Michelle, I think it's a loaded bottom half of the draw when I look at this, with John and Gabe Medina both on the same side.
Wow, we want to see that, right? Everyone wants to see that except Rio and Ryan. They all want to win, so we'll see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just getting through that right there with that matchup, but that's why you got to stick around. It is an epic day, finals day here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. And returning back to live action, we're going to throw it straight out into the water with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. Yeah, just I'm sitting here and I'm looking over and I see Molly Picklum, you know, kind of in the lineup on a board, and she's sitting on one of Kelly's boards. And Micro, Glenn Hall, he's he's coaching Kelly out here today, and I had to paddle over and talk to both of them to find out, you know, the headspace, what was going on, and information from them. And Glenn just kind of saying, you know, it's kind of hard to coach the greatest of all time out here at a wave that he feels super comfortable at, but during the heat is when he starts to coach, understanding where to be, understanding the heat tempo, and maybe if it needs to get inside for that backup wave, if it's going super slow, kind of just feeding him information. And then Glenn and Molly looked at each other and said, well, this is probably one of the greatest moments of all time for us, sitting here in the channel, as close as it gets to the greatest of all time, surfing one of the most incredible waves of all time at, you know, the twilight of his career. And it really made me reflect on how great we got it out here in the lineup and how beautiful of a moment all of these are. So thank you, GOAT. Can't wait for more.
Yeah, thanks, Strider. Yeah, we all want more. The surfing world wants more. Slater, we said a 5-time champ out here, 2000, 2003, 2005, 2011, and then again in 2016. So just such an impressive track record out here. His average heat score up in the excellent range, 16.22 is what he averages over there. And gosh, you want to, you know, to memorialize this outstanding event, we even got merchandise for you. You can go to the WSL store and check out the Tahiti collection. The Tahiti collection at the WSL store is actually pretty cool in that it has different countries represented in that Tahiti collection. You can get the Japanese version, the Brazilian version, Australian version, French version from the USA, all available there to memorialize what is and has been an epic event. To your memory, Michelle, does this event stand out to you from all the years that you've been watching this event?
Absolutely, especially after Vahine won the event.
Yeah.
To me, that's the best event ever. You know, she made history yesterday to all of us, Tahitian people, all Polynesians and stuff. Even I know Hawaii is happy, New Zealand, and all the people that know what's going on around the world, and whoever loves Vahine, you know, like, and loves surfing at the same time. Like as I said before, like I feel like Vahine could have been surfing with the men.
Yeah.
Because she has that level, you know, so that was incredible surfing.
Yeah, and think about her, you know, for the Olympics. Excuse me. Think about her for the Olympics, you know, and you made a good point in the connection of Polynesians. And I feel really comfortable here, that's right, because of the similarity in language. Hawaiian, Tahitian, and Maori all have very, very similar words in their language and cadence to the language, and so there's this connectivity through Polynesians because of that migration through the Pacific. And we had big swells migrating through the Pacific that make big barrels like Dora and Boukhiam in and out, and that's going to be the start for the Rockin' Moroccan flick, and he's answering back to that 8.83 from Kelly Slater.
Yeah, this is good. He's keeping at pace right now. I mean, instantly, I don't think it's going to be as near, you know, as high as Kelly's wave, the 8.83, but I mean, this was a good score.
Oh, we hear the hoots. We see the water drawing off the reef. We see Slater paddling into this one. Drops in, gets a big pump, disappears foam ball. Giant spin for Slater, and Michelle Burra says, I don't think so.
That was incredible, man. Like,
not even Kelly Slater on that one.
Wow, not even him. Like, so who can, right? That's the main question. Who can make that? He was too. I mean, the west barrel was way too thick, and the wave just come and eat Kelly alive. So, but that was a good try.
Yeah. Real great effort for a 52-year-old right there. Talk about that. Just talk about inspiration. But yeah, do you think actually that there's physics involved, that there's some waves out here, Michelle, that are just unrideable? Unmakeable, I would say, if you're in the barrel.
I mean, if you're really deep, yeah, of course, like you can't make it. But as you know, we always said, until someone's make it, it's makeable.
Right. Well, let's take a look at some replays, Flick. This one for Ramsey. We're waiting for this score.
Yeah, this was you know what? On second thoughts, I mean, this actually had quite a lot lengthy chew time. I mean, when I initially watched it, for some reason, I didn't think it was he spent that much time in the barrel, but it kind of gave him that second section at the end there. So I feel like this is going to be a great wave to keep at pace with Kelly. And I mean, you can see that you can't see his board at all for quite some time, which means he was really deep in that barrel. So this is great. And then out behind at the back, this was Kelly's attempt.
Oh.
I mean, look at the bend on this wave. I mean, wow. You got to think maybe he was just super casual in the beginning there. If he'd, I don't know, so much easier said than done. Like, wow, okay, hindsight's the perfect science right now. But that was just an incredibly blue crystal barrel. But yeah, just way too deep there. Just absolutely getting obliterated. Wow.
Yeah, he saw Gabe's tens, and that kind of, you know, makes him want to go deeper and stuff. And and good on him. Like, if he would have made that one, he would have gotten another 10, and Ramsey would have been comboed, and the hit would have been almost done. Because obviously there's always two waves that comes, but it's a good effort. And Ramsey is going to be back with that one for sure. We'll see what's going to happen soon.
Yeah, we got one more judge to check in, and we can finalize the score. Wave number 3 for Ramsey. And he's definitely going to reel in Kelly Slater and make this a very competitive quarterfinal number 1 when that last number comes through. Slater staying busy here. Once again, dragging the body behind the current. A little foam ball ride on the way out for Kelly Slater. And staying consistent right there, making sure that he has a backup smart surfing for Kelly as well. In and out. Average came out, and the score for Ramsey, a 7.53. Heat is tightening up. And let's go to Strider Wasilewski.
Kelly paddling by now. He asked about the score and what it was, kind of gave it a shoulder shrug. And when he paddled by after his last wave, he commented on the amazingly abusive, brutal wipeouts under that last wave. So, and he was, you know, he's like, oh man, I was so close. But that wipeout really, you know, it strained him. You could tell it, you could feel it, and he actually commented on it as he paddled by. So, no easy roads out here at the end of the road. It was the end of the road right there, bang onto the inside. So let's see if he's climbing back on it. We got to get out of here in a sec.
All right, so Kelly, we're still waiting for another score for Slater, and it will improve upon his score line when that number drops. It's just by how much is going to be the question. We're halfway through this heat at the 16-minute mark. Still anticipating a score and a situation change for Ramsey. He currently needs a 6.83. That requirement feels like it's likely going to grow.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, Kelly's definitely improved on his situation. I mean, it was a shorter barrel, but it was super open. He did so well to get that one on the inside. Easily going to improve on this 2.17. So just smart surfing by Kelly, you know, really calculated.
Break it down, Michelle.
Yeah, he's, you know, he doesn't have priority, so he just want to put pressure on Ramsey, and this is what I like from Kelly. As soon as he comes out of the barrel, he kind of do a little turn to go back straight. You know, that kind of give a little plus, you know, on that wave, and I know the judges can see that they like it too.
Number comes in for Slater. Watching this in slow motion as a flat 6. And just the technique again. So beautiful. And just that high exit that you talked about, this right here, Michelle, like straightening out, showing full control.
Yeah, he shows that he has full control, and he's just different than anyone else. And he likes to be different, and he has to be to make things better. Yeah, so that shows how good he is.
Yeah, it's just that little extra, right? He has. I mean, gosh, we already know Slater's an extra person. That's for sure. He's out in the lead right now with an 8.83 and a 6-point ride. Ramsey needs a 7.5. Can the Rocket Moroccan fight back and get into the semis? We're going to find out the conclusion. Quarterfinal number 1 after this Bonsoi brew break.
Okay, waiting for us to red.
SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, and here comes Kelly Slater. Dropping into this one, pulling up, pulling in, riding over the foam ball. Slater does it again. He's leading Ramsey Boukhiam in quarterfinal number 1 as Kaipagura, along with Flick Palmentier and the Spartan Michelle Borez on the call here. Slater, the number just came in for that ride that we just witnessed. Number coming in at a 7.83. Kelly Slater goes excellent again in his heat total in Tahiti. The man, he's the man. What are you going to do, Flick? That's it.
So good. I mean, right here, he was super deep there. I mean, he was riding the foam ball at the end, and just such a great read on wave selection and positioning. I mean, he's done that a couple of times now. Back in the round of 16 heat this morning too, he rode that foam ball, almost got bucked off. I mean, it's impressive.
Michelle, at this wave, is Kelly Slater a sorcerer?
Oh, of course he is. Oh, man. You know,
because he's casting a spell right now at Teahupo'o.
Yeah. You know, they have a good relationship. They know each other for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, this is his 20th event. 20th event here at the end of the road. Look at the numbers there for Slater. That's the backup now. That's 7.83. He opened up with an 8.83. He's on an absolute roll. And we're down to 11 minutes, and the Rockin' Moroccan Ramsey needs a 9.33 to take the lead at the moment. Ramsey with priority, ample time, beautiful conditions. I feel that there should be opportunity, Flick, given the swell and the conditions.
Yeah, I think so, and I think Ramsey's totally capable of getting that score. I mean, we've seen him already go excellent in this event, and I mean, yesterday too, I mean, was absolutely insane, the barrel that he got in the afternoon. That thing was big, it was thick. I mean, you could have literally drove a bus through that barrel, and just how much energy was on that thing, and how he held on as well. I mean, it almost blew him off a couple of times, was incredible. So it's totally within reach for Ramsey. You definitely can't write him off. It's just whether or not Kelly is going to play some mind games, try and get it into his head right now.
Well, I mean, it looks like, Flick, and to you, Michelle, it looks like he was, Slater being a little chatty right there, was having a little bit of a couple of words to Ramsey right now.
Oh, yeah, you know, that's it. We all know Kelly, man. That's what he does. Like, he pretty much does do whatever he feels like, and he did the right thing at the same time. Like, he got 2 scores under the priority. He went down to the West Pole, and he knows he cannot get a better score over there, so he just moved whatever Ramsey was, and just to put pressure on him, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's really, we're watching a master, not just of surfing, but a master of the game of surfing, right? Because when you there's surfing, and then there's putting on a jersey and playing the game of surfing, and that's what's going on right now. So you combine incredible talent with someone who plays the game really, really well. That's how you get 11 world titles.
Yep, that's Kelly. He lives, you know, like from time like this, you know, like that's what he likes in life. Look at him. Just that's funny, man.
It's almost like he's mentally toying with Ramsey at this moment. And to your point, I mean, you've surfed heats with Kelly. Michelle is like, he's comfortable because he just scored, because he got a keeper score under priority. So he feels good about that, right? Oh, and then he rubs it in, coming over there and talking to you.
Yeah, of course. It just feels good. His energy comes all the way to us.
Yeah.
You know, we can feel him. And I know Ramsey knows it too.
Yeah.
And he's like, it doesn't matter to me. It's not going to work. I'm just, whatever, like, the way will come, I know I can get a score on. So he's just going to wait. Like, the next one has to be either a 10 or a 2. Yeah, if he doesn't make, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can't safety surf at all, Flick, at this point, looking at the requirement and the time on the clock.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the funny thing I heard the other day with you, Michelle, is it was either Joe or Kai asked, you know, like, what have you learned from Kelly, you know, after all these years? And you're like, just don't listen to Kelly. And I mean, right now, Ramsey really needs to take your advice, because 100%, you know, Kelly is trying to do whatever he can right now to get into Ramsey's head. I mean, and just positioning's a funny thing too. First of all, he went and positioned that little bit deeper than Ramsey, give him something to think about. Now he's gone a little bit wider. Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course he's going to be doing that. I mean, why wouldn't you if you're Kelly and you're sitting out there with that sort of lead? But I mean, it's doable for Ramsey, 100%. He just needs to sort of shut that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, you know, in a more competitive heat, you might want to go on that wave that we're just watching right now, going underneath both surfers. But Ramsey's very clear in his intent that he needs excellence, so he has to wait for an excellent wave.
Exactly. He's not going to go on a 6 or even an 8. He needs a 9.33 at least. So that's a 10 in my head. And as I said before, like he's going to have to try something new. Maybe start deeper, get under the barrel like as late as he can, and stay longer in the barrel, and maybe catch the biggest wave of the day. Like who knows? But I know he's capable of, and I know if the wave comes, he's gonna try his best for sure.
One thing we know about Ramsey Boukhiam is his tenacity. Tenacity over 10 years to get on the championship tour, and now that he's here, he's in a clear mindset. Let's hear a soundbite from the Rockin' Moroccan.
I would say maybe staying true to myself, you know, throughout the process, you know. I would say that's something I'm proud of. I mean, it was natural for me, you know, but yeah, you know, I've always been the Ramsey, you know, the crazy, funny, serious Ramsey, all mixed up, you know. Try to be the same with everyone, every person I meet all the time, in any situation. My parents gave me an education and try to apply this on a daily basis in life. Of course, making mistakes, doing bad things sometimes, you know, we all do it, but it's a learning process. But I think I would say that, you know, staying true to myself, having values, and try to keep straight with a little bit of, but always find the straight line.
Yeah. You might weave in and out of lanes every once in a while, but as long as you find your way back into the straight line, it's an analogy for life right there coming from Ramsey. And a clear understanding, too, of his place and what he needs to do. That's what I talked about, tenacity, Michelle. And you know Ramsey well. That's a word that comes to me when I see him and I see how dedicated he is.
Absolutely. He put everything in on the line, you know, by stay on the QS for 10 years. A lot of us would have like drop off and not even try anymore, but he just stay until like he reaches his goal. And you know, he's the kind of guy that should have been on tour like way earlier, you know. There we go.
Here we go, opportunity, long wall, couple of pumps here, way deep, way back in this barrel. Spin, and he comes out. Fired back, Ramsey Boukhiam. Talk about rock and roll. That was both. Wow. Need an excellent wave. Look at how energized he is. Flick on the paddle back out here.
Wow, that thing was insane. You couldn't have been any deeper. That's probably one of the deepest barrels we've seen. I mean, Gabriel Medina had, you know, obviously the 10 and then the high 9, but that to me was right there up with those two waves. I mean, he did exactly what you said he had to do, Michelle. Just position himself that bit deeper, take off more under the lip. Kelly, lol. Oh, no.
Look at this, Michelle.
Hey, seriously, I gave up. I thought he wouldn't, like, he was way too deep. Look at that.
Oh, my.
I gave up on him. You know, I'm his friend, but I gave up on him to tell you that he was that deep in a barrel. That's incredible, man.
Oh, man, the 3 pumps before that and then having to clear that foam ball flick.
I feel the judges are going to love this because anytime when someone has been on that foam ball for a prolonged period of time, the score has come through high, right? But he rode from behind the foam ball over the top of it and then projected out in front. It was insane. I mean, look at this angle. He just went through one whole big section. Like, the time on the foam ball for me has just been really, really the difference today. And I feel like that was the clearest demonstration of it.
Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. One judge goes 10, a 9.8. Ramsey, tenacity, we were talking about it, and it came true. He's turned the heat. This is incredible drama, incredible surfing, incredible waves, Michelle.
That's crazy. That's crazy. We talked about it just before, and he obviously did it. You know, it's easy for us to say it, but like to actually do it, you know, that's another level. And to have that much pressure from Kelly, knowing Kelly is right there and he needs a 9.33 to succeed, and knowing that it's either like win or lose right now, like break or make, you know. And he actually did it, so that's incredible.
Talk about a warrior strider, Ramsey coming through that barrel.
For the goofy foots, baby, that was incredible. I mean, I just want to talk about looking into the barrel. He's completely disappeared. I mean, gone. In my book, that was a 10, and he was in over the foam ball. And to have the weight distribution, to understand how to technically ride out of that is next level. I mean, everybody that you know would try to be leaning forward and try to be coming out, and he was centered and almost back so that he could ride over the foam ball. Incredible work for Ramsey right there. I mean, that was as technical as it gets. Hats off, my friend. Incredible.
Thanks, Strider. We're watching the vision once again, and to back you up on that, that was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
That was a 10.
Yeah, I mean, but we've been a little frugal on the 10s today. We did see one.
Yep.
But wow, just the level, Flick, the level that we're seeing.
Yeah, I think in terms of technical barrels, especially on your forehand, I don't think it gets more technical than that. I mean, the fact that he could ride come from behind the foam ball, we'll get back to that. Kelly's going.
He can come back for 8.31 is what he needs. Stalls, gets in the barrel, little side slip action on the way out. Shorter barrel, not the type of drama that we saw in some of the previous rides. He needs an 8.31, so it needs to land somewhere between his 8.83 and his 7.83 on that occasion. I want to get your initial thoughts, Michelle.
No, he's not going to get it for sure. It's not the way that he was expecting. He just knew that he had to go because obviously I don't think there's going to be a set coming after that. But, you know, Kelly's Kelly. He did everything right. You cannot judge yourself and say bad thing about you, you know, after trying do what he did. And it's just Ramsey did, you know, better on his last one. And that's what it's cool about surfing world, and anything can happen.
Right? It's not about surfing against someone else when it's like this. It's about doing the best for yourself. And that's exactly what Ramsey did. It's really not a combat sport, if you would. I mean, this is surfing, and you're really just surfing to best yourself and to do the best in the waves. 7.07, not enough for Kelly Slater, so it's been a inspiring victory for Morocco in quarterfinal number 1. Ramsey Boukhiam overcomes Kelly Slater, the best to ever do it over here at the end of the road. Ramsey, he's into semi-final number 1. Just incredible stuff. More action on the way. I'm sure you're not going to go anywhere. We're just going to step away just for a little bit. We'll be back with quarterfinal number 2. Yagador Italo Ferreira on the way.
Voilà, dans la série qui vient de se terminer, un grand bravo à Ramsey Boukhiam qui se qualifie pour les demi-finales. Bravo Ramsey. Et la série qui vient de démarrer 100% brésilienne, elle oppose en rouge Diego Dora à Italo Ferreira en bleu.
Today we are joining forces in Tahiti to restore our valuable coral reef ecosystems with the coral gardeners and the local community.
I'm a huge fan of the coral gardeners. Every time we come here to Tahiti, I make sure that I support them and I come do activations with them.
We went out to the nursery, we scraped up some algae that doesn't need to be there for the coral to grow and be healthy.
Coral reef, it creates some of the best waves in the world, but as humans, we all benefit from the oxygen that the coral reefs provide for us. People don't realize how much of a big role they play in our ecosystem.
We need to reserve and keep the coral healthy for us to be able to breathe beautiful, clean air. That's my life, really, because I'm a surfer, and I think the experience is always a 10 out of 10. You know, you're helping the ocean, and the ocean always gives to us, and we just have to give back.
Great work from WSO1 Ocean here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, Kite Girl, Felicity Palmentier. New heat out in the water, and it is going to be two exciting Brazilian goofy foots in the way of Iago Dora and Ítalo Ferreira battling for a spot in semifinal number 1. Winner goes to semifinal number 1.
Yeah, this is an exciting matchup, obviously. Two countrymen going at it, and this is going to be a great demonstration of, you know, two goofy foots, and we're going to be able to break down the different sort of approaches that they have, and just the different, their different strengths when it comes to barrel riding out here.
Yeah. Ítalo, you know, there's been a lot of Olympic talk over here because the Paris 2024 Olympics, this is going to be the site of the surfing competition for those summer games. Ítalo Ferreira, he knows the feeling. He's won the inaugural gold medal, won Tokyo 2020 gold in the Olympics, the first time that surfing was featured in the Olympics. Ítalo Ferreira walked away with the gold. He's also our 2019 world champion. So much to be expected from Ítalo Ferreira. 7 starts here in Tahiti for Ferreira. His best results, quarterfinals in both 2015 and 2018. So he has yet to get past this round in competition in Tahiti. Same story for Iago Dora. Dora with 4 appearances here in Tahiti, and his best has been a 5th place finish in both 2022 and 2023. He's got 1 career CT victory to his credit in 6 years on the championship tour. That happened last year at the Vivo Rio Pro. He did that in outstanding fashion with a 10-point ride in that final in Saquarema. On the inside here, and he's going to get first crack at it. Ítalo Ferreira pulls up, nice line through the barrel, and he makes it look easy. That's going to be a nice start for Ítalo.
Yeah, wow, beautiful looking wave too, and yeah, awesome opener because, I mean, but out the back.
Big, grindy, mean one, big spit, and that wave just collapses upon itself, upon itself, upon itself inside there, eats away at itself, and you can see where Iago Dora ends up after a valiant attempt, but I don't know if physics would have allowed him to escape that foam ball. Wow. That was a monster.
That thing was crazy. It was drawing so much water off the reef. You could just see the energy it had when he took off. I mean, that lip was so thick. If he had come out of that, I mean, I know we're saying it almost looked impossible, but if he had, I mean, that thing had 10 written all over it any day of the week, and Ítalo, I mean, it would have been bad news for him, as we see.
Get the leash off here. There you go. And Tahitian Water Patrol is going to skim back into the lagoon. Let's take a replay. Ítalo.
Yeah, so Ítalo's opening ride, you can see he shifted his weight super far forward on his board there. See both feet are above that grip, which means that he's trying to drive down the line, create so much speed because he was really deep here. Tries to double arm drag there just at the end to prolong the time in the barrel, but beautiful opening wave for Ítalo. I mean, he would definitely have been in some trouble if Iago had come out of that one because, I mean, the one straight behind, I mean, this thing that Iago went, it was crazy. Let's have another look here. Ítalo, you can really see just how far forward his feet are up above this board. I mean, just driving down the line there. Beautiful technique, and I mean, it's got to feel good to get a barrel like that so early in the heat.
And then just absolute next wave of the set, absolute insanity. This wave escaped the asylum. Look at this thing.
Oh my goodness. I think there would have been an exit point. I think he was just that little bit too deep. He was just, I mean, look, wow. I mean, not a drop of water out of place. This thing just looked so perfect. Almost could have seen maybe if he could just kept doing a couple little more pumps. So much easier said than done, but wowzers, that thing was incredible. Probably one of the most aesthetically pleasing waves I've seen all day.
The term combustion comes into mind when I watch this. Internal combustion. Check this out. The pressure building up in there, the foam ball, it all builds up with the energy, and then the explosion from behind. Oh, water angle here.
Wow, that's a big wave. I mean, it's just such a big barrel, so blue. It kind of clocked him in the head too. I mean, oh my.
Italo flying from behind the section as we come back to live, and Ferreira is catching, getting to sprint through a couple of barrels, and he's going to have an early lead on Yago Dora. There was a lot of bravado from Yago Dora just going and trying that wave, but Italo is the one who's picking up the points.
Yeah, Italo's being smart. He's being calculated. He's already backing up his first wave. I mean, we're still waiting for that score to drop, but Italo just, this is really smart surfing from him, and I'm really liking it. You know, we heard him talk in a post-heat interview with Chris Cote on the boat. I think it was one of the earlier rounds, and he was just saying, you know, I love this wave so much, and I just feel like I haven't had that moment out here yet. And I feel like, I mean, today could be his day. He's looking calm, he's looking calculated, and he's already putting a couple of scores together. Let's have a look at this wave. This was his second one. So same thing again. He likes to come from super deep and then, yeah, just really start driving down the line. You can see just how many pumps he had to do to get through that section. So yeah, nice backup for him.
Yeah, Italo, he's been committed multiple sessions on off days out here at Teahupo'o, and with the guidance and assistance of Reynos Hayes is paying off. We're waiting for some numbers to come through. As we're waiting for those numbers to populate, let's hear from the Rockin' Moroccan. He's into the semifinals, Chris.
Wow, thank you, Kaipo. Ramsey, that was pure. That was radical. What a moment. And you actually said something to Kelly before you got that good wave. What was transpiring in the lineup before that big one you got?
Well, he was in the perfect rhythm, to be honest, because I took the first wave, I fell, and then he got his 8, and then I went on a 7, and then he got another one he then never made, but a crazy one. So I was kind of out of rhythm in terms of bombs. So at the end, I needed a 9-point something, and I told him, man, I'm gonna wait for a huge one. To at least, I mean, I don't know if I wanted, but I was gonna go on anything, you know, to at least go out on my shield. But then I saw this super west one, and I said, maybe if I'm really deep, I can make it happen. And I was super deep. Honestly, when I took off, I looked there, I was like, there's no way I make this thing. But I just gave a huge pump and hold tight, and I guess I fumbled the whole way and landed on my board and made it. I was tripping out. Not the biggest, but maybe the deepest barrel of my life, for sure.
Longest, deepest barrel of your life. Not a lot of humans will experience it. Does time stand still in a tube like that?
For a few seconds, yeah. When you're riding, it's like a cloud, you know, you're like, you never know if it's gonna suck you back in or let you out, you know, and yeah, I made it. I said, I came back to the outside, I said to Kelly, bro, there's no way that's not a 10. That's what I said.
Is this a surf contest, or is this some dream that we're all having right now?
No, of course, we stay focused, we want to make heats and stuff, but man, it's a dream. Are you kidding? It's crazy. Man, I'm surfing against the best ever at perfect jobs. This is what you want more. Nothing.
You just beat the best ever at perfect.
I beat him, I know. I beat one of the best, maybe the best ever here. And yeah, in crazy conditions. So that was, I'm super happy, and I have 2 more heats to go, so let's go.
There we go, 2 more heats. Keep that energy, Ramsey.
Oh, I can feel the joy through that interview, and also the adrenaline packed in Ramsey Boukhiam. It's, wow, this has been a special event. I'm just reflecting on all of this stuff, and oh, smoke's coming out of my ears right now because my mind's getting blown. Heat after heat after heat, Flick.
Yeah, this really has truly been special. I mean, the opening day was great. Yesterday was incredible. And today it's, you know, showed up once again. I mean, the surf has been amazing. The surfers have showed up. I mean, just to touch on what you said before, you could just really feel that adrenaline that Ramsey was giving through that interview. I mean, this is a big day for the men. I mean, they're surfing a long time. A lot of heats, and a lot of heats in serious surf, right? So to keep that, you know, your emotions under control, I mean, it's easier said than done. And whoever makes it through to the final and gets that win today, I'm going to tell you what, they're going to be very tired tomorrow.
You made a great point, Flick, in that let's take a look at our bracket and the illustration of the advancement to a W and to a win in the final. Our finalists today in these heavy conditions would have surfed 4 times in heavy Teahupo'o, in 35-minute heats. Talk about taxing, talk about just adrenaline overload and endurance. All are going to be on display today, and what a day this is in professional surfing. This is amazing stuff we're watching.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. And just to echo that point before, they're going to put in over 2 hours time in the water. Whatever 2 surfers make that final, it's over 2 hours logged in the water. And surfing a heat is different to just surfing a free surf. I mean, it's intense. You're putting in 100%. You know, you surf a 35-minute heat. In reality, it really feels like you've come in from a 3-hour session. So
exactly.
It's super taxing. And whoever, you know, gets the W at the end of today, I mean, hats off to them just to manage the emotions, the stress, and you know, not to peak at the right time. It's a skill.
I think, you know, the math that you just explained about, you know, how taxing it is right. I feel 10 minutes in a competition heat equals 1 hour of free surfing. And because it's just, you're paddling 100%, you're hyper aware, and you're trying at the utmost to perform. And especially out here where there's such consequence, but then such reward too. Ramsey talked about it in his interview that Chris asked him, does time stop in the barrel? You know, I look at a quote all the way back to the beginning of pro surfing in 1977 world champ Sean Thompson, where he was actually quoted early on saying that time stops in the tube. And he also felt, Sean Thompson, that your mind can help you control the actual barrel. And it's like, this is metaphysical stuff right here, but gosh, that was all the way back in the 70s, and the feeling hasn't changed through all these decades.
Oh, look, I'm sure there's a lot of unexplained things going on this planet, and you know what? That could be one of them.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Sean Thompson, he is, he's orating. He's talking over. He's the VO for the Next Wave. Samsung presents the Next Wave. Let's check that out.
Surfing has this allure. It's different to any sport on the planet.
Being in the Olympics, to me, it's such a special thing.
It's an absolute love story between humans and Earth.
It's almost bigger than the Olympics. It's like a celebration of our sport.
Yeah, you should check it out, the Next Wave, but you can check it out really easily just by scanning the QR code, a new film. It's a joint venture between Samsung and the WSL, the Next Wave. Italo Ferreira with 2 scores on the board, a 7.33, the backup of a 6.5. We saw Iago Dora take a wave, not making a wave, but the wave was a potential 10. And here it comes again, drawing off the reef. Dora drops in, drags the arm, pulls into the barrel, travels for that first section. Iago Dora makes it easily, yanks on the rail on a down carve for kicking out, getting right back into the game. He's going to break the combination that he's currently in of a 13.83 2-wave total. He's going to break out of that and make it a single wave need when this next score drops.
Yeah, I think from that approach, you can just really see the differences in the type of waves they're looking for. I know that, you know, Iago's just trying to get something on the board, obviously, but if we just look at, you know, for 1 second, just the type of wave and the approach here, I mean, Iago really, he really stomps on that time, really tries to prolong this time in the barrel. I mean, obviously it's the type of wave he's taken off on, but when you compare it to both of the waves that Italo has had, I mean, Italo took off and he was like driving down the line instantly, right? So different sort of approach, different wave type, and then, yeah, just really, really double arm dragging from the beginning there. He could sense it was only going to be a short barrel, so just trying to maximize that time in the tube.
Yeah, we got information right here, the board that you see him doing this beautiful grab rail down carve on. It's a 6-2 mayhem underneath the feet of Iago Dora. And Iago has been just growing as far as progression and his heat IQ and his competitiveness season after season. I think after he broke his foot and so he had to sit some time out. When Iago came back, he came back stronger than ever, and he came back to win his first CT event last year, at the Vivo Rio Pro. So watching the development of Iago Dora has been really, really impressive. First eyes on Iago would have been back in 2017. Mostly thought as a free surfer, Iago, on the Vulcan program, free surfer. He got a wild card into the Rio Pro then, surfed his way as a wild card into the semifinals. On the way to that semifinal finish, Flick, he beat 3 world champions in his run. He beat John Florence in that event, Gabe Medina, and Mick Fanning. And then the world was aware of this kid, Iago Dora, and he's been on the surf radar and making Brazil proud ever since then. We're waiting for the score for Dora, and we have a feeling that is certainly going to break that combination that you see on the graphic.
Yeah,
make this a very competitive heat.
I know, I'd have to agree. I mean, we'll get back to that in a sec. Looks like he's going again. Quick little in and out there from Iago, but we had Ross in the booth yesterday, and Ross mentioned that Iago has been one of his favourite surfers for a long time, and I'd honestly have to agree. After last year, I mean, I was just so impressed with what I saw from Iago. Just his variety of repertoire and his surfing is just so broad and so good across so many different areas. I mean, for me, it was a real shock this year to not see him, almost make the cut in Margaret River, finishing within that last spot. So, I mean, he's obviously got a little bit of momentum in this event for sure, and he's obviously going to want to continue with that through the rest of the year because, yeah, last year he finished 7th in the world, and then this year only just making the cut.
Yeah.
It's scary times.
Yeah, that was a 6.87 that dropped as a score, and you're right when you're talking about Iago's performance this year, lackluster for him. A 9th, a 17th, 2 9ths, and then coming off of Margaret River where he just got dead last and 33rd. Good news for Iago, he's up 7 spots right now in the live rankings, up to number 15 on the live rankings, and he's got clear air if he's able to make it through this semifinal to climb further up the rankings. Similar to Italo Ferreira. Ferreira up 5 spots to number 11 with this quarterfinal appearance.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome that both of these guys are jumping up so many different places. I mean, but there's still lots of work to be done. They still obviously want to get a win, and especially when it's pumping like this.
Oh, yeah. Well, Iago Dora now needs a 6.97. We'll come back and see who's going to meet Ramsey in semifinal number 1. Conclusion, quarterfinal number 2 when we return to the end of the road.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. Mophie, stay powerful. Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. And Bank of Tahiti, official banking partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro.
Surfer, 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. 12 minutes, 30 seconds.
Welcome back to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Quarterfinal number 2 in the water. And Oakberry surf conditions, really good, brothers and sisters. Nah, only joking. The Oakberry surf conditions actually 8 to 12 foot on the face. Beautiful light wind, slightly rising tide. What more could you ask for, Flick?
Oh, honestly, it's the day of days right now. And we heard Michelle say it before. You asked him, I mean, how does this stack up? And he was like, you know what? This is the best day of our season so far. So, you know, it couldn't be any better. And I just feel, yeah, it's just what a place to be, calling heats on one of the best days of the season so far. I mean, 8 to 10 foot, the occasional bigger, nuggetier one, and not a drop of wind, basically light offshore. It's really good.
11:25 on the clock, and looks like it's Italo Ferreira in the lead. A 6.87 for Iago Dora on his last wave. He was able to really get back into the game here. Priority sits with Italo, so Italo with that heat control. He has the lead, he has priority, clock ticking down, so Italo can really just, you know, he can control the tempo of the heat at this time. So under 11 minutes, and another exciting heat. Again, to remind you, if you're just joining us, winner of this heat will go into semifinal number 1, where they will face Ramsey Boukhiam. Ramsey coming off a quarterfinal win over Kelly Slater in a brilliant fashion. So the brilliant surfing continues. Earlier today, we had Gabe Medina coming out his round of 16 heat with near perfect heat total of 19.83 on a possible 20. Just outstanding things happening today, paired with what we saw yesterday, more outstandings and history-making surfing for the women's. Vahine Fiero with the win there for the women.
Yeah, Vahine was incredible yesterday. I mean, it was amazing to watch. I mean, it was yesterday, obviously we had the men's elimination round, but for me, the women were the standout.
Oh, yeah.
It was insane. We'll get back to that in a second. Looks like Italo.
Italo under the hood, in the cave, in the cone, comes out. And Italo, big smiles in the channel. Peace sign, feeling good. He's going to improve upon his heat total here. He's going to get rid of that 16, I'm sorry, he's going to get rid of the 6.5 that he currently has. 6.5 should be long gone, the backup for his 7.33. And Italo has certainly improved upon his standing. He's going to make life a little bit harder for Iago Dora now with 9 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he's definitely making life hard right now for Iago. I just can't help but think back to that first wave that came through. I mean, obviously Iago didn't make it out of that barrel, but that thing was for sure a 10. So yeah, there's been a couple of sliding doors moments in this heat. Let's have a look at this one. Italo super deep in this wave. I mean, absolutely pitted, coned. What a barrel, what a moment. This is definitely got to improve on that 6.5. I mean, he rode the foam ball there. We've seen today just how much the judges love that. So yeah, I mean, he knows it too. Look how he's super happy, super excited. And
you know, it's not just competition right now what's going down here at the end of the road. It's joy for these surfers. Just watching the smile beaming off of Italo's face coming out of that barrel, only a surfer knows that feeling, and that feeling is some of the best feeling you could ever experience in your life. And we're seeing it happen over and over again here in live sports.
Yeah, this is a day of days, you know, like you just, yes, you're competing out here, of course you are, and you're trying to make it through heats, but at the end of the day, I mean, how can you not just enjoy yourself and be having a good time and just be, because right now you have the opportunity to get the wave of your life with no one else out there. And it's just, I mean, you talk about amazing moments, and you know, experiences that you remember forever. And I mean, this has got to be up there for some of these guys right now. I guarantee that, you know, for these two, I mean, it's probably some of the best conditions they've ever had out here with only one other guy.
Yeah, the number, giant, coming for Italo Ferreira, a 9.83 on that last ride, so nearly perfect. Let's take a look at how the judges broke it down, and judge by judge individually here. 2 judges go perfect, go 10-point ride.
Wow, I mean, it's just super, it's so cool to see the breakdown right now. I mean, for me, that thing was insane. I mean, today what I'm seeing is as soon as the surfer gets rides that foam ball, the judges are eating that up. So, you know, if I'm watching this in the next heat or, you know, the future heats coming up, it's like, okay, you've just got to get as deep as possible. I mean, it's so easier said than done. Let's see what Iago can do here.
Oh, Iago with priority, big steep drop, pulls up, double arm drag, stays in front of that foam ball. Great feeling for Iago Dora, and he's looking to break himself off the chains of a combination that he's currently in. Iago, oh my goodness, second wave of the set. Italo Ferreira glides through, foamy face, amazing barrel riding by both Iago Dora and Italo. Italo kicks out nice and early to maintain priority in this heat and the lead. Wow, what an exchange, Flick.
Yeah, this day will go down in the history books for sure. I mean, we've seen so many excellent scores. I mean, basically every heat's had at least one, and I mean, these guys are just going blow for blow. You can see they're fired up. I mean, Iago's last wave, I mean, this is just so beautiful. Look at this thing. He's not necessarily the deepest, but just in terms of a perfect barrel and, you know, what dreams are made of, I mean, that is it. You know, it was so big, so blue. Look at how that thing is folding in on itself.
Look at how he can't contain himself, and the pure emotion on the exit of this huge cavern with that foam monster just chasing after him. It's like a dragon spitting on your back.
Yeah, that was just beautiful to watch. And behind him, second wave of the set, Italo, just so deep here. This one a bit more foamy, a bit more frothy. But, I mean, in terms of conditions and surf and no wind and being pretty much as big as it gets before it starts to get, you know, almost on that toe size. I mean, this is as good as it gets. It's as good as it gets for competition out here. It's amazing.
Absolutely amazing. Waiting for scores for both surfers to set the situation in this heat. It's been an amazing quarterfinals so far, and the show will continue. The conditions are holding in there. The swell, as Surfline told us, was forecasted to have a little bit of a reinforcement this afternoon. It seems like that reinforcement is starting to really show its teeth and show its face here at Teahupo'o. Wow. Just sometimes you lose words. So Italo Ferreira, low score of a 7.33, wants to better that. Numbers will be trickling through for Ferreira in that exchange, as well as Iago Dora. Judges are punching in the numbers right now. We'll report as soon as we get them. We're going to start with Italo Ferreira. Looks like it's going to be a low 8 when the final number comes through. It's going to be a flat 8, actually, as we average out the 3 8s remaining after we throw out the high and the low. So flat 8 for Italo. Still waiting for the score for Iago Dora. The score for Iago Dora coming through here. Let's take a look at all the judges' numbers for Iago. And we throw away that 8.8, we throw away a 9, a flat 9 average, and a 9-point ride for Iago Dora. Dora now trailing Italo Ferreira, needs an 8.84 to turn the heat.
Yeah, wow. I mean, when I think back and reflect on that last wave of Iago's, that thing was probably one of the biggest waves we've seen ridden today. And I think a lot of the points, it was a massive barrel, it was wide open, but for me it was the takeoff and just how underneath he was, and underneath the lip he was, and just how critical and late it was. It looks like we're about to be blessed with another set as we see the boys start heading to the horizon.
Oh man, you can see, look at the SHISEIDO buoy. It just has an indicator right there. Here we go, Italo drops in, has to do a couple of pumps there before a long section, foam ball in front of him, and he dives for the exit and does not come through. Second wave of the set, Iago Dora, nice arm drag, rides the foam ball, once more time in the barrel, gets behind the curtain a little bit, pinchy on the high barrel there. Needs to go excellent, needs an 8.84, did all he could to manufacture that score, but might come up a little bit short in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I think he needed, obviously, Italo used his priority, but he needed to be on that first one. I feel like there was bigger, more meteor. I mean, wow, Italo's wave was insane. He almost made it out of that, but yeah, Iago, smart choice. Let's just get back at the back. Hopefully we get one more set rolling in, but you know, I really think we are starting to see that little pulse start to come through here in this swell. Well, it's not a little pulse, it's a big one, but yeah, just that reinforcement, because the consistency is definitely there. You know, you think back to those earlier heats this morning.
How's the difference in the body language over you make a wave into the channel and you're all smiles, or you just get absolutely pounded like Italo as we watch this again in the near exit, but brutal finish here.
Oh yeah, completely. I mean, spoken about it, this wave here is the fastest wave, the most critical. He almost had that.
And that's where it hurts.
Oh my goodness.
Because he's going to go over on that one.
He's winded for sure. I mean, you could just see the, you know, the impact of his chest, like hitting the water like that when you're moving at such speed. I mean, that's going to take the wind out of you for sure. And then this one from Iago, just a bit smaller. He's obviously doing his best to maximize this tube time, but he's definitely going to need another score. So he's back out the back. Smart decision. Good read on this wave and good read to slow down, but he's definitely going to need more here.
Yeah, still waiting for the score for Iago Dora, and it does come up short, a 6.77 as we exit that replay. So Iago, with priority, he did get out the back before Italo Ferreira, but he only has 50 seconds before another swing at it, and it looks like it's going a little bit quiet for Iago Dora. He needs that 8.84, so he definitely needs a big set wave.
Yeah, and you got to be thinking, so, I mean, right now I'm looking at that buoy. Is it moving? It's not. And to the horizon, I don't know if he's going to get another opportunity, but, I mean, at least he can hold his head high knowing that he went out with a 9. I mean, it's always nice to know that when you're, as a competitor, you know, you actually got a chance to show your best. Looks like he might have one small roll of the dice here. Smaller wave.
Iago pulls in, high line barrel, and gets the exit. Not going to be the 8.84 that he needs, but he can hang his head high. That was a brilliant performance. Meanwhile, Italo Ferreira feeling the vibe. Ferreira, excellent heat total, 17.83 two-wave total for Bravo Italo Ferreira. Ferreira on to the semifinals, where he will meet Ramzi Boukhiam. Semifinal number 1, completely set. Time to get semifinal number 2 set, and that starts with quarterfinal number 3. When we return, it's going to be John Florence up against Rio Waida, and we're bringing a special guest to the set.
Get ready. We start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, this is the third quarterfinal of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro 2024. Red from Hawaii is John Florence, and from Indonesia in blue, Rio Waida. I just remind you, 35 minutes. And for the previous hit, congratulations to Italo Ferreira, advancing to semi-final. Voilà donc dans la série qui vient de se terminer. Félicitations à Italo Ferreira qui élimine Iago Dora pour celui-ci en demi-finale. Et la série qui vient de démarrer oppose le Hawaïen John Florence en rouge à l'Indonésien Rio Waida en bleu.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. Mophie, stay powerful. Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. And Bank of Tahiti, official banking partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro.
Quarterfinals continue on finals day, and how good is this? We get to sit next to world #1, Brisa Hennessy, joining myself and Jesse Mendez here for the call. Brisa, first off, congratulations on an amazing event here in Tahiti, and congrats again on being in bright yellow heading into El Salvador.
Wow, yeah, I'm speechless. A big maruru. I'm so excited. I mean, it's the most beautiful day possible today. Yesterday, Tahiti is just really turning it on for us, and I'm just grateful to be a part of it. It seems like we're really pushing the boundaries. Every athlete on tour right now is really pushing the boundaries of what's possible and getting the waves of their life, and that's just, yeah, giving me goosebumps.
We're loving our time already with world #1, Brisa Hennessy joining us for the call. John Florence in the water now, taking on Rio Waida. Speaking of yellow, John just took the yellow jersey. He is now #1 in the world on the live rankings, and Rio Waida stepping up in a big way, getting some of the best waves he's ever had here at Teahupo'o. Jesse Mendez, a classic here. You know, John and Rio. Rio, I mean, easy to say, he's the underdog against a guy who's a 2-time world champ and a former finalist at this event. But what could Rio do to surprise us on a day like today?
I mean, he's actually been surprising me those last few heats he had. Obviously, we've seen him, how good he is in performance waves, but he hasn't proven his ground yet in waves of consequences, in hollow waves. And this event, he's been showing to everyone how capable he is. And what impresses me the most is his ability to drive into the barrel and wiping the speed off, gaining speed, and just, I don't know, just being deep, going through the fumbles. He's reading the wave so well and looks like a veteran. And yeah, it's going to be a fun one to watch.
Just came off an incredible one, an all goofy foot Brazilian battle as the swell reinforced and felt like it got way more west. Italo got the win over Iago, and he's on the boat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Italo, we're just talking about 2 of the different types of waves that you're surfing out there. Let's start with the long, hollow drainers, the 9+ that you got. Tell us about that wave.
Yeah, those like small one but longer one, I think it's one of the best one because you can feel like the pumping, you know, you feel like the wave is kind of like holding, and on this bigger one, it's kind of like hard to understand because the barrel is like so big, and you try to stay like deep, but it's hard to understand how big is the wave, you know. And I'm so glad to have this this hit against Iago. He's surfing so good, he inspired me, and he beat me sometimes, so that was my turn.
And there was a moment you guys got back-to-back barrels. It just looked like 2 friends out there enjoying the best day ever. But at the end of the day, of course, it's a competition. So when you're out there, you're thinking about scores, you're thinking about just riding the scariest gnarly out there. Like, what's the process in your mind between waves?
Wow, it's a really special for the comparison, you know, like living those days that you like dreaming, you know, like 2 guys in the water, like big barrels, like perfect waves on a paradise, you know. So that's what we're looking for, and then I'm so glad to have this moment with Iago, and we had like a couple sets together, and yeah, that was a great moment. So look, he's coming. Here we go. Talk us that barrel. Oh yeah, you're too deep. Oh, that was good for me. Yeah, I can go a little bit faster.
Right on. All right, what are your plans for the semifinals?
Stay deep, bro.
Stay deep, bro. Go Italo. Let's see it.
I love that. One of the fastest surfers on tour in Italo's mind. He is the fastest, getting past a good friend in Iago Dora, who was pushing it as well. We're catching up to Rio Waida, now paddling to the channel, and we'll see what happened on this replay as he's digging deep to get to the safety of the channel. Big opportunity for the Indonesia to take on one of the best ever to surf in the ocean and also to compete on the championship tour. Rio's a hard-working athlete, but before we get to Rio's last, this is John Florence getting started, slowing things down on demand. And it's just an art form, the way he can slow down inside the pit, Brisa.
How does he make that look so easy? It's like this effortless dance. You can clearly tell that John has such amazing connection with Teahupo'o, and we're looking at the paddle battle here.
Look
This
at that.
is getting intense.
You can see John's got a little longer wingspan. John has signed up for that big Molokai paddle race. In the past, he paddles for fun. Rio just had to take his wave, paddle the channel, and continue to use energy. So John ends up passing him, but he did just catch the most recent wave. So decision time for the priority judge, Jesse.
I mean, it's as much as their paddle back out was getting there quite at the same time. You could see clearly that John had the inside right there, so he got priority for that. And this one here for Rio just kind of lost a little bit of engagement with the fins of the water right there as the whitewash went through. And yeah, you saw that his nose was going up a little bit and lost control. And John here just effortless, perfect execution. Kind of a short wave, smaller, like on the smaller side for today. So it's going to keep the score short, but I mean, great start, and he's going to get priority and apply more pressure in Rio.
Yeah, so that was worth it for John. Went straight into paddle battle mode, and it paid off. So he got priority back. As we wait for a score to come through, let's anticipate what's to come on the finals day bracket here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro. Presented by Outerknown, first semifinal, all goofy foot clash. Ramsey Boukhiam in his first ever CT semifinal, taking on the 2019 world champion we just spoke to. And then the bottom half of the draw filled with John, Rio Waida, Medina, Ryan Callanan. Brisa, do you want to make a prediction there, or just tell us about your excitement for the bottom half of the draw?
Wow, I mean, there's a huge upset right there with Kelly Slater. I mean, Ramsey, I've been seeing, oh my gosh.
Wow. Checking out the bracket. John's trying to put his name right into it. Coming out of another pit. We'll see that in a moment, but it's Rio's turn. Digging deep. Let's go to the rail. One big drive. He is behind the foam ball. An impossible section there for Waida, but one thing we know, he's sending it. Two big attempts for Rio. He's swinging for the fences against John Florence, Jesse.
I mean, and he has to do that. It's a heat against John in perfect conditions at Chopu, and John already started with a solid score, and we saw just a glimpse of his last wave that looked like a very solid wave, probably a set, and he came out kind of with that posture that he does when he really likes the wave. So we're probably going to see the replay right here. Look, it's like a bigger wave, hollower. He stalls, controlled the speed in the beginning, that west ball comes, and he just, you know already he's going to make it. That was a beautiful ride from him.
Brisa, what'd you see here?
Wow, I mean, just the way that his body is just leaning into the wave, his connection, that butt drag right from the start. You can really see his fins engage, and then he just slows down, and it just sets up perfectly. And gosh, that was just poetry in motion.
Total style and the willingness to take off really late straight into a slide. I don't know if anyone does that better than John Florence. Another view from here, Jesse.
Yeah, look how below sea level that wave is. It disappeared from a good portion right there on the bottom turn. And look at the positioning, just flawless, perfect. It's almost even hard to break it down right here because you can't even see the guy. He's that deep, and he's going to come out now, no hands. Perfect feet position, back foot just in front of the deck pad right there, keeping that stance forward to give the stability, and perfect execution for him.
These guys are getting to know each other on the CT level, even though Rio hasn't been here for a very long time, but enjoying another matchup, this being their fourth already in one-on-one heats on the biggest stage. Paddling for this one, John Florence pulls straight down the line, pointing towards the exit. This thing letting him go. And he will just breeze to the exit. These are the days that bring John to life. This is why he's on tour. He wants to surf all day long. If he was out with Nathan and Ivan on a day like today, this would be one of those days they surf for 10 hours, you know, and he gets to put the jersey on, now leading the tour as world #1. Brisa, his wave before came in at a 9.10, and looks like he just got rid of his 5.33.
100%. Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see where that goes. It seems he seems so deep for so long, and that was probably one of the longest barrels. I think the biggest thing is John is really picking the eyes out of which one he's looking for. You can see that Rio's ones are kind of a little more almondy, and that just hits the reef. He's just identifying the right ones, and yeah, this was a little bit of a smaller wave, but super long.
And every approach has been slightly different, just according to what he needs to do to get the big score, Jesse.
Yeah, but all of them had a lot of scoring potential, like Brisa mentioned. And let's just have a look right here. I guess we won't be able to see it, but all the pumps he had inside that barrel were with no hands. So that just shows how much control he is and how comfortable he is in the barrel. That was so impressive from him. This is going to be another massive number for John Florence.
It's one of those events you don't want to peak too early as far as adrenaline goes, Brisa. I just went out there to the channel to check it out, and I got to see Iago's almost 10. I was right next to Jack Robinson, one of his good friends, and he was like, I think that's the biggest wave I've seen him take off on out here. And the whole energy of the channel lifted. Everyone was going crazy, and I'm just catching my breath. What is it like for you actually competing out in an event like this, where you know you're competing on a rising swell all the way to the final like you did yesterday, but knowing you've got to really be focused and make the right decisions?
Yeah, I mean, here's some crazy lines coming in. I mean, it just gives me anxiety just watching this. And yeah, incredible butterflies. Yeah, it's crazy the way that we have to approach, right? We anticipate this swell coming in. We have to figure out, are we going to bring our best selves today? Are we going to bring the energy? Are we going to have the waves of our lives and really execute every wave? And there's so many like different variables, and oh my gosh, I mean, John has 2 9s already. This is crazy. But speaking about energy, I actually really love this heat because I feel like both of them are very grounded, kind of more quiet people on land, and they really have their surfing do the talking. And as we see here, I just feel like, yeah, John is just all words on the waves.
Exactly, Brisa. Well said. 9-2-3, 9-1-0, back-to-back for John Florence. A severe combo for Rio Waida, but an opportunity to get another chance of this lineup when it's pumping. There's a lot of different wave profiles on a swell that can reinforce. You know, Jesse, we were talking about it moving more west in that last heat, so Rio's got to transition to the opportunity of getting a time with just one other guy out, and who happens to be one of the best out here.
And also for Rio is an opportunity for him to learn. You know, he's very young guy still, doesn't have that much experience like a guy like John. So in years to come, it's going to play it out to him to have more time in the water. But I mean, let's break it down. This like both basically same scoring type of waves, similar size, but right there, this is the difference that I pick it apart from John's wave. The whole time inside that barrel, he's driving through with no hands on rail. Even at this deep part, you can see it that he still keeps it that comfortable and lets the rail go the whole time in the barrel, which on the left side of the screen, we see it on the very end of it. So that just shows that little split difference on the scoring right there, and that's what I was able to pick, I guess, from that one.
Gosh, those waves just happened in real life. That was John Florence, another huge total as he's looking destined for a semifinal, but Rio's up. It's his turn with priority, and he's putting his head down. The Indonesian grabs the rail. Looks like he's got control on this one. A lot more speed out in front, and he gets clipped on the exit. After 2 big wipeouts deep on the foam ball, he positioned himself much better to make it out. But just getting stuck, and at this level, the judges aren't going to give you much for that.
That was going to be a big score. I mean, he really read that well, his positioning on his takeoff, how he knifed in. You know, it's interesting because Tadeva was telling me to kind of make sure to, you know, when you exit, your board tends to really kind of come up high, and I think that's what kind of happened, and then he kind of skipped a rail. Everything was executed perfectly until that moment. It's just like you're at the finish line, and oh.
We saw that happen with Seth Moniz as well in the opening round, where he would have been guaranteed an opening round win, and he just got stuck on the way out and had to deal with the elimination round. So Rio's a quick learner, and he's going to recover from that one, hopefully on his next opportunity. But Brisa, it's cool that you mentioned Tadeva David as well. Who are the people that you're learning the most from on this reef?
Wow, no, I feel so fortunate that I've been able to connect with so many incredible surfers here. And I mean, Kahea Hart, you know, he has spent so much time in Tahiti. He was one of my first coaches in Hawaii, and then connecting with Lorenzo my first year that I competed here. He's probably the most stylish front hand barrel rider I've ever seen. And then, of course, Tadeva David, they're like best friends. And to have their wisdom, there's no words. I mean, you need to have that mana, I feel like, when you surf a wave like this, and to be able to connect to the wave, and such an important aspect that is sometimes I feel overlooked. And this is the next generation of Tahitians right here. I mean, how cool. They've been out here like all day, yesterday too. I mean, this is what we live for.
And oftentimes you're inviting most of these kids over for dinner or for a Poisson crew, which is great. You know, Brees is calling and cooking for it. Everybody's going to show up. I love that you're connecting again with Kehea Hart. Cool to see his face in the channel again. And I love those stories of him pushing you to actually help you learn that you can charge much bigger waves. And that was a long time ago when you really started learning that, right?
For sure. I think he gave me that belief in myself that, you know, I actually can dig deep. And I feel like I am pretty, you know, quiet and, you know, reserved on land. And sometimes I don't have that fighting spirit, but I do. Like, I think when the opportunity arises, I really do need to dig deep, and I just need to have that self-belief, and I'm grateful to have amazing people in my corner that have given me that. And I think it's a super important part for surfing because it's such an individual sport, and you need that person to back you and make you feel seen and inspired and confident.
Yesterday was groundbreaking in so many ways. It must have been insane to really be a huge part of that, being in the final with Vahine Fiero. For her to win for Tahiti for the first time, for you to get the yellow jersey, for Tati getting a 10-point ride in the semifinals. How cool did that feel to really get to feel it on a finals day with the swell increasing and all the women really proving to the world that they could really charge at a high level on this reef?
It was a groundbreaking day. I mean, I have to say thank you to Jesse and, you know, all the WSL crew for giving us that opportunity and really believing in us to show up and showcase, you know, what we know we have inside of us, and sometimes we need that little nudge. But all the girls were sending it. I mean, I'm in just complete awe of, you know, Tati's 10, Vahine, you know, being the queen, and all those little moments that kind of turned into this huge, groundbreaking, inspiring day. And I mean, yeah, it gives me, chicken skin just thinking about it. But I think it's a little moment. So I think about what made that special was all the falls that got me to this point. I mean, I was here for a month, and the amount of wipeouts and tower tours and hitting the reef. I mean, I have a cut that just healed yesterday from the first day that I came. So it's all those things that line up that make it worth it.
What a well-earned accomplishment for all that time spent on some giant days in the lead up to the main event, and knowing that you went the distance, showed up in your now second final in 2 events that you've competed in here at Teahupo'o. You've got a lot to be proud of moving forward for the rest of the season. With 15:15 on the clock, John Florence still way out in front, 9.23 and a 9.10. Rio, though, has an opportunity to see if he can pull off a miracle. Finals day continues to fire. We're still hanging out with world number 1 Brisa Hennessy as we take a Bonsoy brew break.
My name's Jason McInnes. I run the live broadcast camera department for the WSL. So for the last 10 years, I've been traveling the globe, putting on these surf events. The fact that we are able to do what we do, of how to basically put on a sporting event and broadcast it out to the world, it's amazing, the behind the scenes, it really is. What attracts me to the knife making is definitely being able to use my hands and have a creative outlet. It's just such a rad thing to know that whatever tool I create is going to be used to nourish other people and hopefully, you know, for generations. That's one of the coolest things about my job is there's that challenge, and then when you overcome all the obstacles and you have a win and your broadcast is up and everything's working, that's a great feeling. Yeah, you did your job and you can be proud of what you've done.
Quarterfinal action continues, and as Jason McInnes was just saying there in the Eddie piece, it is truly a miracle what the broadcast team does to bring you live surfing, especially here on this reef pass in Tahiti. Catching up with Rio Waida. This happened during the break. Point and shoot, and his cleanest, best make that he's had so far against John. Jesse.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave for Rio. That first bump he had and just gaining that speed and drive. But I don't see that wave breaking a combination. I don't see that wave being less than a point than John's best 2 waves. So I think he's still going to need 2 waves.
Back in the day, thinking about this event, just going around the world for the first time, guys like Sterling Howland, Manu Zul, getting together, trying to figure out how to share these visions to the world. And it's amazing where it's gone today, working out how they can broadcast live surfing from this amazing reef pass. As we look at 11:15 on the clock, these guys have met 3 previous times on the championship tour, and now going into their 4th matchup. They've had heats previous as well here at Teahupo'o. As we break it all down, Rio leads 2-1 over the 2-time world champion. John's produced some big numbers against Rio, but Rio's got more wins. John getting very close to evening things up. Not all competitors are hyper aware of their matchup history. Brisa, are you one that kind of remembers those little rivalry stories when you're about to paddle out against one of your peers on tour?
Not really. It was actually funny. Me and Caroline were laughing. We're like, this is like NSSA days. And I think that's when we really kept more score.
You guys had battles back then.
Yeah.
Wow, you and Caroline at USA Champs as well.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we were laughing at just our growth and, oh gosh, some of our little moments back then. And it's amazing to see like how far we've come and our friendship. And I mean, she's honestly, you know, the surfer I am today. Like, if I didn't have her as, you know, my rival, I don't know where I'd be.
Fun sharing the water with Caroline Marks, always last year's champ of this event. Also last year's world champion. That's got to be so motivating for a longtime friend and rival accomplishing the big goal last season.
It really is. I mean, I couldn't be more happy for Caroline. You know, she has really shown resilience and hard work and dedication and positivity. You know, I think she's had a hard road in her own ways, like every human does. And, you know, she showed up in a big way, and she really did last year. And it's inspiring when the universe aligns and good things happen to good people. And I love it. I love the surfing community.
Gosh, and your journey as well. Talk about a redefined Brisa Hennessy with just looking at the world with clear eyes and a full heart. I mean, we're feeling it right now. Your streak this year of semifinals and then a final yesterday is just remarkable. I mean, the one that you didn't make was because you got injured over in Portugal. So who knows what would have happened if you didn't burst your eardrum.
Thanks, Joe. That really means a lot. Yeah, I think it's just a journey of self-discovery. I think especially being comfortable in the jersey, and honestly comes down to belief in yourself. And for the first time, I feel like I'm backing myself and not trying to prove anything. And the expectations have really kind of fallen away. And this new understanding of who I want to be and what I want to show to the world has really come to light, and that's been my why and my reason, and we're all trying to find that. Like, what are we doing here? Like, we got to have a good why.
Well, you've been here for a long time. There's been a lot of big waves on this reef. Any wild moments happen out there in the lead up to making the final yesterday?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I can't believe it's been a month. It's just, if you would have seen the wipeouts before this event, it's been a lot. I would say pulling in, actually, I didn't actually pull in because the blip landed on my head and I went straight like into the reef, and I literally felt my other ear kind of pop, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
I just, don't tell me that my other ear just ruptured. This is crazy. But no, I came up and it was just a little painful, and I think it was just, I don't know, a slight tear or something, but I was fine. I was like, oh my gosh, this is just my luck.
You're like, I've already done this year, not again. Oh my goodness, that's radical. 7:15 on the clock. John putting on a super performance once again. He gets maybe more 9s than anybody on tour. Let's enjoy this surf movie that he's putting on for us live, Jesse.
Yeah, beautiful technique right there from John, stalling, letting the reel go. Amazing surfing from him. Look at that technique. It's flawless. Like, John does better than anyone.
Able to get back-to-back scores in the 9 range. 9-1-0, pushed the panel to a 9-2-3. Did you have a favorite 9, Brisa? Because they're hard to pick.
So good. I would definitely see the 9-2-3, just his setup work on that. And Rio, I really love that first pump. I mean, if that was just a little bit of a bigger wave, I mean, that would have been a big score.
I just love how Rio adapts. You know, where he took off on the reef, we could see him learning on the fly. This reinforcing swell was really deep, trying to be on the foam ball. And it's easy to kind of get that in your head against John, and you're like, hey, great game plan, because John does have 2 big 9s. So you kind of have to swing for the fences, but we saw him adjust, got closer to a make on wave number 3, best score on wave number 4. He's definitely heading the right direction. Rio accomplishing a great result at Bells Beach this year, working closely with Glenn Micro Hall, learning a lot from Crow this season on tour. And a guy who has a lot of goals. He's one of those guys that is not worried about fanning out a little bit. Whenever he has a big matchup, like he had John in the opening round, he'll post it and say, like, look at this, everybody, I can't wait. And I love the fan about Rio. Like, he's still a surf fan at heart, but he can put that away and just do the best he can. It's a cool process.
Yeah, I totally agree. I also really admire how Rio's really stick to his game plan, his strengths this year. You can really tell that I think he's really tuned in about, you know, I'm going to really trust my process and what I want to accomplish. And obviously his strengths is, you know, his amazing forehand hack and his speed and precision. And I think him and Glenn are an amazing combo. It's been awesome to see that.
Now hitting the 5-minute mark. Paddling for this one is Rio. Trying to break a combination. He'll slide right in. He looks like he's got total control. It's crazy how this has just become normal, getting barrels like that. We've seen so many of them in the last 2 days. At any other venue, you'd just be screaming your head off. But how about this? A little bit deeper, a little bit taller wave, and a big barrel for the man from the North Shore of Oahu, John Florence. Checks out, we'll see where Rio is. He's got a ton of respect for Wida. But I think you're also seeing the determination of John. It's been a long time since he's won an event. We go back to his win at Pipe over Medina. It's been a few seasons. Watching this exchange again, Jesse.
Yeah, that was beautiful from Rio. But just, I mean, it's not even the wave selection. The situation that he's on the heat right there is making him having to try and break through that combination without priority, which is tough because John has been like just on the better waves on this heat so far, and that's basically the difference between the two surfers, because technique-wise, you see Rio looks flawless as well. Beautiful technique and just surfing as good as he can.
Impressed with John just being on the right waves at the right time, like you mentioned before, Brisa, but his willingness to take off so late. Talk about that approach on a wave like this.
Oh, gosh, I can't even imagine. The edge, it's like you're on the edge of glory. It's like heaven and death. I can't explain it. That edge is so scary. But I think what also like makes John, sets him apart is just his waterman, how incredible he is in the water. I feel like he does every water sport imaginable. He's amazing at sailing and foiling, and because he's so comfortable in the water, I think that gives him that confidence and this other connection that, I don't know, a higher power than I feel like I see from him.
Well said, Brisa. Always great to catch up with John, talking about big waves of consequence and also this event as an Olympic venue.
I think if you ask anyone who's watched any type of competitive surfing, they'll say that the most exciting events are Pipeline, Teahupo'o, Fiji, these big, heavy water events where there's waves of consequence. And I think that's the exciting thing about competitive surfing. You know, like obviously the technical stuff is incredible, but when you have these waves of consequence and people look on the screen and they go, looks like you could die on that wave, like I think that's what makes it exciting, and I think that's what makes Teahupo'o one of the best venues of all time for the Olympics. Like being on the biggest sporting stage in the world, surfing one of the most consequential waves in the world, I think it's doesn't really get much better.
Always great to hear from John, and yeah, we agree. These waves that bring fear into everybody's eyes, watching at home around the world, just seeing the best do their thing. It's like nothing else in sport. And John's at the top of the list to be the guy to watch when the ocean's going absolutely psycho. He's won the Eddie Aikau event at Waimea Bay when it was closing out the entire bay, as we watch Rio grab his rail. Not ultra deep, but doing a great job to make all of his last 3 barrels in a row. 6.67, building to a 7.3. So still some great numbers, even though he's still comboed. Now approaching the final minute, we will be seeing John Florence into the semifinals. And always great catching up with Brisa Hennessy. So much excitement from yesterday, leading the charge, getting now the yellow jersey to take with you to a wonderful country where you can speak Spanish to everybody. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, that's going to be really cool. I mean, it's an amazing event in Central America, the closest event we have closest to home, and it definitely feels really special and, you know, meant to be. I think I definitely feel at home there, and it'll be amazing to have that Latin American community there.
And also with all the events now shared for, you know, the last few seasons with the men as well. I mean, how fun does it feel to feed off each other? Both tours finding inspiration off each other, and you will be grabbing the yellow jersey along with John, you know, someone that you've been, you know, having utmost respect for your entire career.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's a complete honor. I mean, John has changed the game multiple times, and you know, he's an amazing person, as you can see, sportsmanship also. And you know, I feel like this is his year. Like, his energy just feels different. It feels like this new light of spark has really come in, I don't know, within every part of his being, and that's exciting and scary for his competitors.
Congratulations for all that you've done so far this year. Can't wait to see you in the jersey down in El Salvador. Always loving our time with Brisa Hennessy. Coming up next, we've got Gabriel Medina taking on Ryan Cowden. We'll be right back.
Voilà donc à l'instant au début du dernier quart de finale qui oppose le Brésilien Gabriel Medina en rouge à l'Australien Ryan Cowden en bleu. Demi-finale dont le vainqueur ira surfer contre John Florence qui vient de se qualifier au dépens de Rio Waida.
What a day, what a finals day, what an event. There's so much to talk about, and what a time to be watching pro surfing. The queen of Teahupo'o here with us in the booth, Wahine Fiero, the champion from yesterday, the first to do it from Tahiti. Great to see you, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, it's very special to have won this event, and in really incredible conditions. Teahupo'o is a dream, and this is a dream come true. So
watching it, I mean, we were talking about how it feels like a dream for us, how perfect the waves were, the swell building throughout the day, but you got to live it. I mean, you got to live that dream. Were you able to wake up this morning and really think about it more and process what you accomplished yesterday?
Yeah, I think that I didn't realize yesterday, and then this morning I watched a couple of my waves and it gave me goosebumps, and I was just like, wow, like, you know, I did it. I got the best 2 waves in each heats and connected with the wave really well. So yeah, I'm happy.
Thanks for joining us for the call. This is a big one. Yeah. Gabriel Medina taking on Ryan Callanan. Earlier today, Medina almost got a perfect heat and actually tied his best ever heat total that he's had on tour. What can he do next after a heat like that, Jesse?
I mean, if you actually think, like, there's not much he could have done in that heat specifically. He identified probably some of the best waves that came all day, and he was as deep as you could get in one of them. The other one, maybe he could have been slightly deeper, but in my opinion, those could have been 210s. And see Ryan starting right now, which is not usual for Gabe at the inside.
Ryan able to get the opening ride. He's still driving, and the foam ball takes him down, but what an accomplishment, getting close to a score. And the first wave off Medina. Gabriel often controls the start. Ryan ends up being complete. So now advantage Medina since Ryan didn't get the score. And Gabriel is holding down priority. Let's have another look to see how close Ryan got on this wave. Wahine, what'd you see?
Yeah, he was really deep and pumping through, but looks like he hit the foam ball really hard and was able to punch through. Maybe with I don't know his setup fins, but maybe with a quattro he would have made it.
Can't wait to get more insight on what's going to work out here on finals day from the champion. Wahine joining us for the call. Let's now hear from John Florence. A couple of big 9s, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. John out there just casually picking off 9 after 9 after 9. Give me your rating on the day so far.
It's been a pretty good day. I don't know, 10 out of 10. The waves are pumping, it's beautiful out, the wind is light. Yeah, it's really fun. You're getting to surf Chopo with no one out.
Now, I just watched you get up real quick and watch Ryan's last wave. Now, is this just coming purely as a surf fan? You want to watch somebody get barreled? Or is there also some research involved when you're watching the waves out there?
I think a little bit of both, but most of all, just a surf fan. I mean, the waves are gnarly right now when they come, and they're big, and it's exciting to see. And so, yeah, it's just fun to watch.
There's also a lot of talk about strategy when you're at beach breaks and stuff like that. It's strategy, to me, feels like the last thing on your mind out there. You just want to go out there and get barreled.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a little strategy in it because it is pretty slow today. There's moments of like 20 minutes with no waves. So you kind of have to play that balance of getting the medium-sized ones and then waiting for sets. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so.
Oh, talk us through this wave.
I think Gabe has priority. No one went though. That was kind of like, it looked like it was kind of a south one up further, so it didn't have a ton of wall on it. Probably a good call by him. Gabe knows which waves to get out here.
Yeah, if you could have your pick of who to surf against next, who would it be?
I don't know. Both guys have been killing it all event, and you know, yeah. Me and Gabe have had some good battles out here, so that'd be fun. But Ryan's also just been surfing so well.
All right, good luck, John, moving forward.
Good man, Chris. What a pick, Ryan or Gabe. It's going to be a classic one. Winner takes on John Florence in semifinal number 2. Looking forward to that one. Ramsey already with Italo at the top half of the draw, and still enjoying our time with Wahine Fiero, the champion, the queen of Teahupo'o, from yesterday's action over Brisa Hennessy. I loved watching your rhythm, your wave selection. You just had this flow done with beautiful style. You started breaking down maybe equipment choices to deal with a foam ball. What is your go-to, you know, for this size on your home break?
Yesterday I was on a 6-3 quattro fins.
Was that the first time you rode that board, or?
First time, both of the boards, because I broke one of the boards. Actually, the water patrol broke my boards on the reef. So it ripped all my fins out, and then I ended up on a brand new 6-3. So I was just kind of testing out my Olympic boards and breaking them, and just, it was kind of madness. And so back to, you know, who makes this heat, the semi against John is kind of what looked like in the semi against Tati and I. It's the final before the final. I feel like it's like my heat against Tati was just incredible. Like, I knew it was the one woman that I wanted to, you know, match up against, because she would be the one that would push me to, like, throw myself over the ledge. And yeah, there she is. She never, you know, she loves big surf, and she's willing to push. So I knew that I had to, like, go over the falls a little, and yeah, we pushed each other, and she got a perfect 10, and then I got lucky. Like, I don't know, it was like kind of magic, and the wave appeared at 2 minutes left and got the score. So, but yeah, special.
I'm sure you heard it from the channel. I know you did. I know you felt the reaction from that specific heat, that semifinal. But we're all calling it one of the best heats of all time. I mean, for you to be a part of it, and for a lot of reasons, for Tati needing a 10, and she got it, for one of the best waves ridden, but then you to answer back, and the heat wasn't over yet. There was so much excitement in the water, and for you to actually have the victory to move on. Still chatting with Vahine as we watch Medina roll into his first wave of this matchup, and just like Gabe does, he goes right into a perfect exit. And he will now take the lead over Ryan Callanan. Ryan, though, has an opportunity to answer, pulls up and under, stands up tall in the pit as it stretches out over the reef. A great read from the Australian. And this heat is starting to build. Great start from Medina, but also Ryan's best so far, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a great exchange right there. Great start from Gabriel. Obviously, it's hard to pick it apart right now because they're both different angles of clips that we had, but it seemed like, in my opinion, that Ryan had a little bit more of a stretch wave, so he had a longer barrel. I guess we can probably break that down once the replays come, but yeah, good exchange. I think it's probably going to be on the similar size scores, and we're going to have a good heat.
Vahine, I loved just watching you with your flow state, like I was saying. And it seems like you always knew which wave you wanted, you know, and how did that all work out for you? And was it just you being in the zone, or did you know exactly where you were at all times with all the prep you've had on this reef?
Yeah, with Jeremy, we were talking about it. The last couple months, we've been going out like on every size, small, extra small, windy, big, way bigger, toe in, like, yeah, let's watch the replay.
Go ahead, Vahine. What did you see here?
I feel like Medina's the best at, like, stalling right at the takeoff. Like, he stays super low and then pumps you and still, like, slowing down. But he's the best at doing that, like, right at the takeoff, staying really low. So one of my favorite surfers.
Yeah, speed management, nice and slow, and then just steps on the gas in comparison to Ryan's wave, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's what I mentioned. See how Ryan's wave actually stretched out a little bit more, and he was actually, for a longer period of time in the barrel, he was just cruising different approaches. He got very deep right there. Gabriel had to kind of manufacture that barrel, and Ryan had the better wave selection, and the wave just was beautiful and running down the line. So if I would pick, I think Ryan got the notch on that one. It's going to have the better score.
Stylistically as well. I mean, standing tall, that's the dream, where you've got room above your head. You're not looking like you're safetying anything or real tense, and Ryan got to really enjoy the view on that last one. So this battle is just really beginning in quarter four. Winner will take on John Florence, and breaking things down with Vahine on her, well, new home break, but you've been here for a bit now. How does it feel to be getting called the Queen of Teahupo'o? What does that mean to you? And have you discussed that with Moana at all, as she gets referenced as the Queen of Pipeline?
I actually texted her and told her, hey, Moana, I'm going on the broadcast like in a couple minutes. So I was sure that we were going to talk about her. And yeah, I don't know. It's just, you know, people, you know, nicknames, and it's weird to be called like the queen because it's, you know, everybody's good at something, and I don't know, maybe Teahupo'o picked me or I picked Teahupo'o, and there's a special thing going on. So, but it's, you know, like Moana with Pipeline, me with Teahupo'o, like we spent a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of our focus on our wave, and a lot of love as well. So it's a lot of, you know, time where maybe frustrating times or the best waves of our life or the worst wipeouts out of our life, but it's a wave that teaches me so much to adapt, like in normal life as well. So yeah, it's, yeah.
Oh, I could feel the love for this wave. And I see it in Moana, where if there was no such thing as a pipe event, she'd be doing it anyway. Do you feel the same about this wave for you?
Yeah, I could spend my whole entire day out there and not catch a wave, but still be like psyching for everyone else catching a wave. So yeah.
Getting caught up on that last exchange, Jesse, you read that right. Medina an 8, slightly better. Callanan with an 8.17, still tight there score-wise, but slightly favored is the Australian.
Yeah, and that's all because Gabriel really manufactured that wave. I think as far as quality, Ryan's wave was a little bit better, but Gabriel, what Vahini was mentioning, he was able to stall so hard on the beginning of that wave and put himself very deep in the section in front of him, and he was pumping through the barrel the whole time, which Ryan was kind of cruisy and casual throughout the halfway through the barrel, and then he got pretty deep. So different approaches, and Gabriel manufacturing very well that score. And it's basically a tie right now. It's going to be up to the next few exchanges we see it.
Love it. I mean, John just referenced how you have these serious lulls in between sets, so there's a bit of strategy that you have to think about. And, you know, one of our favorite heats ever in the history of this event, what he had with Kelly was a tie break. A lot of action at the start, a lot of action at the end, but that had about a 20-minute lull in those 2014 dreamy type conditions. Bahina, you did mention Jeremy Flores, and we got to enjoy an amazing career of Jeremy, winning this event, winning pipe a couple of times. We loved the emotion and passion that he brought, the unapologetic type of vocalness that he had. But what's he like as a coach? Because he was just as entertaining to watch in the channel, and I felt it seemed like he was even maybe happier watching you win than even some of his victories. What's it like working closely with a guy like Jeremy?
Yeah, it's insane to have him in our corner. Like Kaoli and I work with him closely since we all live together here in Tahiti. And Jeremy, I feel like I heard it a lot where he seems happier coaching us than being on tour. He won this event, and he has been through so many situations. He has been through all the emotions that we're feeling as a competitor, and he knows what we're feeling, so he knows what to tell us and what not to do and what to do. And he was just, you know, he's very meticulous. He's not scared of telling you that sucked, that was good, that was, don't do that ever again. What is that board? So he's very honest, and I really like working with him because, you know, it's very clear and straight to the point. And yesterday was like, he was just there to remind me of a couple things, and just, he was like, you're a warrior, Wahine, like, we're going to war today, let's go. And he had that energy, and in the final I had no more energy, I was exhausted, and he was just like, paddle harder, paddle harder. I was just like, I can't. He's like, harder. So he's just so passionate. And you know, we saw a couple of the stories on Instagram where I was in the barrel and he's like waving, and like he was like pumping with me in the barrel, and he was just, you know, he was having a good time. And it's so special to share that with you know, a competitor that's one of the best out there and in the world. So yeah, I had so much good knowledge from him and his experience, and taking it into yesterday was helped me a lot.
I love it. Let's keep this going. Bring Jeremy around the world with you, even on the Challenger Series. Well, we've got 18 minutes on the clock. We have two very close scores. Jesse Mendez, let's break it down. Gabriel Medina, an 8 on the left. On the right of your screen, Ryan's 817.
Look at that. This is basically identical waves on the takeoff, but you're going to see it right here. Gabriel stalled a little bit more, and then he started pumping down the line as Ryan has more of the stretched wave, so he was able to cruise in the beginning. And then right here, he gets pretty deep. Gabriel maybe a touch deeper, but a shorter wave. And yeah, just as far as point-wise, Ryan's wave had more scoring potential to it, and he maximized as much as he could in that barrel. So he took the slight notch. It's like a split decision. It's so hard to break it down a wave that close and that similar.
It's a good point. There were judges that liked Medina's better, but on the average, it comes out just slightly in favor of Ryan Callanan. I did enjoy the part where he just got to stand up straight. That part, he was perfectly deep, so Arcal out in front at the moment. And Gabriel just needing a 1.85. Gabriel having so much consistency on this reef. He was runner-up in the final two. Jeremy Flores that one year when Jeremy ended up winning. I think also one of my favorite heats of Flores out here against Michel Perez when he had a perfect heat on the Code Red year in 2011. Probably one of the best heats in history of this event, with so much attention on this venue, as you know very well, Vahine. It's hard to avoid it, you know, with the busy summer that you have in front of you.
Yeah, actually Jeremy called himself Mr. 9 because he got so many 9s out there. He was like, it's easy to get 9s out there, and yeah, and so back to, you know, in July we're actually preparing for the Olympics, and that was the best like training I could ever ask for, because we've been practicing the last couple months, but that was a real contest with the best in the world, so like the best women surfing in the world. So it was just good practice, good heats, and after this it's back to work, back to small, Teahupo'o, bigger, the boards, like trying to, you know, have everything like good for when the Olympics come.
Yeah, how many boards are you thinking that you're gonna need?
I need every size, because Teahupo'o can be 2 foot and it can be too big. So I need everything, so that way I don't have to think about it, and just grab the board that I know that would do good in those conditions.
What's the biggest board you've ever ridden out here?
A 6'5".
6'5" is the perfect size for the biggest days?
Well, I've been out when the stow set's coming through, and usually I don't catch that many waves, but when I do, they're still really big, and a 6'5" for me is a good size for my paddling and just being able to ride the barrel quick, because I don't want to fall. So, but yeah, yesterday it was just the best size for pushing us, but not too big and not too scary. It was just a fun size, like comfortable, and back to my semi, because that was the best heat of the whole day. Like Tati got the 10, and then right at the back there was the second, I think it was the biggest wave of our heat, and I was coming back from one of my lagoon rides, because I went in the lagoon 3 times. So I was coming back and I saw Tati going on the biggest wave. I was like, oh no, and then I was not placed well for the second, but yeah, yesterday 6'3" was perfect, because we were still between the outside ledge and the inside ledge, so we were kind of going back and forth, and having a bigger board was just going to be too long, and I was afraid that we could see my board too much if I was in the barrel. So, but fun size.
Well, I know you're very busy, and I love that you're spending time with us, so I'm going to handle this for you. You need another 6'3". Britt Merrick's probably listening now. Anything else?
He knows that I need a lot
of boards. Okay,
boards.
talked. Okay, great. So you've got that covered.
I actually spoke to him right after my heat. He called me. He was so stoked, and I told him I broke one of the boards already. He's like, whatever you need.
Whatever you need. Oh, we're loving our time with the champion, Vahine Fiero, welcoming us to this part of the world. Callanan still leads at the moment over Gabriel Medina. Gabe with priority. We'll see what happens right after this. Yesterday, history was made. Vahine Fiero, now a 3-time wild card of this event, made her first final, got her first victory in the best forecast we've ever had, and the best waves that delivered in a final with Brisa Hennessy. Since you're right here, Vahine, take us through this final. What was it like surfing against world #1?
Yeah, it was, you know, it was kind of a rematch, like a revenge, because we matched up 2 years ago and I lost against her in the semis. So I was so stoked. I was like, okay, let's go. And I was a little tired, so I was really picky with the waves I wanted to catch, and I just didn't want it to fall again. And yeah, I was like a little slow, but the rhythm of the ocean kind of matched how I was feeling, because it got slower and I was able to catch 2 waves like right at the beginning, and then Brisa kind of had to catch up, and yeah, and then in the end, the wave never came and I won, so best feeling ever.
So from here, we saw you get the celebration on the boat, on the Red Bull ski. That was one of those magic moments. Wow, we're going back to live quickly, driving through the pit and out into the daylight is Gabriel Medina, who's been very selective, but selecting really well. His 8 was a long time ago and didn't need much to take the lead. We'll see him transition into first now at 10:15 to go, Jesse.
Yes, no doubt. That was a great wave from Gabriel. Great wave selection, nerves of steel as well, because it was kind of a medium-sized wave. So, like, do you pull the trigger and leave Ryan with the best score of the heat with 10 minutes left in priority? But, I mean, no doubt, that was as deep as you can get. Check this out. His behind, driving through that first and second pump, disappeared through the whole time, came out after the spit. That was a beautiful ride from him. Like, look at that pump. Like, his foot's moved so forward on the board, giving him that stability, giving him that drive that he needs to go through this foam monsters that you kind of have to deal with here at Teahupo'o.
The amount of speed that he can gather ultra deep on the reef is just remarkable, and the judges absolutely loved it. A 9.23. The new big number of the matchup. Medina way out in front. And now Ryan Callanan needs a 9.07 to answer back. He's a magician out here. He almost had a perfect heat in the round previous, the round of 16, adding another excellent heat to his career here at the end of the road. He's already looking active under priority of our account. Remember, he got his 10 under priority as well in the previous round, and they'll let this one run through. And that one just wide open on the inside ledge. A lot of different types of waves out here and positions that you could sit in on a wave like this. And it looks like Medina can maybe take off a little bit deeper with how fast he can go. Before we get there, we've got 8:30 on the clock. Always fun when you get a chance to catch up with the 3-time world champ. This is what Gabe said on his personal growth on tour.
Yeah, when I get in on tour, I think my motivation was just try to be the best guys in the world, you know. I was so obsessed to win, you know, and beat everyone, and I would get so angry when I lost and stuff. And nowadays, I think I have more balance, you know. I think it's important to win. I'm so hungry to win, but it's good to understand every situation and try to learn the best of it, you know.
Grown a lot in front of our eyes in the spotlight. I mean, he was a teenager when he qualified, winning his events when he was 17 in France, in San Francisco. When Kelly won his 11th world title, Gabe was winning his 2nd event. He was still just 17. An absolute weapon out of the gates. Didn't back down from a fight for a paddle battle, believed in himself, wanted to win at all costs. It's been amazing following his journey from back in the day. Medina's up. He's not in the barrel yet, so he'll pull in towards the end section. But he's looking really comfortable in his happy place, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's when Gabriel starts to get very dangerous. He already has a massive heat total, putting Brian in a situation that he has to sit out the back and wait for a good one, or not even for a good wave, for a special wave, a 907. And Gabriel's going to be free now without priority, trying to find the insiders, maybe the first ledges, and try to better that 8-point ride, which he's totally capable. When he's under priority, he's very dangerous.
Watching him just kind of coast through the end bowl, having some fun, Vahine.
I was going to say exactly what Jesse mentioned, like Gabriel is the most dangerous under prio because he knows this reef like by heart. I saw him move through the lineup and it's crazy. He finds the barrel, whether it's like everywhere. He's always in the barrel somewhere, and he also creates his own scores. Like even if the wave is not that good, he's gonna be able to make it an excellent score. So yeah, I don't like Gabriel when he's under prio. I mean, I wouldn't like being in his heat under prio.
Of course, was so dangerous with or without priority on any wave, but especially this venue. So much consistency. Is looking for a third event title this year in 2024. I haven't even got to ask you, Vahine, how you celebrated. There's a lot of incredible surfers that go through an entire career without winning a CT event. You've done that. You know, you beat world #1 yesterday. You had the heat with Tati. You won a championship tour event on your home break. What did you do after we saw you in the channel?
I actually like went to bed by 9 p.m. I had a dinner and I was like completely exhausted, and yeah, just went to bed.
Sometimes that's the best celebration. Just so satisfied as we watch Medina now scratching for the horizon. Ryan out the back with priority. And we will dive into the story of these two goofy footers surfing against each other on the championship tour. Gabriel Medina leading 6-1 in 7 previous matchups. They've had some really close battles over the years. Ryan with 1 win, so heavily favored is Medina, not only at this venue, but over Ryan Callanan in their careers. Gabe with a lot of respect for Ryan, knows what he's capable of, but at the moment, he's got his number, Jesse.
Yeah, he's got his number by a big gap right there, and it's impressive because if you look at all these stats, they're pretty average it out. Like there's not much difference. The heat scoring, the max heat score and max wave score, it's pretty similar pretty much, and also the average heat score. So I'm surprised that actually it's that big of a difference, but Gabriel taking it out on that one.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would have pretty tough matchups against a guy who's accomplished 3 world titles, 17 championship tour wins. One of the most successful surfers of all time, equal with world titles with Andy Irons, Tom Curran, Mick Fanning. If he can get a 4th world title this year, he would equal Mark Richards. And Mark Richards from the same location as Ryan Callanan. MR was so proud of Ryan when he qualified. Actually stopped by Ryan's house to have a cup of tea and congratulate him and welcome him to the tour and wishing him the best of luck. And it's cool when you have that kind of support, just like Vahine has here in Tahiti as we enjoy this view from the Shiseido flight cam. We're talking to you about a celebration, but a really satisfied rest after a really incredible day on your home break. And I'm sure you were with your friends and family before you said nighty-night.
Let's talk through this wave. Big set wave. Ryan pulls in, disappears, comes out. I don't know.
Another great barrel ride for the Australian. He's looking for a 907 though, so a certain type of ride to take the lead. Did that have enough on it for you, Jesse?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, you expect kind of intensity on a 907, so
Yeah.
break it down for us, Vahine.
I feel like he could have been stalling the whole time. That's what Jeremy would have told me anyways. He tells me, no styling, you just stall the whole way, even if it's ugly. So yeah, he kind of stood a little bit maybe too early, and maybe we could have maximized the score a little bit more.
And that's the difference that you see it from a competitor like Gabriel. Like the whole time he's trying to just manufacture scores. He's thinking about his head, the numbers that he could get, and maximizing every opportunity he has. And that was the difference that you've noticed. Like he could have been deeper by stalling a little bit more. And looks like there's a big set out the back.
Right on cue, 2:10 on the clock. A spot in the semifinals on the line. The underdog being Ryan Callanan. As we look at this first one, perfect takeoff, drops in, stands straight up with room to move. Gabriel Medina, another incredible ride. Had so much time to enjoy it, and he's making it look really easy. His ability to get in early, To start off slow if he needs to, and then absolutely giddy up and take some big high pumps if he needs to. That one just looked like he got to enjoy it, trying to improve on an 8-point ride.
What a great rhythm he's on. And like as soon as Ryan lost priority, probably the best set of the heat so far came. Look, Ryan is clapping the hands. He's like, what's going on right now?
One more look here, Vahine.
Yeah, big set wave and disappears, comes out with the spit. Yeah, that's going to be, I think, his second best score, or maybe the best score of the heat.
How's that style, the footwork right there? Just perfect. Perfect execution.
Locked and loaded. You're watching the guy who's been on a hot streak out here. Last 7 events he's competed in. He's featured in 6 finals. So he'd be happy if he was closing out more events out here. But looks like he'd just be on a dream surf trip somewhere. It's not like he's barely fitting into these barrels. You can almost fit 2 of them on top of each other when it's standing this tall and it's starting to corner a little bit more with that reinforcing swell. A 9.73 for the effort as he literally just put this one away.
Wow. With 20 seconds left, what is the total? Like 18.96.
18.96. Yeah, radical.
He's incredible and a magician out there for sure.
Seems like he's pushing his records through the roof. Like a lot of the women did yesterday, getting their single high scores as well. It's been unbelievable last couple of days here at the end of the road. Gabe Medina will move on to take on his longtime rival of John Florence in semifinal number 2. The champion joining us, Vahine. First of all, thanks for having us here in this beautiful part of the world, and thanks for really inspiring us yesterday. That was a really wonderful day for us all to witness. Congratulations on everything.
Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing you later this summer. Best of luck, best of waves as finals day continues out here. Ramsey Boukhiam taking on Italo Ferreira, followed by John and Gabriel Medina here on finals day.
Voilà donc à l'instant, victoire de Gabriel Medina dans le dernier quart de finale au défense de Ryan Calinal dans une très belle série. Et nous venons tout juste de démarrer la première demi-finale. Elle oppose le Marocain Ramzi Boukhiam en rouge à Italo Ferreira, le Brésilien, en bleu, pour une place en finale.
It's semifinals time here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Incredible. Incredible. Kaipo Girl, Felicity Flick-Palmentier, the Spartan, Michelle Borez. Thanks for having us, by the way, Michelle. It's been incredible here at the end of the road. And I feel like we've been making surf history. Your thoughts so far of what you've seen. Gabe Medina just came out with a 18.96 two-wave total. Again, way up in the excellent range.
Always. This guy never likes to go under like 18 points, but it was incredible to watch. I thought he was 210s, and then, you know, like he's gonna show the world what he's capable of, and he wants to be back on the top 5, so can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait too. Let's hear from the man, Gabe Medina with Chris Cote.
Gabriel, looking out there when you're pulling into those waves, pure intensity. Then you get to the boat and you're chilling. How do you go back and forth from that?
Oh, the waves are incredible. Yeah, it's just so good out there, you know. You gotta enjoy every moment, every wave. We're having the best surf session today. And yeah, it feels good to find the good ones.
We got some deja vu. You versus John, all the surf fans, everybody is hyped for this one. What are you expecting for this next matchup?
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Yeah, just watch.
Just watch it, just watch it. Gabriel Medina, moving on. Congrats, brother.
Gabe Medina against John Florence. That's a semifinal number 2, but let's look into semifinal number 1. We're talking about the Rocket Moroccan, Ramzi Boukhiam, who has been excellent, scoring excellent wave scores throughout this entire event. He's up, and he defeated Kelly Slater in that quarterfinal number 1 to make his way into semifinal number 1 up against Italo Ferreira, the battle of the goofy foots, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, this is a stacked heat right here. I've got to take my hat off to Ramzi because he's been up on the ropes a couple of times, right? Nick chasing a big score, and when you're up against an opponent like Kelly in his previous heat, I mean, that's no easy task. And just to do what he did in that last heat was super incredible, but coming up against Italo, who's also been in great form, probably the best form I've seen him in all year. I mean, and with the waves we got on offer, it's going to be incredible.
You want to surf Teahupo'o, but you might be a little bit scared at this size. You can still surf it, but surf it digitally. Download the TrueSurf app to your smartphone, either the Apple Store or the Google Play. Use your thumbs and your 4 fingers and have a good time. You can do airs, get in barrels, deepest barrels of your life, and you can compete virtually at every championship tour spot when you download TrueSurf. Had to get that in. You like TrueSurf, Flay?
I do have played once. I suck, though. Need a bit more practice.
But we're talking about Ramzi and his impressive run through this event. He came in at number 15 on the rankings, live rankings. He's up 4 spots to number 11. Even as impressive, or maybe even more impressive, Italo Ferreira came in number 16 on the rankings to this stop number 6 on the championship tour. He's up 6 spots up to number 10, and you're going to just keep on climbing up the rankings, whoever advances out of this heat into the final. You're good friends with Ramzi, Michelle. Ramzi, what's the first thing that impresses, first of all, with Ramzi as a surfer, and what impresses you about Ramzi as a person? There's a 2-part question.
It's exactly how he said before. You know, he likes to do things his own way, and he's gonna stick to it. You know, it doesn't matter what other people think, and like anyone else will tell him how to do and what to do. He doesn't care. Like he thinks about something, and he's just gonna go 100% on it.
There is all the flotilla in the channel. The channel, in the Tahitian word for channel, we call it an ava, right, Michelle? Yep. So this is the ava. And the name of this channel, this ava, is Hawaii.
Hawaii, yes.
Hawaii, right? Did I get that right?
Exactly.
And then when we talk about the village of Teahupo'o, or Teahupo'o, the altar, and then Po'o actually is head, right? Or could be a skull.
Yep.
So is that the translation? But this spot actually has another name, a true name.
Yep.
Which is?
It's called Pereure.
Pereure.
Pereure, yes.
So that is the traditional name for this wave, Pereure.
Exactly, yeah.
Beautiful. So, you know, we're learning as we go, and you know, and I love, okay, when we talk about language in every culture, man, like, it's respect for the culture in that we respect the language, right? Because this place started off as Chopu, and you know, there's all, and everybody says that it's in their own kind of dialect, right? But it's really refreshing as a Polynesian where people are putting effort into learning the olelo, the words correctly.
Exactly, yeah. It's something that nobody should, you know, leave behind. All the culture has their own language, and that's something like which is stuck to your how do you say, ADN? Is that how you say? So to me, it's really important to teach the kids and to let them know where they come from and, you know, the past, the reason why we're here now, and so then they know where we're going.
Yeah. I agree 100%. You need to know your past to get to your future. And, you know, in Polynesian culture, in Hawaii, we call it kupuna. Our elders is Tahitian and tupuna.
Tupuna, yes.
Tupuna, yeah. In Tahitian, very similar with the languages. But, you know, your tupuna were always honored. And being a vocal language, no written language in Polynesia, everything was oral, right? And so preserving that oral olelo, that oral language, so important, and I'm glad that now as a surf community we're embracing that.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. You say olelo, right?
Olelo.
Yeah, right. We say orero.
Orero.
Tahitian, you know. So to us, it's everything.
Yeah.
And like how do you say, the tupuna back in the day, they fight for it. You know, they fought for it, and some people like brought the culture back too. You know, when we have the French colony that came at the same time, and so it was something that was hard to the local population. But like right now, like it's kind of like there's a lot of mix at the same time, like me, for example.
Yeah.
So which is not bad if you ask me.
No, it's good. It's good. We're all mixed. We're blending into a race of everyone. You know, I'm a mix as well. You know, but we still know our Polynesian side of our lineage too, and we perpetuate that. So great talk. And Pere Ure is been giving us some gifts. You know, in Hawaiian we call that makana, a gift. You know, and we've had many makana coming through here through these past days. So taking a breather right now out in the surf, and open priority for these two. Tense times, Flick. I mean, nothing written, and open priority between both Italo and Ramsey. We'll see who comes up with the first one. See who's taking the inside at this moment. It's going to be Italo Ferreira, and he's going to hand over priority to Ramsey.
Oof. I mean, he was super deep, but earlier in his earlier heats today, we've seen him doing that. He's really liked to position himself super deep so that he can really drive through the barrel, and he likes that feeling of, you know, pumping a few times. I mean, we've seen it time and time again, but obviously hitting the eject button there, he was way too deep. Just, yeah, registering that, okay, this one isn't the wave I want, but I mean, advantage to Ramsey right now.
So Ramsey now with priority, and he can really play his priority card and make a big score, because now he can position himself on the reef. Michelle, I'm noticing now surfers are paddling wider now that the priority has been established.
Exactly, that was the game. You know, when you start too deep and pushing the other opponent to catch that first one, and now Ramsey has the priority, so he can catch any wave he wants. The first wave, yeah, they were both way too deep, but this one, Italo could be at the right spot.
Italo goes wide, finds a barrel, drags through there. Nice completion for Italo Ferreira to start off his exchange in an entertaining flying kickout.
Yeah, I liked it. It was cool. Just continuing with it. This just gives you a good indication of how much energy's in that wave. I mean, it just got transferred to Italo as soon as he ejected and he was in the air. It was cool. Obviously, he's not going to score points for that, but, you know, points for feeling from me. But like you said, I mean, obviously taking that earlier wave sort of put him in a better position for that sort of wider one that swung through. So nice second wave. It's a make. I feel like we're probably going to see bigger scores just because the way the conditions are incredible right now. I mean, we were speaking about it before, but it's so glassy. I mean, this right now, there's not a breath of wind. I mean, it just looks so beautiful out there.
What do you think about the positioning here, Michelle? Could he have been deeper in this barrel?
You always think you can have been deeper. This one, obviously, he could have, but you know, when you're actually paddling and you see the west pole, like people don't realize that you feel like it's closing out and the wave actually bend around you.
Yeah.
You know, so it's hard to tell, like, oh, to start, you could have started deeper when you're not surfing at the moment. But he got the score. He's going to get a good one to start.
Yeah, so first meaningful score will come through. Wave number 2 for Italo Ferreira. Ramsey being very patient, holding on to that priority. You can see him there in the red jersey. We talked about Ramsey, and 30 years old. Really considered his second year on the championship tour, but really it's his first year. You know, he had to sit out his first year when he qualified Michel got injured right before pipe. It was heartbreaking, you know, hurt his ankle, and but was able to secure the wild card for this year, and he's made it count.
That's totally true. It's so devastating when you actually make the tour after 10 years on the QS and get hurt like in the first, before the first event starts. So you basically miss the whole year trying to recover and not even knowing if you're going to get the spot, the injury white card. So that was a pretty heavy one for him. But at the end of the day, he worked out well, and now he's here in the semifinal, first semifinal ever, and I hope that he can go higher.
Yeah, and now that he's here, we know he's going to be here next year as well. He made that mid-season cut. He's starting to climb up the rankings right now. Remember, the back half of the year, it's all keepers. So the next 4 events, there's no throwaways. And so we're going to see more of what I call the Rockin' Moroccan, not just for the rest of this year, but also at the first half of 2025. Here goes Italo Ferreira. He got a 5-point ride on the first wave and just punches through the back on the second one. So now you can see, Flick, Italo's strategy. He's under priority. He's just going to start feeding upon wave upon wave upon wave.
Yeah, I think he's also just trying to give Ramsey something to think about as well. You know, if you're sitting out there with priority, I mean, right now, just with the quality of waves, you've got to be thinking that Ramsey, it's a sure bet he is going to get one. But in the back of your mind, if your competitor is hunting around, sharking around the lineup, you know, you can't help but think, okay, like, am I doing the right thing waiting here? Or should I be, you know, maybe entertaining something smaller? Because right now, I mean, Italo's just trying to build on his scoreline. I mean, nothing too substantial yet. And especially in the context of today and how good the surf is and how many excellent scores we've already seen. But it definitely does raise a question mark in Ramsey's head, you know. However, I mean, Ramsey's been up against the ropes already today. I spoke about it earlier against Kelly, and he pulled a rabbit out of a hat and was incredible. I mean, the way he surfed, that wave he got was probably the best technically surfed wave, I think, today. It was amazing.
Yeah, you know, with just his first time in Tahiti, Ramsey, we can talk about some of the numbers that he has been putting up. His average heat score throughout this event has been a 14.54. That's a monster average heat score. His heat winning percentage, 67%. And his best wave is he scored at 9.8. So he's already making inroads right here. But let's forecast into a potential final between Ramsey and Gabe. Michelle, they're two good friends as well, right?
Yeah, they hang out a lot together, and you can see that they both have the same mentality.
Yeah.
They just go 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So interesting stuff, and we know for sure. Here's another stat for you guys that we're going to have a goofy footer in the final. Italo, way back, easily comes through for Ferreira, and he's going to get 2, you know, meaningful scores in his score line to get going. So mentally, maybe applying some pressure, Flick, and making Ramsey pull the trigger. Is this what Italo's doing? Ramsey's going to keep on hearing scores right now from the tower.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if it's intentional or not, I don't know. I mean, I think while I mean, it all comes back to that first exchange. I mean, Italo pulled the trigger, therefore he doesn't have priority. So while he doesn't have priority, why wouldn't you try and sniff around and try and get one of these waves? Because he doesn't have the first choice. And I mean, right now I like it. I mean, so far it's played out well for him. He hasn't missed anything crazy. I mean, Ramsey hasn't converted yet. So whether or not this is intentional, I'm not sure, but definitely does, you know, raise questions for Ramsey, and time is ticking down. I mean, he's definitely going to put another, you know, semi-substantial score on the board. Maybe slightly better than his first.
Yeah, so we're waiting for that score, and it comes in at 5.67. Add that to the 5. So a moderate in today's, what we've seen in today's math, a moderate heat total so far of 10.67 for Italo Ferreira. Now, most of the heats that we've seen come through today, that's not going to do the job. So Ramsey's still, in my opinion, Michelle, still in the driver's seat, hanging on to that priority right now.
Absolutely. He's waiting for the 1. So the 1 will be something higher than a 7. So if he comes out of the 7, he will only need a 3 something, you know, so that's nothing big to get and pretty easy for him to get as well. So we'll see what's going to happen, but he's really confident. I saw him before with Tikanui, and yeah, can't wait for the waves to come.
A replay of this 5.67 Flick.
Yeah, I think one thing to note, just the foot positioning on the board. I mean, he could tell he was going to be pretty deep here, so he's just shifted that weight really far forward. I mean, look how far forward his front foot is. But yeah, just really short, sharp barrel, but still, nonetheless, very technical.
This semi-final for Ramsey Boukhiam is his career best result, as we can take a look at his results throughout this year. Quarterfinals over at Portugal at Super Tubos was his best so far. He just came off a 9th at Margaret River, but has never made the semifinal. So it's the first time to show that Ramsey's getting the feeling like so close over to, you know, to that final for his first CT final. The anticipation. You remember your anticipation before your first CT final?
Yeah, it was incredible, man. Like the waves were crazy. It was in Bali, so I just wanted to win so bad, and I ended up making the final. But I feel like making the final here in Tahiti is one of the most difficult wave to get. Oh my goodness.
That'll stop a sentence right there, giant alley-oop, but continue on.
Yeah, it takes so much because, you know, in the last day, you surf against the world best, the top 5 surfers, and knowing that you're going to have to go through Italo Ferreira, which is one of the best out there today, and you're going to have to push your limits, and he already done that on the last hit against Kelly. We saw that. So yeah, anything can happen still.
And that's Italo taking an alternative line, something that we haven't seen just because there's been so many big barrels. But that's just going to be a throwaway air for Ferreira. And he actually, you know, can do some damage to the board if he did try to stomp that thing and put a heel down, but he just kind of kicked it away. Oh. Well, maybe a heel dent in the rail, I don't know, as we come through there. Yeah, for Ramsey, just that feeling. And I think it's also, and you can speak to this, Michelle, is like not coming up against your idols. Like he came through a heat with Kelly Slater in the quarterfinals, and having to like respect someone as your idol, but also like want to beat them at the same time.
That's the goal. That's the goal, is to forget who do you surf against during the 30-minute hits. So you can surf with your brother or your son. It doesn't matter anymore. You know, there's 30 minutes where anything can happen and everything has to happen. And you know, he made it happen, like right at the end. But like as soon as the hit finishes, you go back to that friendship mode and go back to the person you are, like normally.
Yeah, you leave it in the water, but you do battle in the water like a warrior. Well, 14 minutes, and the warrior from Morocco is still yet to charge onto the battlefield in this semifinal number 1. We'll see when Ramsey gets to go. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break to pick up the energy this afternoon. We'll be back. Semifinal number 1 conclusion after this.
C'était la première vague de Ramsey en rouge.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of WSL, Eventbrite, On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Asia Pacific. And Tahiti Government, strategic partner to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro.
Back here at the end of the road, and Ramsey Boukhiam uses his priority, pulls into this barrel, and the tube monster, the foam ball, takes him out. He goes incomplete there, so he waited a long time before he got going. One more look at it here on the replay flick.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't even get around that first section. It kind of looked like as he did his bottom turn, the foam ball already broke in front of him. So sort of a little bit of a missed opportunity there for Ramsey because, I mean, maybe it comes down to positioning on the takeoff. That barrel also didn't really look too open. It kind of looked like a little bit fluffy. But, I mean, he had to try, I feel like, especially with, you know, how many minutes are left in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's Kuiper along with Flick Palmentier and the Spartan, Michelle Boras on the call here. Michelle, it seemed like this heat has just flown by, and now we're down to under 11 minutes. And Ramsey only has one wave ridden, an incompletion. Now he's under the priority of Italo Ferreira. The situation for you as a competitor, what do you do now if you're in the jersey, if you're in Ramsey's jersey right now?
Something's cooking, you know, it's probably building right now. There's a wave coming. There's probably like a big set, like, you know, all the energy is coming and getting together to come later. There'll be one wave, big one, I think, that's going to come soon. But to be able to get that one, you have to get the priority. So Italo is on the right spot right now.
Yeah, and Italo with a moderate heat total in context of what we've seen yesterday and today of just 10.67 two-wave total. But that's enough to keep him in a strong lead. We talk about seeing the sets coming and anticipating, trying to time them. Do you have any kind of indicators over here at all as for when a set's coming? Or is it a surprise every time?
You kind of listen to Raymana. Raymana is over there on the boat, you know, just whistling and stuff. So it helps us out a lot.
Yeah, Raymana Van Basselier over there on the Outerknown boat, right? And he's on the tower there. It's a two-story boat, right? So he's got a great view. Good answer. You listen to Raymana, like, whether you're here at the end of the road or if you're at the surf ranch, you still got to listen to Raymana. Tells you when to slow down for the barrel and when to speed up. There he is.
There he is, the legend.
The legend. We're all just, while we're here, we're just all living in Raymana's world. And what an ambassador. What a great, gosh, what a great ambassador for Tahiti globally Raymana is.
Yeah, Raymana has been around for forever. He was the guy that helped, you know, surfing to grow where it is right now. Ramsey is going. He seems really deep, huh?
Oh, wow. Deep there comes out. Yes.
Nice.
That's what he needed, and we talked about it. You talked about it. Hey, sooner or later, there's one going to come. He's under priority. He happened to be wide, found the wave, but more importantly, he executed a difficult barrel ride flick.
Yeah, he did, and he's fired up. I mean, you can tell by just on the paddle out, but he looks determined. He doesn't. There's no celebration there. He's fired up to get more, as we see Italo out the back.
Section after section after section for Italo Ferreira, and Italo fires straight back. Talk about clearing sections. He was deep on that one, went through 1, 2, 3 sections for the completion. So the heat is now starting to catch fire in the final 8 minutes.
Yeah, I think, oh, here we go. Boys out of position. This is the one that you were talking about, Michelle.
Yeah, that was the one.
Listen. Everybody's celebrating an empty wave here at the end of the road, and what a beautiful sight that was. Really is one of the miracles, you know, of the surf world, this wave. It's just astounding. Every single year I come here, I'm still amazed at how it breaks. Okay, some replays flicks starting here with Ramsey. Look at this.
Yeah, Ramsey's super deep here and almost lost it there for a split second. Not the biggest wave necessarily, but in terms of deepness, incredibly deep, got on that foam ball once again, and we know that the judges today have absolutely been eating that up. They love it when you're touching that foam ball. It just indicates how deep you are on the wave. You can see he shifted his weight so far forward on his board to drive through that section. He's really good at doing that. And then, I mean, now we have a heat on our hands, right? So right behind him was Italo here, taking off, threading this one through the tube. I mean, this thing was a long barrel. That was really good. Obviously, he's improving on his situation now. Ramsey's finally dropped a substantial score. So it's all going to come down to this last exchange once these numbers get locked in.
Your thoughts, Michelle, who got the better of that exchange?
I feel like Italo's wave was way longer. He as soon as he took off, he was in the barrel all the way till the end, and Ramsey like kind of was deep in the barrel compared to Italo's, but Ramsey's wave was harder to make.
Yeah.
And Italo's wave was easier to make, but just a longer one. So it's gonna be, I feel like it could be like a similar score or like 0.5, you know, difference.
Yeah. Ramsey had to just be really stable on his board. Ramsey on JS Industry surfboards, way up, like you said, Flick, on top of his board. But that board seemed to be like a nice platform, and offered him a lot of stability when he was in an awkward position on that board to navigate through that barrel. Italo Ferreira, of course, riding some rockets made by Timmy Patterson. Timmy Patterson, a second-generation surfboard shaper with a rich family history of building boards. Here we go, deep on the reef. Way to the South Peak here. Snap stall. Nice little tuck under for Italo's. Just staying busy. That's going to be Italo's 7th wave ridden. So previous score for Italo Ferreira, 7.6. Wave for Ramsey coming through at a 7.17. So this heat's nice and tight. Ramsey with priority. Ramsey needing a 6.11. That's the situation now at the 5-minute mark. Take a look at this. This is not going to be in his score line.
Yeah, this is not factoring in. A fun little wave. Great in a free surf. He'll take it any day. But, I mean, it's definitely not improving on his situation. And just leaving Ramsey out the back right now. And it's, I mean, it's all up to the ocean. If it provides, I mean, and hopefully he does, he's going to get another opportunity. And he needs a really low score. I mean, a 6.11. I mean, in terms of, and in context of today, that's a low score. So I just hope we get one more exchange. And the fun thing about that is that it's probably going to be a 2-wave set. So bring it on.
Yeah. Well, we'll go out to the water right now for a Shiseido water report with Strider Wazalewski.
Yes, thank you, Kaipo. I mean, are you kidding me? The conditions are just pure butter. I mean, it's like watching a hot knife drop right through it, and it's just, these guys are dropping in, getting sick waves. We have one of the heats of the event coming up. John Florence against Gabriel Medina. Are you kidding? And the Rockin' Moroccan, 6 points away. This is just like, I don't know. It doesn't get any better for me. Conditions are holding perfect, just like Surfline said. It's just like a putting green out here, ready for the drop in the hole. And we've been watching it all day, and it's just getting better. Swells on the rise, and we are going to see some fireworks go off at this next heat. And hopefully at the end of this one, we're right here. We're going to give it to you live, and we'll be right back right after somebody gets a sick one.
All right. Yeah, John Florence and Gabe Medina coming up next, pretty evenly matched in their past history head-to-head. 6 wins for Florence, 7 wins for Gabe Medina in their head-to-head matchups. They've had matchups out here, and we'll talk more about that clash for a finals position in about 3 minutes. Right now, we're focusing 100% on Ramsey with priority, needs that 6.11. He's found his position, waiting patiently. All he can do now is have a pule or pure, which is Michelle.
A prayer.
A prayer. Yeah, it's that time. 2 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. And for someone like Ramsey, like at this point, there's really nothing that you can do. You can't go on the scramble. There's not really any, you know, second peak or anything for you to escape to. 6.11, You're not going to get that really on the inside here. So you're just hoping for a wall to come through. It looks like there may be some action, though.
Yeah, I feel like there's a couple of lines about to come through, maybe.
Here we go. Ramsey's on the move. He sees something.
It's really west one.
Is he too deep, I guess is the question, Michelle. Oh, we're going to find out now. Everyone's saying, go, go. Here he goes, straight from the takeoff, way too deep. You called it. You saw the positioning, Michelle, and look at that. Oh, it was just a monster down the line.
Wow.
So we're going to see how much time this eats up for Ramsey. He's going to be behind priority right now for Italo, and Italo, you know, 2019 world champ, Olympic gold medalist, has got a high heat IQ. I'm sure he's going to zone right on Ramsey's location. Look at how deep he was, Flick.
Oh, exactly. I mean, Michelle, you called it. It was super west. You could see that a lot of that lump was swinging wide into the channel, right? It wasn't really directly in front of where they were sitting. So instantly this thing was just stretched out and going to bend super hard on that little bit of reef. And yeah, I don't think he had a chance there. I don't even think there was a real exit.
Yeah, Italo feels a final right now. Look at, he spots Ramsey. He knows it's under a minute. He's going to closen up and really flex that priority in this final 50 seconds. He wants to know how much time there is out there, Michelle.
You know, there's like 40 seconds to the final, so you want to know how long it takes. Yeah, it's surprising. I haven't seen a west one came like that. You know, it was only the west ball that came through, and you could see it wasn't even like breaking on the south one. So it's kind of difficult when you're not at the right spot. We saw Ramsey like taking off like way deep. He was like 2 feet too deep. That's it.
Yeah.
From the final, you know.
Here we go. Well, time for Italo to use that priority. With 10 seconds, this is going to be the final chance, and this is how you close out a heat. Italo taking any opportunity away, pulls into the barrel, not going to come out of that one. Clock's going to run down without Ramsey getting a chance. So Italo Ferreira hasn't made a final since Surf Ranch of last year, and now he's made his first final of 2024 with an opportunity for a Tahitian victory. There's the numbers, 7.6, 5.67 did enough for Italo Ferreira. He's on to the final with some big smiles. Stick around, semifinal number 2, it's a heater. It's on fire. John Florence up against Gabe Medina when we get back.
The first semifinal, congratulations to Ferreira. The first finalist of the SHISEIDO Tahiti 2024. Voilà donc pour la série qui vient de se terminer. Félicitations à Italo Ferreira qui se qualifie pour la finale. Finale dans laquelle il rencontrera ou John Florence, actuellement en rouge, ou Medina, qui est actuellement en bleu. Cette deuxième demi-finale.
SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Semifinal number 2, out in the water. Strap up, buckle in. John Florence up against Gabe Medina in this semifinal for a spot in the final. Kuiper Girl, Flick Palmentier, the Spartan, Michelle Borres on the call here. I've been excited about this ever since I saw this play out, Michelle. Your pick. Who do you think?
Wow.
I know, straight into it. That's what we're doing. This is like on fire. You don't have to pick if you don't want to.
I don't want to pick, man.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I understand. You don't want to put any kind of bad mana out there, right? Yeah, this is a true Polynesian right here. Lots of aloha in you. I like that. All right, well, yeah, well, we'll get to some picks. I'm going to give you guys a little bit more stats on these two as we get going. But first, let's get hot out of the water into the final. Italo Ferreira with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. And I'll tell you something, we're feeling it. Unbridled enthusiasm, and as his trunks say, stoked. Congratulations, your first final of the season.
Right here, stoked, brah. Yeah, I'm so stoked. That heat was like pretty slow, but I tried to like get the scores and then try to like building, you know, like because Hansi has a priority, and I was like, okay, I will try like inside ones, and I had like a couple little scores, and yeah, we was waiting for like something big, but yeah, I think the swell was kind of like dropping a little bit, but it's still super fun. I saw like Gabriel's wave on hit before, and it was like insane, and I was like so psyched on a channel like watching the boys, and yeah, I'm so happy to be in the final.
I know you got Red Bull pulsing through your veins, but tell me how energized you get after pulling in and shooting out of barrels all day long.
Oh, Jesus. That was hard to sleep last night because I heard like the waves like boom, and then my bed was like this. And I was like, I'm dreaming, or is it the wave? And then, yeah, but I was super fun, you know, and yeah, I'm so stoked to be in the final and had all the support from the Red Bull team, you know, having like, have the boat on a lagoon and having like so much fun doing the massage and eat with all the athletes, and yeah, thank you Red Bull and WSL as well.
Well, we got about 30 minutes to figure it out. We got John Florence, Gabriel Medina in the water. You've gone against both these guys a lot of times. What are we thinking? Who do we want to battle in the final today?
Wow, that was a close call. Yeah, it depends on the waves, you know. And Gabriel have been like firing, and John as well. He knows how to get those like deep barrels, and then yeah, depending who's gonna get the best wave, and yeah, but can't wait. I see you guys in the final.
There we go, our first finalist of the year. Let's go.
Yeah, there you go. These two. I told you, you know, we looked at it from the quarterfinals on, actually from around the 16 on, is that we identified that well, I thought the bottom half of the draw was was really like the competitive, was the crazy half of the draw. So this is going to be a battle right here. And you know, the usual suspects, the guys that have had numerically on that bottom half of the draw, statistical-wise, when we look at the analytics, actually made it to the semifinals face up against each other. John Florence with a 71% heat winning percentage here in Tahiti. Gabe Medina with an 80% heat winning percentage here in Tahiti. Those were the two highest. Average heat score for John 15.88. Average heat score for Gabe Medina 15.16. So very evenly matched when we look at the analytics for these two in a Tahiti. And look at this battle right here. Paddling, they paddle themselves up the reef. That's pretty typical for Gabe Medina to take you way up the reef there, Michelle.
I don't know. It feels like they were way too deep to start.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of west waves that comes through, and obviously they didn't catch the last set, but you know, it's part of the game. You know, whoever gets the priority can win. So they're not gonna catch anything lower than a 6 maybe.
Yeah. But Gabe seems like that's part of his game plan here every single time. He always, I mean, I forget what year it was, but Gabe and Chloe and Dino paddled pretty much like out of this entire break way to the south in a whole nother reef at the beginning of the heat, and ended up being like, you know, at the end when they all moved back to like the proper takeoff, it ended up being like a 7-minute heat or something. Mm-hmm. So it seems like Gabe he doesn't want to give up that inside. Same story right now for like Gabe Medina on the inside of John Florence.
I thought that actually might be the case, to the beginning of this heat, I feel that just with the energy Gabe's been giving off, and it feels like he's got this clicked into a different gear of confidence, especially in that last heat that we saw, the quarterfinal up against Ryan. I just knew he would want to start there and just sort of assert that dominance, really. And I mean, at the beginning of the heat, they were way too deep, like you said, Michelle, but it's just going to be interesting to see how this plays out and if Gabe can actually convert once this wave actually comes through, or is he just going to be too deep and it's advantage John, you know? My guess right now is as good as anyone's. I don't really know. I don't have a crystal ball, but I did know that Gabe would want to start on the inside.
Yeah. And, you know, when we look at the history between these two at this location faced up against each other, it's another evenly matched. They matched up in the past 4 times, and with 2 wins each over each other. Gabe got John in the quarterfinals in 2023. John got Gabe in the semifinals in 2016. Gabe got John in 2015, and then back in 2012, John took out Gabe. So it's been back and forth. There's a tremendous history between these two. As we look at the head-to-head matchups, their career head-to-head matchups here, 6 wins for John Florence, pretty evenly matched. 7 wins for Gabe Medina. And Flick, look at the average heat score. They're right there, as well as the max heat score. Everything just so even.
Yeah, it's super even. I think, you know, obviously Gabe just getting the nudge there with, you know, max wave score, but John kind of getting the max heat score. So, I mean, you're splitting
it's so
hairs.
close, though,
You
yeah.
are. You're splitting hairs at the moment completely. And I think especially when it comes to a wave like this, you're also splitting hairs. And what's cool right now is we're going to see a different approach. We've obviously got a goofy footer versus a natural or regular footer, and 2 different techniques and approaches. And yeah, I mean, this morning, John's really impressed me because just the way he's been able to ride on the foam ball and play with it, it's been pretty incredible.
Yeah, well, I think what I think we wanted to illustrate with that graphic was the fact that nobody has an advantage here, because it's not a clear advantage to either one. So what does that make? That makes a really good matchup, Michelle.
Exactly. But a really good matchup is kind of difficult when you know what's on the line. Nobody's giving up the inside, you know, and they're still deep. Like,
yeah, they're still deep. You know, and talking about this matchup, let's hear from John Florence himself about competing against Gabe Medina.
I like to serve against Gabe. We qualified at the same time, and it's just this, like, we've had some amazing heats over the years, and he's always been, when I won my world titles, he was always right there, and it was kind of always a battle between us for the world title, and he is such a incredible competitor. Some of the heats we've had over the years, like, you get that feeling of just, like, when you're both on and you're not, no one's like super nervous or anything, and it's just like, you're just like, I'm gonna get this one, I'm gonna get this one, I'm gonna get this one, and the heat's going back and forth, and those are the heats I'll remember for my whole life, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, hey, we can call it a rivalry. You know, I'm not trying to sell press here, but there is a bit of a rivalry. Just similar age, similar experience. Both have won, you know, multiple world titles. And these guys have both been a hero of the surfing nations that they represent, too. I mean, Brazil, Gabe's a superstar. And in Hawaii, John's next to godliness, and everyone's, you know, is so proud of the North Shore boy. You know, we got a lot of pride in him. So it's also great, you know, to see 2 heroes from 2 regions who have consistently come up against each other and brought us good battles. As we take a look at the 2 right here, Flick, way from above, we're way up high with the SHISEIDO flight cam looking down at this reef pass.
Yeah, it's, I've just got to say, I mean, the surf, everything, the conditions today, it's been absolutely incredible. But to your point before, Kaipo, I mean, there's lots of similarities there, but I think the difference is their approach and their personalities. I feel like if you're going to completely dissect it, I feel like their personalities are pretty different, right? Like, you know, Gabe's pretty out there and very confident. I mean, I know John's confident too, but he keeps his cards very, very close to his chest. And I feel like there is differences there ever so slightly in personality and approaches to the heat. So that's going to be a difference. And obviously, it's a goof v regular. So
Yeah, I mean, the stance is obvious, but I think John's still the same John that we've always known. Gabe's evolved. Gabe Medina has evolved, because when Gabe came onto the scene and won his first world title in 2014, Gabe's like a competitive animal, not looking people in the eyes, headphones on, just like no friends, any time I want to win type of deal. And now Gabe, 3 world titles later, is one of the most pleasant, popular, happy dudes you will meet on the championship tour. So we've watched Michelle, Gabe Medina really grow into himself and mature through this whole journey of professional surfing.
I feel like that's what the tour brings to you, you know, because you always have olders showing you the way. When I got on tour, Mick, Joe was still there, and I was kind of like looking after them and just learning from them. And when you take time and you realize that you don't have to put too much pressure, you don't have to be the guy every single time during the free surf, you know. You have to be the guy during the 30 minutes hits that you're going to have. So basically everyone learns from that, being on tour and knowing that this is not the jungle anymore, you know. When you make the tour, it's like it's the highest level, so there's only respect.
Yeah, and I feel with Gabe, like he had a lot to prove, right? And then once he's proven himself, and he's, hey, look, I won 3 world titles. Now, he still wants to win. He still wants to prove himself, but he know that he's been validated already with one of the best surfers of all time. And that validation, I think, has really, you know, just made Gabe Medina's, you know, just happy. Like a happy Gabe. He's a happy Gabe right now. And it's all affected in how you go up and down the rankings. Well, Gabe Medina right now is certainly going up the rankings as we take a look at the live rankings. John, he's gone to the top of the rankings. John will be wearing the yellow jersey into El Salvador. Look at Italo Ferreira, up 11 spots, Flick, from number 16 to number 5 with this final appearance.
Yeah, this is going to be the biggest story, and it's incredible because you think back to the last event, which was pre-cut. Italo was almost looking down the barrel of potentially not making that cut, and for him to bounce back and reframe and kind of get his head in the game here, I mean, that's an incredible bounce back. It just speaks, you know, volumes to the kind of competitor that he is and just how hungry he is to still want it.
Yeah. And off of this graphic, Gabe Medina has jumped 7 spots up the ranking to number 12. Now remember, just the event ago at Margaret River, we were thinking about the shocking possibility of Gabe Medina not making the mid-season cut, Michelle. Now we're looking at the usual conversation of Gabe Medina figuring himself in, surfing his way into the final 5. Oh, by the way, right now, no waves ridden by those two, pushing each other up the reef. So for that, Michelle, we get a brand new 35-minute clock.
That's really exciting. I'm super excited about that because there was no action at all for the past 10 minutes, and I feel like everyone's happy for that to happen. And at the same time, their strategy won't change. They're still going to be out there and just wait for the wave to come to them. And we haven't seen a lot of sets coming. So basically, I feel like on the next 5 minutes, that something will come. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be on the West Bowl again.
Yeah, I agree that I still feel like they're sitting really deep. I mean, you can kind of use the buoy as a gauge, right? Because that thing hasn't really been moving. And generally, we've seen the surfers sit just to the right of that. Right now, they're pretty much directly in line with it. And I'd say when this first set rolls through, they're probably going to be out of position again, unless they're moving quick smart, both of them that way. But I don't see that happening.
Got a staring contest right now. Nobody's going to flinch. They're both looking at each other in the eyeballs, not wanting to blink at all. And that's just how this is starting off. So there's the physical act of surfing and how physically taxing it is, but then there's also the mental aspect and the mind exercise. And I feel like there's a little bit of a mental battle happening right now, Michelle.
100%. Especially those two. You know, they love, as I said before, they love to surf against each other. And, whoa, I don't think anyone's going. But, yeah, like, nobody's going to go and try to surf the West Pole because whoever paddles there knows that the other guy is going to follow right behind. That's why they keep sitting inside and hoping for a set to come on the southwest ones. And we'll see what's going to happen. But at the same time, like, what should you do if you were at John spot right there? You know, you cannot, if you battle against the inside with Gabriel Medina, you know he's gonna just paddle all the way to the point. He's done that before, you know, so it's super tricky.
Well, looks like these guys are still going to be sitting it out. Not much waves coming through here. And we talked about the history before, these guys meeting up 4 times in Tahiti. Let's look back in 2016 semifinals. It was John Florence getting the best of Gabe Medina that year in that matchup.
Slowing himself down, nice and tight right there.
Stands tall, low road exit.
9.23.
John's on the next one, late takeoff, survives it. This one's wide open. And we've got a battle for the final putts.
This is what you'd expect from John and Gabriel. You know, they're going to do this for the next 15 years.
Have a look at this. A solid one for Medina. The bottom drops out. He is in an absolute cave.
That's the wave you come out here looking for. That thing was just flawless. John had a more technical ride. Yeah, like took off under the lip, and it was like real tricky kind of situation for him.
John Florence, a 9.93, and Gabriel Medina, a perfect 10.
A 10 for Medina, puts Medina in the lead.
Late takeoff, down to the bottom. Florence, nice and deep.
Upside down, grab the rail, pull that rail up and under the curtain. I mean, that is just as good as it gets right there.
This is one of the best heats I've ever seen.
And the judge is about to make their decision. It's a 9.73. John takes the lead. It's official.
I keep having these crazy heats with these guys, and last year I lost against Gabe, so I'm super stoked to get it this year against him, and even, oh yeah, that's just definitely going up there into one of my top heats in my life.
John, 19.66 was the winning heat total against Gabe Medina that year, who had a 19.23. John went on to finish runner-up against Kelly Slater in 2016. Kelly Slater in that year took his 5th win in Tahiti, and we finally got some action going, and Gabe got what he wanted. He got the first wave of the heat. Here he goes, Medina drives to this section. Long section in front of Medina. He almost comes out. Oh my.
Wow. Wow,
Are you kidding me?
How was that?
That would have been a 10. Wow, look at this one.
Wow.
So, Michelle, you said it. Ones or 8s, 2s or 10s.
Yeah.
That was the case right down so close. That was feet away from a miracle wave for Gabe Medina. And here comes Tahitian Water Patrol with the pickup. And that leash still on.
I'm glad he's okay.
Straight through into the lagoon. Oh yeah, he's okay. He's fired up. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, now he's checking. Definitely some blood on the reef right there, some skin on the reef after that one. You called it, Michelle. I'm glad he's okay. But yeah, see, like he's smiling, he's okay. Little skin on the reef. Just the price you pay as a surfer. He's right back out there, probably even more fired up. Water reports from SHISEIDO with Strider Wazalewski. How was that, Strider?
That was bananas. I mean, you guys talked about how deep they were. You were not lying. They were so far back on the reef. And he was triple, quadruple, 5 times pumping, 6 times. I mean, he was pumping so many times to that barrel. And I was like, oh my gosh, he's gonna make it. And I could see him coming through the end. And then he just got bucked off. But the fall was intense, and he was a gnarly, like, backbreaker. And then he got sucked over the fall to the inside. You don't see Gabby fall much at all. And man, let me tell you, that was intense. So, well, I guess shake the nerves off, get it done, get it back out in the lineup. But that was insane. I mean, that was one way to start the semis, man. That was a really fun wave to watch, and technically almost perfect. But you know what? You guys are right. 2s or 10s. That was incredible.
How was the wave after, Strider? We saw John just have to duck under that second monster.
I was going to talk about that. You know, I heard Italo say, I think it's getting smaller. I don't think it's getting smaller. I think we're going to see more of those sets. I I mean, that wave was massive, and that thing just lurched onto the reef, and it was one of the thicker waves of the day, and it was just that beautiful, dark, scary-looking one, and then it just opened up and just breathed all over the channel. Wow.
Yeah, it's Strider, you said it before, fish
Oh,
food.
look at this.
Oh, here we go, back to live action.
Oh, John.
Cut to John Florence. John yanks on the rail, over the foam ball, bucks through there, and he's gonna take the lead. His mind's blown.
My mind is blown too.
Oh my, wow. John on the paddle back out flick. We are witnessing incredible surfing just as we anticipated in this matchup.
Yeah, it's delivering to the hype for sure. I mean, both of those waves, absolutely incredible. I mean, you can't take anything away from Gabe either. I mean, he almost made that. That thing was, in my books, I was like, oh, he's not making this thing. He's way too deep. And then all of a sudden, I mean, all the hard work was done. He just hit that little rivet and it got him off balance. But yeah, hats off to Gabe for that. That was incredible. But this wave here from John, I mean, are you kidding me? So deep in the barrel. I mean, he rode over the foam ball. Let's have a look from this angle. So grabs the rail, slips up underneath, and he's pumping right there. And he's on that foam ball, well and truly. Look at that. Like, that time on the foam ball, the judge is going to love it. He loves it. Anytime you see John do a claim, that's the biggest claim he's done all event.
Michelle, talk us through, you know the feeling on this on the backhand, trying to weave through a West Bowl here.
You know that feeling, you pretty much look for it during the free surfs, and John does that during the comp. So that's super exciting for me. He took off right behind the peak, and he was so deep. He was, you know, right on the top of the wave too, and I don't even know, like, if he was thinking about making it. He just thought, like, okay, I'm going to go 100% and see what's going to happen after that.
Wow. Anticipation in the air as we await the score for John to set this heat. First wave for Florence, and it's going to be a big number. Here we go. One more judge to lock in. A 9.77 John Florence.
So insane. You know, that's near perfect. And, you know, I just think back to Gabriel. I mean, that thing was a 10. I mean, if he'd made that, like, what a start to a heat. I mean, John's absolutely got this on lock.
Quarterfinals, John went with 9.1 and 9.23. He's just raining down nines today. He's tossing nines out, Michelle. 9.77 for Florence. And you think that's going to motivate Gabe Medina, Michelle?
We're going to see a new Medina right now. the Medina 2.0.
Yeah. This is when you get the three-time world champ revved up. Medina with priority, and he's going to answer back to this. We're taking another look at John and that 9.77 flick.
Oh, just look how beautiful that wave was. Just the shape of it alone was incredible. Just had a beautiful bend on it as well, but he just did so well to wrestle with that foam ball. And I just love the emotion we're seeing from John. I mean, you can see how much it means to him. He knows what this heat means. This could be a final right now as well. I mean, these two guys, the stats don't lie. They're both incredible out here. I mean, right now, John in the box seat, but this is going to light a fire in Gabe's belly.
I actually believe if they were on the opposite sides of the draw, this would be the final. So, but these guys had to meet up. That's just how it works out in the bracket. Had to meet up in this semifinal number 2. Strider, you're in the water. I want to hear from you.
100%, I agree with you, Kybes. This is a final. It's so fun to watch these two at any time in the event to come up against each other. But in waves like this, it's just the levels just keep rising. I just wanted to comment on Gabriel Medina and where he was and his perspective while he was coming. He was on the ski coming around the boats, and he would have been looking through all the boats and seeing John slide into that wave. He would have saw that big wall coming across. He would have saw and heard the vibe of the crowd unloading and screaming, and that would, to me, just put fuel onto the fire, his Medina fire, right? Because you're like, you know, he's such a competitor, and he's got so much confidence, and that right there would just give him something to just motivate him. And like you guys just said, Medina 2.0, maybe 3.0. I mean, he's just going to be going nuts on the next wave. And that first wave of his, if he would have made it, I believe that would have been a 10 in my book. Last wave was a 10 in my book, so, you know, they'd be neck and neck at the moment.
Yeah, thanks, Strider. Just all day long in the channel, but it's been an exciting day. And as Strider was describing that, we had the bird's eye view of exactly what Strider was describing, is the ski taking Medina, and Medina seeing and hearing a 9.77 from his rival.
Incredible. They still sit deep, huh?
Yeah, it's interesting for Gabe to be back there, right, Michelle? In that he's got priority, so he can pick his spot on the reef right now, but he's choosing to be way back there. Maybe now he's going to start inching a little bit more. There he goes. Yeah. He doesn't need to be on the other side of John.
Yeah, he just wants to show the judges what a 10 is all about.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, shoot. Gabe Medina in the round of 16, 10-point ride at 9.83, came so close, Flick, to a perfect heat. Kind of in my book, I thought it was a perfect heat. I mean, just for me as a viewer, I was just like, well, that's a perfect heat, but that's close enough. 19.83 heat total in the round of 16 for Gabe Medina.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that. I mean, the feeling was mutual. I just have been so blown away by his performance. Looks like we might have a little paddle here. Both of the guys are looking at it.
So John just needs to, he doesn't need an excellent wave right now. For John, he just needs to get another score in there. Just anything, I want to say a 6 and up, and just really to lock up this heat, right, Michelle?
Yep, exactly. That's what he's looking for. He doesn't have priority, so like anything that comes above a 6, he's going to go. Beside, like when you look at Medina, he's probably not even like thinking about going. You know, he's looking for a high 9, and those guys, like they're just on a different level right now. They know each other. They know what they have to do to win the heat. And imagine if Gab like have made the barrel before, you know?
Yeah.
We wouldn't be here and talk about like what's the next strategy, because they both will be at 9.77 and a 10.
Yeah, we'll be even.
It will be even.
Like their stats have been.
Exactly.
And like all the analytics tell us about these two up against each other and in what they do here at the end of the road. So your point is well taken, and that was just a couple of feet away from that circumstance happening. But right now, Gabe, John with a big advantage if he's able to really execute. The one thing we know about Gabe Medina, Flick, is that he's a monster when he controls the heat. But when he loses a little bit and the heat gets slippery for him and he's not completely controlling the heat, it's a little bit more difficult for the 3-time world champ because he feeds off of emotion. So if John Flick can actually get a decent backup, I think that's going to play into Medina's head.
Yeah, I agree with that. I definitely do. However, I don't know. I just don't count him out. I just think back to the performances we've seen from him today, and still with 20 minutes on this clock, you've got to be thinking there's at least one more serious set coming through, right?
Yeah.
And exactly what you said, Michelle, he's going to be looking for a 10, basically. Something seriously big, something seriously meaty.
But the circumstance isn't going to happen until John gets is what I'm saying is John has not gotten a backup wave yet.
No.
So that circumstance of the wave, of the heat being slippery has not occurred as of yet. If it did occur. Right now, it's pretty much even Steven for me because Gabe does have priority and he's capable of that 9.77 if John does not catch a backup.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. 100% if John gets another score and it's a 6 or above, I mean, of course he's applying more pressure. I just feel like with the caliber of surfer, both of these guys, I feel like I don't know. I find it hard to sort of think that it's going to deter Gabriel too much.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. John's been pretty cool right now, Michelle. He hasn't been scrappy to back up that 9.77, so a cool hand getting played by John under the priority of Gabe Medina.
Yeah, you have to be like that. Maybe this thing, Gabi has to go.
Here we go.
Wow.
Gabe gets started here. Pumps through, long section, clears that section over the foam ball, and the foam ball catches the fins. And now John Florence has heat control because he's going to gain that priority. he didn't scrap for that backup. So that's actually a blessing for John Florence. Not scrapping for that backup, it seems like maybe that was his strategy. Now, in this priority rotation, with him, with that priority, he can control the energy in the lineup. He has a big lead. Now with priority, he can help really burn that clock down as well, Michelle.
You're right, Kaipo. It's an interesting moment right now. We saw Gabriel falling 2 of the best waves he caught, and we haven't seen that since the beginning of the event. So the reason is he's pushing himself. Like he knows who he's up against, and wow, you can't even see him, and oh my goodness.
And another, I mean, that's been back-to-back beatings, Flick, for Gabe Medina, who's been just kicking out of the channel, you know, through tremendous, horrendous waves throughout this entire competition. But now he's paid twice with some big wipeouts.
Yeah, and they're not nice wipeouts. I mean, the speed and the velocity, like the velocity that these waves are moving at is insane, right? The energy, I mean, that thing is going to slap you hard when you hit the water. It's going to take the wind out of your sails. And just to say what to go back on that point, Michelle, he hasn't really fallen up until this point, and now he's just had 2. So, I mean, even think back to last year, last year when he was surfing against Jack, and it literally, he didn't fall right up until the final 2, and the wheels sort of fell off as soon as the momentum started to, go in Jack's favor, and we're sort of maybe seeing a little bit of that happening here for sure.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was alluded to, if John put more pressure and got that backup score, because what happens, I've seen in the history with Gabe Medina, when he's behind and he knows he's behind, sometimes he tries almost too hard. And he goes like in full Superman mode, Michelle, where he's just trying almost the impossible stuff to come back. That could be the case right now. But then again, hey, this story has been told again and again in that heats have turned in just 2 minutes out here.
Exactly, Kaipo. It's like that kind of hits is the reason why we all here right now.
Yeah.
We all want to be here and watch the 2 best surfer of the event battling for, a seat in the final.
Yeah.
And John obviously already have one of the biggest score of the day so far, and we're waiting to see Medina to come back and maybe hope like for maybe a high 7, we'll bring him back.
Get him right back in there. Gabe has made an adjustment to equipment. For more on that, I'm going to go out to Strider Wazalewski out on the channel. What do you got, Strider?
Thank you. Yeah, we had a little board switch up. Gabby, there was nothing wrong with the surfboard. He just felt like he needed a little more length, so he went from a 6'2", which is the size he rode and won 2014 on, and then stepped it up to a 6'3". Not a whole lot, but definitely there's more volume in it. There's a little bit more length, and looking for a little bit of stability, maybe just mentally going into those barrels and not making it out. Thinking he needed a little something else to get him through it. We'll see if it works out.
Thank you, Strider. And a little bit more information on John and his board that he's riding. John's shaper, John Pizell, reached out, says that John is on a 6'4" next step. And John's saying that it's the same board that John rides at Pipe. So that 6'4" Pizell next step is what John Florence is on. So both surfers riding boards 6'3" and 6'4" respectively, Flick.
Yeah, I think I kind of like where Gab's going there and just going up that little bit more, just especially when with the 2 wipeouts he's had. I mean, maybe you're thinking that little bit extra foam, a little bit extra volume. He might have been able to project out in front of the foam ball. And here we go, got some action here. Looks like Gabe
on the inside track here, pumps, and he's going to complete. Now he just wants to get that completion of a feeling and kicks out. So that's going to be his first kind of meaningful score, gaining momentum, Michelle. Gabe Medina trying to get back into gear out here.
That was a good call. When you don't have priority and the heat is really slow, you have to go on something. You have to build your house, and that's exactly what he's done right there. And it's probably going to be like maybe a 5 or something, but still, if there's no way, if he gets another 7 and there's, things can happen, there's no way coming, he can make the hit with a 7 and a 5.
Yeah, 100%. Here's another look at it on the replay, Flick.
Yeah, smart decision. You can see, I mean, he's just flying down the line on that board. And, I mean, really beautiful shaped barrel. Because it was a smaller one, it just, like, you know, really unloaded. I mean, you can see how round it got on the inside there. It really stayed really open. And, I mean, for him right now, this must feel good. He's finally got one, you know, and finally had a make. I mean, he's had a couple of really crazy wipeouts and been slapped around pretty hard.
Yeah, 5.67 for the wave that we're watching right here at the replay. 12 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Gabe Medina trailing John Florence. Gabe at the moment needs a 4.11. That's a false 4.11 because John's just sitting on a single wave, 9.77. Taking a break, we're going to step away. We'll be back and see who's going to take out this glorious semifinal number 2, John Florence or Gabe Medina. Everyone's coming out to watch the finals day. President of French Polynesia, Moite Brotherson, making his way to the channel, and he has eyes on a spectacular jewel of French Polynesia. We're talking about Teahupo'o here at the end of the road. Ferreira, the wave here. I'm here with Ferrera along with Felicity Palmentier and Michelle Perez, who's helping me brush up on my Tahitian. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
We're down to 9 minutes and 45 seconds, and it's been John Florence really in control of this heat. He's got priority. He's got the big number of 9.77. His heat played out. We had a restart, so you know, 10 minutes went by. Nobody rode a wave, and so we had a new fresh clock. Here we go. Priority use by John, drops in, grabs a rail, gets on that inside rail. Quick backup for that 9.77 to apply pressure to Gabe Medina and likely put Gabe, probably not going to put Gabe quite in a combination, but definitely going to put a lot of pressure onto him.
Exactly. It's going to be a tricky one. There's 9 minutes to go, and John's probably going to get a 3-something or a low 4.
Yeah.
That's going to put pressure, and that's exactly how we were saying before. Like, Gabriel is going to look for at least a 7, you know. So, and John is just going to put pressure, and John is driving right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's ready. He's whatever comes, he can improve his situation. So, he's, you know, he has 1 foot on the final already.
Yeah, and here he goes. Now under priority, sneaking into this one, right back out there. John line looks down the line, nothing going there. No harm, no foul for John. He'll continue in the lead. Also, Flick, what John did with that priority and that priority switch with Medina is let the clock burn away, right? And then finally pull the trigger, giving up that priority, getting the backup. It's just been a well-played heat for John Florence.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's super calculated. I think it was about time that he sort of got a backup because, I mean, it's nervous times. He's sitting there waiting. This is smart. This is calculated surfing. Kind of looks like Gabe might be having a look here, though. So let's see what he can go do. Is he going to have a look? John looks like he's going.
John, again, pulls in way deep on that one, and he gets caught up in there. Again, no change in the situation. John back out under priority. We're still waiting for wave number 2 for John and that score. That's what's going to really set the situation in this final 7 minutes of this heat.
Oh, 6. It says 6.5. I say it was a low 4 or something. That's why I'm here and I'm not judging.
6.5 for John, 9.77, 16.27. And so John actually did put Gabe into a 2-wave combination right now. Gabe needs 2 waves of 16.27. He got the job done, and now a lot of pressure applied to the 3-time world champ, Gabe Medina. Tough situation, Flick.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely tough. And I mean, John's done exactly what we were talking about. I mean, this whole time we're like, if he can drop something around a 6 mark, he's going to make that job incredibly hard for Gabe. It's exactly what's happened. It's looking tough, and I feel like momentum's sort of changed for Gabe right now. He's had those sort of uncharacteristic falls a couple of times. They definitely slapped him hard. We saw he lost a bit of bark on the reef. There was a little bit of blood drawn, so a little bit of a rattle there. And yeah, the pace has definitely swung, the momentum swung towards John right now.
Yeah, you could feel that, right, Michelle? I mean, but like, how important was that first wave? Because Gabe Medina could have had a 10 right there. He came like this close to getting that 10.
Yeah, he actually made a barrel, but he was like on 1 foot only, you know, so from a 10 to a 3.3. And, you know, that's what we want to see. That's the kind of 10 that we want to see, and they knew it since the beginning, and they pushed the limits, and they just know who they surf it up against. And, you know, John obviously got a 6.5 on his last one, and that's just pushed Gabriel to a situation where it's hard to come back.
Yeah. Yeah, especially given the time that we have right now. 5 minutes, 35 seconds. Strider, your take on the situation?
My take on the situation is that it takes, I think, maybe 2 minutes to get 2 scores. This place is notorious. The paddle back out is about 30 seconds, 45 seconds. And, you know, if you get a good set, you can almost catch 2 waves in it. It's crazy how quickly you can back yourself up out here. So I'm not counting anybody out yet. You know, Gabriel Medina, one of the best to ever do it here, if not the best. And, you know, I'm not counting him out of this thing yet because it's just, he's so gnarly. He's so just like a cat. He's just jumping all over the place. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him go perfect.
Well, he's relaxing right now, Strider.
I see him. It looks like he's just, whatever. I think he's just leaving it up to the man upstairs. That's what he does. He just, you know, he knows that he doesn't have control of the ocean, so he's going to let it happen, and he's just hoping for the best.
Yeah. I mean, regardless, we know that Gabe Medina did some incredible surfing throughout this entire event, along with John Florence. Unfortunately, we only can see one of them in the final up against Italo Ferreira, Flick. And so it's been really entertaining throughout the entire event with these two. Let's take a look at our heat recap for semi-final number 2. Bit crazy, like this wave.
Yeah, this thing was absolutely insane. This was going to be a 10. He did all the hard work, got absolutely slapped in the face. I mean, he ended up losing a bit of bark on his back there, which, you know, the momentum swung. That was the sliding doors moment. That could have been a 10. Out the back, John, first wave of this heat, 9.77. Rode that foam ball so well. I mean, look how beautiful that wave was. Crystal clear. And, I mean,
Gabe trying to fight back.
Gabe fighting back, and you know what? Getting slapped hard a couple of times. I mean, this was his make here, so this is his 5, 6, 7. And then John, super smart, calculated surfing, obviously trying to find a backup, 6.5, putting Gabe into that combination situation. This is live action now.
Medina Pulls in, pulls up, high line through this barrel. First section, second section comes through. No problem for Gabe Medina. Wants to do a quick turnaround right here. He's activated. Second wave of the set, and John wants to hold and control the lineup with priority. John had to resist the urge right there, Michelle, of taking off on that wave to control the lineup.
I'm super excited right now. There's 3 minutes left. Gabriel, obviously, like better. He's 5.67, so he's back on the program, and you know, we all know that he's gonna need a big score. So, and we all know that there's always like 2-wave sets. So anything can still happen right now.
One more look, Flick, and this wave, should it take him out of the combination, the 2-wave combo that he's in right now?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think this is going to take him out of combination situation. He'd read this wave perfectly, and just, I mean, that's what we're used to seeing from Gabe. I mean, he's definitely getting out of combo, and I mean, obviously, here we go.
John stalling right in the foam ball through this section. Still on the foam ball, comes out there. John looking to better that 6.5. I think he just did that. Crowd of the channel likes it. 8.33 drops in for Gabe Medina. So if the situation remains the same, Gabe needs a 7.93 with under 2 minutes remaining. That's if John, Michelle, doesn't improve upon that 6.5, but I think he may have done that.
Of course. I'm smiling right now. This is what we're looking for, and knowing those two guys. And there's 2 minutes to go, and you know, Gabriel might need a 9 after John's wave, so he's going to start, you know, go back to the deep spot where he was when he started at the beginning, and hopefully a wave will come. But you know, never know.
Yeah, this is, hey, it's up to a higher power right now, and wind over water. If there's going to be another swell coming through, hitting the reef, and give Gabe Medina a chance for a comeback. Still waiting for last score for John to see what Medina's requirement's going to be. Flick, we're down to 1 minute.
Yeah, wow. I just pray that we get one more set, because, I mean, it's so exciting. This is what we came here for this heat. We wanted to see fireworks, and it's delivering. I'm just not sure if we're going to get another opportunity.
Well, Michelle, you're right. Gabe needs a 9.68 because John just dropped another excellent score in the bunch of excellent scores that he's put down throughout this campaign in Tahiti. An 8.23 last score for John Florence. Down to 30 seconds. Gabe needs a big wave in a hurry, and I don't think it's going to come to him.
That's part of the game. It's super sad for Gabi, but I'm super happy for John at the same time. He could have gone either way.
Yeah. Well, these guys, I mean, we started this with a conversation on the analytics on their matchups. Now their matchups head-to-head, dead even. 7-7, 7-all. The rivalry continues, and the sportsmanship and the appreciation between the two world champs is evident right here. But it's going to be John Florence heading on to the final up against Italo Ferreira. Wow.
Oh, it's just super exciting. I'm pretty interested because John looks pretty fired up. I haven't seen him emit this much emotion for quite some time, so he's fired up. This is going to be a great final.
Well, John hasn't had a win on the championship tour since 2021, so it's been a long drink, Michelle, before this man right here has felt the feeling of a W. So he's very close. He's 1 heat away, 2 good waves away.
Yeah, he has something to prove now. You know, he's just got a baby, and he's a daddy, so he wants more than anyone else.
Dad power.
Dad power.
Dad power is evident. And again, thank you, Gabe Medina, for such an entertaining contest here, such entertaining heats. Brilliant surfing by the 3-time world champ, Gabe Medina. We've got to give him his flowers, too, because he upped his game over here, and he had a perfect wave. 10-point ride, Gabe Medina. So, yeah. The story continues here, and we have one last chapter here in Tahiti. And before we get into that final chapter, which is going to be the final, let's go to the water with John Florence and Strider Wazalewski.
Wow, there was a lot going on out there. A lot of Gabriel actually going off the foam ball and falling, and it was uncharacteristic. And then you were just dominating threading the needle and coming out?
Yeah, it was a tough heat. It was so slow. There was such long lulls. We had to restart, and then, yeah, so it was really hard. And I just know how gnarly Gabriel is. He can get kind of any wave and get a 9 on it. And so I was pretty stoked when I got that first one. Yeah, nice and deep on it. And then I just sat for so long, and that was really hard. I was like, oh no, like I can't lose with 1-9. So I was really stoked to get another wave. And yeah, I'm just stoked to beat Gabriel.
Well, at the end of the heat there was a hope for him, and the ocean laid down. Were you worried a bit?
I was a little worried because there had been a pretty long lull. I was like, oh no, I hope a big set doesn't come. But when I got that last one, I kind of had a good control over the heat. Even though he had priority, he could, get one, and then I would just try to block, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. It worked out.
And one more question. Moving on to El Salvador, you're going to be in the Jeep leaders or the leaders jersey. The yellow jersey. Are you obviously looking to widen that gap?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, winning here will widen that gap a lot, I think. And but I don't know. It's still a long year, and I'm just focusing on just competing and just one heat after the next. And so, yeah, stoked to be here in the final.
Well, thanks. It's great to see a healthy John. We'll let you get ready for the final.
Thanks.
Well, final is set up, and it has been a sparkling, brilliant road to this final. Excellent scores getting thrown out by the men, the women throughout this entire event. It's been a great event. Thank you so much, Michelle, for sharing your knowledge and calling heats with us. Flick, always great calling heats with you. We're going to take a break right now. We're just getting set up for the final of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown after this.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by SHISEIDO, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. By Hilton Hotel Tahiti, for the stay. And by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro. One more heat to go. It's a final, a 40-minute final with a couple of world champions. John, a two-time world champ, taking on the 2019 world champ, Italo Ferreira, in a huge matchup for a big, big prize. Being a champion of Teahupo'o in a swell window that was absolutely massive and pumping. Those are the years that you want to be crowned champion. A lot to look forward to in a few minutes. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Jesse Mendez to break it on down. It's fun, too, with Italo, with his hi-fi energy. You know, hasn't been in a position yet to win this event like he is now. And against John, who hasn't won in a long time. A lot of great storylines unfolding in the last heat of the contest.
Yeah, there's so many great storylines unfolding. I don't know where this is going to go. I'd like to say that John maybe has the edge, but there's just something about Italo today that feels electric, and it feels that momentum's with him, and when he takes off on a wave, he looks really deep in the barrel, but he just like magically comes out. I think this is going to be a great heat. It's two contrasting personalities, and I just can't wait to get into it.
And it's been a while since they've had an opportunity to surf against each other. They've never met in a final before, but they've also never had a heat since Italo was officially a world champion. A lot's happened since then with both of them. John, from several injuries to in the form that he is in now, even from back-to-back years, staying really healthy. So now we'll get a more mature look at John and Italo at this part of their career.
I mean, it's so exciting to see those two matches going down. And obviously, John is the best surfer of the event so far that's still left in. And if you're looking at stats as well, like this performance he has previously here at Chopo in these conditions, he probably has an advantage. But you can't count Italo out, like the amount of experience he has, the amount of energy he has. And sometimes in those long days with so many heats, he could play off big time.
Lot to discuss as John is catching his breath and preparing for Italo Ferreira, minutes away from the big final. Let's talk about the road to the final. We had Ramsey Boukhiam in a semifinal for the first time at the CT level, facing off with Italo, and Ramsey had all the momentum with him after knocking out the GOAT.
Yeah, he did, and you know what? Italo was just so good, though. I mean, and he was doing a good job, kind of sharking around the lineup, right? And I thought, oh, is this going to really pay off? But it honestly did in the end, because it was sort of, Ramsey's just slower sort of start that sort of ended up biting him in the foot in the end, or was shooting himself in the foot, I guess I should say. But I think, yeah, Italo just did a good job at sharking around. He ended up getting a good wave there at the end, but. Yeah, Ramsey, I felt like, he had such good momentum, obviously coming off that quarterfinal with Kelly, so that wasn't an easy matchup for Italo.
Well, his reputation is clear now around the world that Ramsey is a contender when it comes to competing here at Teahupo'o. His friends knew that, the locals knew that. Said he feels right at home, and he proved it, getting past the GOAT, almost getting a 10 along the way, and his best result he's had on tour so far. Italo moving on into the final, and then it's set up for an absolute dramatic bottom half of the draw. John gets on the boat, it's like the question asked, who do you want in the final? And he's so polite, he's going to say anybody, and he just touched on the rivalry with Gabe. He's going, hey, we've got a lot of history qualifying together as rookies on tour. The matchup came true. We got to see Gabe versus John. It's pretty even when you look at previous matchups. They've got a ton of respect for each other, and this one was wild. Actually had a restart before things got going.
Yeah, this was a super slow heat, and they were hassling so hard at the beginning for that inside position. That right there for me was a sliding door moment, because if Gabe makes that, that's a 10, right? He lost spark, he got a hard slap to the face, and then behind him, first wave of the heat, John locking in this 9.77. It just like momentum shifted. Gabe hasn't fallen basically the whole event, hardly made any mistakes. It just, the pendulum swung, and it swung towards John. And Gabe again, he tried to fight back, but he got slapped harder for a second time as well. This was his first make, so starting to gain some momentum in this heat. But I mean, it did live up to the hype though, because in the end, both surfers, you know, locking in excellent scores. It was incredible to watch, but yeah, just, you know, it lived up to the hype, it lived up to the expectation.
Game of inches sometimes. He was probably an inch away from a 10. How different would that have been if he started off the heat with a make? Then John's wave probably could have been a 10, but it's so early with these two competitors. I was next to you, Jesse. You're like, that's fair. They've got to leave room. There's a lot of left with these world champions going blow for blow.
I mean, Joe, with these conditions that we have on offer and with the ability of specifically these two surfers that were in that heat, you need to leave a little bit of gap because, you know, like Gabriel's first wave was better than probably John's 9.77, so he could have had another opportunity and done that again. So yeah, it was kind of a heat of whoever made less mistakes, and this one, definitely John committing less mistakes and taking the win.
Wow, what an impressive showing. Now it's all tied up, 7 wins apiece with one of the best rivalries we have going on tour. When you asked John about Gabe, he said, yep, he motivates me. He got his world title first. John's trying to even things up as he's hoping for a 3rd world title this season. Here's the final, Italo versus John. A lot of great efforts as well. Callanan was on fire, getting some of his best waves of his career. Rio Waida learned a lot, making it all the way to finals day, representing Indonesia as well. And Yago, super impressed. And Jack Rambo telling me that he feels like that was one of the biggest waves he's ever seen Yago make a dig for out here, and they're close friends, always out here together. So a lot of people achieving their personal bests, and always hats off to Kelly. A wild card in this one, and always entertaining, especially how he got through that first heat this morning over Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, that was just Kelly doing Kelly things this morning. That was super incredible to watch, and just, I mean, you just think back to so many performances where he you know, it's dying seconds and he needs a score and he makes it happen, and that was perfect Kelly moment right there. And then yeah, just, you know, he had a big heat again against Ramsey, and Ramsey got the jump on him. I've been really impressed by Ramsey's performance throughout this event. I feel like obviously getting his best results so far on the CT, but really starting to gain momentum and starting to show us what he's really made of here, and that he just, you know, he definitely deserves to be on this tour.
That's right. As we still have a few more minutes as they prepare for the final, let's talk about the contenders for the Mophie Charger of the event. That's going to be awarded on the Corona Sarah post show at the end of the day. Sawyer Lindblad got the wave of her life, 9.43. For this view inside the pit, Jesse.
I mean, after this last 2 days, this wave looks a bit on the smaller size, but look how tall this wave still is. It was in the first day of competition. The first ledge has no water whatsoever. It's literally waist high right there where she was finishing the wave. So nerves of steel and really charging and showing that she deserves to be where she's at right now.
Also a contender, Tatiana Weston Webb, a 10-point ride in the semifinal scene around the world.
In the context of the competition, in the context of women's surfing, and just this moment in this heat, and history was made. I feel like for me, this is the Mophie Charger. I mean, this was insane. I mean, I know I'm not picking it, but wow, I mean, it was incredible. It was just such a historic moment. For me, yeah, I can't go past that.
You're allowed to pick. I love it. That's a big contender. And then also a contender, Gabriel Medina, a 10-point ride and a near-perfect combined heat total, Jesse.
Yeah, it's psycho. We just expect so much of this guy, so it sometimes takes credit out of how much they're charging, because look at this wave. Like, as deep as you can get, going through the foam bowl, so committed, and Gabriel was like that all day long. Even on the heat that he fell off, like, I'm sorry that he lost, he fell off a few times, and yeah, it was impressive to watch his performance throughout the day.
Great choices there for the Mophie Charger of the event. That'll be awarded on the Corona Sarah post show right after the final. Now preparing a little bit longer for John versus Italo Ferreira. Let's get caught up with the great work of WSL One Ocean.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative to protect and conserve our One Ocean to preserve the future of our sport. Today we are joining forces in Tahiti to restore our valuable coral reef ecosystems with the coral gardeners and the local community.
Coral Gardeners' mission statement is to revolutionize ocean conservation and create a global movement to save the reef.
I'm a huge fan of the coral gardeners. Every time we come here to Tahiti, I make sure that I support them and I come do activations with them. We're going to be cleaning the algae from the reef.
We went out to the nursery, we scraped up some algae. It doesn't need to be there for the coral to grow and be healthy.
Those guys kind of take whatever room is available on the reef for corals to grow. The first step when you're going to outplant corals is just actually prep the sites and remove all those algae, scrub the substrate, remove the roots and everything so that you can replace what was algae before with coral. We wanted to raise awareness with the help of WSL about the bleaching and the bleaching phenomena that's happening underwater. Bleaching is a global stressor. It's something that happens in every ocean, mainly due to climate change.
Coral reef creates some of the best waves in the world, but as humans, we all benefit from the oxygen that the coral reefs provide for us. People don't realize how much of a big role they play in our ecosystem.
We need to reserve and keep the coral healthy for us to be able to breathe beautiful, clean air. That's my life, really, because I'm a surfer, and everyone that loves the ocean should take care and look after what the ocean is giving us. I think the experience is always a 10 out of 10. You know, you're helping the ocean, and the ocean always gives to us, and we just have to give back.
WSL has played a huge part in us entering the surf community, and we know now that the restoration program here is going to be long-term, and we've been able to build something very structured and strong with strong foundation, very well established in the local community.
Love everything happening with WSL One Ocean. Tell us how you're getting involved to protect our ocean with the hashtag WSL One Ocean. Follow everything at WSL as well and join the cause of protecting this incredible place. We're always reminded of the intense beauty of Tahiti. Absolute paradise, from the ocean to the mountains. The green pyramids that you stare at when you're out in the lineup here at Teahupo'o, and then the dark blue pits that are just unloading on the reef. The reef is beautiful. It's important to protect as well. And I think this is a great location to always remind yourself that we've got to keep it safe and protected for generations to come.
Oh, completely. I think anyone that's been here to the end of the road will agree with everything that you just said. This place is super special. I mean, you feel it as soon as you get here. I mean, just look at these beautiful mountains, the spines that you see here. It's like honestly nowhere else in this world. The pace of life here is beautiful. The families that live here are beautiful. The community, the culture, and I mean, Kanoa said it in that piece before, but the best waves in the world are, they're made up by coral reefs, and so it's awesome to see the work that WSL One Ocean are doing. And yeah, I mean, I love this place. I've already said it once, I'll say it again. It's my favorite place on earth.
Exciting times as we're getting very close to the big final. 40 minutes on the line. Italo Ferreira looking for his first win since 2021. Same story for John Florence. That's coming up next.
Okay, everybody ready to start in 5 minutes? We start in 5 minutes. Over for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. starting 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, for the two finalists, Igarashi and Bray, can you come on to the line? Thank you. And I just remind you, the final is 40 minutes. 40 minutes for the final.
This is the moment we've been waiting for. 40-minute final scored on their top two waves. Two world champions going head-to-head to be the champion of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. What a day for competition. What an event. Last couple of days have been absolutely sensational. We got to actually hang out with the finalists from yesterday, the champion Vahine Fiero, the local hero, and also world #1 Brisa Hennessy. Got to hang out with Tatiana as well, talking about her 10 as we're still all buzzing from that final. We've got one more to go, Jesse, and it's John versus Italo. The waves are pumping, and it's a good opportunity to challenge for Italo to challenge John, because I think there's a lot of expectation on Florence to win this event today.
100%. There's a lot of expectation, but on the other side, you can't count Italo out because he knows how to win events. He's done it before plenty of times. He's a world champ. So I think it's going to be kind of similar to the match with John and Gabriel, which whoever commits less mistakes is on the better waves is going to take the win.
Italo's got a lot of resources when it comes to Timmy Patterson surfboards. The main zone where Timmy's making equipment is in San Clemente, California. When he's there, he gets a ton of backing, but when he's also home in Brazil, he gets a lot of boards made there too by two brothers named Tico and Teco, who built his pipe quiver at the start of the season. And Italo had left a couple of boards there in Hawaii. So Reynos, you know, living in Hawaii, brought over some bigger boards in the 6'5" range, just in case Tahiti was like what it is today. And also Tico and Teco worked on Tahiti boards, but they knew he already had bigger 6'5", 6'4", so they added some 6'3" to his quiver. And his boards have been looking absolutely fantastic. As we know, for John Florence, a long-time relationship with his, gosh, one of his best friends as well, John Paizel, creating some great step-ups for conditions like this. That next step model has been something he's been loving, but now a chance to try to add this event to his past wins on the championship tour. Everyone's been expecting him to win this ever since he was a rookie. As we look back on a lot of great moments from John. Back-to-back world titles. The injuries definitely prevented him from adding more, but this could be the year he gets #3.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt that. He's looking very sharp. He's looking composed, even though a lot of things have changed in his life. About 2 weeks ago, becoming a dad, he still looks like he's in form and ready to take down the win.
Yeah, he's such a calm human being. He's accomplished so much in his career. His movies that he releases as well are just the top of the line. View from a Blue Moon. He loves documenting his travels, his sailing adventures. Sometimes he's turned those injuries into an opportunity. He's like, well, I guess I love sailing. I can recover from an injury while he's captaining a boat with his family across the planet. And he's found some perfect waves that I think nobody else knows where they are but him.
I mean, we should get inside his head and try and figure that out, right?
Could you imagine? He's obviously very quiet for a reason. Doesn't like to expose a lot of those islands that he's found. But a lot of passions. True waterman when you break that down. A guy that loves really doing his training outside. I think he got hooked on it just for injury prevention. But oftentimes, when I'm on the North Shore, you'll see John just whipping by on a bike, going up the steep hills up Pupuakea with his brothers. Or he's out the back doing a crazy downwind foil adventure. You know, more often than not, I think he would just prefer to be outside to do the training to prepare for the World Tour.
I don't blame him. It sounds way more fun. And you mentioned the downfoil. Like, so many times I'll be surfing Rockies or something in one of those northeast winds, very windy days, and you see someone just almost a mile out the back, just going downwind. What are you doing, guy? What if you fall? How are you going to come back in? There's massive sharks out there.
He has the best stories with his brothers, with his filmer, Eric. They're best friends, their support crew. They seem to have so much fun. Brandon Wasserman, looks like that's Eric there. Eric rips, too. When you see him surf, he's won the Cameraman's Cup a couple of times over just next to Pipeline. Peisel puts on this event every winter. I think the only reason he didn't win 3 times in a row is he actually hurt his ankle on road to the final. So there's a new champ this year. But yeah, he's signing up for all the adventures with John, documenting it and sharing it with us all. I think what impresses me the most is sometimes it's those sessions that Eric is capturing on the beach on days where nobody's surfing on the North Shore, those windy, messy, chunky days where everyone's just doing other things, and John goes out there and puts on a clinic. As we dive into the history with these two, Italo and John haven't had a matchup in a very long time. We got to go all the way back to 2019 for their last teams. John's gone back-to-back, beating him at Margaret River. That was in Italo's world title year. Italo with 1 win. That was early in 2015. Back in Brazil. So we were due for this matchup. Their first final together. And it happens to be at Teahupo'o, with still some bombs left out there, just waiting for this one to get started. Italo, a bit more hyperactive when it comes to performance. He talks about maybe his biggest weakness being anxious. And we mentioned how that pairing with Coach Reynos Hayes is a good one to balance him out and calm him down for big heats like this.
And I actually could see some change. One of the days that the contest ran, the first day of the contest ran, I went for a surf before dark, and he was out. And he was actually looking pretty calm. He wasn't trying to paddle for every wave. He wasn't trying to go around anyone. I was like, oh, this might be a new Italo. And it's good to see this paying off. You know, this hard work they have been doing, and kind of a tough start of the year. And yeah, just now here maybe changing the gear and finding his rhythm finally.
A pretty different start to becoming a pro surfer when you compare it to John's path. Italo's first surfboard wasn't actually a board at all. It was the lid of his dad's ice chest that he used for fishing. And he could ride it switch. He could do little pop shove-its on it, surfing that little running right at Bahia Formosa. And then eventually everyone saw how talented he was, and he got a real surfboard, started winning events, and everyone knew there was something really special going on up north.
Yeah, it's impressive how talented that kid is, and how he's a showman. You know, he can perform on anything he stands up on, and it's always putting something unique together. If there's waves, no waves. If he's surfing back washes off the wall at his home break, definitely someone to be watching.
First time I heard about Italo, it was from Jadson Andre. Jaddy, such a big fan of one of his best friends in the world. He just kept saying, this guy's coming, just wait, Italo's on his way. Because Italo didn't have major wins coming up. He didn't have this crazy junior career. He wasn't winning world junior titles. But Jadson was well aware of what he was capable of. And it was wild because when Italo got on tour, they kept matching up together, and Italo started beating his good buddy. I'll never forget a heat they had where Jadson just said, here's my jersey, go take it in for me. I'm gonna go surf somewhere else. But win or lose, Jaddy was always right there to support him. As we look at the start of the final, John Florence getting the first wave, almost going off balance on the foam ball. And an explosion of spray out of the pit, but the man from Hawaii goes down. Italo turn on a glassy bomb. A puff of spit sends the 2019 world champ to safety. He looks back, sees John went down, and he'll work his way back into position. Florence got sucked up high on his wave, then took Italo's right on the head. What a wild way to kick off this final.
Man, as I mentioned, you know, I think it's going to be a heat of whoever commits less mistakes going to take the win. And right there, 1-0 for Italo. John started on a smaller wave. Obviously, he was sitting a little bit wider, so he had no right of way. And he ended up falling on that barrel, which was going to be a very big score. And then Italo on probably one of the waves of the day as far as size and how hollow that wave was. That was beautiful.
Teahupo'o has been testing everybody today. Way more wipeouts than we saw yesterday. There was barely any dramatic falls like this. All day today, the best in the world have been getting tangled up on this foam ball. What happened here?
I think the problem was just on the beginning of that first bump. He knew he had to really put a lot of effort in it. He almost came out, but he put too much effort and lost a little bit of his tail right there. Lost the control on the wave behind Italo, and just on a perfect, just as a dreamy wave as you can get out here. As you see it taking off, almost airdropping, but just knifing it perfectly, doing that big pump, slowing himself down after that and coming out perfectly. And not to mention coming out with priority, because John Florence is going to have to get out around the whole reef and get back out there in a few minutes.
Such a giant barrel and so well executed for Italo Ferreira. His super strength when he was on tour was just creating moments for himself, how he could gather speed in gutless sections, and then became famous for that backhand helicopter, basically that full rotation punt that got himself out of jail in so many situations on tour. He'd need a score and he could just rely on it. Look at a closeout, bam, 10-point ride.
And yeah, that's what made him trouble mostly in beach break conditions, because you basically couldn't block him from anything, because everything he would take off on, he could turn into an excellent score. Obviously, we're in different occasion right now, perfect wave, so you're gonna need to be selective against John, and he started a step ahead for sure.
Yeah, I love how he's built his career from a beach break specialist to a pipeline champion, a world champ, and in the final here and leading over John. Shiseido Water Report with Strider was, what an opening exchange.
Wow, that was incredible. Okay, you're sitting out in the lineup, you're waiting for this thing to get started, and surprise attack by the waves every time. You're just sitting there, you have no idea when it's coming, and all of a sudden, boom, there's this big, gnarly double up looking at you, and you just gotta turn around and just put your mind down and just think you can win no matter what. John was so close to making that wave, and it was that last bit of foam that took him down. You know, Italo finding that perfect line. The thing that I'm loving about this was that there was 2 waves in that set, and I hope that that repeats itself over and over and over again. Here we go, Italo Ferreira looking like he's going to be coming through this one. Wow! Woo-hoo-hoo! A deep one for the Brazilian.
Thank you so much, Strider. We'll see what Waz just saw in just a moment as we were just watching the replay of the opening exchange. John went down. Italo had an 8.93. John had to do a lap with the water patrol. Went all the way around the lagoon, taking about 2 minutes, and then Italo just did this.
Let's see what happened right here. Just a beautiful stretch out wave, and I mean, amazing approach from him. Calculated, smart, kept it calm. As you see it throughout the pumps, he was taking his time, and every time he was going a little bit low, he was pumping it up again, and yeah, drove through that perfectly.
Looks like he knows exactly what kind of wave he's looking for. 2 choices for Italo, 2 great numbers already, and John taking some serious heat on that opener. Just looked like he just got a little off balance, like you noticed, and We talk about floaters a lot. Obviously, it's a functional maneuver, but floaters inside the barrel on a foam ball, I mean, he went from behind it, tried to pull that off, and actually did pretty well with what he accomplished on the wipeout.
And that's what turns, I mean, those waves into maybe a perfect 10, you know. That was very close from him coming out of it. And had he come out of that, I mean, he was going to be looking at too close to a perfect score because how deep he was, how committed he was. But unfortunately for him, he wasn't capable of. And Italo taking advantage. You're already applying a lot of pressure on top of John.
What a start for Italo. His first number was the 893. And that one very similar, just under at an 8.77. So a giant total out front. And I suppose everyone in John's camp might be a bit more relaxed than they would if being in a big combo at anywhere else in the world, a different forecast. But you know, John's reputation lifts when the waves are firing. In a situation like this, where, you know, his family, his coach might be going, okay, there's still just under 30 minutes to go with his ability. It's far from over.
Definitely far from over. And we got a lot of time. We had some extra 5 minutes for this final, so this give sometimes even two very good waves to roll down into the lineup. So he can kind of back himself up with the 5 extra minutes and say like, hey, okay, I got a 27-minute heat now. It's a big task, which he already expected coming into this final. He's just starting a little bit behind, but still plenty of time to come back.
It's interesting when you catch up with John now. I mean, now he's a dad, but he's a grown-up. He's in the 30-plus club. He's been around for a while. It was really cool to find out where his head was at when it came to winning events and the world title race.
My whole life, the dream had been to be on tour, and then I got on tour, and then it was like, had to go through the stage of like learning how to believe that I could beat Mick and Kelly and all these guys, and winning a world title is the goal, right? Like, and that's my life goal. If I win a world title, like, it's all done. I'll be happy. It'll be good. And then it's just funny, you know. You win a world title and you wake up the next day and you're like, holy shit, it's over. Okay, like, and then another day goes by and you're like, wow, like, I'm one more day separated from that kind of like that feeling, and then another day goes by and another day goes by, and then all of a sudden you're starting to tour back up again and everything resets at zero. I had so much fun learning. I had so much fun working with Ross and just my team and looking at it and learning that like, hey, that process was really it. That was like the thing that made that whole thing so special.
As we catch back up with live action, seeing that thing drain and spit. And no one riding down the inside corner for Italo Ferreira, taking his first fall in the final. Just took a chance. And I suppose, Jesse, the only reason he went on that is he's feeling he could maybe get into the 9s. There'd be no other point of really taking a risk like that.
For sure. Sometimes you kind of got to gamble. He had no priority. Didn't seem, he probably had a look out the back and saw that there's no sets coming, or felt like there wasn't much water movement that was going to bring him some waves. So he was just kind of gambling and see if he can maximize the potential of that wave. But kind of a weird wave, had a weird lump to it. And yeah, didn't waste too much time though. He's right back there. As you see it right here, see that lump? That wave just kind of got destroyed him. Like literally, it's an awkward fall right there. And afterwards, it opened up, but that's just because it's kind of hitting that in-between shelf, and it gets all awkward and lumpy.
So a quick fall there for Italo, but still has John at combat at the moment. Both of them moving up on the live rankings pretty dramatically. As we knew, John earlier got the yellow jersey back to world #1. He'll take that into El Salvador, leading the tour. And for Italo, he jumps up 11 spots already and has a spot in the final 5 at the moment. And it's been a while since we've seen his name up there at the top. So a lot of movement making this final. We'll see where he ends up if he hangs on to this lead against John. For Italo, it was kind of a recovery year last year. I mean, it was a recovery year, especially after he did the splits on a backhand floater at J-Bay. Had to miss this event. He had some awkward heats where he maybe felt frustrated with the numbers that he was getting, and now he's back in a great position to fight for a world title.
Yeah, so sometimes that happens in everyone's career. Sometimes you're just fighting against yourself, trying to find rhythm, trying to dig deep and figure out what's going wrong, even though you're doing everything right. And it takes one event, sometimes it takes one wave for everything to turn around. So this might be the moment for him. And I mean, that big jump, being on the top 5 right now and a top 5 contender, that must be exciting for him, and he's going to build into that confidence and move into El Salvador looking good.
Yeah, there's intensity that goes with world title campaigns, and we know Italo puts it all out there for us. I mean, he gives it to us. He's an entertainer and a showman, and you catch up with Mick Fanning, and Mick with 3 world titles, one of the best ever. He always talked about needing a break, giving so much of himself in a world title run. He found it tough to go back-to-back, even though he'd be in the top 5 and come close. He just said it was just mentally, physically exhausting, especially the first one where you finally do it. And it almost makes sense where there might just be one year where you're still surfing well, but you just need kind of a recovery season then to go full on again to fight for a world title.
100%. The amount of energy, I don't even know how much energy those guys have to put in order to have a world title, because obviously I don't have one. So, but I can only imagine how much effort they have to put every single day. There's so much more than just putting on a jersey. There's all the preparation, all the years leading to that moment. And yeah, Italo probably one of those that put even extra energy into it.
John Florence has featured in a few finals recently, but hasn't been able to close out the events for victories. He's been runner-up in this contest, and when we go back to 2016, that was a final with Kelly that he had out here. Great conditions that season as well. But this form that he's in is just so enjoyable. Last 2 seasons in a row, just looking so solid. Last year he surfed a complete year without making the WSL Final 5. Now being in yellow, it's looking really promising that he could show up at lower trestles for a first time in the new format. Something that Italo's experienced already multiple times.
Yeah, right now, I mean, what a dreamy scenario of a beginning of a final for Italo, you know, like 17.70. Already 20 minutes has passed on the clock. Sitting on the lead, so basically John is looking for basically 3 excellent waves to show up. 2 for him to grab and 1 for Italo to go.
Yeah, pretty wild scenario. 40-minute final. We're officially narrowing in on the halfway mark of this heat. 10,000 points on the line. Italo winning gold back in Tokyo 2020 in Japan. Unfortunately, he was injured last year in the qualification season. John will be representing USA now for the 2nd time in the Olympic Games. Joined by Griffin Colapinto on the men's side. Also Carissa Moore, Caroline Marks, Katie Simmers for USA. So they're looking hopeful to medal later on this season. All treating this as a solid warm-up. But as we know, this event's been around for a very long time here in Teahupo'o as a CT event since 1999. That was the year Mark Akalupo beat CJ Hobgood in the final. Aki in 99, winning a world title as well, as we see things changing shape. Now starting to bend over the reef. Priority with Florence looking to break the combo. Driving hard through that first section. Total control to guarantee he makes the exit. Big smiles from John. And his best wave so far. You could see him make sure that he had control this time. Got off balance on his big wipeout before. And wanted to make sure he made it out to safety. Great effort there. Great example of backhand tube riding. Let's have another look.
Yeah, that's a beautiful answer from John right there. First massive pump going through that fumble. Using the rail when he was coming out of the barrel. As you see it right here, massive fumble he went through, almost lost. His front arm was kind of going downwards. He was losing balance, but he was very stable on his board by that rail that he was holding, and he was able to come out. And you notice it's a very deep barrel for John. It's because he's coming out with his hand on rail, because usually he's so relaxed that he just comes out so casual. But this one, it was a wild ride, so it's going to be a big score for John, and he's definitely back in the heat.
They've all been adapting today, haven't they? And there's been a lot of wipeouts and near makes, you know, even more specifically the heat before with Gabriel Medina, who got clipped on a couple in that super heat in the semifinal. So rare to see Gabe fall, or really any of the all-stars out here take serious beatings, but they've all been kind of taking their beatings throughout the day today, all coming from the round of 16, which is huge to know on a day that's this taxing, all like picking up themselves off the reef. Always thanking the water patrol, but man, to have anything left by the time you reach the final, that was half the goal today.
100%, and that's what we were mentioning about of how much energy of yourself you got to put into battling to those world titles, because if you want to battle for a world title, you're going to have to be on finals days most of the time, and it's going to be taxing in the end of the year.
So Italo stepping up in a big way. His previous best results out here, 2 quarterfinals, and his last 3 straight seasons equal 17ths. So what a big jump. The big lead over John as Florence gets his score in under Italo's best 2. So a 7.83 needs almost a perfect 10, a 9.87 to come back. So still big advantage to Italo, having the 2 best numbers so far.
And strategy-wise, this is very smart from John, because now he's applying pressure into Italo. Because Italo now is going to have to decide, like, if the next wave comes that kind of looks like an 8.5 or something around the range that Italo has, does he pull the trigger and go and block John from getting an excellent score and maybe closing a little bit of gap, but then leave John with priority, needing a 9.87 with how much time is left, or he just holds his ground and just goes exactly on a wave that he knows a fact is going to be close to a 10-point ride. So it's a big decision. Let's see how he's going to roll out with it.
Sun's starting to set. One of those big days. It's almost a 10-hour day. These guys kicking things off at 7 a.m. this morning, and still have 15:35 to go in the contest, in the final. Italo leads 8.93 and an 8.77 as John's chasing a 9.87. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and crown our champions right after this.
I'm like, okay, so what I can do? But they give me all the blockers and the stuff.
Welcome back to the final of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. It's time to rep your country. The Tahiti collection is available on WSLstore.com. Pick your region that you want to represent, and you can get it all on WSLstore.com and represent your country, and we'll know who you're backing when we see at these World Tour events all around the world. A big one to get to represent Tahiti, to represent Morocco, as we see a Ramsey fan there in the channel, and that's a good one to pick. Ramsey produced some of the biggest numbers he's ever had, some of the biggest barrels. He's had the opportunity of surfing with a jersey on and got his best result to date, equal third at this event, going down to Italo Ferreira in the heat before.
Yeah, that was impressive from Ramsey, but I mean, for who knew Ramsey from a long time, it's expectable. The type of surfing he's capable of doing in this type of conditions, hollow conditions. He's from Morocco, which he grew up on this type, not specifically big left-hand barrels, but on tube riding. So he's very technical, and I wasn't surprised when I saw him do that well in this event.
Great storylines. The third place finishers, Ramsey and Gabriel Medina. Gabe gave it all and got taxed on the reef. Had a big scar on his back. Got around the reef with the water patrol. Those are the heats you'll remember. John and Gabe tied at 7 wins apiece in their rivalry. This one still looks like it's kind of just developing. These guys not getting too much action the last few years together. 2-1 in favor of John. But it's been a long time since they last matched up in 2019 at Margaret River. Italo went on to win the world title at the end of the year over Gabe in the final at Pipeline. The world changed a bit. The format changed. The last win for Italo at a contest was Newcastle in that shortened season. So even after his world title in 2019, he showed up, finished runner-up the world in the new format at lower trestles, runner-up to Felipe, then finished third in the world the following season. So he's been right there. Then last year we mentioned the injury took him out of this event, but had a long off season to recover, and the man is just hooked on his training, isn't he?
He definitely is. I would say for sure one of the guys that most puts time outside of the water as far as training. Looks like they're kind of repositioning themselves, and I hear a lot of screaming from the boats. So we might have a big set coming up right now, which makes things very fun for us to watch.
Everyone screaming in the channel. Italo locks in, drives through the first section. He'll reappear. Grabs the rail, lays down the carve, and flies away. Italo only one wipeout so far in this final. And the key thing was for him to keep John off that wave, but do his best to try to improve on an 877. John still sitting out the back. 10 minutes to go. He'll let this one go with priority.
Yeah, man, he's leaving the door open. I know it's easy saying from here, sitting watching from the screen, but that was exactly what I was mentioning. He was going to have to pull the trigger and make the decision. Do I go on that wave that kind of looks like an 8-point ride and John might improve and close the gap in between both of the surfers? Or should I just wait for that big wave that has chances of him to turn the heat in one wave? And for me, in my eyes, I don't see him bettering the score. As you see right there, the wave was kind of short. Didn't have the energy that we're expecting. No foam bowl rides. Beautiful wave, but he's not going to improve his situation. And now, 9 minutes left. There hasn't been a big set, so we're most likely going to see another opportunity. And priorities with John, near a perfect score, but you know, he's capable of.
Big moment for Italo, having all the rhythm going in his favor. His wipeout wasn't as severe as John's. John started at the start of the heat. Paisel said he brought a 6'4" and also a 6'6" with him on that next step model, just depending how big it gets. We're so used to John just saying he's on a 6'2" all the time, but he knew he needed a bit more length just in case it was bombing. And then also Italo going probably to a 6'5" here on finals day. Last score for Ferreira, 7-3-3, is a throwaway. So situation remains the same. Less time though, and Florence still needs a 9.87.
Yeah, the wave of Italo was very deep in the reef, and that's not always the problem, but the problem, they didn't have the extension that you want to hit that section that bends back towards that U, where we see those very deep rides and see the surfers go through the fumble. So unfortunately for Italo right there, I mean, it's a defense move. Clock's running down. Obviously, Italo in an advantage. John is needing a near perfect score, but he didn't shut the door, and he's leaving it to the ocean and John's performance now.
John now appearing in his 18th championship tour final. In the previous 17, he's closed out 8 for 8 championship tour wins, along with those two world titles, multiple triple crowns, and then adding more accolades like the Eddie Aikau event when it was absolutely massive and shutting down the entire bay. For Italo, he's been in a lot of finals as well. This is his 14th of his career. Previous 12, he's closed out 7. So one more win for Italo. He ties John with event wins. And so far, so good. 6:50 to go. It's always the interesting part of pro surfing with a big swell and just the anticipation of when he will get another chance. Can't afford to fall at this stage because you don't know how many more he'll get to try to max out the score. Right now, John's really going to be surfing for 10s. He's going to do everything he can to be on the foam ball, but he's got to make it if he wants a chance to win.
Yeah, I agree with you, John. Joe, I don't see John looking for a wave like Italo's last, for an example. He knows his path. He knows he has to wait for a bomb and for a wave that's going to give him the chance of getting that 9.87, because time's running down. He needs to go big. They're looking at, looks like we have some west coming.
Love hearing the whistles on the boats. The channels start erupting. And now looks like we're going to have a chance. Florence with priority, putting himself really deep, going for a huge score. Seeing him survive the foam ball, puts his hand to the sky and almost goes down. That's when that wave bends away from everyone watching on the boats, but they see him reappear and they absolutely let out a huge cheer. Was he deep enough? It was so critical. The foam ball looks like it was forcing him out of the barrel probably quicker than he wanted to.
Yeah, Joe, that's exactly what I felt like. It almost felt like he overran the wave, but the wave had so much energy and bent backwards towards him so much that, look at that fumble. It's hitting him even though he's outside of the barrel. So it's going to be interesting to see what the judges think. I think he was a bit in front. Even though it was an impressive ride from him. As you see right there, he starts to slow down. He gets in the fumble, but on the side angle, he's inside the tube still, but on the front angle right there, as soon as the fumble hits him, you can kind of see him. So yeah, it's up to the judges to decide, but that was a very critical wave. I think he's going to fall short, but beautiful wave for John right there, and he looks stoked.
So much to talk about in that ride. The intensity, the power, the critical nature of it. He was totally committed. But yeah, the foam ball was almost just giving him no room to go real deep. Almost fell, putting his hands to the sky, which just shows us how much he wants it. John again on his way back out. Nothing there. But I'm loving how much he's wanted it lately. We're seeing him give us a little bit more expression after waves that really mean a lot to him in the last few events. You can tell he's just dying for a big win again. He won pipe over Medina. That was technically the end of 2020, but it was the start of the 2021 season. So long time ago for John, chasing the 9.87 and actually coming really close. First 3 scores on your screen into the 9s. But they're going to keep it short so far for converting this heat. He was looking for a 9.87, 2 judges left to make that decision official. They always send out notes on how they're scoring, well, every day on the World Tour. But especially here, they say they really look at the takeoff, how critical you're going, how willing you are to even let go of the rail. They want to see how heavy the section is and how technical you're riding on the foam ball. Now the average is there, short of the score that he needed, a 9.33. It is the best number of the heat. Now 2:55 to go. John, without priority, now needs an 8.37. So now up to Italo to play some defense, protect his lead, and protect the lineup as he's out in front.
Yeah, I think John did as much as he could. That wave went inside out. Like, he literally gave him no room to be deeper than he was. The foam bowl just turned into an explosion, and it was pushing him out of the barrel. And that was the only reason why that wave didn't go close to a perfect 10, because it didn't let him be as deep as we have seen waves today get in that scoring range. So, yeah. But we still got 2 minutes and 17 left, and he did close the gap. He's now looking for just something over an excellent wave, and he's got plenty of those throughout the day.
Gosh, so many different types of barrel rides that we've seen. Looking at the degree of difficulty on the takeoff, how committed they are as they approach the barrel. Obviously, the deep ones have been pretty dramatic. We've seen a number of those from all of our athletes, especially these 2 finalists. They look at if you're under the lip, if you're airdropping, taking off behind the peak, watching how close you are to the foam ball, the intensity of that wave brought that score into the 9s. John again deep on this one, minute 35 to go. This thing's just guttering out and now shutting down on world number 1. You can see his board pop up and incomplete. Minute 20, chasing an 8.37.
Man, that was gutsy from Italo to let that one go, mostly against someone like John. I wouldn't be surprised if he would come out of that, but that wave just didn't give him enough room, as you see it right here. Doing as much as he could, but the foam ball just, oh my gosh, he did a backflip inside the barrel. As soon as the foam ball hit the bottom of his board, lifted up his nose, and that was a sketchy fall. Imagine just falling backwards with all that water on top of you. That must be draining.
The foam ball has had teeth today, and that was a big example of that. Just, you're looking at John looking so controlled in moments like that. He's been picked up so many times. Just reminds us with that reinforcing swell we got this afternoon, how powerful it is. It's just mutating on itself on the shallow reef. John opting to paddle back out, knowing that he needed to manage his time. If he jumps on a ski there, the final's over. So what an effort for Florence. Still working his way back into position, hoping for one more shot. Giving it his all today. And Italo is already starting his celebration out the back with 10 seconds on the clock. Ferreira in his first final of the season. His first final since last year to the day at the Surf Ranch, where he was runner-up, and now officially takes this one out. Italo Ferreira, your champion of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, and beating John Florence in the final.
I mean, that was massive from Italo. Nerves of steel. As we mentioned, whoever committed least mistakes on this heat was going to take the win, and Italo basically was flawless throughout the whole heat. John on that first wave, the 2.83, if he would have came out of that, that would have been the title for him, but unfortunately he was just a touch too deep on the positioning as he took off, and yeah, it's Italo's day today.
What a great day for Italo. It feels like a comeback story from his injury last year at Bay to having a long off season to recover, but finally featuring in his first final here at Tahiti, and converts it into a victory. Now 8 championship tour wins in his career. Back into the final 5. And good to see that happy smile again. 2019 world champ accomplishing a lot here on finals day. An 8.93 and an 8.77 on his first 2 waves. Still counting those at the end of a 40-minute clash.
That's the dreamy final for Italo. Everything worked just the way he wanted to, and it's beautiful to see. Imagine how much he was holding that after his last win. All this up and downs from his career, all the injuries.
The champs already right next to Strider.
Mr. President. All right, are you saying hello to the president of Tahiti? Your Honor, brother. Right on. Thank you. Italo, welcome back to the winner's circle, my bro. That was amazing, huh? All event, the consistency was amazing. I mean, unbelievable. SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro by Outerknown champion, back on top. Feels good. I really am waiting for this moment, you know, because I have been like winning and then like different type of waves, but not on the barrels. And then I was like looking for that, and then I missed this event last year, and finally I got my win here, and I'm really, really stoked. Look at this thing. Oh, Jesus. And then I just want to say thank you, God, for everything. I just need to believe in God, and then the other things just come, you know, and I just want to say thank you, my family and friends. And yeah, that's it. Job done. So right now it's time to think, you know, El Salvador. It's pretty soon. Woo, let's go. Hey, Fairbanks, my friend. It's all good. Let's go.
What a feeling for Italo Ferreira winning one of the most prestigious contests on the calendar, and adding his names to a list of champions, all starting with Mark Occhilupo back in '99. There he is climbing on the Red Bull ski to do a victory lap right to the presentation. It's all going to go down on the Corona Cerro Post Show, which is coming up next to talk through all the major highlights on a sensational contest for pro surfing. We'll see you then.
Welcome to the Finals Day Corona Cero post show, brought to you by Corona Cero. All natural ingredients in Corona Cero, 0% ABV, crisp taste, pairs well with a lime. This pair right here, an unlikely pair into the final. Balance of opposites right there, and the goofy footer Italo Ferreira takes out the win. Spoiler alert, I'm Kaipagura, along with Felicity Flick Palmentier, as well as Jesse Mendez. And I'm going to start with you, Jesse. Today, the count was 27 excellent wave scores. What a day.
No wonder why it was so hard for us to break it apart in the end of the day, because there's so many amazing waves ridden and so many waves that we didn't even pay that much attention to. They were impressive, but just because the scale was so high, we were like, it was just going by.
Yeah, the waves were absolutely incredible. It was raining excellent waves out there. Gnarly, big barrels at Teahupo'o. What a day.
I'm still pretty speechless. I feel like in the context of the last couple of years, I feel like that's the best finals day we've had in a really long time. I mean, the excellent scores speak for themselves. Just the dramatic nature of the end to some of these heats today was, you know, just super exciting. And I just can't wait to get into it, because there's a lot to unpack from today and yesterday.
Yeah, let's start unwrapping it right now, taking a look first at the brackets for the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, and the path that Bravo Italo Ferreira had to take to a victory. His 8th CT win. First had to get by Dora in that quarterfinal. And what about that semifinal flick up against Dora and Boukhiam?
Oh yeah, that semi for me was, I mean, that was really, 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 it was one of the ones to watch, of course. I mean, Ramsey was on fire, I feel like, this whole event, and I feel like he really showed up, and it wasn't an easy draw for Italo, but I mean, Italo just went to absolute town. It felt like he, for me, it just, from the beginning of the day, I just saw he clicked into this momentum. He was hunting for a different kind of barrel. He was taking off super deep, which is where he likes to be, just weaving through these tubes. And yeah, today it was his day.
And finally, Italo taking out win number 8 on the championship tour. We're going to take a look at his road to the final, where he faced up against John Florence. But Jesse started this morning by beating his good friend and fellow goofy footer Dora in this quarterfinal.
How's that fumble right there into the pump after that? That was so much control, and how he was able to identify those waves that were very deep and running down the point. Almost gave me a glimpse of Gabriel a few years back, because he's the king of that, finding those maybe sometimes not so tall waves, but just so fast down the line and being able to get so deep as he was doing the whole event. That was impressive from Italo, and beating none less than John Florence in the final.
Yeah, kept on doing this. Steep, deep, underneath, a long reeling, foam ball clearing Italo Ferreira to the final, took down Ramsey. That was a hotly contested quarterfinal. Then prayers as he came up against in the semifinal Ramsey. And Ramsey was a big challenge, Flick, but Italo overcame that with 9-point ride there.
Yeah, this was insane. I mean, Italo just surfed so well. And just to your point before, Jesse, he just was searching for a different kind of wave today, and a different sort of take on this wave. I mean, he's just really looking for the ones where he could really weave down the line and just get super deep. Not necessarily the ones that was, you know, super open and big, but I mean, he did such a good job. And if you think about events that you want to win, I mean, this has to be at the top of the list, right? So, yeah, super excited for him. And to beat John in the final, I mean, wow. I mean, one of the best to ever do it out here.
Yeah, that's definitely make it way more special, having John in the final.
Check out these numbers for the final. Both excellent heats for John as well as Ferreira. 8.93, 8.77 Ferreira for the win. 14th final for Ferreira, 8th win in his career. He is on a tear. John Florence, Jess, going to #1 on the rankings after this event, #6 on the championship tour.
I mean, you expect, right, when you see those names falling off on the top 5 that were in front of him, and you leave the gate open for a guy like John Florence in these conditions. I mean, I'm not surprised whatsoever.
Yeah, just crazy, crazy stuff. Well, we had I'm going to call it a historic day yesterday for women's surfing out here at the end of the road, Flick. It was so impressive what the women brought to us in a grindy, big swell.
Yeah, it was really impressive. I think we said it today when we had Tachi in here, but the bar is now set. I mean, we know what the women are capable of. That's the biggest surf that the women have arguably ever been out here in Tahiti. And now we know it's like, okay, you give them the opportunity, they're going to show up. It was absolutely incredible. I mean, the semi-final between Tachi and Vahine was insane, and then to watch Vahine go on local wildcard to get the win here in front of her whole community, and what that means for, you know, Tahiti and French Polynesia was super special.
Yeah, let's take a look at our finals day bracket for the women's and that path that Vahine Fiero as the wild card. She got stopped at the semifinals in her past 2 attempts out here, but this time Vahine, the queen of Teahupo'o, going all the way for a victory, Jess.
Yeah, I mean, no one deserves better than her as far as time spent in this place, like the amount of time that she put it up here, all the scars that she probably has from this wave, all the beatdowns, and just to come up on top on a historical moment for women surfing with massive waves yesterday. It was a show that we were able to watch, and yeah, it was a pleasure to watch.
It sure was. It was awe-inspiring. Let's take a look at the highlights of Vahine taking out the win, starting out in the quarterfinals where she came up against Molly Picklemflick.
Yeah, and you know what? She had a hard draw all the way to the final, and Molly wasn't an easy draw. We know Molly's so technically good on her backhand, but Vahine, I mean, we've said it time and time again. The way she surfs this wave, it's just beautiful to watch. She does it with such grace too. It never looks like, you know, she's holding on for dear life. It's beautiful to watch.
Semifinals. She came through, even though Tatiana Weston-Webb in this semifinal scored a 10. Not just a 10, but a perfect 10 right here. 10s across all 5 judges. A momentous moment in women's professional surfing. The bar has been set, and inspiration out in the channel. The world was watching that one, but Vahine continued to fight through. And Vahine earned her spot in the final where she faced up against Brisa Hennessy, and she continued on this great form, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, nerves of steel for her to be on a heat that someone needs a 10, gets a 10, and to come back and get a 9 a few minutes before the hit finish with all the crowd cheering for her. It's a lot of pressure, and not to mention, just back it up with this beautiful wave on the final, and somehow pull that off. Look at that first bump that she was going through right there. That was beautiful. Big west bow coming towards her. She's a pretty light, small person.
Yeah.
All that water on top of her, and she was just managing like there's nothing, like it was a 2-foot day.
And second final in Tahiti for Brisa Hennessy, who goes to the top of the CT rankings on the women's end. Take a look at the numbers here. It was really a dominant final flick for Vahine Fiero when you look at the numbers.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Vahine obviously out there with that excellent number, but props to Brisa as well. I mean, I loved watching her evolution of her backhand tube riding. Just her technique was so different to the other women on their backside, just taking off, not grabbing, setting her line, then grabbing. So yeah, hats off to Brisa. 2 finals out here, that's pretty good. But yeah, of course, coming up against Vahine, it was hers to lose, and yes, she got the job done this time. So yeah, I'm pretty happy for her.
Well, after 6 events on the championship tour, let's take a look at our women's rankings. And Brisa Hennessy wearing yellow into stop number 7, the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Katie Simmers getting bumped down a notch into number 2. And take a look at Tatiana Weston-Webb, who's hunting for a spot in that final 5, up to number 7. She's going to continue that hunt on and Punta Roca at the next stop. Our men's ratings coming out of Tahiti, stop number 6, John Florence up on top, gaining some spots. And look at Italo Ferreira and where he has landed. He has landed, Jesse, in that final 5 conversation.
Man, it's crazy how much weight a win have. Like, he was way in the bottom of the rankings, and just in a matter of 2 days, he went from whatever he was to 5th place in the world. A lot of confidence building up into a few events that suits his surfing very well. So I can't wait for this finish, and excited to see how he's going to play it out.
It is getting exciting in the back half of the year. We got some more to go over, but we're going to take a break. We're going to return to the Cronocero post show for the awards presentation and more. And people on tour, getting a hold of our winner, Italo Ferreira. We'll be back after this.
Up.
Welcome back to the Corona Cerro Post Show, where we unwrap all of the finals day events. Kaipo, Felicity, as well as Jesse. And it's time now. Let's go to our awards ceremony.
Maru. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Wow, it's great to see everybody. This is the official award ceremony for the 2024 SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, stop number 6 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. This event will stand out as one of the best on the calendar, and these last couple of days were some of the best days I've ever seen here at Teahupo'o, here at the end of the road. A wave of consequence where we see the best surfers in the world prove themselves over the shallow reef in paradise. All the women yesterday created history. Let's hear it for all the hard-charging athletes that we got to see on a groundbreaking day for pro surfing. Let's hear it for Tatiana Weston-Webb. She got a perfect 10. That was unbelievable. One of the best waves I've ever seen in competition. Representing herself and showing the world what she's got. A huge day for professional surfing. A lot to talk about in the main event as well. From Ramzi Boukhiam from Morocco. Unbelievable, Ramzi. Everyone knows what you're made of. Third place finish. And we can't thank this guy enough. Gabriel Medina, what a beast. This guy is impressive, surfs with his heart and passion. Hit the reef a few times in the heat with John, but he's always one of the best ever here at the end of the road. Great to see everyone pushing the boundaries of what we expect, including the local contingent coming from the trials final, from Matea Hickley getting close, and also Mihimana pushing the limits, knocking out world number 1 again, representing Tahiti so well. And also great to see this venue here on the championship tour that we've been enjoying since 1999, and also the venue for the Olympic Games that's happening right here in Tahiti this summer. Looking forward to that. Really want to be extra grateful and thankful, really, for the locals here at Teahupo'o here in Tahiti, and like to formally acknowledge that we are here on Teahupo'o and Whare Mohora land. Acknowledge all the wonderful people that we get to stay with and that host us so well, all the true owners of the land and the waterways that we're on today. Maru Roa, thank you so much. Big thanks also to our community partners who have led the WSL One Ocean Coral Reef Restoration here at Teahupo'o, from the Coral Gardeners, Tahiti ET Surf Club, and the Association of Hawaii Teahupo'o. Maru Roa, merci beaucoup. Thank you for all the support. Some incredible partners to thank as well. Our title partner for the event, SHISEIDO. Also big thanks to our presenting partner, Outerknown. Our event partners, Tahiti Government, Corona Cerro, Red Bull, True Surf, Surfline, Eventbrite, Yeti, Bonsoy, Hilton, Oakberry, Air Tahiti Nui, Vini, Cherry, Bank of Tahiti, Polynesia One, Mofi, and the Tahiti Surfing Federation. Thank you. And another extra thank you on Maruru to the Tahitian government for hosting us so well, to bring us back here since the late 90s for the QS event, for giving us this beautiful wave and hosting us so well. That support is incredible for us to feel. We travel around the world and you guys are top-notch hosting us. Thank you to the government, our president up here on stage. An absolute legend to be in your company. I'm honored to be in your presence, President Moitai Brotherson, Maruru Roa. Also like to thank the Minister of Youth in charge of sport, Nahema Tamari'i, also our director of the IJSPF, James Cowan, our Tahiti tourism representative by Here Lisant, our mayor of Tairapu West, Te Tuanui Hamlet, also mayor of Teahupo'o, Ronui Poareu, also our president of the Tahiti Surfing Federation, Max Wasna, local WSL representative, Pascal Luciani. Thank you for all the support. Big thanks for all of our families, our incredible water safety teams, the total heroes of this event each and every year. You guys are incredible. All the local surfers, the community once again of Teahupo'o for welcoming us to paradise. Right next to the president of Tahiti, our president of Tahiti, we've got Jesse Miley Dyer, our commissioner. Thanks for all the hard work that you put into the sport of surfing. You should be really proud of what we saw the last couple of days. Really proud of all the work that you do. Right next to Jesse, we've got Andrew Stark, the president of the WSL APAC division. Thanks for all you do, Starkey. You're a hardworking guy who does it with a smile, and we can't thank Starkey enough. So we're going to have Jesse and the president help us with these awards today, as we'll get to the competitors that made it into the final. How about this guy? Long-time entertainer on tour, a two-time world champion, multiple-time finalist here at Teahupo'o. Let's hear it for your men's runner-up in the big event. Let's hear it for John Florence. Congratulations, John. I love watching you surf. I mean, I think you know that, but I love watching you surf in waves like this. There's something about you, your happiness, your connection to the ocean. I can tell you had a really good time over the last couple of days. Can you break it all down, the biggest highlights that you really got to experience throughout this event?
Yeah, I think just surfing today and getting to surf 4 heats today, that was really fun, and the waves were pumping, and you know, there was challenging moments, but it was just beautiful out there, and I think this is one of the most beautiful waves in the world, and so yeah, just to be able to go out there and surf with no one out and get big barrels and get worked and do the whole thing, it was amazing.
Thanks for all you do. Back in yellow, world #1. Best of luck in El Salvador.
Thank you, and thank you to the Chopo community for having us. You guys are awesome, and the channel, everything, and I love coming here every year. It's one of my favorite places in the world, and hi to my family back home, and yeah, thank you guys.
Congratulations to John, runner-up in the final and #1 in the world heading into the next event. Let's now hear it for another world #1, runner-up in the women's final yesterday. Put your hands together for Costa Rica's Brisa Hennessy. Brisa, what a month that you've had here at the end of the road and accomplishing so much along the way. You showed me your wipeout scars, you told me about your eardrum almost blowing again, and then accomplishing a huge goal back in yellow and experiencing a groundbreaking day for pro surfing. I love when you break it down in words. It almost sounds like poetry. How are you feeling right now?
Oh man, yeah, so many emotions. This place just makes you feel alive, and everything. I feel like peace and chaos and fear and beauty, and it's just so raw, and I'm grateful that the amazing community always shows up for us, and the waves, and yeah, I think I just feel like very at peace and at home, and I'm very, very grateful.
Congratulations. Enjoy the yellow jersey and leading the tour into the next event of the season. One more time for Brisa and John, a runner-up in the final. Let's now hear it for a man that won a world title back in 2019, his first final in over a year, his first win since 2021. Your champion of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, Ferreira. Hold that trophy up, my friend. Italo, your smile is electric. You're absolutely glowing. You accomplished so much. Your best result here before was a quarter. You finaled today. You surfed against the best in waves like this. Can you put it into words how you're feeling right now?
Yeah, that was a really, really special heat against John. And I'm so inspired of you, buddy. And yeah, that was a great heat. And I think, started in the morning, like early, you know, like for the first like couple waves to warm up, and then we started the heat like around 8 something, like, and it was like a long day, and I'm really happy to make this final and then win this comp. I'm waiting for that moment because I knew that was like possible for me, you know, and then I have been like doing like really good performance in the last couple of years, and yeah, so now is my moment, so I'm really happy for that.
Great to see. I mean, a finals day anywhere. We know you have a lot of energy. You've always showed us that. But waves like we had today and a reinforcing swell, round of 16, quarters, semifinals, and a final, were you always feeling your best throughout the day?
Yeah, if you have one more heat, we can do it. Yeah, I'm still with energy. Yeah, yeah, for sure. But last night I was like so excited, like with like so hard to sleep, because on the last couple of days I was like, okay, no waves, like cruising, sleeping like around 7:30 or something, and then wake up 5,
And then yesterday was like pretty hot, you know, like because my heart was like pumping, you know, and I was like, oh, tomorrow's gonna be big, it's gonna be big, it's gonna be big. But yeah, I was like really happy, you know. I just want to say thank you, WSL, and then the Red Bull. Thank you guys for the support, and I'm really happy. I just want to say thank you God for everything, and yeah, that was my moment. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Italo. Parabéns. Here it comes. Everyone give him a little bit of clearance out front. Here we go. Wow! That's the best one I've ever seen you do. That got my heart going, man. You can surf one more heat. There's one more champion standing. I think you know who I'm about to announce right here. Representing all of you here in Tahiti, the first to ever win it. Representing this beautiful island, your champion of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, Vahine Fiero! Wild card for 3 straight seasons here, representing all of you here at Teahupo'o. Semifinals in back-to-back seasons, first final, and now truly a champion. Wow, Vahine, how did that feel?
Do I speak in French or English?
Go for French first.
Merci Teahupo'o. Teahupo'o, t'es tellement spécial, de la montagne au village, à la vague. Vous m'avez aidé à, voilà, on a tous gagné hier. C'était les plus belles vagues de ma vie en compétition avec la plus belle aide de tout votre manage et les ressentis de loin, de près. Et voilà, celle-là, c'est pour nous et on garde le trophée à Tahiti.
Whoa, I could feel it. It feels magical up here. Do you mind breaking that down, exactly what you said in English, the best you can?
Teahupo'o, you're so special, from the mountain to the village to the wave. Like, you sent me the best waves of my life in my heat, and yeah, I don't know, there was just a special connection with the wave, the people, like all the mana from everybody. I felt that it gave me strength from the first round to the final, and the trophy staying at home.
Also, before I let you go, the words on pro surfing, where everything went yesterday on that finals day, the women you got to surf with, and the barrel rides for you, and what those mean for your career.
Yeah, the women's were incredible. I knew that it was the perfect size to push ourselves. It wasn't too scary, too big, but just the perfect size to go over the ledge and try and go in the lagoon and try again. And yeah, it was just so special to surf against the best in the world and just I don't know, like catch the best waves. And thank you to the WSL and Jessie for putting us out there. We were meant to be out there.
Big congratulations. Enjoy your moment. Thanks for all you're doing. Leading the charge here at Teahupo'o. Your champion, Vahine Fiero. Champion, Italo Ferreira. And the runners-up, Brisa and John. I think it might be time for you guys to start dancing. Enjoy the ceremony here. The dancing will begin, and we'll send it back to Kaipo on the Corona Sarah Post Show.
Wow, what an event. Wow, what an event and what a celebration that we're able to have here. The trophy stays home for the women. Italo Ferreira, he goes into the top 5 as we advance into the next event. And enjoying this beautiful Tahitian afternoon. Well, welcome back. And yeah, that was great. You know, what an event. We had so many incredible rides here. And there's been no shortage of charging in this event, but there can only be one Mofi charger of the event. Let's check out. Who could it be? The Mofi charger of the event? Gabe Medina. There are a lot of people up for contention. Sawyer Lindblad, Tatiana Webb. But it was Gabe Medina with this 10-point ride.
I mean, not just the 10-point ride, but the whole throughout the whole day, he was just showing so much energy, and no one better than represent the Mofi Charger, because he was putting himself under the ledge, got the 10-point ride, backed it up with a 9.83. Just outstanding performance for Gabriel, and that was so impressive from him. Well deserved.
Yeah, well deserved for Gabe Medina. And time now with that, you know, we had the CT Shaper rankings that happens, quarterfinals up. Just take a look at where it stands after stop number 6. Blake, Lost still up in front.
Yeah, and well and truly, 128,000 points. Got a real jump on Sharpay and Channel Islands. Obviously, Channel Islands picking up a win with Vahine Fiero, which is epic to see. But I mean, I just can't go past Mayhem right at the top there, well and truly, and on the way to another day at the Surf Ranch.
Yeah, that was very impressive. A lot of athletes doing so well this year, and I mean, none better than #1, right?
Yeah, things is it kind of in a runaway position here, but we got 3 more events on the schedule for the rest of the year, so we'll see how that shakes up the CT Shaper rankings. Hey, it's time to get into our top 5 moments of the events. Let's start that off right now with number 5, Kelly Slater coming out against Ethan Ewing. Slater actually twice this young man's age, but he took him down this morning in the round of 16, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, this is Slater in his natural habitat. I mean, I just look at this surf and it's synonymous with his style and where I think back to his best performances. And I mean, he did it in true Kelly style. Needed a score here at the end, got the score on his last wave. And I mean, Ethan took that. I mean, that was a gnarly wipeout from Ethan, but yeah, Kelly got the job done in the last basically 10 seconds of this heat. It was super impressive to watch. Real buzzer beater moment from Kelly. He had to do a board change halfway through the heat. But yeah, it was this little wave right here. It ended up being a 4.7. It was enough. And yeah, did it with basically 10 seconds left on the clock.
Dramatic heat, and Kelly Slater was on to the quarterfinals. Number 4, Jesse, I'm gonna let you talk about this one. Perfect 10-point ride for Tatiana Weston Webb.
I mean, that's a wave of a lifetime, for sure. Best wave of her life, she mentioned. And there's only a very few times a professional surfer comes in from a heat that he lost, or she lost, and comes out with a smile, and that's one of those occasions, because that was impressive. That was one of the, like, her best barrel ever, and one of the best barrels a woman have ever caught in a jersey, if not the best. So that was, yeah, stoked for her.
Well, coming in at number 3 is Medina Magic. In this heat, he goes 10 and a 9.83, near perfect heat in the round of 16 for Gabe Medina, Flick.
Yeah, this heat was insane. I mean, a couple of people saying, oh, okay, maybe this should have been 2 10s, but I mean, you can't just look at this heat. I mean, his performance throughout the whole contest was incredible. I mean, every single heat, he gave us those moments of absolute pure magic and moments where you're just thinking, that made you really feel something. We sat a little bit straighter up in our chairs. It got us excited. And just, yeah, adding to the stats of, you know, how good he is out here.
At number 2, our men's champ, Italo Ferreira, for his 8th CT win here at the end of the road. He made it happen, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, look at that wave. That kind of reminded me of 2014, the final that Gabe had it against Kelly. How glassy and oily everything looks, and just perfect. Identifying the right waves, committing no mistakes basically on the final, and that was the difference point between him and John. Whoever committed less mistakes is going to take the win, and that's what happened in this situation here. Italo on top, well deserved after a few years without a win. It was due time for him.
Yeah, his 14th CT final, 8th CT victory, and Italo Ferreira vaulted up the live rankings. He's number 5 going into stop number 7. At number 1, she's the queen of Teahupo'o, and this is how she earned it. 2 times the semifinalist, this time the winner, the champ. The trophy stays right here at the end of the road for Vahine Fiero, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, for 3 years now, this has been her event to lose. I mean, she's had one hand firmly on that trophy, and then this year she finally got the job done. And, you know, it's just so beautiful just hearing her speak at the awards ceremony, just how grateful and appreciative she is, you know, of the end of the road here and the community. And it was just so awesome to see the women really show up, because they really were meant to be there on that finals day yesterday. such an incredible performance. And yeah, I'm speechless. Just the surf showed up and the surfers blew up.
It's a beautiful sunset out here. Final thoughts, Flick?
Final thoughts is, wow, I think the surf was the hero. I mean, this afternoon we had beautiful conditions. It wasn't a breath of wind and so many excellent scores, so much to digest. I'm looking forward to El Salvador now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to El Salvador. Your final thoughts, Jesse?
I mean, we had a show on our hands the last 2 days. But what makes this place so special is just what's behind us. This wave is incredible. It gives the platform for the surfers to give us a show, and we should come back here next year.
Yeah, I love it. Well, we'll catch you all June 6th. That's when the window starts for the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Enjoy the highlights of the event, and Yorana, aloha.
Yorana te poi poi. Good morning from Teahupo'o, the site of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown.
Well, here's how it happens. Wake up very early, you get a ping on your phone that says, it's on.
Really didn't know what this day would bring. I think I just woke up just in the mindset of embracing anything that came my way and enjoying it.
This is one of the best days for women surfing in the history of the sport. That tan of Tati, like she stands in it and puts her hands out. I was like, what the heck? Like, what's going on?
I just knew that, like, man, this is women surfing. You know, like, we're doing it.
The champion of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, Vahine Fiero has done it.
Thank you, Teahupo'o. You're so special, and thank you for sending me the best waves of my life. I'm just so stoked right now.
Let's go! Oh! Griffin Colapinto!
We got the men's round of 16, we got the quarters, we got the semis, and then we got the finals. It's gonna be a good day at the office, I'll tell you that much.
I don't know if I had nerves this morning or just anxiety for like the energy.
It's crazy being a dad now and just that whole new kind of experience of life. But yeah, it feels good and it feels like I'm competing for them, and so I'm really stoked on that.
just so good out there, you know. You gotta enjoy every moment, every wave. We're having the best surf session today.
It's going to be John Florence heading on to the final up against Italo Ferreira.
Ferreira, your champion of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.